A plane crash strands Fong Chung and his harsh female boss on a deserted island. Using skills learned from watching survival shows, he begins a difficult struggle for survival on the island. Human nature, social hierarchy, redefined under the pressure of survival. On this island, I am king, asterisk asterisk. As the two continue to explore the island, they gradually discover that this deserted island is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Chapter 1. The Cold and Arrogant Female Boss. Smack! A stack of documents was thrown onto the desk. Then came the voice of a woman, cold and unfeeling. Fong Chung, for 2 consecutive quarters, the annualized return on the funds you managed has been only 3%. I've already received quite a few complaints from important clients. If this continues, our clients will lose confidence in Shungin. Can you explain to me just what's going on here? Though phrased as a request for an explanation, it sounded more like an interrogation. The woman didn't need an explanation from this man, named Fong Chung. She needed him to propose a solution. The ice-cold woman before him was named Li Qingman, the CEO of China Shungin Fund Company, Ltd. Li Qingman was 25 years old, a graduate of a prestigious international university with a glittering resume. As a returned overseas elite, she had entered the industry's top fund and securities company upon returning to China, assuming the position of CEO. There were many rumors about Li Qingman, most concerning her identity. How could a mere 25-year-old manage the industry's most renowned fund company? What kind of deep background did she possess? It was enough to make one's imagination run wild. Several theories had long circulated within the company about why Li Qingman could sit in the CEO's chair. One possibility was that she had used her body, harboring some unspeakable secret with the company's higher-ups. Of course, this was merely vulgar, unfounded speculation without any real evidence. Another theory was that Li Qingman had some extraordinary connection with Shungin Group, the parent company of Shungin Fund, and relied on this relationship to secure the CEO position. Regardless of which theory, one thing was certain. Li Qingman was unequivocally a top-tier beauty. She had a face as delicate as a carving, skin like white jade, and eyes like 2 deep pools of autumn water. One glance would surely etch her image firmly into memory. Today, Li Qingman wore a black suit, a white blouse underneath accentuating her impressive figure, and a knee-length professional pencil skirt, revealing long, straight calves clad in smooth black stockings, paired with red high heels. Her ink-black hair was combed back behind her head, her serious professional attire revealing a hint of maturity and sensuality. Li Qingman held her head high, acting arrogant and dismissive, her attitude extremely haughty, never once looking directly at the man before her. The man standing before Li Qingman was named Fong Chung, a fund manager at Shungin Fund. Due to work matters, this was already the 5th time this month he had been called alone to Li Qingman's office for a talk. President, the national economy is currently in a downturn, the stock market is volatile, and on top of that, there's the international financial crisis. Guaranteeing a 3% return is already the limit of what's possible, Fong Chung explained emphatically. For other companies, a 3% return might indeed meet the standard. But we are Shungin. Do you know what the name Shungin means? It means being at the pinnacle of the industry. Li Qingman's face was as cold as ice. As the top existence in the industry, a 3% return is absolutely not the level Shungin should have. Our stable fund must achieve an annualized return of over 7% this year. Li Qingman stated her demand. President, achieving a 7% return under the current environment is truly unrealistic. Fong Chung shook his head, indicating it was impossible. Li Qingman said categorically, "If you can't do it, then let someone else." Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. The meaning was clear. If you, Fong Chung, can't cut it, then pack your things and get out. No need. I can do it. At that moment, Li Qingman's indifferent attitude finally ignited the anger in Fong Cheng's heart. He was tired of this woman's constant arrogance. He didn't want to be looked down upon by her. He would use action to shut Li Qingman up. For the first time, he had firmly expressed his attitude in front of Li Qingman. Fong Chung felt that since Li Qingman had come to the company as CEO, there hadn't been a single day he had felt as manly as he did today. If there's nothing else, I'll go out first. Wait a moment. Li Qingman stopped Fong Chung and pointed to a large bunch of blue roses on the table. On top of the roses was an envelope that hadn't even been opened. Take this away from me when you leave. Find any trash can and throw it out. Oh, the brief moment of assertiveness he had just shown quickly vanished without a trace. Fong Chung nodded in response, walked to the desk, and picked up the bunch of blue roses, his movements very practiced. This wasn't the first time he had done such a thing. As a renowned, beautiful female president in the industry, Li Qingman never lacked suitors. Corporate executives, wealthy science, business, and political figures all had their devoted admirers. Her office received various bouquets almost every single day, and Li Qingman's treatment of these roses was invariably the same. They were all thrown away as trash. Also, on the 1st of next month, there's an industry exchange meeting in Los Angeles. I've already arranged your itinerary. I hope you can adjust your schedule accordingly. The 1st of next month? Isn't that this weekend? Fong Chung was greatly surprised. The news was too sudden. I haven't had time to prepare. Li Qingman demanded, almost unreasonably. That's your problem. This meeting is very important. I will be going as well. Fong Chung glanced helplessly at Li Qingman and gritted his teeth. I'll go prepare immediately. At tens of thousands of feet high, the smooth flight made one drowsy. Fong Chung leaned back in his seat, pulled open the window shade, and looked outside. There was only the boundless sea of clouds and a deep blue sky. The plane had been flying for 5 hours, and the transoceanic journey wasn't even half done. To Fong Cheng's right was a fat man weighing about 200 jin. The man was fast asleep, his loud snoring very noisy in the quiet cabin, which was also why Fong Chung couldn't sleep. He had originally thought Li Qingman might be sitting next to him, but that was just wishful thinking. Li Qingman sat in first class up front, which was spacious and comfortable, especially on long-haul flights like this. First class was far more comfortable than economy. Boom! Suddenly, the plane shook violently. Many of the sleeping passengers were jolted awake by the tremor. Immediately, an announcement sounded in the cabin. Ladies and gentlemen, we have encountered some turbulence ahead. There will be some slight bumps. The lavatories have been closed. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Cabin service will be suspended. We apologize for any inconvenience. Hey, what's going on? Why is the plane dropping? The fat man sitting next to Fong Chung suddenly woke up, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and shouted in panic. Fong Chung was about to mock the fat man for making a fuss over just normal turbulence, but then the sudden feeling of weightlessness nearly threw him from his seat. The cabin descended into chaos. The scene was utter pandemonium. Many people were thrown from their seats, their ears filled with desperate, miserable screams. Describing the scene as hell on earth would not be an exaggeration. Fong Cheng's heart turned to ashes. He could feel the weightlessness brought on by the plane's rapid descent. It's over. We're going to crash. Chapter 2. Can't even die like this. Endless darkness lay before him. Fong Chung felt as if he were dreaming. Suddenly, icy seawater rushed toward him from all directions, pouring into his ears, nose, eyes, and mouth. This terrifying sensation immediately jolted him awake. Opening his eyes, everything around him was murky. He could see a circle of dazzling sunlight above him, the light twisting and wavering with the blue-green water. It wasn't until a school of silver fish swam past his eyes that Fong Chung realized he was beneath the surface. The oxygen level in his body was dropping rapidly. The seawater flooding his nose and mouth shocked him awake. He knew he was hanging by a thread. At this moment, only by struggling desperately to swim to the surface could he possibly save his life. After about a minute of frantic struggle, he finally broke through the cold sea surface. Whoosh! Exhausted of oxygen, Fong Chung gulped in the air above the sea. Although the air close to the surface carried a damp, salty taste, it was a lifesaver for him. The feeling of suffocation just now was terrible. He didn't want to experience it again. Before him lay an endless ocean, stretching boundlessly in every direction. Floating on the deep blue sea, Fong Chung truly understood the meaning of a drop in the ocean. Humanity was truly minuscule in the face of the sea. Above, the scorching sun blazed. Below, the seawater was icy cold. Under this dual torment of hot and cold, dizziness inevitably set in, and his strength drained rapidly. Surviving a fall into the sea was something to be happy about, but Fong Chung couldn't feel any joy right now. Although he was still alive and floating on the surface, he was now cold, hungry, and thirsty. He was surrounded by water, yet couldn't drink a single drop. This seawater was for Fong Chung, a deadly blue desert. Without rescue, he would soon perish on this vast, endless ocean. Why did I have to be caught in a 1,000,000-to-1 event like a plane crash? What did I do wrong to deserve this? When faced with utter solitude, negative and despairing thoughts quickly take over the mind. Drifting with the current for who knows how long, Fong Cheng's strength was almost gone. He barely had the energy to keep himself afloat. Thinking of his family, separated by thousands of miles of ocean, thinking of his loved ones at home, Fong Cheng couldn't help but cry. The news of the air crash must have already reached home. right? His family was probably mourning for him, believing he had perished. He never imagined that at an age when he was ready to make his mark, he would meet such a pitiful end. Suddenly, just as he was on the verge of psychological collapse, he spotted a large number of white panels floating on the sea not far away. Although he didn't know what those white panels were, instinct told Fong Cheng that since they could float, if he could just get to them and cling to those white panels, he might have a slightly better chance of survival. To stay alive, Fong Cheng decided to gamble, and the stake was his own life. He would use the last of his strength to swim towards those white panels. Fong Cheng thought it, and he did it. He began to move his arms, swimming through the water. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. 1 meter. Inch by inch, he approached the white panels. Finally, just as he exhausted the very last of his strength, he managed to grab hold of one of the floating pieces. Only when he was this close did Fong Cheng see what the white panels really were: wreckage from the disintegrated plane. The piece in front of him was about the size of a mattress, hollow in the middle, which allowed it to float. Clinging to the wreckage for a brief rest, Fong Cheng once again mustered his strength and pulled himself onto it. His body now out of the icy water, Fong Cheng felt the sun above him was so warm and comforting. At least for now, he didn't have to worry about losing body heat from the cold, allowing him to catch his breath. Closing his eyes, basking in the sunlight, Fong Cheng's mind began to replay the moments before the crash. At that time, the cabin was filled with wails. Despair was in everyone's eyes. The screams and cries of men, women, and children still seemed to echo in his ears. The plane had bucked violently during its rapid descent. The whole cabin was in shambles. Soon, Fong Cheng was thrown from his seat, tossed around like being in a tumble dryer, unable to tell up from down. After his head slammed into an overhead luggage bin, Fong Cheng blacked out. He didn't know what happened next. When he woke up again, he was in this situation. Right, since the plane wreckage is in this area, there must be other survivors. Lying on the wreckage, Fong Cheng suddenly realized this was the area where the plane had crashed into the sea, so there must be other passengers who had fallen into the water nearby. After a short rest, Fong Cheng had regained some strength. He struggled to prop himself up and stand, carefully balancing on the unstable wreckage, and scanned the surrounding sea for possible survivors. Heaven helps those who help themselves. After searching intently, Fong Cheng spotted a figure floating on the surface. Even more fortunate, the current was pushing that person towards him. As the person drifted closer and closer, Fong Cheng's heart suddenly sank. The figure was lying motionless on the water, seemingly lifeless. Although the person was most likely dead, Fong Cheng didn't give up. He wanted to try and save them. As the person drifted past the wreckage, Fong Cheng struggled to pull them out of the water. After a great deal of effort, he finally managed to drag the person onto the wreckage. The person was a flight attendant, still wearing her uniform, but her body was cold, her face terrifyingly pale. He couldn't find a pulse at her neck. There was no breath at all. Dead, dead. Although she was just a stranger he had only briefly seen, witnessing a young life and before his eyes was an immense shock to Fong Cheng. The flight attendant also had family and friends. How sad they must be at this moment. Compared to them, the fact that he was still alive was a blessing in a disaster. Seeing the flight attendant's death deeply moved Fong Cheng. He shed tears for the stranger and silently told himself that even if he only lived one more day, he would fight with all his might. A disaster as major as a plane crash would surely bring rescue teams. If he could hold on until they arrived, he would have a chance to see his family and friends again. As he drifted with the current, many bodies of the victims floated past him. Seeing those who had died so painfully weighed heavily on Fong Cheng's heart. He silently prayed for them. In a daze, he suddenly thought of his boss, that arrogant, icy beauty Li Qingman. She had most likely perished too. Fong Cheng's heart was filled with infinite sorrow. Although Li Qingman had been extremely critical and strict with him at the office, the thought that such a beautiful woman had met such an end was truly heartbreaking. Chapter 3. From now on, we're in the same boat. The temperature above the sea was exceedingly high and under the relentless glare of the sun. It did not take long for the body of the flight attendant to emit a faint scent of decay. Fong Cheng understood that he could no longer allow this corpse to remain among the wreckage of the aircraft. In such dire circumstances, he had no choice but to cast the flight attendant's body into the ocean. He could not drift aimlessly with a corpse amidst the debris. My apologies, dear soul. Gazing at the pallid visage of the deceased, Fong Cheng clasped his hands in prayer and bowed 3 times, a final gesture of respect for her, before gently pushing her into the sea. Watching her body drift away, he felt a profound sorrow. Previously, The wreckage had contained both himself and the lifeless form. But now he was left alone, a solitary figure amidst the vastness of sky and sea. The increasing loneliness gnawed at his mind, spiraling his thoughts into chaos. The oppressive heat, coupled with hunger and dehydration, exacerbated his condition, and at that moment, Fang Cheng yearned for nightfall to escape the scorching sun, which was nearly unbearable. Drifting aimlessly with the current, he soon succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, the sun still hung high above, and he realized his previous state had been a brief, fainting spell, a physiological response to stress, yet a warning from his body that he could not endure this much longer. The solitude continued to erode Fang Cheng's will, and just as he teetered on the brink of despair, he suddenly caught sight of someone lying on a box, drifting towards him across the water. Someone, with cracked lips. Fang Cheng leaped to his feet in excitement. In this vast ocean, encountering another survivor like himself would be a cause for immense joy, for it meant he would no longer have to confront the sea in isolation. To reach the floating box more swiftly, Fang Cheng, filled with renewed vigor, frantically paddled through the water with his hands. However, he soon realized that his efforts were in vain, as the box's movement was entirely dictated by the currents and waves. As he drew closer and discerned the figure on the box, a gasp escaped his lips. Li Qingmin. It was indeed Li Qingmin. Fang Cheng could scarcely believe that it was she who lay upon the box. To encounter an acquaintance in this boundless ocean was more exhilarating than anything else. In that instant, his adrenaline surged, revitalizing him significantly. Once Li Qingmin floated near enough, Fang Cheng quickly seized her and the silver box, pulling them onto the remnants of the aircraft. Observing her disheveled hair, dampened by the sea, her pallid complexion, and the swollen cheeks from prolonged immersion, Fang Cheng's heart sank. Could it be that Li Qingmin had also succumbed? In a frenzy, he reached to check for her breath, but felt none. It was over. Fang Cheng's heart turned to ice in an instant. After the arduous journey on this vast ocean, he had finally encountered Li Qingmin, only to find her lifeless upon retrieval. Grief overwhelmed him. Yet, Fang Cheng was unwilling to accept the grim reality that Li Qingmin, whom he had so desperately rescued, had already succumbed to death. He reached out once more to feel her neck, and to his astonishment, he detected a faint pulse. There was still hope. In that moment, Fang Cheng was overwhelmed with indescribable excitement. As long as there was life, there remained a glimmer of hope. Upon examining Li Qingmin's body, he noticed her abdomen was severely swollen, undoubtedly due to the excessive seawater she had ingested while drowning. As he recalled the steps for rescuing a drowning victim, the urgency of the situation dispelled any frivolous thoughts. He first turned Li Qingmin onto her side, using his knee to apply pressure to her abdomen in an effort to expel the accumulated water. As he did so, she allowed a retch and lapsed back into unconsciousness. After expelling the water from her abdomen, seeing no signs of revival, Fang Cheng, in desperation, resorted to performing chest compressions, placing his hands firmly on her chest and exerting all his strength in a bid to save her. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as he repeated the compressions, yet Li Qingmin remained unresponsive. Fang Cheng's heart was aflame with anxiety. He understood that each moment she remained unconscious increased the peril she faced. But apart from the relentless chest compressions, he felt utterly powerless. "Don't die. Wake up. Li Qingmin, you must awaken. Do you realize how detestable you are?" Always maintaining an air of superiority, with that cold, disdainful expression. "How could you so easily slip away?" He continued this mechanical motion until despair began to seep into his heart. Casting a sorrowful glance at Li Qingmin's unchanged visage, he thought perhaps she would never awaken again. The realization struck him, and tears began to fall uncontrollably, irrelevant to her previous harshness towards him. Witnessing a familiar figure fade away before his eyes, while feeling utterly impotent, was a burden that even the strongest could scarcely bear. After one final attempt to revive her, Fang Cheng ceased his efforts, slumping despondently on the wreckage of the plane, his eyes devoid of light. Just as he grappled with the devastation of witnessing Li Qingmin's demise, her eyelids fluttered slightly, and she gradually opened her eyes. "Where am I? Have I died?" Li Qingmin wished to speak, but found herself too weak to utter a sound. "Who is this person? Is he a devil here to escort me to hell?" To her astonishment, she noticed others nearby. The sunlight was blinding, preventing her from making out the figure's features. After a moment of adjustment, She realized that the person beside her was none other than Fong Chung, who had been traveling with her to Los Angeles. Observing Fong Chung's reddened eyes and the tears streaming down his face, Li Kingman was filled with confusion. Was this man crying? Did he think she had died? And was he weeping for her? Despite her frail condition, she mustered the strength to poke Fong Cheng's leg with her finger, determined to convey that she was still alive. Sensing a movement in his calves, Fong Chung instinctively glanced at Li Kingman beside him. In that fleeting moment, he noticed that her eyes had opened. As their gazes met, Fong Cheng's sorrow transformed into laughter, tears of joy streaming down his face. In the vast, desolate ocean, he was no longer alone in his solitude. How wonderful! You are alive! You are alive! Fong Chung exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Please let go. The frail Li Kingman could hardly withstand Fong Cheng's fervent embrace. Her hand pressed to her head as the world spun around her. Realizing his excessive excitement, Fong Chung quickly released her, repeatedly apologizing, I am so sorry. I was just so overjoyed that you survived. As Li Kingman regained her composure, she became aware of her disheveled attire. And her pale cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she glared at Fong Chung, demanding an explanation. I'm sorry. I pulled you from the sea. You were unconscious, and I had no choice but to perform CPR, Fong Chung hastily clarified, fearing she might misunderstand the situation. He assured her that it was a standard procedure, devoid of any improper intentions. Li Kingman, not lacking in understanding, recognized that she owed her life to Fong Chung. Though she felt a tinge of anger over her state of undress, she acknowledged his heroic act, her cheeks still flushed as she murmured, Thank you. Chapter 4. To Where Shall We Drift? Amidst the boundless expanse of the ocean, Fong Chung was no longer solitary. Li Kingman's presence bestowed upon him a newfound courage to confront despair. Often, the reason a dire situation is labeled as such lies in its capacity to devastate one's inner resolve, compelling a normal individual to the brink of madness. Fortunately, with Li Kingman by his side, this torment was curtailed and the overwhelming sense of helplessness ceased to proliferate, rekindling Fong Cheng's will to survive. The wreckage of the airplane resembled a piece of plywood, with Fong Chung and Li Kingman seated at opposite ends, ensuring the debris remained stable. After a period of rest, Li Kingman's complexion regained some color, no longer the pallid visage of before. Though her appearance was somewhat disheveled, it did little to obscure her breathtaking beauty. Perhaps accustomed to Li Kingman's haughty demeanor in the workplace, Fong Chung now felt a sense of trepidation in her presence, as if the stern woman might reprimand him at any moment, leaving him feeling uneasy and unsure of where to place his hands. Did you say something while I was unconscious? Li Kingman inquired, a vague recollection of a voice scolding her lingering in her mind. No, nothing of the sort. Fong Chung stammered, flustered in his denial. Li Kingman's piercing gaze bore into him, as if she could penetrate his very soul. Forget it. After a moment of silence, Li Kingman softly concluded, deciding that even if Fong Chung had uttered harsh words during her unconsciousness, she would overlook it in light of his life-saving actions. The two individuals drifted along the ocean current for an entire day, and by now, the sun had descended beyond the horizon, leaving only a final glimmer of twilight in the sky. The crimson clouds blazed across the heavens, and the waves sparkled like diamonds, presenting an exquisite vista. However, for Fong Chung and Li Kingman, there was no inclination to pause and appreciate the beauty before them. Instead of marveling at the scenery, their minds were consumed with thoughts of survival in such an extreme and hostile environment. After enduring the sun's relentless rays for an entire day, both were utterly exhausted, their remaining strength solely devoted to resisting the urge to succumb to sleep, fearing that if they did, they might never awaken again. At last, they recalled the box that had been salvaged from the depths. Fong Chung had exerted tremendous effort to retrieve it, but his focus had shifted entirely to rescuing Li Kingman, causing him to forget about the box. Do you know what is inside? Fong Cheng's gaze fell upon the large aluminum container. I have no idea, replied Li Kingman. When I was floating on the surface, I was on the verge of exhaustion and sinking. Suddenly, this box appeared before me, and I clung to it with all my might. After that, I lost consciousness. Regardless of its contents, we must open it now, Fong Chung suggested, as both were parched and famished, with no provisions in sight. Their only hope lay within this box. Li Kingman agreed, you should open it. Thus, Fong Chung shifted his body to the front of the box. The aluminum container was surprisingly well-crafted, secured with tight latches. After inspecting it thoroughly, Fong Chung unfastened all the latches, leading to the most exhilarating moment. What treasures would the box hold? Li Kingman's eyes were fixed upon it, unblinking, for this was crucial to their survival upon the sea. Fong Chung closed his eyes, unable to bear the suspense. Would fate grant them a chance at life? Or were they destined to perish at sea? With a click, the box sprang open, and Li Kingman gasped in delight, covering her mouth in surprise. Hearing her exclamation, Fong Chung breathed a sigh of relief. Her tone was filled with joy, suggesting that the box contained something valuable. When he opened his eyes, he beheld several foil-wrapped meal boxes and a few small bottles of drinking water nestled inside. This is airline food. The two of them reacted as if they had stumbled upon King Solomon's treasure, overwhelmed with joy and laughter. Indeed, when one door closes, another opens. Having survived a plane crash, it was clear that they would not succumb to the vastness of the ocean. The sight of food and water rekindled their hope for survival. Upon counting the contents of the box, they found 8 meal boxes and 5 bottles of water. Though it was not in abundance, it was the most precious bounty for the two who had exhausted all resources. As Fong Chung eagerly reached for the water, Li Kingman's expression suddenly shifted to one of tension. The supplies in the box were limited, and the two of them were adrift in the currents, uncertain of how long they would float together. The consumption of resources would undoubtedly be greater for two than for one, and in that moment, if Fong Chung had any ill intentions, Li Kingman needed to be prepared for self-preservation. "You go ahead and drink," she said, just as Li Kingman remained on high alert. Fong Chung had already unscrewed a bottle of water and presented it before her. Observing Fong Chung's sunburned face, Li Kingman realized he must be equally parched. Yet at such a moment, he still prioritized her needs. She felt a wave of shame for her earlier thoughts. After all, if Fong Chung intended to harm her, he wouldn't require such elaborate measures. He could simply let her drown and be done with it. "Thank you," Li Kingman said, her thirst reaching its peak as she took the bottle and drank it down in one go. The water vanished without a trace, and though her mouth remained parched, her body felt considerably more at ease. The earlier display had left her feeling somewhat embarrassed, her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, as she reflected on how her usual dignified demeanor had crumbled at the mere sight of a bottle of water. She wondered if Fong Chung was secretly amused by her predicament. "Is that enough? Would you like another bottle?" Fong Chung inquired, noticing Li Kingman's intense thirst as he retrieved another bottle to offer her. Having quenched her thirst with the previous bottle, Li Kingman now felt more comfortable and composed. Looking at the water he extended, she politely replied, "You should drink it. You are quite thirsty as well." Fong Chung, indeed parched to the extreme, took her words to heart and, no longer feeling the need for pretense, uncapped the bottle and gulped it down. With 5 bottles initially, only 3 remained. He collected the 2 empty bottles from earlier and tossed them back into the box, understanding that in this vast ocean, every item might prove crucial in a moment of need. He could not bear to dispose of them carelessly. Having refreshed himself, Fong Chung then retrieved the airline meals. After a day of hunger, he finally had the opportunity to enjoy a proper meal. Fortunately, the insulated aluminum box had preserved the food well enough that it had not spoiled. Airline meals had never seemed particularly appetizing during previous flights, but to Fong Chung and Li Kingman, they now appear to be the most delectable fare imaginable. Li Kingman ate sparingly, maintaining her ladylike demeanor as she savored a box of food before deciding to stop. "Aren't you going to eat more?" Fong Chung asked with concern. "No, I'm full," Li Kingman replied, shaking her head. She had always had a small appetite, and finishing an entire box today was quite a feat. Glancing at Fong Chung, who was devouring his meal, she encouraged him, "You have expended much energy. You should eat more." Fong Chung then opened another box of airline food, saying, "In that case, I shall not hold back." Chapter 5. The situation is worse than expected. This meal surely marked the most pleasant moment of their day. At that moment, Fong Chang's mind was entirely devoid of thoughts regarding where the currents might carry them or whether the two could survive in the vast ocean. His sole focus rested upon the cold yet exquisitely delectable meal before him. After finishing their repast, the pair opened a bottle of water, each consuming half. Earlier, Li Kingman had eaten 1 box, while Fong Chung had devoured 4. They still had 3 boxes of airline meals and 2 bottles of mineral water remaining. Satiated, Fong Chung reclined against the wreckage of the airplane as night descended. The moonlight that evening was splendid, casting a shimmering glow upon the undulating sea surface, occasionally obscured by clouds, causing the moonlight to vanish momentarily. The refreshing sea breeze dispelled the daytime heat, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of crashing waves. Perhaps due to a shift in his state of mind, Fong Chung, who previously lacked the inclination to appreciate his surroundings, now found himself savoring the tranquility of the moment. Beside him sat Li Kingman, hugging her knees. Unlike Fong Chung, who lay casually, she seemed to feel that such a posture was too unrefined for her esteemed position. The gentle sea breeze tousled her long hair, and under the moonlight, her visage was graced with a delicate sheen, rendering her beauty almost too radiant to behold. It would be unrealistic to claim that Fong Chung had never fantasized about his stunning and aloof superior. He had indeed daydreamed about the prospect of having a girlfriend like Li Kingman, believing it might be the pinnacle of happiness in his life. However, such imaginings were mere flights of fancy, and as time passed while working alongside Li Kingman, he realized that his aspirations increasingly resembled a distant fantasy. With her illustrious education, formidable background, striking beauty, and extraordinary poise, she embodied a multitude of virtues, surrounded by an array of distinguished admirers. How could someone of her elevated stature ever intersect with the life of an ordinary office worker like himself? Although Fong Chung considered himself relatively successful among the working class, his material conditions, acquired over many years at Shungan, paled in comparison to those of true affluent individuals. Over the course of 2 years, the only exchanges between Li Kingman and Fong Chung had revolved around work, predominantly consisting of her unilaterally holding him accountable. "We only have 2 bottles of water left," Li Kingman suddenly remarked softly, her tone tinged with a hint of pessimism. This was understandable. As a woman, her psychological resilience in the face of such dire circumstances might not equate to Fong Cheng's fortitude. Initially, he too had been overwhelmed, often losing the will to survive. Yet, the thought of his family awaiting his return solidified his resolve. He could not allow himself to perish here. "We still have 2 bottles of water," Fong Chung responded, attempting to encourage her. Though their words differed by only a single character, the sentiments they conveyed were starkly contrasting. Li Kingman gazed unexpectedly at Fong Chung beneath the moonlight. His eyes, akin to autumn waters, were strikingly beautiful and captivating. She found it surprising that he possessed such an optimistic demeanor and felt grateful for his subtle encouragement. In her previous assessments of Fong Chung, she regarded him as capable and responsible, yet often perceived a lack of initiative, an absence of the aggressive drive to expand beyond his assigned duties, which led her to frequently chastise him without mercy on this matter. Her demeanor was one of aloofness and pride. Her position as the executive president of Anshin Fund was not merely secured by whims. She maintained a stern approach towards her subordinates, at times bordering on the inhumane, a mere facade of her work style. The essence of her formidable prowess lay in her genuine capabilities, which kept Shungan Fund at the forefront of the industry. 3 boxes of food and 2 bottles of water should last us at least 2 days if we ration them, Fong Chung remarked. "What if, after 2 days, we are still waiting for rescue?" Li Kingman replied. Fong Cheng's expression turned grim as he continued. "We have been drifting with the current for a day and a night. We are likely far from the crash site. Even if their search and rescue team arrives at the incident location, they may not be able to locate us, especially since it is now night and the search efforts will be further hampered." As he spoke, Fong Chung dipped his hand into the seawater, gauging the flow's speed. While he could not ascertain the exact velocity, it was undeniably swift. "Given our current drifting speed, it is uncertain where the current will carry us by morning," he said. "Fong Chung, if we do not survive, that will not happen. As long as we are alive, it means that fate has not abandoned us. I will ensure that we survive together." He interjected, cutting her off. In the past, such an interruption would have warranted a sharp reprimand from Li Kingman. Yet this time she remained silent, observing him quietly. Perhaps, as Fong Chung suggested, fate had indeed not forsaken them, and they might endure in the vastness of the ocean. The human psyche is ever evolving. Previously, Li Kingman had been quite despondent, but perhaps influenced by Fong Chung, she gradually shed her despair, slowly regaining faith in their survival. "Can we ascertain our location?" she inquired. "The North Star is still visible, indicating we remain in the Northern Hemisphere. The aircraft likely crashed over the Pacific Ocean, and we are not yet halfway through our journey. It is most probable that we are adrift in a segment of the Central Pacific. Fong Chung endeavored to recall as much geographical knowledge as he could muster. The North Star lies behind us, and we are drifting southward, with the wind blowing from the northeast. We are likely situated within the trade wind belt, approximately at latitude 5 degrees north. Li Kingman suddenly brightened her eyes and said, if we could roughly calculate the latitude and longitude. Before she could finish her sentence, Fong Chung shook his head and replied, it's futile. Even if we could ascertain the precise coordinates, we have no means to communicate our plight. My phone was lost to the depths of the ocean during the crash. His phone had also succumbed to water damage. While lying on the debris, Li Kingman had contemplated using her phone to send a distress signal. However, the inky black screen had never illuminated again. Without their phones, the notion of sending out a message for help had naturally been extinguished. Even if they could estimate the approximate latitude and longitude, it offered no substantial assistance in their desperate situation. It's all right. As long as we persist, we will surely find a way, Fong Chung reassured, striving to uplift both Li Kingman and himself in the face of despair. Li Kingman, clinging to hope, responded, yes, we will survive. Suddenly, a cacophony of splashes erupted from the water's surface, as though something had leaped from the depths, followed by a shadow that soared onto the wreckage of the plane where they were situated. Li Kingman, taken by surprise, was struck by the damn creature and could not help but scream in terror. In the darkness of night, apart from the figures close at hand, neither Fong Chung nor Li Kingman could discern what the shadowy entity truly was. Notably, it appeared to be a living creature, having left a slippery residue upon colliding with Li Kingman. The creature continued to thrash about on the wreckage, producing a slapping sound. In her fright, Li Kingman's mind went blank. She was consumed by fear and continued to scream, yet Fong Chung, with swift reflexes, seized the unexpected visitor from beside Li Kingman's thigh. Concerned for her safety, he acted without hesitation, capturing the creature in his grasp. It felt damp and was not particularly large, resembling a fish. However, beneath its head, he detected a pair of elongated fins. These fins were unlike the usual fish fins, being significantly longer and capable of spreading out, resembling delicate wings akin to those of a cicada. This is a flying fish. Fong Chung recalled having read about flying fish in the past. These peculiar creatures possess a unique appearance, with long pectoral fins extending to their tails, which, when unfurled, mimic the wings of birds. Flying fish are found in warm seas across the globe, and when threatened, they leap from the water, spreading their fins to glide on the wind, often soaring high enough to land on the decks of vessels. Thus, ships navigating tropical and subtropical waters frequently discover flying fish that have fallen onto their decks at dawn. Do not fear. It is merely a flying fish, Fong Chung reassured, having identified the unexpected guest, and now he needed to calm the panicked Li Kingman. Their sudden encounter with the flying fish had indeed startled her, but fortunately, Fong Chung was there to offer her patient comfort. Gazing at the flying fish ensnared in Fong Cheng's grasp, Li Kingman steadied herself, refraining from further exclamations. Under the dim glow of the moonlight, she discerned the fish's appearance. Having heard tales of flying fish before, this was her first time witnessing one with her own eyes, confirming that such creatures truly exist. Perhaps it would be best to return it to the sea. Due to the fright it had caused her moments earlier, even with Fong Chung holding it, a sense of trepidation lingered within her. However, to her surprise, Fong Chung shook his head in refusal. He explained that flying fish only leap out of the water when fleeing from predators, and releasing it now would merely turn it into a delectable meal for the Lijiang fish. Lijiang fish? Li Kingman's brow furrowed. She had at least heard of flying fish. But what was this Lijiang fish he spoke of? It is a species found in tropical and subtropical waters, also known as the ghost knife fish. Characterized by its unsightly appearance, with a large head and elongated body, and it delights in pursuing sardines and flying fish. Fong Chung continued, noting that these fish typically hunt in schools, and when a panicked school of flying fish takes flight, one appearing often signals the presence of many more. Li Kingman regarded Fong Chung with astonishment, surprised by his extensive knowledge, which challenged her previous perceptions of him. How do you know all this? She inquired. Fong Chung offered a bittersweet smile, replying, I learned it all from documentaries. I never imagined I would one day find this knowledge useful. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of splashing sounds echoed across the sea. Beneath the moonlight, Another shadow erupted from the depths, unfurling a pair of gossamer fins, shimmering under the moon's glow. This was a primal hunting game orchestrated by nature, with a greedy ghost knife fish pursuing the frantic flying fish. Initially, she believed this hunting spectacle had no bearing on her, yet that notion proved erroneous. Moments later, more flying fish leaped from the water, darting past Fang Chung and Li Qingmin like arrows released from a bow. The gliding speed of the flying fish was remarkable, although each individual did not weigh much. The impact at such velocity could be quite painful. Suddenly, a flying fish collided directly with Fang Cheng's face, causing him to see stars and cry out in pain while clutching his cheek. "Fang Cheng, are you all right?" Li Qingmin was startled by the scene unfolding beside her. Beneath the silvery moonlight, countless flying fish skimmed the undulating surface of the sea, soaring and weaving as if navigating through a hail of bullets. Concerned for Fang Cheng's well-being, her eyes betrayed her anxiety, yet she dared not move, knowing that any sudden motion could capsize the fragile makeshift vessel. "I'm fine. Quickly, hide behind the box," Fang Cheng urged, tears welling in his eyes from the pain of the impact. The blow to his right cheek had seemed to echo with a sound reminiscent of cracking bones. Fortunately, that sound likely emanated from the fish itself. Fang Cheng's cheek merely swelled, obscured by the night, but it was likely bruised. Upon witnessing the relentless onslaught of flying fish, Fang Cheng's foremost concern was the safety of Li Qingmin, fearing that she might be injured by the fish's impact. While he was robust enough to withstand such an encounter, he dreaded the thought of her sustaining any harm. Fortunately, amidst the wreckage lay a substantial aluminum box, which became an invaluable shelter for Li Qingmin against the elements. Aware of the gravity of the situation, she understood the imperative of remaining unscathed, lest she burden Fang Cheng with additional troubles. Thus, she hurriedly positioned herself behind the box, curling her body in an effort to evade the oncoming fish. "Fang Cheng, what will you do?" she called out from her refuge, as the sound of fish colliding with the box reverberated through the air. "Don't worry about me. I have a plan," he replied, though the space behind the box was scarcely large enough for one person, and he had never considered hiding alongside her. At that moment, the only strategy that occurred to him was to lie flat against the wreckage of the plane, minimizing his exposure to the flying fish in a bid to safeguard his own well-being. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as they remained in a heightened state of vigilance, until the currents eventually guided the debris into a tranquil expanse of ocean, where the cacophony of leaping fish subsided. "Fang Cheng?" Li Qingmin's anxious voice broke the silence. "I'm fine," he assured her, having remained in that position for at least an hour. He was on the verge of drifting off when he finally lifted his head and exhaled a sigh of relief. "I'm fine too," Li Qingmin softly replied. "That's a relief. Finally, it's quiet." As he sat up, the pangs of hunger, exacerbated by their prolonged fasting and recent exertion, resonated from his stomach. "Are you hungry?" she inquired. "A little," he admitted, recalling the 3 remaining boxes of airline meals within the aluminum box, perfect for replenishing their energy. "Shall we eat something?" Chapter 7. Conflict arising from minor matters. Li Qingmin did not oppose Fang Cheng's suggestion. Their last meal had been several hours prior, and it was indeed time to nourish their bodies. As they opened the aluminum box, a faint but unmistakable odor of spoilage wafted out. "Oh no!" Fang Cheng exclaimed, dismayed to realize he had overestimated the box's thermal insulation. The sweltering heat of the day had rendered the remaining airline meals inedible after sitting in the box for so long, and the unpleasant scent confirmed their unfortunate fate. Li Qingmin furrowed her brows, the smell of spoiled food eliciting a wave of nausea, albeit slight. "How could I have overlooked this?" Fang Cheng lamented, smacking his forehead in frustration. His blind trust in the box's insulation had blinded him to the fact that, under direct sunlight, the temperature inside would rise significantly, causing the nutrient-rich meals to spoil rapidly. So what now? Unable to eat, Fang Cheng gazed regretfully at the 3 remaining boxes of food. His stomach was truly in distress from hunger, and he couldn't help but fantasize about the sheer delight of indulging in those meals. However, the reality was disheartening. As he stared at the spoiled food, he wrestled internally with the dilemma of whether to consume it or discard it. He resolved to endure the hunger and refrain from eating. In contrast to Fang Cheng's turmoil, Li Qingmin exhibited a much more straightforward attitude towards the spoiled meals. Firstly, her consumption was far less than Fang Cheng's, and thus she did not experience the same intensity of hunger. Secondly, having grown up in a life of privilege, she had never developed a habit of eating leftover food. The thought of consuming spoiled meals was utterly unthinkable for her. She would rather endure hunger than partake in such unpalatable fare. Fong Chung, however, was preoccupied with another concern: survival. If the food had only just begun to spoil, perhaps it was still safe to eat and could replenish his vital energy. Ultimately, the instinct for survival overrode rational thought. Under normal circumstances, he would never consider eating such spoiled food, but now, in the face of survival, he felt compelled to take the risk, even at the peril of potential illness and dehydration. After a brief attempt to dissuade him, Li Kingman observed him with cold detachment, finding it difficult to comprehend his actions, even harboring a hint of disdain. Fong Chung paid no heed to Li Kingman's gaze and reached for the boxes of food within the container. The odor was not as potent when the boxes were tucked away, but upon bringing one closer, the foul stench became overwhelmingly apparent. Fong Chung thought to himself that the smell was so strong now. Who knew what condition the food was truly in? Nevertheless, he steeled himself and peeled back the lid of one box. A wave of nausea hit him as the pungent odor assaulted his senses. He had not been prepared for the extent of its foulness, and he nearly retched. Li Kingman, catching a whiff of the lingering stench, instinctively covered her mouth and nose, exclaiming in disgust, "What on earth is that smell? It's unbearable." Even in his hunger, Fong Chung could not bring himself to eat any of the boxes. Consuming that food would surely lead to severe dehydration, and adrift on the vast ocean. Such a fate could only spell disaster. At that moment, Fong Chung felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, blaming his own carelessness for wasting such precious resources for survival. If only he had acted sooner, he might have consumed the food before it spoiled, which would have been far better than the current predicament. Why are you putting it back? It's already so disgusting. You should discard it immediately. Li Kingman, noticing Fong Chung reselling the box and returning it to the container, was immediately displeased, thinking his judgment had been clouded by the food as condition. Fong Chung snapped back to reality, intending to stop Li Kingman, but he was a moment too late. She had already taken all 3 boxes and hurled them into the sea. Splash, splash, splash. Before he could react, the sound of boxes hitting the water echoed, and the spoiled food was lost to the depths. Li Kingman, what are you doing? Fong Cheng's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Li Kingman. It was the first time he had ever raised his voice at her since he began serving under her command. Stunned, Li Kingman stood there in disbelief, clearly taken aback by his ire over the discarded, spoiled lunch. While astonishment coursed through her, indignation swiftly followed, compelling her to retort. Fong Chung, who do you think you were to shout at me like this? Why'd you throw them away? They were already spoiled and reeking, and keeping them around would only emit an unbearable stench. Don't you find that revolting? Yet, you can't just discard them carelessly. We are adrift at sea. Anything might prove crucial, even save our lives in a dire moment. How can you so easily toss aside those meals? The exchange between Fong Chung and Li Kingman was intense, marking the first clash after nearly 12 hours of solitude amidst the wreckage of the aircraft. One might have expected that, in such desperate straits, everyone would unite in a concerted effort for survival. Yet, this notion seemed overly optimistic. As human nature dictates that individuals possess distinct personalities, and such a brief period was insufficient to meld 2 disparate characters seamlessly. Consuming that rotten food would only lead to illness, hastening your demise. You claim it might serve a purpose. Then enlighten me. What purpose could it possibly have? Li Kingman believed her actions were for their mutual benefit, yet Fong Cheng's lack of understanding left her unsettled. He asserted loudly, "Why must we eat it? If we truly run out of provisions, it could serve as bait. We might use it to catch fish." Li Kingman looked at him in astonishment, suddenly realizing the validity of his point, a perspective she had overlooked. In this arduous struggle for survival, it was Fong Chung who first adjusted his mindset, acknowledging that to endure in such an environment necessitated the resourceful utilization of everything at their disposal. Though she felt a grudging acceptance of Fong Cheng's reasoning, Li Kingman was unwilling to concede her error before him. This created an inexplicable tension within her. As a superior, she had always maintained an authoritative demeanor, and now, being lectured over the matter of spoiled food left her feeling trapped with no way to gracefully retreat. Just as she contemplated how to extricate herself from this predicament, Fong Chung unexpectedly extended an apology. I apologize. I was hasty and spoke too harshly. I hope you won't take it to heart. I humph. You underestimate me. How could I possibly care about such trivial matters? Chapter 8. From whom to listen in the future in moments of tension, emotions can easily escalate. The incident that just transpired hardly warranted a quarrel. However, in their current circumstances, even the slightest friction could ignite fierce conflict. After regaining composure, Fong Chung was the first to express his apologies to Li Kingman for his earlier loss of control. Li Kingman cast a complex glance at Fong Chung. Had they been at the office, she would have reprimanded him sternly and assigned him a plethora of arduous tasks to ensure he fully regretted his actions. However, now, as they huddled together on a piece of aircraft wreckage, she understood that this was not the time to escalate their conflict, but rather to diffuse it and prioritize their survival. Never mind, you need not apologize. I, too, have erred in my judgment, failing to consider our current predicament. Li Kingman, for the first time, deviated from her usual aloof demeanor to extend an apology for her own missteps. Fong Chung gazed at her in disbelief. Throughout his time working under her, he had never witnessed this striking beauty admit to her faults. It was indeed a groundbreaking moment. Why are you staring at me? I have already apologized. Is there something else that displeases you? No, it's just that I never expected you would actually apologize. Li Kingman's finely arched brows furrowed tightly, her eyes flashing with irritation as she retorted, "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I wouldn't apologize?" Fong Chung chuckled awkwardly. In the past, had he been subjected to her icy rebukes at the office, he would have averted his gaze, too intimidated to respond. Yet, in the solitude of the aircraft wreckage, devoid of their hierarchical relationship, he discovered that Li Kingman, when riled, was not as fearsome as she seemed. In fact, there was a certain charm to her fury. Isn't that so? In the office, you always carry yourself with an air of superiority, your countenance as frigid as a block of ice from freezer, perpetually keeping others at bay. With this newfound boldness, Fong Chung shared the sentiments of their colleagues, revealing, "Do you know what everyone calls you? They've nicknamed you Mieju Sure Tai. You're the one who embodies Mieju Sure Tai." Li Kingman exclaimed, nearly choking with indignation. The audacity of her colleagues to bestow such an unflattering moniker upon her was infuriating. She pinched Fong Chung, demanding, "Tell me, was it you who came up with this?" I'll please let go," Fong Chung pleaded, raising his hands in surrender. "I swear by the sea, it was not me. If I'm lying, let a wave sweep me away and have a shark devour me." Li Kingman released her grip on the pained Fong Chung. Still simmering with anger, she declared, "If I find out who it was, they will not escape my wrath upon our return." With those words, an unexpected silence enveloped them. In that moment, both Li Kingman and Fong Chung fell into contemplation. Yes, they would eventually return, but for now, their only refuge lay within this small piece of aircraft debris. They could not foresee where the currents might carry them by dawn, or how they would ever find their way back. Let's not dwell on those thoughts. As long as we can survive, there will surely be a way to return. Indeed, Fong Chung timely intervened to halt the spread of pessimism. At that moment, he felt compelled to stand up, sensing that Li Kingman's arrogance and indifference were mere facades. Ultimately, she was just an ordinary individual, devoid of extraordinary powers. And like any normal person, her heart was equally fragile in the face of disaster. After a brief silence, Li Kingman spoke. "Let us engage in a discussion about survival." "Of course, what do you wish to convey?" Fong Chung replied. Li Kingman articulated, "In any relationship, there will inevitably be various conflicts and frictions." Fong Chung acknowledged, "I'm aware of that. Therefore, I believe we must remind ourselves to remain rational and composed at all times." Li Kingman gently shifted, leaning her back against the large box, which afforded her some comfort. The causes of conflict are manifold, yet these details have become irrelevant. There's no need to delve into them. What lies ahead is our commitment to avoid quarrels, to eschew the Cold War, and to communicate promptly. Can you manage that? Fong Chung reclined on the remnants of the aircraft, his hands cradling his head as he gazed at the resplendent starry sky, casually remarking, "I certainly have no issues with that. The key is whether you can." Li Kingman's cheeks flushed slightly, though the night concealed it well. With a hint of defiance, she responded, "Do not underestimate me. If you can achieve it, what reason do I have to falter?" "Very well. I shall remember your words. No quarrels, no Cold Wars, and prompt communication. These are the fundamental requirements to ensure our survival. As a small team, We require a leader to make decisive judgments in critical moments. Fang Cheng turned to observe Li Kingman and inquired, "What is your stance?" Li Kingman asserted, "In terms of planning, management, command, and leadership, I surpass you, and I have always been your superior. Therefore, I believe it is only fitting for me to assume the role of leader." Fang Cheng could not help but chuckle at her words, dismissing them. Li Kingman immediately adopted a stern expression, her icy gaze fixed on him as she solemnly questioned, "What is so amusing? Is this funny to you?" "No, I meant no offense. I was merely curious now. It is just the two of us. Do we really need to adhere to all those corporate protocols?" Fang Cheng replied, unconvinced. He mused that after their brief moment of sweetness following Li Kingman's rescue, the deeply rooted ideological differences between them had finally erupted. Such matters were ingrained within them, surfacing naturally once they distanced themselves from the brink of death. Li Kingman initially intended to argue with Fang Cheng, but upon reflecting on her own recently proposed demands, she suppressed her indignation. It would be contradictory for her to advocate for certain standards while failing to meet them herself, as that would undermine her credibility as a leader. "So, considering your current behavior, do you still believe my assertions are unnecessary?" In order to make Fang Cheng aware of his flawed reasoning, Li Kingman presented an example. "If every action or decision between us continues to be marred by unresolvable disputes, as it is now, then survival would be nothing but a farce for us. How would you like me to address you in the future? President, Li Zong, Li Boss, or perhaps BOSS?" Fang Cheng quipped with a teasing smile. Li Kingman, disregarding his jest, replied coldly, "There is no need for that. Those titles belong to a bygone era, a social hierarchy that has long since dissipated. Here is merely you and I. Please call me by my name." "Indeed, Kingman? That feels rather peculiar." It is Li Kingman. Chapter 9. Consuming flying fish raw, they swayed atop the remnants of the aircraft throughout the night, unaware of how they managed to endure until the first light of dawn painted the eastern horizon. It was a torturous night for both Fang Cheng and Li Kingman. In the chilling darkness, they dared not move, fearing that a great wave might overturn the wreckage, or that they might inadvertently slip into the sea while asleep. In short, this night was a profound ordeal for both. As the sun rose above the horizon, it appeared as a fiery orb of crimson, casting a gentle warmth rather than an intrusive glare. Before long, the surface of the ocean was bathed in the sanguine light of dawn, and both Fang Cheng and Li Kingman gradually opened their eyes. "How did you sleep last night?" Fang Cheng stretched lazily and followed with a tremendous yawn. "Terribly," Li Kingman replied, her eyes still red from a night devoid of slumber. Fearful of plunging into the ocean, she had to rely on a large box for support, an utterly uncomfortable position that left her spine feeling rigid. Fang Cheng suggested, "Why not sleep a little longer? I can keep watch over you." "Thank you, but that won't be necessary." Li Kingman recognized his good intentions, yet she found it quite awkward to have a man watching her while she slept. As time gradually passed, the two remained seated on the debris of the aircraft, gazing longingly toward the horizon, yearning for the moment they might catch sight of land or an island. Though no land or island appeared, their stomachs began to growl in protest, having gone over 15 hours since their last meal. Fang Cheng, having exerted considerable energy, felt on the verge of madness from hunger. He opened a large box, which contained seawater and housed 3 unfortunate flying fish they had encountered the previous night. Countless flying fish had darted past them, many colliding with the wreckage. After realizing that the in-flight meal was no longer an option, Fang Cheng hastily captured as many flying fish as he could from the debris. The fish appeared to be in a poor state within the box, some barely clinging to life. If they did not address this predicament soon, it would lead to a certain demise for the fish. "Are we really going to eat these flying fish?" Li Kingman looked at Fang Cheng incredulously. While she had indeed savored salmon and tuna sashimi, the thought of consuming these unprocessed live fish was a hurdle she could not overcome. Fang Qingzi understood that at this juncture, forcefully pressuring Li Kingman would yield no results. The only feasible course of action was to set an example, demonstrating to Li Kingman that in the current predicament, survival necessitated consuming these flying fish. Truth be told, Fang Qingzi himself was uncertain whether the flying fish were safe to eat, yet he was so famished that he felt dizzy, his stomach ablaze with hunger, and his body weak and feeble. At this moment, food intake was imperative. "Perhaps not." Li Kingman repeatedly shook her head. "It's fine, watch me eat," Fang Qingzi declared. Resolute in his intent to provide an example for Li Kingman, he he resolved to take the plunge. He recalled those wilderness survival documentaries he had watched, where individuals on the brink of death would consume anything. Today, he would do the same. With this thought, Fong Qingzi steeled himself, grasping a flying fish from the box, gripping it tightly with both hands before sinking his teeth into the head and body of the fish with ferocity. Ugh! The moment he bit through the fish's skin, a wave of metallic tang mixed with the fish's slimy texture flooded his mouth, almost causing him to retch. Li Qingmin, observing Fong Qingzi gnawing on the flying fish, felt a chill run down her spine, as if witnessing a primitive being devouring flesh before her. Unconsciously, she shifted slightly away. It was no simple task to sever the fish's head with mere teeth. Fong Qingzi had to repeatedly bite and tug at it, each mouthful flooding his senses with that fishy taste. After a struggle, he finally managed to tear the fish in two. At this moment, Fong Qingzi was left with bloodied lips, and Li Qingmin's eyes brimmed with tears. She could hardly bear the thought of having to bite into a fish as Fong Qingzi had done. Fong Qingzi's expression contorted. To be honest, the experience of consuming a live fish was far from pleasant. Nonetheless, he had to compel himself to try and swallow the flying fish, for only thus could he gain the strength necessary to continue surviving. Fong Qingzi, Li Qingmin covered her mouth, startled by his appearance. It's not bad. The taste is better than I expected, he replied, forcing a smile, though the sight of his gaping mouth smeared with blood was undeniably frightening. He had no intention of consuming the fish's head, setting it aside for potential future use. He then inserted his fingers into the severed opening, clearing out the fish's innards and rinsing them with seawater. After careful preparation, a clean fish lay before him. Would you like to have a taste? Fong Qingzi offered the prepared flying fish to Li Qingmin. No, please take it away. Li Qingmin hastily waved her hands, her expression filled with fear at the thought of coming into contact with the clean fish. Very well, I shall eat first. Seeing Li Qingmin's reluctance to try, Fong Qingzi resigned himself to consume it alone. Gazing at the raw flying fish, he was acutely aware that eating raw food in the wilderness could be perilous, likely leading to diarrhea or parasitic infections. However, in comparison, fish meat was relatively safe. Mollusks and shellfish should never be consumed raw, as the risk of parasites in these was significantly higher than in fish. Fish meat, on the other hand, was considerably safer. Stealing another glance at Li Qingmin, who still appeared thoroughly startled, Fong Cheng found himself unable to dwell on her discomfort. His body was relentlessly issuing commands, and, at that moment, he felt on the verge of collapse from hunger, necessitating immediate sustenance. With a sharp intake of breath, Fong Cheng bit into the flying fish, tearing off a chunk of its raw flesh and chewing it with his eyes closed. Initially, the fish's pungent taste was quite unpleasant, even somewhat overwhelming, nearly prompting him to expel it. However, after enduring that arduous initial moment, he discovered that the flesh of the flying fish, while slightly sour, was not as bad as he had anticipated. It was possible that his hunger had dulled his sensitivity to flavors, rendering him less discerning about the taste of food. Once he deemed it acceptable, he voraciously consumed the fish, ultimately leaving only the fins and tail. After swallowing the entire fish, he burped, the lingering fishy taste filling his mouth. Fortunately, the fish had provided a considerable amount of energy, significantly alleviating his gnawing hunger. Would you like some? Fong Cheng inquired as he prepared to catch a second flying fish, intending to replicate his earlier method. I'll pass, you can have it all, Li Qingmin replied. Despite her own hunger, she found herself unable to overcome her inner conflict, watching the fish struggle in Fong Cheng's grasp, and could not force herself to eat it. This time, Fong Cheng skillfully filleted the second flying fish, and after cleaning it, devoured it eagerly. The unpleasant fishy odor transformed into a surprisingly delightful flavor as he chewed. Observing Fong Cheng relish the meal, Li Qingmin could not help but swallow hard, her cheeks flushing as she softly scolded, "You can eat, but must you always make that noise?" In Chapter 10, The Freshwater Crisis, under Li Qingmin's complaints, Fong Cheng finished off the second flying fish. Witnessing him enjoy his meal so thoroughly, it almost seemed like a culinary delight, igniting in the famished Li Qingmin a fleeting desire to try it herself. Perhaps. The flying fish was indeed palatable. Fong Cheng, is it truly edible? She asked quietly. It's decent, not quite as good as salmon, he replied. Would you like to give it a try? I can prepare one for you. This time, Li Kingman nodded, not for any particular reason other than her overwhelming hunger, which could easily eclipse her pride and reservations. Seeing her willingness to try, Fong Chung beamed with satisfaction as he skillfully prepared the last flying fish and handed it to her. As she took the fish from his hands, Li Kingman instantly regretted her decision. The soft, sticky texture and the pinkish raw flesh in her hands, paired with the potent fishy aroma wafting up to her nose, made her question whether she could truly consume it raw. Several times, she brought the flying fish to her lips, only to hesitate at the last moment, unable to bring herself to take a bite. Just take a bite. It will help replenish your energy, Fong Chung urged, a hint of schadenfreude bubbling beneath the surface. Eagerly anticipating the sight of his proud superior consuming raw fish, Li Kingman was acutely aware that these were extraordinary times, and that survival necessitated any action. She promptly closed her eyes and thrust the flying fish in her mouth, biting down forcefully. The reaction was immediate and intense. She retched violently, unable to endure the overpowering fishy odor that engulfed her, leaving her feeling nauseous and distressed. Leaning over the edge of the aircraft wreckage, she expelled the contents of her stomach in disarray. Observing her discomfort, Fong Chung, who had initially hoped for some amusement, was now filled with concern for her mental state. Fearing it might shatter, after a prolonged bout of vomiting, Li Kingman finally returned to a sitting position. Her pallid complexion indicated that this attempt at consuming raw flying fish had not imparted any energy to her. Rather, it had rendered her even weaker. I apologize. I did not anticipate such a severe reaction, Fong Chung murmured. There is no need for apologies. In this dire environment, every action taken for survival is a necessity, Li Kingman replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a result of her earlier distress. Yet, she had never been one to exhibit fragility. Once she resolved to fight for her life, she would not permit herself to display vulnerability. Fong Chung, filled with sympathy, suggested, if you cannot consume the flying fish, perhaps you can let me have it. Li Kingman's eyes sparkled with determination as she gritted her teeth and declared, I can do it. What you can accomplish, I can as well. With that, she rinsed the gutted fish in the seawater before once again placing it in her mouth. This time, she did not immediately retch, but instead clenched her eyes shut, her expression one of agony as she valiantly chewed, striving to swallow the fish. Witnessing her struggle to consume the flying fish, Fong Chung experienced a profound shift in his perception of this female superior. Such an endeavor might be beyond the capability of an ordinary woman. Yet Li Kingman had succeeded, and her resolve was truly admirable. After finishing the fish, silence enveloped them. Li Kingman was still reeling from the experience of eating raw fish, while Fong Chung quietly awaited the reaction in his stomach. In truth, consuming raw fish is an exceedingly perilous act, and without any medical assistance, the risk of parasitic infection could be tantamount to a death sentence. However, at that moment, both Fong Chung and Li Kingman were but a step away from the brink of death, compelling them to undertake this perilous gamble. As noon approached and several hours passed, neither experienced any symptoms of diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting, which could be considered a stroke of luck. Fong Cheng's anxious heart finally found some solace. The path to survival was fraught with difficulty. Even though they had not encountered issues from the raw fish, the relentless sun continued to scorch them, threatening to peel away their very skin. After enduring an entire day of relentless exposure to the sun, the exposed skin of both individuals had turned a vivid shade of crimson. Their hands, feet, and faces appeared as though they had been roasted. In more severe areas, such as the nape of their necks, the sunburnt skin had begun to peel, revealing tender new skin that continued to be scorched under the blazing sun. The searing pain reminiscent of being burned by fire was almost unbearable, and whenever sweat trickled onto the freshly revealed skin, it elicited winces of agony. I feel as if I am dying of thirst. Let's drink some water, Li Kingman exclaimed, clutching her parched throat that felt as though it might ignite. The last 2 bottles of water in their possession had become her lifeline. Fong Chung, equally thirsty, harbored his reservations. Those 2 bottles represented the only fresh water they had left. To consume them now would signify that they would have no further replenishment, leaving them entirely at the mercy of fate. Noticing Fong Cheng's silence, the desperate Li Kingman grew impatient and asked, When do you intend to save this water for? Fong Chung replied, I merely believe this is our final supply of fresh water. Unless absolutely necessary, I wish to refrain from consuming it. If we cannot endure now, what hope do we have for the future? Li Qingmin countered. You are correct. Fang Cheng conceded. In extreme conditions, while a person could survive 4 to 5 days without food, the continuous evaporation of bodily fluids under the sun's harsh rays meant that, without prompt rehydration, they might not even last a single day. Understanding this, Fang Cheng ultimately acquiesced to Li Qingmin's suggestion. However, they opted for a frugal approach, opening only one bottle and sharing its contents, leaving the final bottle untouched. Yet, it became painfully evident that both had overly optimistic expectations regarding the efficacy of that half bottle. The sweltering heat mercilessly baked the surface of the sea, and sweat poured incessantly from their bodies. After a few hours, Li Qingmin began exhibiting symptoms of heat stroke. Leaning against the box, she suddenly swayed, teetering dangerously close to falling into the ocean. But Fang Cheng, quick-witted and agile, managed to pull her back from the brink. Alarmed by her pallid complexion devoid of color, her lips unnaturally pale and her body burning like a flame, Fang Cheng panicked. Li Qingmin, I feel so dizzy, she murmured, supporting her forehead. Do not speak. This must be heat stroke, Fang Cheng responded, promptly removing his shirt. He draped one end over the box while holding the other end in his hand, creating a small patch of shade to shield her head from the sun's direct rays. He then retrieved the last bottle of water, attempting to coax Li Qingmin to drink. That is our last water. You should save it for yourself, she weakly protested, forcing her eyes open to glance at the bottle in his hand. I may not last much longer. Do not waste the water on me. Do not speak of such things. Just open your mouth, he insisted. At that moment, Fang Cheng had not considered that this was their final bottle of water. His sole thought was to save Li Qingmin at all costs. Chapter 11, A Life-Saving Rain Gulp. Gulp. Fang Cheng positioned Li Qingmin's head on his lap, gradually pouring the precious water into her mouth. In addition to providing her with water, he unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her shirt and fanned her with his hand, hoping to swiftly reduce Li Qingmin's body temperature. After a tense rescue effort, her complexion finally ceased to be as alarming as it had initially appeared. Her cheeks regained their color, and her eyes gradually fluttered open. This must be our last bottle of water, was Li Qingmin's first utterance upon regaining consciousness, her expression rife with regret and helplessness, even perceiving the use of this water on herself as a waste. Do not concern yourself with such thoughts. I will ensure your safety, Fang Cheng asserted, alarmed by the despair evident in Li Qingmin's tone, indicating her loss of will to continue living. When one's physical condition deteriorates, their resolve often becomes exceedingly fragile. At this moment, Fang Cheng knew he must provide Li Qingmin with unwavering support to prevent her from losing hope. To expedite her recovery, he administered the remaining water from the bottle to her. After consuming an entire bottle of water, coupled with Fang Cheng's attentive care, Li Qingmin finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. Nonetheless, she remained breathless and feeble, relying on a large box for support. Fang Cheng, thank you for saving me once again. In this critical juncture between life and death, Li Qingmin recognized the profound selflessness in Fang Cheng's decision to offer his last bottle of water to her, and she was deeply moved by his gesture. Without him, she might have perished multiple times by now. Saving you is akin to saving myself. There is no need for excessive contemplation. I trust you would act similarly, Fang Cheng replied, not wishing to elevate himself to a pedestal of nobility. He simply could not bear to witness a life extinguished before his eyes. Furthermore, amidst the vastness of the ocean, having Li Qingmin as a companion, however tenuous, provided some semblance of solace. Should she depart, he feared he might not endure much longer. Fang Cheng, I think perhaps I have harbored some misunderstandings about you in the past. What is done is done. It is no longer significant. The sole concern for us now is survival, Fang Cheng asserted, shaking his head. Regardless of their previous conflicts, they were bygone matters. The relentless sun bore down upon them, causing them to perspire profusely, the evaporation of sweat exacerbating their dehydration, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Having just given a last bottle of water to Li Qingmin, Fang Cheng had not consumed a single drop. At that moment, he felt the excruciating pangs of thirst, as though his throat were ablaze and his lips cracked with dry skin. Observing Fang Cheng's condition, Li Qingmin felt a profound sense of guilt and remarked, "If this continues, neither of us may survive. You should not have saved me." Let go of such thoughts. We will endure this, Fong Chung insisted. Though his gaze had drifted toward the nearby sea, its shimmering surface appearing tantalizingly inviting. He yearned to lean down and sip from it. Yet he was acutely aware of the briny taste of seawater. Should he succumb to the temptation, he feared it would hasten his demise. Have you noticed the wind has turned cooler? The sea breeze tousled Li Kingman's long hair, and suddenly she seemed to sense something. The wind carried a hint of chill. Upon hearing this, Fong Chung promptly sat up straight, closed his eyes, and allowed himself to feel the refreshing sea breeze, which indeed brought a touch of coolness. Before long, a thick bank of clouds appeared before them, accumulating to block the blinding sunlight, casting a dimness over the sea. The waves surged, resembling white fish leaping from the water. It's gonna rain, Fong Chung exclaimed with excitement. Li Kingman, forgetting her usual demure demeanor, burst into joyous laughter. A drop of ice-cold rain struck Li Kingman's face, followed by a torrential downpour that created a mist upon the sea's surface. Immersed in the rain, the two were so elated they forgot themselves. Their spirits soared like a parched land receiving much-needed rain. This life-giving downpour instantly revitalized the two weary souls. Although rainwater is generally considered unclean and not safe to drink directly, at that moment, who would care? Even the dirtiest rainwater was still fresh water, capable of saving their lives in a time of peril. Fong Chung tilted his head back, opening his mouth wide, eager to catch as much rainwater as possible. Li Kingman followed suit, mimicking Fong Chung in her quest to collect the rain. Upon seeing each other's comical predicament, they both erupted in laughter. Initially, Fong Chung had not paid much attention to the scene before him, but when their eyes met, he noticed the rain had soaked Li Kingman's shirt, rendering her white blouse somewhat translucent, revealing tantalizing hints of what lay beneath. This sight was far more direct than any other. Li Kingman's alluring figure captivated Fong Chung's gaze. What are you waiting for? Hurry and collect the rainwater. In her blissful state, Li Kingman remained oblivious to Fong Chung's gaze. Perhaps it was fortunate, as it spared him from embarrassment. He quickly opened the aluminum box and, along with the leftover empty bottles, endeavored to collect as much rainwater as possible. The rain over the ocean arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, lasting no more than half an hour. This timely downpour ceased, and sunlight once again pierced through the thick clouds, restoring the sea to its previous brilliant clarity. Fong Chung and Li Kingman still felt somewhat unsatisfied as the refreshing rain came to an end. They gathered around the box, pouring the collected rainwater into the bottles, with the remaining water stored in the box. This rain has saved our lives. Fong Chung relaxed, reclining against the wreckage of the plane, with the rainwater they had gathered. At least for a short time, they need not worry about dying of thirst. After the heavy rain, Li Kingman discovered a troublesome predicament. Her clothes were completely drenched, clinging to her skin uncomfortably. Unlike Fong Chung, she could not simply remove her top to lay it out on the wreckage to dry. Under the scorching sun, the moisture in her wet clothes began to evaporate, creating a sauna-like atmosphere. Hot, humid, and sticky. This sensation was exceedingly uncomfortable and, moreover, quite embarrassing to admit. What is wrong with you? Fong Chung discerned something peculiar about Li Kingman. With a flushed face, she shook her head and replied, "It's nothing. Just ignore me. Isn't it uncomfortable to wear wet clothes? Why don't you take yours off as well?" Fong Chung raised his hand in a solemn vow, assuring her that he would turn away and not look. Embarrassment painted Li Kingman's cheeks crimson as she retorted, "That's none of your business." Chapter 12. Tropical storm. The weather over the ocean is notoriously capricious. One moment it basks in sunshine, and the next it is drenched in torrential rain. For Fong Chung and Li Kingman, this rain is a life-saving elixir. Each time it pours, they scramble to collect the precious water, fortunate to have a well-sealed large box nearby to store their bounty. However, the unpredictable climate is not entirely beneficial. While they need not fret over drinking water for the time being, the relentless cycle of heavy rain followed by scorching sun has left them utterly exhausted. Li Kingman's pallid complexion revealed her fatigue. The downpour had drained her strength, and the damp garments clung to her skin, exacerbated by the searing sun. If this continued, illness was imminent. Fong Chung observed her plight, feeling helpless as he could do nothing to alter the weather conditions at sea. "Are we at the equator?" Li Kingman asked weakly. "With no landmarks, it's impossible to determine our position. Given this sudden rain, it is highly likely that we have ventured into tropical waters. Fong Chung responded. Li Kingman looked at him in surprise, her tone tinged with admiration. You seem to know quite a bit. Fong Chung chuckled heartily. It's all from books. Who would have thought I'd ever put it to use? Are we really drifting towards the southern hemisphere? Hard to say. Perhaps we are. They engaged in a light conversation, striving to keep the atmosphere from growing dull. After about an hour, the weather finally stabilized, ceasing its erratic shifts from sun to rain. Exhausted by the elements, Li Kingman took a moment to catch her breath and sighed. At last, it won't rain anymore. Fong Chung, reclining with his hands behind his head, replied, Indeed, we can finally enjoy a brief respite. The sea breeze tousled Li Kingman's long hair, which danced in the wind, still damp from the rain. Behind her, the sun gradually descended, creating a picturesque scene. For Fong Chung, this was a moment of beauty. To find oneself in dire circumstances, yet accompanied by a stunningly alluring superior, was a twist of fate, a whimsical compensation from the heavens. Why do you keep staring at me? Li Kingman noticed his gaze, shooting him a sharp look as a rebuttal to his indiscreet behavior. Caught off guard by her direct confrontation, Fong Chung quickly averted his eyes, lowering his head to murmur, No, I wasn't. I was just observing the wind direction. Oh, really? Li Kingman's lips curled into a playful smile, clearly unconvinced by his clumsy excuse. Fong Chung, feeling the pressure, insisted. Of course, understanding our direction is crucial. Li Kingman inquired, What have you observed? At present, the situation remains ambiguous. In the exchange between the two, Fong Chung quickly found himself at a disadvantage, as he always appeared somewhat reserved in the presence of Li Kingman, occasionally exhibiting signs of nervousness. This reaction seems typical among many single men. When faced with a striking beauty, they often become tongue-tied. A hint of satisfaction flickered across Li Kingman's face, for once again, she had rendered Fong Chung speechless, evoking memories of their previous arguments. However, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. Something seems off, Fong Chung suddenly remarked. What do you mean? What seems off? Li Kingman inquired, puzzled. I mean, the wind speed appears to be unusually high. As he spoke, Fong Chung dipped his hand into the sea, sensing the current's velocity. He furrowed his brow and continued. This must be the result of strong winds. The current is flowing much faster than usual. Li Kingman, still confused, pressed, No. What exactly is off about what you said? Fong Chung explained, the recent rainstorm, coupled with the current strong winds, is likely influenced by a tropical depression. Could you simplify that for me? To put it plainly, we have entered the vicinity of the tropical depression, and if it continues to intensify, we may encounter a tropical storm. Fong Cheng's expression was grave. There was no jest in his words. If they were indeed to face a tropical storm, relying solely on the wreckage of the aircraft, the likelihood of survival would be, to put it bluntly, non-existent. A tropical storm? Indeed. Li Kingman sensed Fong Cheng's tension and understood he was not joking. Although her knowledge of meteorology was limited, she was aware that a tropical storm could escalate into a severe tropical storm and eventually evolve into a typhoon. As they spoke, the wind grew increasingly fierce, and the current quickened. The gusts tangled Li Kingman's hair, intensifying their anxiety. Suddenly, Fong Chung removed his shirt, revealing his sunburned torso. What are you doing? Li Kingman instinctively turned her head away, feeling hesitant to gaze at him. Without responding, Fong Chung forcefully tore his shirt, meticulously shredding it into several long strips. If we truly encounter a tropical storm, this aircraft wreckage will be utterly inadequate. To prevent us from becoming separated in the tempest, we should tie ourselves together. Fong Chung rationalized his actions, uncertain of what a storm would entail, but resolute in ensuring Li Kingman remained by his side. In the vastness of the ocean, separation would equate to certain doom. Binding themselves together would guarantee they would not be apart in the storm. To put it starkly, if they were to perish, they would do so side by side. Then let me tie us up. No, I refuse. Li Kingman, unaccustomed to having her body touched by men, instinctively pushed his hand away when Fong Chung attempted to secure her wrist. With her hand forcefully rejected, she looked at him with confusion and remarked, I do not believe this is a sound plan. I understand that you may find this somewhat peculiar. Allow me to clarify that I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish for us not to become separated amidst the tempest. This is a critical moment, necessitating extraordinary measures. I apologize, but I am still unaccustomed to being tethered to a man. Fong Cheng's plan to bind the two of us together encountered staunch resistance from Li Kingman. who deemed his actions utterly unnecessary. As they conversed, a sudden wave surged forth, violently shaking the remnants of the aircraft. Before the word rescue could escape, Li Qingmin was swept into the sea. Seeing her fall, Feng Cheng was seized by alarm. The rising winds and tumultuous waters threatened that once submerged, she might never resurface. Chapter 13. The Island on the Horizon. Li Qingmin. Feng Cheng cried out, clinging to the wreckage of the plane. The waves were fierce, and any misstep could send him plunging into the depths as well. Witnessing the sudden disappearance of Li Qingmin, who had just been engaged in spirited debate with him, filled his heart with urgency. The undercurrents roiled beneath the surface, and he had to locate Li Qingmin immediately and bring her back to safety. A wave crashed, revealing a silhouette within its grasp, undoubtedly Li Qingmin, ensnared by the ocean's depths. Each passing second increased her peril, though diving into such treacherous waters was inherently dangerous. Feng Cheng had no alternative. He had to save her. A pressing dilemma loomed before him. Should he plunge into the water, regardless of whether he could rescue Li Qingmin? The wreckage could be swept away by the waves, leaving them both to confront survival alone. Fortunately, he still possessed the prepared strip of fabric. Swiftly, he tied one end to the wreckage and the other around his wrist. After securing everything, Feng Cheng took a deep breath before immersing himself in the water. With a splash, he plunged beneath the surface. Immediately, a powerful current threatened to carry him away, but the fabric tethered to his wrist allowed him to regain his footing after a brief struggle. Submerged in the dim, frigid depths, the twilight hours rendered visibility poor. Feng Cheng strained to open his eyes, searching for Li Qingmin's location. Suddenly, a figure drifted past him. With quick reflexes, he reached out and grasped it tightly. Upon closer inspection, relief washed over him. It was indeed Li Qingmin, engulfed by the depths. Her eyes were wide open, reflecting her desperate struggle. Her face etched with terror and despair. The abrupt plunge into the sea had instilled in her an overwhelming fear. Just when her hopes seemed utterly extinguished, Feng Cheng appeared before her, his hands clutching her firmly, pulling her back from the brink of oblivion. Silence reigned beneath the water. Feng Cheng had no time to comfort Li Qingmin. In that critical moment, he had to hasten their ascent to the surface and return to the remnants of the aircraft that had become their only refuge. Having consumed little sustenance, his physical strength was nearly depleted. At that moment, struggling in the water was an arduous task. Merely returning to the wreckage of the airplane proved exceedingly challenging, let alone bearing the weight of an adult woman. After several futile attempts to hoist himself onto the debris, Feng Cheng found his confidence waning, overwhelmed by despair. Perhaps meeting his end at the ocean's depths was his destined fate. Feng Cheng, let me go, Li Qingmin implored, her eyes brimming with regret and self-reproach. If only she had heeded Feng Cheng's warnings earlier, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. Silence. Feng Cheng's mood was far from buoyant, and he had no desire to hear Li Qingmin's demoralizing words. I will not release you. Even in death, we shall face it together. His voice resonated like thunder, each word piercing through her ears. She gazed at the seemingly inconspicuous man before her, a figure she had never truly regarded in her professional life. To Li Qingmin, Feng Cheng was merely an ordinary man, lacking the allure of the powerful and wealthy suitors who typically pursued her. Yet in that fleeting moment, as he uttered those words, her heart unexpectedly raced. It was an indescribable sensation. She no longer perceived Feng Cheng as an ordinary individual. Perhaps he was indeed unlike anyone else. Submerged in the saline embrace of the sea, Feng Cheng held Li Qingmin tightly around the waist with one arm, while using the other to grasp the wreckage of the airplane. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, a sudden wave surged forth, lifting him high. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Cheng swiftly clambered atop the debris and summoned every ounce of strength to pull Li Qingmin from the water. Having narrowly escaped death, the two lay exhausted on the wreckage, devoid of any remaining strength. After approximately half an hour, they gradually regained some vitality. Li Qingmin struggled to sit up, first expressing her gratitude to Feng Cheng, then offering her apologies. I should have listened to you sooner. It would have spared us this peril. Enough. Let us bind ourselves together, Feng Cheng replied, too fatigued to dwell on past grievances. His sole focus was to lie still, attempting to recuperate before the true tempest approached. This time, it was Li Qingmin who took the initiative, using strips of cloth to tie their hands together. What about the box? Suddenly, Fang Chung sat up, a chilling realization dawning upon him. The box? What box? Li Kingmin surveyed the wreckage, only to discover that the large aluminum box was nowhere to be seen. With a resounding thud, Fang Chung struck the wreckage in frustration, startling Li Kingmin. In his haste to rescue her, he had neglected the box, which had likely been swept away by the turbulent waves. In that box lay the precious fresh water, painstakingly collected, the sole hope for survival for the two amidst the vast ocean. Yet now the box was lost, and with it, all semblance of hope. "I am sorry." Li Kingmin finally relinquished her pride, apologizing to Fang Chung with palpable guilt. Fang Chung gazed regretfully at the sky. Though he felt a tinge of resentment towards Li Kingmin for the loss of the box, his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to endure this dire situation. There was little else to be done. The box was gone, but fortunately, they were still alive. Well, let's not dwell on this. At least we have not reached the brink of despair. Let us conserve our strength and prepare for the impending tropical storm. The sky grew tumultuous, and the sea roiled with swells, the wind gaining ferocity. The wreckage of the plane on which they stood swayed precariously, threatening to plunge into the depths at any moment. Fang Chung furrowed his brow, aware that the tropical storm was intensifying, and he and Li Kingmin were heading toward the cyclone's eye, a perilous path fraught with peril. "Look ahead." Suddenly, Li Kingmin's excited voice pierced through the chaos, her finger pointing eagerly toward the horizon. Fang Chung followed her gaze and beheld a dark mass rising above the surface of the ocean, an exhilarating discovery that filled them with hope. "What is that? Is it an island?" Li Kingmin exclaimed with enthusiasm. "It is quite possible. If it is an island, then we are saved." Hope shone brightly in Fang Cheng's eyes. Chapter 14. A leap between life and death overcome with uncontainable joy. Fang Chung and Li Kingmin embraced amidst the wreckage, tears of elation streaming down their faces. It was a moment of sheer bliss, a resurgence of sunlight breaking through the clouds of despair that had engulfed them. That island had pulled them from the depths of hopelessness. The distant island became their lifeline, and fortuitously, their drift was leading them directly toward it. As the winds howled ever louder, the small plane wreck seemed on the verge of being overturned. Fang Chung and Li Kingmin pressed themselves at either end, using their weight to anchor the remains. As they drew closer to the island, their spirits soared once more in jubilant cheers. It was indeed an island, a revelation that allowed Fang Chung to exhale in relief. For moments earlier, he had only glimpsed a shadow on the horizon, unsure if it was merely an illusion. But now, the confirmation of land meant the end of their aimless drifting at sea. "We are moving swiftly." Li Kingmin, her hands braced against the wreckage, wore a strained expression. The waves were fierce, and she had to concentrate to maintain her balance, lest she be swept overboard again. "But the direction is correct. The island is right before us." Fang Chung was no less burdened, continuously adjusting his center of gravity with the undulating waves, striving to keep the wreckage steady against the tempest. The time was dusk, and the sky was shrouded in a gray haze, with only the fierce wind ceaselessly blowing. Thus far, everything was progressing favorably. The two individuals were drawing ever closer to the island, a complete and distinctly visible silhouette emerging within their sight. "Fang Chung, we are getting closer to that island." Li Kingmin's voice brimmed with uncontainable joy. The distance, by rough estimation, was still about 1,000 meters. Although they were nearing the island, Fang Chung dared not to relax in the slightest. Swimming this distance was impossible. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, all would be rendered futile, and he and Li Kingmin would ultimately succumb to the depths of the sea. Fang Cheng's expression was tense. His brows knitted together as he attentively monitored the wind's direction and the current of the water. 800 meters, 600 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters. The pair dared not make a sound, their gazes fixated on the island, wishing the waves would propel them faster toward their destination. Suddenly, Fang Cheng's countenance shifted dramatically. He realized the wind direction had changed. What had previously pushed them straight toward the island was now veering them west-northwest. "Our course has deviated." Fang Chung shouted in despair. "What do we do now?" Li Kingmin's eyes became vacant, devoid of light. The dramatic highs and lows of life had struck too suddenly. In one moment, hope had flourished, and in the next, it was cruelly crushed. The deviation was evident to the naked eye, and the distance between them and the island was gradually increasing. Fate seemed to mock Fang Chung and Li Kingmin. As the wreckage of the plane they occupied began to drift away from the island's periphery, Unable to contain her despair, Li Kingman burst into tears. If this island had never appeared, if they had never come so close, she could have resigned herself to her fate with some semblance of peace. Yet now, when they were so near to making landfall, the wind pushed them away, a blow she could scarcely endure. I do not want to die. I do not wish to perish like this. We will not die. Fong Chung grasped Li Kingman's hand, the warmth of his palm offering her a glimmer of encouragement. The sea breeze continued to guide them away from the island, and at this rate, they would pass by it in less than a minute. Look there! Fong Chung suddenly pointed ahead, where a stretch of beach jutted into the sea at an angle before them. This beach resembled a small tail of the island, extending straight into the water. It was this protruding sandy expanse that once again afforded Fong Chung and Li Kingman a glimmer of hope for survival. In that moment, Fong Chung profoundly understood the meaning of the saying that there is always a way out. As long as one does not give up, the heavens will not forsake one either. The distance to the island was now approximately 300 meters, and with that stretch of beach extending into the sea, it meant that Fong Chung and Li Kingman would only need to swim about 50 meters to reach the island. We must jump. What? Jump? Fong Chung declared, indeed. The only path to survival before us is to leap into the sea and swim across. Li Kingman cast a glance at the tumultuous waves beneath her feet. The sun was nearing its descent below the horizon, leaving only a final vestige of twilight in the sky, as darkness rapidly enveloped the surroundings. The abyssal waters held unknown terrors, waiting to greet her. Must I truly jump? Li Kingman hesitated, uncertain as she looked at Fong Chung. Remaining on the wreckage of the aircraft, at least for now, guaranteed her safety, whereas plunging into the ocean could very well lead to her demise. Standing at the crossroads of fate, further indecision would only cause the opportunity for survival to slip away. Time was of the essence. Fong Chung took the initiative to grasp Li Kingman's hand, and with a determined leap, they plunged into the sea. The icy waters surged in from all directions, and Fong Chung could no longer recall how many times he had found himself submerged. The sensation of being enveloped by the sea was undeniably unpleasant. The surging currents beneath the surface were formidable, swiftly separating Fong Chung from Li Kingman. Fortunately, they were both tied together by cloth strips around their wrists, preventing them from becoming lost in the depths. After a struggle, Fong Chung managed to grasp Li Kingman and propelled them toward the surface with all his strength. Emerging from the water, both exhaled long sighs of relief, yet there was no time for complacency. Jumping into the sea was merely the first step. They now needed to swim toward the island. Can you swim? Fong Chung inquired. Yes, Li Kingman replied. Just follow my lead, don't be afraid. Okay. They were approximately 50 meters from the island. In such turbulent conditions, swimming even 10 meters was a considerable test of endurance. However, with the wreckage of the aircraft having vanished beneath the waves, their options were limited. They had no choice but to strive with all their might toward the island. Suddenly, as they fought against the waves, Li Kingman let out a terrified scream. Fong Cheng's heart raced, and he shouted, "What is wrong?" Trembling with fear, Li Kingman stammered. Something just brushed against me. Chapter 15. Landing on the island, Li Kingman's experience sent a chill down Fong Chung's spine. No one could ascertain what lurked in the frigid, dark waters. The mere thought of sharks was enough to instill dread, posing a lethal threat to both of them. Yet, fear and panic left them powerless against whatever lay beneath the surface. In their current predicament, they could scarcely ensure their own safety. A moment's inattention could see them swept away by the waves. They had to remain focused on reaching the island. Don't be afraid, nothing will happen. Fong Chung reassured Li Kingman, also seeking to comfort himself. Typically, sharks do not attack humans unless provoked by the scent of blood. All Fong Chung could do was hope that luck would be on their side, praying they wouldn't be torn apart by a shark at this critical moment. The surrounding darkness obscured all, rendering the contents of the water a mystery. It was perhaps best to assume that whatever dangers existed were non-existent. Before him loomed the silhouette of the island, and nothing else mattered. Suddenly, it seemed as though Fankian's toes had grazed the sandy shore. This revelation filled him with euphoric delight. If his toes could indeed touch the sand, he could stride upon it and reach the island. In order to ascertain whether he had truly encountered the beach, Fangxian desperately propelled himself forward for another 2 meters, straining to extend his toes and make contact. Indeed, this time, he truly felt the soft, fine grains of sand beneath him. I have stepped onto the beach. I have stepped onto the beach. We are saved. Fang Qian cried out in a frenzy. Never had he felt such exhilaration in his life. After drifting upon the sea for countless days, to once again feel solid ground beneath his feet was an indescribable ecstasy, overwhelming him to the point of tears. With renewed vigor, Fang Qian advanced across the sand, quickly dragging Li Qingmin to his side. Li Qingmin, not as tall as Fang Qian, had to tilt her head back to keep her face above the water. Though her posture appeared somewhat awkward, it did nothing to diminish her overwhelming joy at this newfound chance at life. Like Fang Qian, she could not contain her tears, sobbing openly in sheer relief. Who could fathom the immense pressure they had endured until that very moment, repeatedly clawing their way back from the brink of death? Now, at last, their efforts bore fruit. Reluctant to linger in the water any longer, they valiantly moved forward on the sand until their upper bodies emerged completely from the waves. That moment marked their true liberation. Ah! Fang Qian, like a wild man, danced and shouted, pulling Li Qingmin as they rushed toward the shore. The distance from the shallow waters to the beach spanned just a few meters, yet it felt interminable. Farewell to the days of drifting on the ocean. The sensation of solid ground was unparalleled. No longer would they be confined to the small wreckage of the plane. Awaiting them was a hopeful island. Exhausted, they collapsed upon the sand, devoid of any remaining strength. Li Qingmin, who typically maintained her poise, no longer cared for her image. Like Fang Qian, she sprawled on the beach, wishing only to lie there and do nothing. We have survived. Li Qingmin turned her head to gaze into Fang Qian's eyes, filled with the gratitude of having escaped death. She felt fortunate. Had he not rescued her that day, and without his care and encouragement along the way, it was hard to imagine she could have persevered to this point. Perhaps at any moment during their ordeal, she would have perished. Indeed, we have survived. Fang Qian was equally elated, stretching out on the beach, relishing the solid surface beneath him. This moment was exquisite. At least for now, they need not worry about survival. Although both wished to remain lying there indefinitely, the reality dictated otherwise, for the tropical storm persisted. The tide was rising, steadily encroaching upon the beach, and reluctantly, Fang Qian and Li Qingmin had no choice but to move toward the island. After traversing approximately 100 meters, the two individuals crossed the beach and arrived at the thicket on the island. The sea breeze howled fiercely, causing the trees on the island to rustle incessantly. The wind intensified. Fang Qian wore a tense expression. Should a storm arise at this moment, it would bode ill. They urgently needed to locate a sanctuary from the impending tempest. Li Qingmin, dragging her weary feet, trailed behind Fang Qian, acutely aware that their current predicament did not allow for complacency. If a storm were to descend upon them, it would spell disaster for the two unprotected souls. Despite their exhaustion, they pressed deeper into the island, hoping to uncover a refuge from storm. The beach and the forest were worlds apart. The beach was pristine and flat, inviting one to recline comfortably upon the sand, while the forest was a labyrinthine expanse, humid and stifling, teeming with countless mosquitoes. These bloodsuckers had never savored the delightful essence of human blood and were unlikely to spare Fang Qian and Li Qingmin, who exuded an enticing aroma of vitality. Not long into their journey, Li Qingmin could no longer endure the torment. Dressed in a short skirt, her exposed legs became prime targets for the relentless insects. All along the way, the sound of her palm striking her thighs resonated as she tirelessly swatted at the mosquitoes, striving to keep moving despite her legs becoming riddled with welts. Fang Qian, I can't take it anymore. I'm so itchy. Li Qingmin's voice conveyed her discomfort as she scratched at the inflamed bites with her nails. Fang Qian, too, was not faring any better. His bare torso bore the marks of the mosquitoes, which had left a myriad of painful bites on his neck, arms, and back. Perhaps we should not have ventured toward the island's center at this time. Fang Qian finally halted, abandoning his stubborn advance. The night enveloped them in darkness, devoid of even a sliver of moonlight. Continuing toward the denser heart of the island would likely expose them to unforeseen dangers. Venomous insects and snakes lurking in the underbrush, wild beasts concealed in the shadows, and treacherous terrain obscured by the night. All of these posed lethal threats. Li Qingmin had long since had her fill of the damp jungle and the omnipresent mosquitoes, and she eagerly suggested, "Let us retreat. We are sure to find shelter by the shore. I will lead the way. Follow closely behind me." Fang Qian reversed course, retracing their steps along the path they had come. Their initial foray into the island's central region had ended in failure, a result of their negligence toward the vicious little bloodsuckers, compelling them to retreat back to the beach. Chapter 16. Witness my resolve. Survival is thus. Having surmounted the first hurdle, there remained 99 more to conquer. Fong Chung and Li Kingman, underestimating the perils of the island, had stumbled into a significant setback. The consequences of the island's malicious mosquitoes were far graver than they had anticipated. Both were now consumed by an insatiable itch, unable to cease their scratching, often to the point of breaking the skin. It appears that venturing to the heart of the island was indeed an unwise decision. Fong Chung could only bitterly chuckle at his own folly, attributing the misfortune to his own carelessness, which resulted in Li Kingman suffering alongside him. Li Kingman, clad in a short skirt, had developed numerous red rashes on her exposed legs. Unable to conceive a solution to alleviate the discomfort of these rashes, the two resorted to the seashore, attempting to cleanse the affected areas with seawater. While the efficacy of this method was uncertain, it seemed that the salt water did indeed provide some relief from the burning itch, prompting them to sit upon the sandy beach and wash their bodies with the encroaching waves. It was unexpected how fearsome the mosquitoes in the woods had proven to be. As Li Kingman sat on the beach, the washing from the seawater made the itching sensation considerably more bearable. Fong Chung sighed and remarked that these pests must have been waiting on this deserted island for 5 centuries, biding their time for their 2 arrivals to feast upon. His casual remark elicited a laugh from Li Kingman, who covered her mouth with her hand, giggling. "Do you think they are Sun Wukong, trapped on this tiny island for 500 years? Fong Chung retorted that it was not entirely implausible. Perhaps he was the Tang Song come to rescue them. He struck a pose with his hands together in mock reverence. Li Kingman burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Since the plane crash, there had not been a moment where she had laughed so heartily. Perhaps it was the relaxation that came with reaching the island. Or maybe Fong Chung had genuinely amused her. In any case, her laughter signified a departure from her previous icy demeanor as a stern superior in front of him. Observing the radiant beauty beside him, Fong Chung found himself momentarily entranced. He had never dared to admire Li Kingman's beauty so openly before. She was striking, a beauty that captured attention at first glance. Yet her allure was accompanied by an air of aloofness, reminiscent of the chilling ice atop a snow-capped mountain, inviting yet frigid, leaving one feeling a shiver before even touching it. This was precisely why Fong Chung had refrained from looking directly at her in the past. A single glance from her frosty gaze could send a chill down one's spine. However, this impression began to shift at that moment. As Fong Chung gazed at Li Kingman's smile, bright as peach blossoms, and found himself unwittingly captivated. Fong Chung, Li Wingman soudain retracted hersimile. Reverting to her usual cold demeanor, her tone icy enough to dissuade close familiarity. Yet, upon closer inspection, a faint blush lingered on her cheeks. Hearing Li Kingman call him in the same manner as she did in the office startled Fong Chung, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze, feigning ignorance of her presence. "Were you just looking at me?" Li Kingman pressed. "No, I wasn't," he stammered. Li Kingman smiled slightly. "Is it so difficult to admit?" Fong Chung lowered his head and replied, "Yes, I was looking." Observing Fong Cheng's embarrassment, Li Kingman felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Her perspective on Fong Chung underwent a transformation through their shared experiences of survival. In the past, Li Kingman would have never entertained a conversation with Fong Chung that strayed beyond the realm of work. Yet today, she found herself oddly inclined to put him in an uncomfortable position, eager to witness his flustered demeanor. "I truly do not comprehend it." "Oh, you look exceptionally charming when you smile. Why do you always wear such a frigid expression at the office?" Upon hearing herself being complimented, Li Kingman felt somewhat pleased. Yet she still refrained from offering Fong Chung a warm response, coldly retorting, "This is my affair. It is none of your concern." Fong Chung, feeling somewhat resentful, merely replied with a nonchalant "oh," and fell silent, causing the atmosphere to grow heavy. Noticing his silence, Li Kingman realized that her earlier demeanor might have been too forceful, a remnant of her usual habits. To alleviate the awkwardness between them, she felt compelled to initiate a conversation. "As an employee, I frequently criticize at work. You must have been speaking ill of me in front of our colleagues, right?" Although her words appeared to carry a tone of reprimand, there was no hint of reproach in her voice. Rather, it bore a slight playful quality, clearly an attempt to create a bridge from the earlier incident. "Fong Chung, not lacking in intelligence, understood her underlying meaning. As a grown man, he could hardly hold a grudge against Li Kingman. Besides, it was not their first encounter with her sharp tongue. He had grown accustomed to it. No, absolutely not. I assure you. The nickname Dismantling Master was not coined by me. He chuckled quietly. Dismantling Master? Li Kingman exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation as she reached out to tug at Fong Chang's ear. How dare you bring that up? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Spare me, Dismantling Master, spare me. Fong Chang had already braced himself, and upon seeing Li Kingman charge at him, he promptly stood and fled. Li Kingman was relentless, pursuing him closely. It appeared as if they were engaged in a chase, though in reality, it resembled playful antics. With their arrival on the island, the tension that once enveloped them had dissipated, and laughter became more frequent between them. After barely a few strides, Li Kingman leaned on her knee, panting heavily, and said, I cannot run anymore. I'm too exhausted. Fong Chang was not faring much better. His stamina had already been severely depleted, and after their brief sprint, he had nearly exhausted his remaining energy, collapsing once more onto the beach in a manner that suggested he was resigned to his fate, allowing Li Kingman to have her way. Yet, she had no intention of truly harming him. Upon seeing him reclined, she settled down beside him, their proximity reflecting a certain intimacy. The beach, originally extending over 50 meters, had been nearly swallowed by the rising tide, leaving them with less than 5 meters of sandy shore, beyond which lay the forest. Fortunately, the water had ceased to rise, sparing them the necessity of retreating into the woods, where the memories of mosquitoes were far from pleasant. So, shall we spend the night on the beach? Li Kingman suggested wearily. No, absolutely not. We cannot spend the night on the beach, came the resolute reply. Fong Chang immediately opposed, explaining that the rate of heat loss from the human body while lying on sandy ground is 3 times that on ordinary surfaces, which could easily lead to hypothermia. We are already utterly exhausted and cannot afford such reckless behavior. What shall we do? The forest is teeming with mosquitoes, making it impossible to venture in. Li Kingman awaited Fong Chang's solution. Rising to his feet, Fong Chang gestured towards the distance and suggested they continue searching along the coastline. Perhaps they might discover a place offering shelter from the wind and rain. Chapter 17. Refuge. The sky was shrouded in darkness, and the night sea breeze was fierce as the two of them walked along the edge of the island. Li Kingman's long hair was tousled by the wind, which only grew stronger, showing no signs of abating. A storm was imminent. A drop of rain struck Fong Chang's face, igniting a sense of urgency within him. If they did not find shelter soon, he and Li Kingman would be exposed to the impending tempest, until they located a refuge from the elements. Neither dared to relax their vigilance, and they continued their relentless pace. After approximately half an hour of walking, the sandy beach came to an end, giving way to a stretch of rocks and cliffs. Navigating the rocky terrain posed a far greater risk than traversing the beach, yet retreat was not an option for them. Fong Chang fervently hoped they would discover a cave in the cliffs to take refuge in. You stay here and wait for me, Fong Chang said as he turned back. And you? Li Kingman inquired. I will scout ahead on the cliffs to see if there is a place where we can hide. No, it is too dangerous for you to go alone. I will accompany you. Under Li Kingman's firm insistence, she followed Fong Chang onto the rocky shore. The ground beneath them was uneven, each step fraught with peril as they navigated the jagged rocks, careful not to twist an ankle. After proceeding approximately 200 meters along the rocky expanse, they discovered a dark, hollow indentation in the stone wall beside them. This discovery filled them with joy. If the hollow was safe, it would undoubtedly be the best refuge for them at that moment. The hollow was about a meter above the ground, and Fong Chang easily climbed up, then took Li Kingman's hand, helping her ascend. Initially, they believed the hollow might lead to a deep cave, but upon reaching the top, they realized it was merely a shallow pit about a meter deep, likely eroded over the years by the relentless waves and wind. The space was limited, just sufficient for 2 people, and given the uneven ground, finding a comfortable spot to sit was no easy task. Nevertheless, they were grateful to have found a place where they could escape the wind and rain. Just then, the sound of rain began to patter at the entrance of the hollow. The long-awaited downpour had finally arrived, its intensity startling, resembling someone pouring water from a ladle above. The voices of Fong Chang and Li Kingman were drowned out by the cacophony of the rain. Alongside the torrential downpour was the bone-chilling gale. As the fierce winds whipped through the air, sending raindrops swirling in wild abandon. What a torrential rain it was. Li Kingman, still haunted by the recent events, remarked that had they discovered this cave even a moment later, she and Fong Cheng would indeed have been forced to endure the storm overnight. The tempest had arrived. Fong Cheng exhaled deeply, leaning against the earthen wall of the cave, completely relaxing his body. They exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them, an emotion known only to the two of them. In the vastness of the ocean and upon this unfamiliar island, finding such a modest refuge was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. When will the rain cease? Li Qingman inquired. It's hard to say. It could last a night or perhaps a week, Fong Cheng responded, shaking his head. Currently, this was merely a tropical storm. Should the winds intensify, it could transform into a typhoon. Their only hope rested on the eye of the storm not passing over this small island. Li Kingman appeared troubled. If the tempest persisted, she and Fong Cheng would be trapped in this tiny hole. They had not eaten or replenished their fluids for quite some time, and if they could not venture out in search of food and water, they might perish here. Outside, the ferocious storm raged, and the two sat quietly in the cave, the atmosphere heavy with silence. Time passed, though how long they had been there was uncertain. The night remained pitch black, and the rain continued to pour relentlessly. Li Kingman stifled a yawn, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. I'm quite tired and wish to sleep, she said, covering her mouth as she yawned. Wait, Fong Cheng interjected, halting her. What is it? Li Kingman asked, puzzled. Let us thoroughly inspect this cave to ensure there are no dangerous creatures lurking. Fong Cheng considered the situation carefully. If they were to spend the night in this hole, they needed to guarantee it was free of any threats to their safety, such as snakes, venomous insects, or other island wildlife. At Fong Cheng's suggestion, they cautiously felt their way around the small cave, and aside from the damp earthen walls, they found nothing of note. Discovering nothing was, in fact, a good sign, as it indicated that their current refuge was temporarily safe. Li Kingman could no longer keep her eyes open. Her eyelids closed heavily, and she slumped against the earthen wall, drifting into sleep. At last, she was able to enjoy a peaceful slumber, free from the anxiety of sleeping among the wreckage of the plane, fearing that a moment's inattention might send her tumbling into the sea. Despite the tumultuous winds and rain outside, the cacophony became a soothing lullaby for her. Unlike Li Kingman, Fong Cheng found himself unable to sleep. He had many thoughts to ponder, primarily how to ensure their survival on this island. Hearing the rhythmic sound of Li Kingman's breathing beside him filled him with reassurance. The most correct decision he had made throughout this journey was saving her, regardless of whether it stemmed from selfishness or genuine kindness. He was relieved not to face the desolate island alone, bearing all the pressure by himself, the mere presence of another person to converse with, even if Li Kingman often adopts a frigid and haughty demeanor, is a source of solace for Fong Cheng. Despite her occasional reprimands directed at him, they pale in comparison to the comfort derived from having a companion in such dire circumstances. The intricacies of fate are indeed remarkable. Perhaps this is what one might call destiny. During their tenure at the company, Fong Cheng found Li Kingman to be the most unwelcome sight. Being summoned by her invariably led to a thorough admonishment. This was not due to any inadequacy in Fong Cheng's work. Rather, her standards were excessively stringent, bordering on the unreasonable, with few in the industry able to meet her expectations. Within the confines of the company, Li Kingman was known as the Ice Queen, instilling fear in all. Yet now, Fong Cheng found himself compelled to share the experience of survival with her on a deserted island. After a considerable time had passed, in the dead of night, Fong Cheng suddenly rose and approached Li Kingman, waving his hand before her. Noticing her lack of response, he surmised that she must have succumbed to exhaustion and fallen into a deep slumber. Consequently, he bent down and leaped through the diminutive opening of the cave, which barely reached his height. Li Kingman could afford a rest, but Fong Cheng had pressing matters awaiting his attention. Chapter 18. The shadow intruding the cave. A relentless wind surged into the cave, accompanied by rainwater that swept in uninvited. The already diminutive cave became nearly submerged by the incoming deluge. Nevertheless, compared to the unprotected exterior, finding refuge within the cave was a stroke of fortune. In the early hours before dawn, as darkness still enveloped the world outside, Li Kingman awoke. The frigid rain had soaked her clothing, and the howling wind caused her body to tremble uncontrollably as her temperature plummeted. Having been disturbed from a sound sleep by the tempest, she reluctantly opened her eyes. Currently, she wore nothing but a flimsy white shirt and a knee-length skirt, her belongings lost during the calamity of the crash. Despite her overwhelming chill, she had no means to procure warmer clothing or to change out of her damp garments. Fong Chung, Li Kingman softly called, having grown accustomed to his presence over the past few days. The first thing she did upon waking was utter his name. This shift surprised even her, as the usually proud and aloof woman found herself taking the initiative to call out to someone else. However, this time was different. The cave remained silent, devoid of any response from Fong Chung. Fong Chung? Fong Chung? She called again, yet still received no reply. The darkness of the cave rendered her helpless, unable to see anything. Could something have happened? This was the initial thought that surged through Li Kingman's mind. With the two of them sleeping in this dark pit, could a wild beast or a snake have snatched Fong Chung away? Perhaps the island's cannibalistic inhabitants had caused a commotion. In her panic, Li Kingman's mind raced with various fears, and upon realizing Fong Chang's absence from the cave, her imagination spiraled into a whirlwind of dread. As Li Kingman was anxiously tormented by her thoughts, she suddenly heard a rustling sound at the cave entrance, prompting her to instinctively scream. What is it? Stay away. Do not come closer. It was then that she recognized Fong Chung's voice calling out, It's me, Fong Chung, as he crawled into the cave. The once panicked Li Kingman gradually calmed, though she felt a mixture of anger and embarrassment at her earlier outburst, which Fong Chung had witnessed. What irked her further was his silent return from outside. Where have you been? She reproached, her tone laced with an undercurrent of admonishment. After all, Fong Chung's sudden appearance had indeed startled her. The sight of someone emerging from the shadows of this desolate island was enough to make anyone's heart race. Fong Chung moved closer to her and found a spot to sit beside her, dripping wet, with water cascading down his hair. Fortunately, the cave's dampness matched his state, ensuring that it did not become any more humid. Drink some water, he said, as if conjuring magic, producing a plastic bottle filled with water. Li Kingman gazed at him in disbelief, astonished by the presence of the water. After all, they were stranded on a deserted island. Where did you get this? She asked, her curiosity piqued. I took a stroll around the rocky beach while you were asleep, Fong Chung explained. I wasn't sure if there was any fresh water on this island, so I thought I would try to collect some rainwater while I had the chance. But where did you get this plastic bottle? She inquired further. There were quite a few such bottles on the rocky shore. They must be remnants of human waste, washed ashore by the waves and currents, leaving traces of humanity even on this nameless island in the Pacific. As he spoke, Fong Cheng's expression was complex, reflecting both his dismay at the far-reaching impact of human-made pollution and his gratitude for the very trash that had provided him with a means to collect rainwater. Otherwise, on this barren island, he would have been utterly at a loss. Upon hearing Fong Cheng's account, Li Kingman felt a swirl of emotions, realizing that these seemingly inconspicuous bits of garbage had unexpectedly become crucial tools for their survival. You should drink first, she said, handing the water back to him in a gesture of apology for her earlier attitude. Observing Fong Chung, drenched and with water still dripping from his hair, she felt a surge of gratitude. It dawned on her that while she had been sleeping, Fong Chung had ventured out to gather fresh water for them. In contemplating their survival, Li Kingman recognized that she had not contributed as much as Fong Chung, reflecting on her previous behavior. Where she had insisted on taking the lead amidst the wreckage of the plane, she felt her actions were rather childish and foolish. I've had enough water outside. You drink, Fong Chung indicated, suggesting that he had already quenched his thirst while searching for water. Li Kingman, feeling parched, no longer hesitated and eagerly gulped down the water from the bottle. In the instant the frigid raindrops touched her lips, the overwhelming sensation of tasting fresh water once again nearly brought Li Kingman to tears. Having been raised in comfort since childhood, she seldom indulged in even the simplest tap water. How could it be that gulping down rainwater had transformed into an unparalleled source of joy? Perhaps this was the essence of fate. At that moment, Li Kingman was oblivious to the cleanliness of the rainwater. Her immediate priority was to quench her thirst. Do not rush. There's plenty more, Fong Chung cautioned, fearing that she might choke. Once she finished a bottle, her spirits lifted considerably, and her complexion regained some color. Did you say there is more? Indeed, it is all outside the cave. I collected several plastic bottles, and they are now filled with rainwater. Li Kingman clutched the empty bottle in her hand, as if it were a cherished artifact. Let's fill this bottle quickly. Only those who have experienced the depths of thirst can truly comprehend the significance of water. Amidst the storm, she yearned to utilize every available vessel to gather it. Outside, dawn had broken. Although the sun did not shine, everything was visible in the daylight. The sky remained overcast, and heavy rain continued to pour. Following Feng Cheng, Li Kingman stepped outside the cave and spotted the plastic bottles he had mentioned. 7 in total, transparent, green, blue, and a myriad of colors, all cleaned and filled with rainwater. The sight of these bottles brought an unexpected sense of reassurance. Their presence signified security. Feng Cheng looked at Li Kingman with concern. Now that it is light, I will check the tidal flats to see if I can find more bottles. The storm is fierce. You should return to the cave for safety. Li Kingman replied defiantly. Do not underestimate me. I am not some fragile being. Chapter 19. Coconut water available. The sky was overcast. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the relentless rain fell as if it would never cease. Li Kingman followed Feng Cheng along the rocky shores of the island, searching for useful debris among the scattered refuse. However, the tempest was so severe that powerful gusts of wind nearly knocked them off their feet. Feng Cheng approached Li Kingman, noticing her clothes thoroughly drenched. Her white shirt clung to her form, revealing a beautiful yet fleeting image that compelled him to avert his gaze. You should head back. The rain is too heavy, and I fear for your health. I am fine. I can endure this, Li Kingman insisted, gritting her teeth. Do not overexert yourself. I am here. It is crucial for you to avoid falling ill on this desolate island. Feng Cheng's words rang true, rather than succumbing to bravado. The priority was to devise a long-term strategy for survival, with the paramount concern being to evade illness at all costs. Neither he nor Li Kingman were physicians, and they possessed no medicinal supplies. Thus, it could be said that they would be utterly helpless in the face of any ailment. Consequently, he hesitated to allow Li Kingman to accompany him further into the tempest. You should return, Feng Cheng urged once more. All right, she replied. This time, Li Kingman finally relinquished her bravado and, for the first time, expressed acquiescence to Feng Cheng. She, too, recognized their precarious situation. Every step they took was a matter of life and death, and she dared not continue to gamble with their fates. Please be careful and do not wander too far. I understand. Their recent findings yielded little, comprising merely 3 plastic bottles, 2 of which were already decayed, leaving only 1 usable. Additionally, they discovered a blue plastic barrel, which had likely once contained industrial chemicals, now washed ashore. For Li Kingman and Feng Cheng, this blue barrel was an excellent vessel for water storage, regardless of its prior contents. Li Kingman returned to the cave in the rock face with their findings, while Feng Cheng ventured further afield in search of additional resources. For the moment, the concern over water was alleviated. The pressing issue now was to procure food. It had been nearly 2 days without sustenance, and if this continued, their bodies would surely falter. In the midst of such tumultuous waves, fishing was an impossibility. Venturing into the water was out of the question, leaving only the shore as a source of sustenance. As he traversed the dense underbrush, the damp leaves and vines brushed against him, the cold, clammy sensation far from pleasant. Fortunately, it was daytime, with fewer mosquitoes than at night, and the underbrush was clear, offering some assurance against the threat of venomous snakes or wild beasts. What could possibly be edible on this desolate island was Feng Cheng's greatest concern. Without food, both he and Li Kingman would not endure for long. After proceeding approximately 100 meters deeper into the island, a tall and robust tree stood before him. Upon seeing the bare trunk of this tree, Feng Cheng's eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. It was a coconut tree. In that moment, Feng Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. The presence of this coconut tree indicated that more were likely to be found on the island. Before he could revel in his discovery, anxiety crept back in. This coconut tree stood at least 10 meters high, with coconuts perched at its summit, utterly out of reach. Under normal circumstances, he could have attempted to climb the tree to retrieve a coconut, but the current tempestuous weather rendered the smooth trunk even more treacherous. Climbing was undoubtedly an ill-advised course of action. Despite the urgency of securing food, Feng Cheng remained rational, understanding that while obtaining sustenance was crucial, ensuring his safety was paramount. Reluctantly, he resolved to abandon this coconut tree and search elsewhere for more. Just as he prepared to depart, he stumbled over a hard object beneath his feet, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, he managed to adjust his stance in time to avoid falling. Upon lowering his gaze, Fang Cheng was astonished to discover that the object before him was a coconut. Unlike the green coconuts that hung from the trees, this coconut had fallen to the ground and transformed into a hairy coconut. Overjoyed, Fang Cheng immediately squatted down and thoroughly inspected the hairy coconut from all angles several times, confirming that it was an intact specimen, which only heightened his elation. Fortune appeared to smile upon him further, for as he crouched to examine the ground, he found several more such hairy coconuts scattered about. Elated, he plopped down on the ground and burst into hearty laughter. These were precious provisions, sufficient to sustain him and Li Qingmin for several days. After a rough count, he estimated there were about 10 coconuts on the ground. However, alongside the joy these coconuts brought him, they also posed a dilemma. How could he transport them all back to the cave? With only 2 hands, even carrying them would be a challenge. He was reluctant to make a second trip, as the torrential rain was intensifying, and braving the storm to leave the cave would be perilous. In a moment of desperation, Fang Cheng glanced at his long pants and suddenly found them fitting for a purpose. He realized that the 2 pant legs could accommodate several coconuts if turned inside out. In the name of survival, he felt no shame. He swiftly removed his long pants, leaving only his underwear, and stuffed 2 large coconuts into the pant legs. He hoisted them up, pleased to find that their size snugly fit at the openings, preventing them from falling out. This discovery elicited another round of laughter from him as he quickly stuffed all the coconuts into his pant legs. Meanwhile, Li Qingmin, back in the cave, had been anxiously monitoring the weather outside. The storm continued to escalate without any sign of abating, which made her heart race with concern. It had been quite some time since Fang Cheng had ventured out, and his absence filled her with unease. Why hasn't he returned yet? She murmured softly, her worry for his safety growing. She thought that if he did not return soon, she might have to leave the cave again to search for him. Just as she approached the cave entrance, preparing to leap down, she spotted a figure through the curtain of rain, trudging toward her. It could only be Fang Cheng returning. "Fang Cheng, over here," she shouted, waving her hand in the direction of his approach. The downpour was so fierce that visibility was severely limited, and Fang Cheng could not hear her cries. He only noticed her standing at the cave entrance, waving. In that moment, a thought struck him. How wonderful it would be to return home each day to find someone like Li Qingmin waiting for him. Chapter 20. A hearty meal, ah! Upon returning to the cave entrance, Fang Cheng was greeted by Li Qingmin's shy exclamation. "Why are you dressed like that? Where are your pants?" She turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. This was the first time in her life that she had encountered a man standing before her clad only in his underwear. Although she longed to chastise him for his impudence and recklessness, she ultimately refrained from doing so. Fang Cheng felt his cheeks flush at a loss for words, and thus tossed the coconuts he had dragged back into the cave. What could this possibly be? Li Qingmin observed as Fang Cheng flung up a pair of trousers. Heavy with some unknown contents, her curiosity piqued. With his hands braced against the rocky entrance, Fang Cheng pushed off with his feet, successfully clambering up, despite his somewhat disheveled appearance, which did nothing to dampen his exuberant spirit. Let's take a look. Upon entering the cave, Fang Cheng radiated joy akin to that of a child, his smile unwavering as he eagerly urged Li Qingmin to empty the contents of the trousers. Seeing his excitement, Li Qingmin reluctantly stepped forward to shake out the trousers, and one coconut after another tumbled forth, scattering across the cave floor. "My goodness!" Li Qingmin exclaimed, covering her mouth, overwhelmed with astonishment. She had assumed Fang Cheng's expedition had merely yielded some debris washed ashore, never anticipating the bounty of coconuts he had brought back. With these coconuts, they could indulge in a hearty meal. "Are these all edible?" Li Qingmin gazed at Fang Cheng, her expression a mix of disbelief and inquiry. Fang Cheng nodded with a grin. Of course, they are all from the coconut grove. As she eyed the hairy coconuts, Li Qingmin's mouth watered. It had been so long since she had eaten, and her body craved sustenance with a primal urgency. "Let us eat." Observing Li Qingmin's impatience, Fang Cheng cheerfully handed her the largest coconut. However, as she cradled the coconut in her hands, she was taken aback. How was she to consume this? Previously, she had always enjoyed coconuts that were pre-opened, with a straw ready for sipping. Now, she held a round, hard, hairy coconut in her hands, and she was at a loss as to how to open it. "How do we eat this?" Li Kingman looked at Fong Chung helplessly. Fong Chung scratched the back of his head, realizing that in his eagerness to gather the coconuts, he had not considered how to open them. Wait a moment. I'll go find a stone outside. With that, he dashed out of the cave, bare and braving the rain, to the rocky shore, where he selected a sizable black stone. Upon returning to the cave with the heavy stone, Li Kingman reproached him. Why didn't you say anything before rushing out? It's so windy outside. What if something happened? With a sheepish grin, Fong Chung chuckled awkwardly, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness, as if he had misheard. Li Kingman had actually shown concern for him. The thought of being cared for by this cold and aloof superior was something he had never dared to dream of. What are you grinning at? Li Kingman's brows knitted together, still seemingly upset about earlier. Fong Chung found himself at a loss for words, opting to remain silent and diligently attempt to open the coconut. He had never realized how challenging it could be to crack open a coconut until it was in his hands. After trying several methods, the coconut remained obstinately intact. At one end lies a ravenous body yearning for coconut water and flesh, while at the other end sits an impenetrable coconut, causing great distress to Fong Chung. In a state of anxiety, individuals are prone to irritation and anger, particularly when hunger gnaws at them. Fong Chung, too, succumbed to frustration. After a series of unsuccessful attempts to open the coconut, he could no longer contain his fury and violently struck a coconut against a large stone, accompanied by an expletive. His sudden outburst startled Li Kingman, who had not anticipated such volatility from him. It became evident that opening coconuts was no trivial task, and if they hoped to survive on this island, mastering the technique was imperative. Why don't you take a break? Let me try, Li Kingman suggested, recognizing that Fong Chung needed to regain his composure. I'll handle it, Fong Chung replied, reflecting on his earlier impatience, assuring himself that this time he would remain calm. Are you sure? Don't worry. Let me take a shot, he conveyed with a reassuring glance. Reminiscent of their past collaborations where he had always risen to meet her demanding requests. This time, Fong Chung approached the coconut with a renewed sense of purpose. Instead of hastily smashing it against the stone, he turned the rock over, positioning a sharp edge upward, and then struck decisively at the protruding point. The rhythmic sound of his efforts echoed within the small cave as he continued to hammer the coconut. After several strikes, a unique sensation coursed through his hand, accompanied by the gratifying sound of the hard shell cracking open, allowing the crystalline coconut water to flow forth. Quick, drink up, Fong Chung exclaimed, exhilarated by his accomplishment of opening his first coconut. Concerned about waste, he hurriedly handed the coconut to Li Kingman, urging her to drink. Both of them, having experienced the depths of thirst and hunger, understood the preciousness of sustenance in the wilderness. Li Kingman eagerly accepted the coconut, positioning her mouth against the crack and greedily savoring every last drop of the precious liquid. As Li Kingman relished the coconut water, Fong Chung seemed to have discovered the secret to opening coconuts. The second one yielded easily to his efforts. He, too, was determined not to waste a single drop, meticulously drinking all the coconut water from the fissure. The sweet and salty nectar was akin to a life-giving elixir, replenishing their strength as they indulged. Shall we have another? Fong Chung inquired, noticing that the coconut in his hand had been reduced to an empty shell, while Li Kingman had long since finished her own. Yes, she nodded, somewhat bashfully, as her hunger persisted. With a swift movement, Fong Chung struck the remaining coconut against the stone, cracking it open and handing it to Li Kingman before selecting another for himself. Burp. After a hearty bout of drinking, Fong Chung, unable to control his hiccups, patted his belly and declared, "That's enough. We cannot drink anymore. Merely consuming coconut water will not satiate our hunger. Let us break open these coconut shells. The meat within will fill our stomachs." Chapter 21. Exploring the island for the next 3 days, the two found solace in the small cave. Despite the shelter it provided, conditions remained grim, with relentless winds and torrential rains flooding the cave, rendering it a damp sanctuary. In an effort to shield themselves from the elements, Fong Chung would seize any opportunity to venture into the woods, gathering fallen leaves from coconut and palm trees to cover the cave's entrance. This not only mitigated the harsh winds and rain, but also transformed the cave into a relatively enclosed space, allowing them to escape the biting cold they had endured previously. These 3 days were far from easy for Fong Chung and Li Kingman, as they subsisted on coconuts, gritting their teeth to endure. The cave was littered with shattered coconut shells, each emptied of its precious meat. On the fourth day, the ferocious typhoon finally abated, allowing the island they inhabited to emerge from the storm's grasp, ushering in a rare stretch of clear weather. In the early morning, brilliant sunlight bathed the island in warmth. Due to the preceding days of heavy rain, the ground was still drenched, and the air was thick with humidity. Inside the cave, Fang Cheng and Li Qingmen awakened in succession, greeted by the radiant sunshine outside, their spirits lifted beyond measure. Eagerly, they leapt from the cave to bask in the morning light. At last, they could soak up the sun. Li Qingmen spread her arms wide, tilting her face towards the sun as the bright rays cascaded over her somewhat pallid complexion. The days spent in the damp cave had taken a toll on her appearance, but fortunately, the sun had returned on the fourth day, restoring the island's weather to its former glory. Indeed, I was nearly growing mold. Fang Cheng chuckled, feeling a sense of relief. After being cooped up for so long, his limbs felt as though they had been submerged in water, giving rise to a sense of swelling. Finally, he could enjoy movement in the sunshine. Li Qingmen suggested, "We have nearly depleted our coconuts. Perhaps we should take advantage of this fine weather to gather more." "That sounds splendid," Fang Cheng replied. "However, before we procure coconuts, there is one matter that requires our attention." "What is it?" "First, we should traverse the island, with the knowledge that coconuts could provide sustenance. Locating a water source was not the immediate priority. Instead, understanding the island's fundamental characteristics seemed far more pressing. How large was the island? What was its shape? What differences lay between the north and south? All of these details were of utmost importance. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's intentions, Li Qingmen did not express dissent. Rather, she acquiesced to his decision, preparing to accompany him as they strolled along the island's perimeter. The two individuals journeyed from the rocky beach to the soft, sandy shore. Upon arriving at the beach, they could distinctly sense the stark contrast between this environment and that of the rocky coast. Geographically speaking, the cave where Fang Cheng and Li Qingmen had previously sheltered was situated to the north of the island, whereas the beach lay to the south. The northern region, influenced by the sea breeze and waves, was considerably more humid than the southern side. Thus, upon reaching the beach, Li Qingmen could not help but exclaim that if it were not for the lack of a suitable refuge from the typhoon, no one would willingly take shelter in the cold, damp cave. "This place is far more pleasant. Perhaps we should relocate from the cave," she suggested, reveling in the beauty of the sunshine and sand, unwilling to return to the previous gloomy abode. Indeed, from the perspective of living conditions, residing in the comfortable and dry southern area was preferable to enduring the chilly and damp northern side. Fang Cheng concurred with this proposition, harboring little fondness for the cave. While it served as a temporary sanctuary from the typhoon, long-term habitation would surely take a toll on their health. With a cheerful demeanor, Li Qingmen declared, "Let's settle here." Fang Cheng surveyed their surroundings. The expanse of white sand stretched endlessly before and behind them, and it was evident that this was not a suitable place for habitation. Should another storm arise, there would be no shelter to protect them, and living on the beach would subject them to the daily tribulations of the tides. However, Fang Cheng did not outright dismiss Li Qingmen's suggestion. Instead, he proposed, "The island remains unexplored. Let us continue onward. Perhaps we shall discover a more suitable location ahead." Thus, the pair traversed the stretch of white sand, resuming their circumnavigation of the island. The journey was somewhat monotonous, prompting them to engage in light-hearted conversation. Their shared experiences of seeking refuge in the cave during the tempest had significantly deepened the bond between Fang Cheng and Li Qingmen. Their relationship had evolved beyond mere hierarchical dynamics. Although they had never formally acknowledged it, it was evident that a profound connection had formed between them, rooted in mutual survival. Li Qingmen's demeanor towards Fang Cheng had softened. She no longer exhibited her previous haughtiness and would occasionally grace him with a smile. "Have you ever contemplated the possibility of finding yourself stranded on a deserted island?" she inquired. Fang Cheng chuckled wryly. Who among the ordinary would entertain such thoughts? "It seems I have encountered a scenario more improbable than winning a lottery jackpot." "Neither did I," she replied. "Fortunately, you are here. Otherwise, I fear I might not have survived those days adrift at sea." With her gaze lowered, Li Qingmen continued, "Had it not been for your encouragement and assistance, I might have perished in the crash. In truth, I owe you several lives." Fang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "You owe me nothing. We are in this together, striving for survival on this island, supporting one another with the sole aim of enduring until rescue arrives. As the topic of rescue was broached, a wave of despondency washed over them both. It had been many days since the plane crash, and if help were imminent, it would have likely arrived by now. The prospect of rescue seemed increasingly elusive. The atmosphere grew somewhat bleak, prompting Lee Kingman to take the initiative to introduce a new topic in hopes of uplifting their spirits. You mentioned that apart from us, there are unlikely to be any indigenous tribes on this desolate island. This seems improbable, Fancheng remarked. We have traversed nearly half of the island, which appears relatively small. It takes about an hour and a half to walk from one end to the other. Conservatively estimating, the island's diameter should not exceed 2 kilometers, making it impossible for a community of humans to exist on such a diminutive island. Just as he spoke, Lee Kingman suddenly pointed towards the horizon, her expression filled with excitement. Look over there. Following her gesture, Fancheng gazed in the direction she indicated and beheld a large 3-mast sailing ship from the 17th century, approximately 200 to 300 meters away on the sea's surface. Look, it's a ship, Lee Kingman exclaimed joyously, nearly leaping with delight. The sight of such a vessel on the water indicated a strong possibility that both she and Fancheng might be rescued. Chapter 22. The Ancient Shipwreck, however. Do not rejoice too early, Fancheng cautioned, dousing her enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. Lee Kingman looked at him, puzzled, and asked why. Take a closer look at that ship. The vessel was about 200 meters from the island, and it was understandable that in her initial excitement, she had not scrutinized it closely. Upon carefully widening her gaze, she realized that the ship, which had unexpectedly appeared upon the water, was indeed a very old sailing ship, one that seemed almost museum-worthy. Due to the considerable distance, it was impossible to discern the ship's details, but it was evident that it was in a state of disrepair, resembling a dilapidated old house riddled with holes. The deck was in a dreadful state, and the bare mast was adorned with thick seaweed. The ship was substantial, yet only half of it protruded above the water's surface, while the other half lay submerged. The visible portion resembled a large reef emerging from the sea. This ship is quite peculiar. How did it come to be here? Lee Kingman frowned slightly. After observing the ship's appearance, she found it hard to fathom why an ancient, stranded sailing vessel would appear on the surface of the sea, as if it had been dredged from the depths below. Did we see this ship before we reached the island? No. Perhaps it was dislodged from the seabed by the recent typhoon. The sudden emergence of an ancient shipwreck piqued the curiosity of both individuals. Despite the distance of over 200 meters between the island and the ship, their inquisitiveness could not be quelled. Faced with such a mysteriously appearing wreck, both were eager to investigate, hoping to discover something useful among its remnants. However, given their current circumstances, this was merely a thought exercise for Fancheng and Lee Kingman. The greatest peril of survival on a deserted island lies in recklessly venturing into the water. The depths harbor too many uncontrollable risks, and a single mishap could lead to dire consequences. Without absolute certainty, they would not dare to take the risk of approaching the shipwreck. It is somewhat regrettable. Yet let that sunken ship remain in its place for now. Fancheng cast a wistful glance at the vessel before continuing onward. His desire to explore the ship was overshadowed by his current limitations, compelling him to set aside the matter entirely, treating the sunken ship as if it were never seen at all. Approaching midday, the sun blazed directly overhead as the two traversed a winding path throughout the morning, ultimately returning to the cave where they had sought refuge from the typhoon. Within the cave, everything remained unchanged, a damp and briny odor wafting through the air, causing Lee Kingman to wrinkle her nose in distaste, making it difficult for her to fathom how she had endured 3 whole days in such a cramped and moist environment. Back to square one. Fancheng spread his hands. His original plan had been to circumnavigate the island in search of a more suitable dwelling. However, after surveying the area, he regrettably found no promising shelter. Lee Kingman was reluctant to linger in the cave any longer and urged, "Let us depart for the beach ahead." The beach, devoid of shelter, posed challenges against rain and tides, to which Fancheng voiced his concerns. "What shall we do then? We cannot remain here indefinitely. Our bodies would not withstand it." Lee Kingman's resolve was unwavering. She had no desire to stay in the cave any longer, suggesting, "Why don't we construct a house on the southern part of the island?" The notion of building a house was indeed a viable solution. Fancheng pondered her suggestion, acknowledging that while constructing a full house might be unrealistic, Erecting a simple shelter for respite should not pose significant difficulties, as the island was abundant with trees and leaves, which could certainly be fashioned into a cool canopy. Then it is settled. We shall head to the southern beach to build a shelter. First, let us enjoy some coconut water. After circumnavigating the island, we are both parched and overheated. Li Kingman beamed at Fang Cheng, her spirits lifted simply by his agreement to her proposal of relocating to the southern part of the island. The two ventured into the cave, where only a few coconuts remained. Fang Cheng skillfully opened a coconut, and together they savored the delightful blend of sweet and salty coconut water. After indulging in a feast of coconut meat, they had consumed the last of the coconuts, allowing them to leave the less than satisfactory cave without regret. In truth, residing on the beach was not an impossible endeavor. Compared to the previous cave, the beach offered numerous advantages: superior scenery, fresher air, and better light. Additionally, given that this was a tropical island, living in such a location would undoubtedly be more comfortable than cohabiting within the cave. However, to establish a shelter on the beach, the primary concern lay with the tides. To prevent the encroaching seawater during high tide, Fang Cheng marked a spot further back from the shoreline, intending to construct the shelter there. Upon reaching the southern beach of the island, the sun had already begun its descent towards the western sky. We must hasten. It would be best to erect the framework of the shelter before the sun sets. Constructing a shelter by hand without any tools is undeniably a daunting task. Today, it is highly likely that I will spend the night on the beach with Li Kingman. We must seize the remaining daylight to accomplish as much as possible. We ventured into the woods, with me in search of timber while you sought coconuts. Li Kingman nodded in agreement. Removing his long pants, Fang Cheng revealed the undergarments beneath. Startled by his sudden action, Li Kingman felt her cheeks flush and exclaimed, "Didn't Tiwi say we were going to the woods?" "What are you doing?" Fang Cheng replied. "Put on your long pants. There are many mosquitoes in the woods, and going in with bare legs will attract them." "Ah, I see." Li Kingman sighed in relief, initially fearing his intentions. Learning of his concern for her for mosquito bites brought an inexplicable warmth to her heart. This was a man-ass pair of pants, and Li Kingman had never imagined she would one day wear such attire. Glancing down at her black skirt, which had accompanied her since the plane crash, she felt a rush of embarrassment and commanded Fang Cheng, "You, turn around." "What? Turn around?" Fang Cheng, bewildered, did not grasp her meaning. "I said turn around. Do you hear me?" Li Kingman's face flushed with shyness as she stamped her foot and shouted, "I need to change pants." "You don't want to look, do you?" "No, I don't want to." Fang Cheng, realizing he nearly answered incorrectly, quickly shook his head in denial and turned his back to her. Chapter 23. Seaside Villa Together. They entered the woods to search for usable materials. They primarily sought branches and leaves that had been torn from trees by the typhoon, particularly the large palm fronds that could measure several meters in length. Resembling enormous fans, these leaves were perfect for the roof of their shelter. While the roofing material was relatively easy to find, locating suitable timber proved considerably more challenging. Although many branches lay scattered on the ground, either too thin or crooked, they were unsuitable for the shelter's framework. Eventually, they discovered several straight, robust trees of the right size, yet these proved impossible to break. Initially, Fang Cheng attempted to use his body weight to snap one, but the tree's resilience far exceeded his expectations. Instead of breaking, his efforts appeared comical, resembling a large, clumsy monkey clinging to a tree. Li Kingman, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but laugh. After her amusement subsided, she approached to assist him in breaking the tree, but even their combined strength could not bend it. "Forget it. I give up," he declared, exhausted after their futile attempts. Leaning against the sturdy trunk, he could not conceal his frustration. A wave of defeat washed over him as he questioned whether he had become too weak to handle even a small tree. Beyond his personal dismay, Fang Cheng recognized the vital role tools play in survival. If only he had even a dull knife in hand. It would be preferable to flailing like a gorilla against a tree. If it truly cannot be done, then let it be. After all, the weather has improved, and residing in a cave is no longer as arduous as it once was. Li Kingman, though feeling disheartened, did not forget to console Fang Cheng. "It is all right. Let us continue searching. We shall surely find something suitable." With a calm demeanor, Fang Cheng realized that, in the absence of tools, it was futile to dwell on perfection. It was not essential to have the finest materials. Even branches and trunks blown down by the typhoon could suffice. Thus, The two temporarily abandoned the idea of felling trees and began collecting wood in the forest. Look here, Li Kingman pointed to the base of a large tree, where a cluster of mushrooms had sprouted. The weather on the island was sweltering, and after a period of relentless storms, the forest was damp, allowing the mushrooms to flourish wildly. For the past few days, the two had subsisted solely on coconuts and had grown weary of the monotony. Upon seeing the mushrooms, they could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Li Kingman, unable to resist the urge to pick them, was halted by Fong Chang's timely intervention. Wild mushrooms are exceedingly perilous. If one cannot discern between the toxic and the harmless, it is prudent to treat them all as poisonous. Very well, Li Kingman relented, though reluctantly retracting her hand. She understood the dangers of wild mushrooms, but their pristine whiteness, coupled with their prolonged deprivation of other sustenance, made them irresistible. Fong Chung, however, was unwilling to take any risks regarding food. Mushrooms were not to be trifled with, as the consequences of poisoning could be dire. Avoiding the dangerously abundant mushrooms, the two continued their search through the woods. With no means of determining the exact time, they could only rely on the position of the sun in the sky for a rough estimate. As the sun shifted further west, Fong Chung and Li Kingman discovered several fallen trees. Upon returning to the beach, the next task was to construct a shelter. Lacking experience in building, Fong Chung could only rely on his imagination to attempt the task. His plan was to erect a simple shade structure, establishing two vertical posts at either end and placing a horizontal beam between them, then covering it with palm leaf to provide a basic shield against the sun and sea breeze. After several attempts, success eluded him. Constructing a shelter proved to be far more challenging than anticipated. Exhausted from relying solely on coconuts for sustenance, he found himself panting after minimal effort as he tossed the broken wood to the ground. Perhaps I should take over, Li Kingman offered, stepping forward to suggest she would build the shelter. Fong Chung found it hard to believe that a task he struggled with could be accomplished by her. You wish to give a try? Of course, I will direct the effort. The heavy lifting will still be your responsibility. Li Kingman crossed her arms, casting a meaningful glance at Fong Chung, making her intentions clear. The hands-on work would remain his, while she would oversee the endeavor. Since she could not accomplish it herself, she would at least see if Li Kingman had any unique methods. Fong Chung rose, brushed the sand from his clothes, and struck a pose of compliance. Under the guidance of Li Kingman, the construction of the shelter commenced. To everyone's surprise, Li Kingman exhibited remarkable skill in directing the placement of the wooden beams, demonstrating an understanding of how to create a sturdy structure. At that moment, Fong Chung felt a sense of curiosity. He had never imagined that Li Kingman, a young lady of wealth and privilege, would possess such practical knowledge. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Li Kingman was not idle either. She utilized the ropes collected from the beach to assist Fong Chung in securing the wooden framework. The ropes had been discovered by the two while exploring the tidal flats. Ever since Fong Chung found that plastic bottles could be gathered on the island, they had made it a daily ritual to scour the shores, where various remnants of human activity and fishing nets had washed ashore. Constructing the basic frame of the shelter took over 2 hours. They had merely erected the simplest of structures, and the next task was to cover it with the palm leaves they had gathered. Several layers of palm leaves were placed atop the frame, and a layer of leaves was also laid on the sandy ground inside, resulting in a temporary seaside dwelling that resembled a triangular tent. By the time they finished their labors, the sun had dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with brilliant hues of crimson. This breathtaking scene was one that could only be found in photographs. Exhausted, the two sat in front of their shelter, gazing at the distant sunset, where the sea and sky melded into one. Frigate birds soared overhead, and occasionally, large fish leapt from the water. In the presence of such beauty, even the most restless heart would find tranquility. What could compare to the splendor before them? Why not set aside all worries to savor this moment? Fong Chung turned his head slightly and stole a glance at Li Kingman. The crimson sunset accentuated her exquisite features, rendering her even more enchanting. The romantic tableau of sitting side by side with Li Kingman while watching the sun set was something Fong Chung had never dared to imagine. Suddenly, Li Kingman shifted her gaze, seemingly aware of the attention directed at her. At that instant, Fong Chung felt a rush of shyness and quickly averted his gaze, pretending nothing had transpired as he looked into the distance, whistling nonchalantly. However, Li Qingmin observed everything, finding his clumsy attempts at concealment amusing. Yet this time, she refrained from calling him out. Unlike before, she no longer minded his lingering gaze. In fact, a hint of pride flickered within her, as evidenced by the subtle smile that graced her lips before she turned her gaze towards the horizon. Chapter 24. Starry night conversations. The sky was darkening. Li Qingmin cast a glance at the modest shelter behind her, filled with a sense of accomplishment. This was a structure she had helped build, and tonight would mark their first night spent within it. Fang Chung stood and declared, "I will venture to the cave to fetch some water. Perhaps it would be better to wait. It will soon be too dark to see." Li Qingmin expressed her concern. "Do not worry, I will be quick. Stay here and do not wander far." Fang Chung reassured her before heading towards the cave. When they had moved their belongings from the cave, they had left behind the plastic bottles and buckets, essentially using the cave as a reservoir for their water supply. This is a proposal from Fang Chung. At that time, the two were about to leave the cave, and Fang Chung felt that numerous uncertainties might arise on the beach. To preserve their precious water resources for unforeseen circumstances, he designated the cave as a reservoir. Now that the shelter on the beach had been completed, it was only natural for Fang Chung to fetch some drinking water from the cave and check on the condition of the water stored there. Upon reaching the cave entrance, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and darkness was swiftly enveloping the exterior, while the interior of the cave had long been shrouded in blackness. Fang Chung was well acquainted with the cave's layout. After climbing in, he quickly located the stored water in a corner. Seeing that the water was intact brought a sense of relief to his heart. He counted a total of 12 plastic bottles, along with a large plastic barrel, all filled with rainwater collected over the past few days. After deliberating, he decided to take 4 bottles of water, leaving the remainder hidden in the corner. As he prepared to leave, a sense of insecurity crept in. Fearing that animals on the island might discover the cache, he gathered some stones to obscure the water, ensuring its safety before returning to the beach and the shelter he had built with Li Qingmin. Upon returning to the beach, the wind was quite strong. Li Qingmin was already seated inside the shelter, and her tense demeanor relaxed upon seeing Fang Chung. "Did anything happen?" she inquired. "No, I brought water. You should drink some," Fang Chung replied, handing her the water. Li Qingmin accepted the bottle, took a few sips, and remarked, "While you were gone, there was a rather frightening noise coming from the woods behind us." Fang Chung chuckled. "It must be birds or small animals in the forest. There's nothing to worry about. Come inside and sit with me." Li Qingmin invited him to join her in the shelter. "I think I'll stay outside," Fang Chung said, glancing at the shelter. The structure was designed as a simple triangular peak, with leaves covering both sides to shield against the night winds. If both of them squeezed inside, the space would feel overly cramped. Noticing his hesitation, Li Qingmin expressed her displeasure. "If I invite you in, just come in. Why are you being so coy? Can the wind blow all night long?" Fang Chung found himself at a loss for words. His intention was merely to avoid the awkwardness of being cramped together. Yet this only seemed to irritate Li Qingmin. Realizing his misunderstanding of women's sentiments, he reluctantly bent down and entered the shelter. Once inside, Fang Chung, bare-chested, immediately felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Even in the tropics, the relentless sea breeze was challenging to endure, especially at night when it could swiftly draw away body heat and cause a drop in core temperature. Observing Fang Cheng's relief, Li Qingmin shot him a glance and said, "I told you to come in earlier. You insisted on being stubborn. Now, do you understand?" Accustomed to her playful rebukes, Fang Chung simply chuckled in response. Initially seated, the two soon shifted to a lying position. The shelter's design, narrow at the top and wider at the bottom, provided ample space for them to recline, with at least half a meter of distance between them. Thanks to the half-meter gap, Fang Chung felt relieved from the constant pressure of concealing his nervousness. This was a scene he had never even dared to dream of, lying on the beach alongside Li Qingmin. The mere thought of the stunning beauty, Li Qingmin, being by his side filled him with a blissful disorientation. As the night deepened, with the gentle lapping of the waves and the caress of the sea breeze, many men would envy this picturesque moment. Yet Fang Chung found himself unable to sleep, with Li Qingmin beside him. It was unimaginable for a young man like him to find rest. Li Qingmin. Fang Chung softly called her name, curious to see if she was asleep, only to find that, much like himself, she was wide awake. Li Qingmin turned her head, their gazes meeting in the darkness, where they could discern each other's eyes. What is up? Li Kingman's voice was barely above a whisper. Nothing. I thought you were asleep. Fong Chung replied awkwardly. I'm not. I can't sleep. Then let's talk. What shall we talk about? Reclining in the cool pavilion, they both gazed up at the brilliant night sky through the gaps in the roof. Fong Chung felt the weight of initiating the conversation, knowing he must find a topic that would neither seem too abrupt nor bore her. I never expected to see such a beautiful starry sky on this island. After saying this, Fong Chung chastised himself for being so timid, wasting such a wonderful opportunity with a rather mundane opening line. Indeed, Li Kingman agreed. The last time I saw such a pure and beautiful night sky was nearly 20 years ago. 20 years ago? That would mean you were 5 then, right? Fong Chung observed her intently. Li Kingman chuckled lightly. You're the first to inquire about a woman's age in such a manner. You're indeed not like most people. Fong Chung scratched the back of his head, smiling sheepishly. I was just asking casually. Yes, I was 5 years old 20 years ago. Li Kingman admitted her age candidly. When did you go abroad? At 6, I moved to the United States with my father. Fong Chung mused to himself. No wonder Li Kingman's demeanor differed from that of traditional girls. It was due to her upbringing abroad. It was remarkable that, after so many years, her Mandarin remained impeccable, devoid of any accent. Did you continue learning Chinese in America? All our household staff are Chinese, and my father was particularly strict with me. He insisted I dedicate substantial time each day to studying Chinese, emphasizing that it was crucial to not forget one's roots. Your father sounds quite strict, Fong Chung remarked. Li Kingman laughed lightly. He always has been. I've long since become accustomed to it. That explains your work ethic as well. What do you mean? Li Kingman glared at him. Meticulous. Fong Chung chuckled. It's clear that like father, like daughter, you've inherited your family's admirable values. Chapter 25. Some past events. After discussing Li Kingman's experiences in America, Fong Chung inquired. What did you mean when you mentioned the last time you saw such a night sky? It was nothing significant, merely a literal account. That year, my grandfather and I returned to the village where he had spent his childhood to pay homage to our ancestors. Li Kingman's eyes flickered as memories of her childhood began to resurface, albeit faintly due to the passage of time. She recalled that year when, still in kindergarten, she accompanied her grandfather back to his hometown, a quaint village nestled in the central region. Upon their return, the family first visited the ancestral home of the Li family, a dwelling long neglected and now in a state of disrepair. After examining the ancestral house, they proceeded to the family grave, where they honored the ancestors of the Li lineage. Although many details had faded from her memory, Li Kingman distinctly remembered her grandfather weeping profoundly before a tombstone, nearly succumbing to his grief. Later, she learned from her father that the grave belonged to her grandfather's elder brother. Following that ancestral tribute, the family embarked on a journey to the United States, marking the beginning of their life in a foreign land. Your grandfather? Fong Chung appeared hesitant, as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. What are you trying to say? Li Kingman surmised Fong Cheng's intentions and encouraged him to speak freely. Reluctantly, he confessed, I heard from someone that you have an unusual connection with the senior executives of Shungen Group. Who told you that? Colleagues. It's just their speculation. I was merely curious. They are not mistaken. Not mistaken? Li Shaoan is my great-uncle. Li Kingman did not conceal her lineage from Fong Chung, having endured trials of life and death together. She deemed Fong Chung trustworthy and felt no need for secrecy. Moreover, given their current predicament on a deserted island, the uncertainty of their escape made her identity less consequential. Fong Cheng's jaw dropped in astonishment, his surprise ample enough to fit a goose egg. Previously, he had overheard colleagues speculating about Li Kingman's background, with various fanciful versions circulating, and he had dismissed them as mere nonsense. It was not until he heard Li Kingman acknowledge that Mr. Li Shaoan was her great-uncle that the truth dawned upon him. Why young Li Kingman, returning from abroad, held such a significant position as the executive president of Shungen Fund. Mr. Li Shaoan, as mentioned by Li Kingman, was the illustrious overseas Chinese who founded Shungen Group. His life story was marked by dramatic highs and lows, sufficient to fill a grand narrative. Throughout those turbulent years, Mr. Li Shaoan devoted his entire being to establishing the now formidable Shungen Group. The conglomerate's ventures span investment, capital, real estate, finance, property management, commerce, culture, tourism, and agriculture, making it a comprehensive entity. In every sector, The name Shengin signifies an industry benchmark. The founder and chairman of the group, Mr. Li Shaoan, resides abroad, and his family is frequently featured on wealth media rankings both domestically and internationally. However, the head of the Li family, in his efforts to safeguard his kin, seldom divulges information regarding family members, leaving the outside world with only scant details. Notably, many significant positions within the Shengin group are not held by members of the Li family. These matters, which were perhaps best left unspoken, have now been revealed, and thus they hold little consequence. Li Qingmen smiled. Wait a moment, I'm still processing this. Fong Cheng placed a hand on his forehead, so the esteemed Li Shaoan, who ranks among the top 10 on the Forbes Chinese billionaires list, is your granduncle. Indeed, do you have further inquiries? You mentioned that Mr. Li Shaoan is your granduncle, which implies that he has siblings. However, my research on Mr. Li Shaoan's background yielded no such information, Fong Cheng remarked, astonished. My granduncle values the privacy of family members greatly and invests considerable resources each year to maintain this secrecy, Li Qingmen explained. My grandfather, Li Shaoman, is his elder brother. When I was a child, my granduncle was very fond of me, but after he moved to America, our encounters became infrequent. Where is Mr. Li Shaoan now? I'm afraid I cannot disclose that. He lives happily with my aunt and prefers not to be disturbed by outsiders. The whereabouts of Li Shaoan have remained an enigma. Aside from the Li family, no outsiders possess such knowledge, including Fong Cheng. I see. You have a granduncle who cares for you deeply. Thus, after your graduation, you chose to return to the homeland to manage his Shengin fund. This was a pact made between my granduncle and me during my childhood, and I am determined to make him proud. At this juncture, Li Qingmen shook her head in regret. Unfortunately, I now find myself stranded on a deserted island, and it is uncertain if I can ever return, disappointing my granduncle's expectations. Do not lose heart. As long as we are alive, there will surely be a chance to leave this place, Fong Cheng reassured her. Moreover, your granduncle is an extraordinary individual. Upon learning of your flight's mishap, he would certainly dispatch a search party. Li Qingmen had once harbored hope, but as the days passed since the plane crash, that hope seemed increasingly dim. Casting a glance at Fong Cheng, the reliable man beside her, she found solace in his presence. At least she was not alone on this desolate island, which allowed her to cling to a remaining thread of hope. How about this? Tomorrow morning, we'll create an SOS signal on the beach. If anyone comes searching, they might rescue us, Fong Cheng proposed. Let us give it a try, Li Qingmen replied, though lacking confidence. Nevertheless, attempting something that could lead to her salvation seemed worth the effort. It's getting late. Let us rest, she yawned, fatigue setting in after their lengthy conversation. Yes. Sleep well, Fong Cheng said, his hands clasped behind his head. A torrent of emotions surged within him, leaving him restless. He never anticipated that Li Qingmen possessed such a distinguished lineage, and in that moment, he felt an invisible chasm widening between them. Li Qingmen, a lofty heiress, and I, an utterly ordinary individual, seemingly had no chance of a meaningful connection. In a fleeting moment, Fong Cheng's mind raced with myriad thoughts, but he ultimately shook his head, casting aside these musings. Currently, the foremost priority for both of them was survival on this desolate island, rendering all other considerations irrelevant. Reclining beneath the cool shelter, he gazed at the night sky, only to realize that the celestial panorama appeared strangely unfamiliar. The stars were not those he had previously known. Chapter 26. The unfamiliar night sky, the vast expanse of the heavens sparkled with brilliance. Yet, Fong Cheng was jolted into clarity, gripped by sudden fear. The previous nights had been spent sheltered within a cave due to storms, obscuring any view of the stars. The once familiar night sky now seemed entirely alien. The Big Dipper, Polaris, Ursa Major, and Ursa Minor were nowhere to be seen. This revelation left Fong Cheng astounded. How could such a phenomenon occur? Why had all the constellations visible in the northern hemisphere vanished? Was it possible that this small island lay in the southern hemisphere? The island's flora and climate suggested it resided within the tropics. Therefore, even if it were in the southern hemisphere, one should still be able to observe most constellations from both hemispheres. Furthermore, the constellation Orion, typically visible near the equator, was conspicuously absent from the sky. As he contemplated this familiar yet strange celestial display, Fong Cheng felt adrift. Where was this place? Why did the night sky differ so drastically from what he had known? How could such a wondrous phenomenon exist on Earth? Just as Fong Cheng was consumed by thoughts of the stars, he heard Li Kingman's voice behind him. She had awakened and, upon noticing his absence, found him lost in thought outside the shelter, which piqued her curiosity. Fong Cheng hesitated to share his discovery with her, mindful that she still harbored a glimmer of hope for survival. If this were a normal island, the Leaf family, with their resources, would undoubtedly be scouring the Pacific day and night to locate them. However, everything had changed. Fong Cheng's findings indicated that their island was far from ordinary, possibly unreachable. Nothing much, just couldn't sleep and wanted to enjoy the breeze, he replied, turning to face her. Oh, just don't stay out too late. Li Kingman murmured sleepily before drifting back into slumber. With Li Kingman asleep, Fong Cheng found himself wide awake, his mind racing with the questions that had arisen from his earlier realizations. What secrets did this peculiar island hold? Why were the stars so extraordinary? The following morning, the sun illuminated the island with a pristine clarity, filtering through the leaves above to grace Li Kingman's face. Blinded by the bright light, she slowly opened her eyes, acknowledging that her sleep had been exceptionally restful, far more pleasant than huddling in the damp cave. Where's Fong Cheng? As Li Kingman observed the empty surroundings, she felt a slight surprise. She recalled that Fong Cheng had been sitting outside late into the night, and it was unexpected that he had risen earlier than she. Stretching her limbs, she crawled out from beneath the cool awning, beginning to exercise her waist and arms. A restful night as sleep had invigorated her, leaving her in splendid form. You're awake, came Fong Cheng's voice from a distance. Turning toward the sound, Li Kingman beheld an impressive SOS signal crafted from stones on the pristine white beach. Did you do this? She inquired, approaching him. The arrangement of the large stones into letters was no small feat and had evidently required considerable time and effort. Li Kingman was touched, realizing that Fong Cheng had risen early to undertake this task. Fong Cheng flashed a cheerful smile and replied, Yes, I couldn't sleep, so I decided to do something productive. As he spoke, he endeavored to maintain his smile, concealing any other expression. In truth, after last night, he had completely lost faith in their rescue. He couldn't even ascertain the island's location, let alone expect someone to find them. He completed this endeavor merely to preserve a semblance of hope for Li Kingman, to provide her with a glimmer of aspiration. Indeed, seeing Fong Cheng's efforts lifted Li Kingman's spirits, and she beamed at him, saying, So, what shall we do today? Fong Cheng responded, Our shelter situation is temporarily resolved, and we can rely on coconuts for sustenance. The greatest challenge now is finding a water source. We must locate drinking water on this island. The water stored from the last storm won't last long, and we have no idea when the next storm will arrive. After a brief respite, the two ventured toward the central region of the island, hoping to discover a potable water source. Over the past few days, both Fong Cheng and Li Kingman had gradually acclimatized to navigating through the woods, moving at a considerably faster pace than before. However, for Fong Cheng, traversing the forest in the nude often presented troublesome challenges. Thorny vines frequently caused him pain, eliciting yelps of discomfort. Pain alone was bearable, but the potential toxicity of certain plants made contact excruciatingly itchy, leading to inevitable scratching, which was the most distressing aspect. From an external viewpoint, the forest seemed modest in size, yet upon entering, its vastness became apparent. The dense foliage often obscured their path back, but fortunately, Fong Cheng had been prudent, marking their route as they progressed. Finding a water source on a desolate island was no simple task. It often relied on luck. First and foremost, the island had to possess a water source for them to have any chance of finding it. If the island lacked water from the outset, turning it upside down would yield no results. Fortunately, after an entire morning of navigating the jungle, the two finally made a significant discovery. Beneath a cliff, two individuals discovered that the ground below was quite damp, though it had not yet reached the point of forming small puddles. Instead, water steadily seeped down the bare rock face. The cliff was modest in height, approximately 2 meters, composed of shale, from which tiny droplets emerged through the crevices. Judging by the surrounding environment, this appeared to be a stable water source, as the stone wall had long been moistened by dripping water, allowing a layer of moss to flourish upon it. Observing the trickle of water, Fong Cheng leaned closer and extended his tongue. Li Kingman, feeling anxious, inquired, What are you doing? Fong Cheng licked the damp mark on the stone, smacking his lips in delight as his expression transformed into one of exuberance. It's fresh water. What flows from here is fresh water. Li Qingmin, resting her forehead in her hand, had initially been concerned about Fang Chen's intentions, only to realize he merely wished to taste the water. Upon learning that the water was indeed fresh, she too rejoiced, and the two of them excitedly jumped in place. For the presence of water on this island meant they no longer needed to worry about their drinking supply. However, after the excitement, a practical issue arose before them. Li Qingmin furrowed her brow and asked, "But how can we collect this water?" Chapter 27. Tarzan of the Apes discovering fresh water on the island was certainly a cause for celebration. Yet, amidst their joy, they had to confront another reality. While fresh water seeped from the cliff, the quantity was exceedingly scarce, merely a thin layer trickling down the rock face, making collection extremely challenging. It was impractical to expect that they could remain beside the cliff, relying solely on licking the stone to quench their thirst. What should they do? The discovery of the water source was indeed gratifying, but if they could not find a way to utilize it, their joy would ultimately be in vain. As both individuals pondered their predicament, an idea suddenly flashed in Fang Chen's mind. Perhaps he could devise a method to collect the fresh water. "I've got it," he exclaimed, filled with excitement. "Have you found a solution?" Li Qingmin asked, her eyes bright with anticipation. "Let's give it a try." Without further ado, Fang Chen removed his shoes, leaving him clad only in his underwear. He swiftly untied his shoelaces and pulled them free. "What do you need the shoelaces for?" Li Qingmin asked, puzzled. "You'll see shortly," Fang Chen replied, not elaborating further as he commenced his task. He inserted one end of the shoelace into a crevice where the water seeped, then let it hang vertically down the cliff, ensuring it reached the ground. The other end was then inserted into a plastic bottle he had brought along, and he secured the bottle in place with a few stones. Thus, a rudimentary water collection device was created. Fang Chen's idea was to use the shoelace as a siphon, guiding the meager fresh water from the cliff into the plastic bottle. Will this really work? Li Qingmin questioned, her expression reflecting skepticism, as she found the method rather implausible. Fang Chen confidently declared, "It will undoubtedly work." As he spoke, he meticulously arranged the second shoelace and plastic bottle using the same method. Everything was now prepared. The only question that remained was whether the water would flow smoothly into the plastic bottle. To confirm this, the two did not rush away, but instead chose to observe from the side. After waiting for approximately 2 or 3 minutes, they indeed witnessed droplets of water trickling down the rock face, following the shoelace into the plastic bottle. Seeing this method prove effective, Fang Chen and Li Qingmin joyfully celebrated with a high five. At that moment, their faces were illuminated with pure happiness. The success of this method meant that they would no longer have to worry about sourcing drinking water in the future. However, for Fang Chen, the sacrifice of his only shoelace left him in a rather vulnerable state, akin to a wild man with no clothing to shield him. Walking barefoot through the jungle was far from easy, as a moment's carelessness could lead to injury. Just as Fang Chen pondered this dilemma, Li Qingmin devised a solution. She instructed Fang Chen to wait in place while she retrieved a length of slender vine from a nearby tree. After comparing it with the shoelace holes, she found that the vine was slightly thicker, yet manageable enough to fit through. "Allow me to handle this myself," she insisted. Fang Chen was somewhat taken aback by her offer to assist him with the shoelaces. Nevertheless, Li Qingmin remained undeterred, assuring him, "Just stay still, it will be done shortly." After a brief pause, she successfully tied the new shoelaces for him. Although it was merely a matter of tightening the shoe, which did not compare to the original fit, being able to wear shoes again was already a significant improvement. With access to fresh water secured, the next task was to await the moment when the plastic bottle would be filled, as Fang Chen needed to estimate the time it would take to fill it. This foresight would enable them to timely return to the water source to collect more and swap out the bottles, thus preventing the precious fresh water from being wasted. Shall we return to the beach now? During her time with Fang Chen, Li Qingmin had unwittingly begun to rely on his opinions for many matters. Perhaps it was in such dire circumstances that even a strong woman like her could experience moments of vulnerability. And Fang Chen's consistent performance along their journey provided her with a sense of reassurance. "Let us venture further and explore the center of the island," she suggested. "All right, let us proceed," Fang Chen agreed. Following his plan, they first headed to the island's center to assess the situation before returning to the water source to check how much water had been collected. Thus, They departed from the water source and began their trek toward the heart of the small island. At the center stood a small rocky hill, sparsely adorned with vegetation, consisting only of a few scattered grasses and plants growing between the stones. The wind howled fiercely atop the rocky hill, likely due to the absence of towering trees. From this vantage point, the entire shape of the island was laid bare before them. Viewed from the rocky hill at the island center, the island resembled a colossal sea turtle, with a circular landmass at its core resembling the turtle's body, and a long tail extending outwards. This was the very stretch of beach where Fong Chung and Li Kingman had found themselves at a life-or-death moment, submerged in the sea. Were it not for that long tail, they would have long since missed this island, doomed to a tragic fate in the depths of the ocean. In the heart of this rocky hill lies a colossal stone, towering at 4 to 5 meters. One side of the stone is steep and sheer, resembling a cliff hewn by a chisel, while the other side slopes gently. Fong Chung expressed his desire to ascend this great stone, signaling to Li Kingman that he wished to climb. Although Li Kingman found this somewhat perilous, she could not refuse Fong Cheng's enthusiasm and insisted on accompanying him. Thus, they began their ascent along the steep slope, with Fong Chung safeguarding Li Kingman. Without expending much effort, they successfully reached the summit of the massive rock. Standing atop this monolith, their view was vastly improved. They gazed into the distance, surrounded by an endless expanse of azure sea, a cerulean sky, silver sands, and the crashing white waves. The breathtaking seascape left them in awe. At that moment, Fong Chung could not contain his exhilaration. He spread his arms wide and let out a triumphant roar, exclaiming, "I'm the king of the world." Li Kingman, standing behind him, was amused by his antics and chuckled. "You look more like Tarzan at this moment." Fong Chung glanced at his own state, clad only in a modest pair of shorts, and sheepishly remarked, "I must admit, I do bear some resemblance to the legendary Tarzan." He then mimicked the iconic Tarzan call, cupping his hands around his mouth and bellowing. "Oh, phew!" Unable to hold back, Li Kingman burst in a hearty laughter. Seeing her delight, Fong Chung joined in the mirth. After their laughter subsided, they settled on the summit of the great stone, basking in the radiant sunlight and the refreshing sea breeze. There was no more picturesque scene than this. Chapter 28. Wild goats. Undoubtedly, this large stone at the summit offered the finest view on the island, allowing them to survey the entire expanse of land beneath them. With time to spare, they began to scrutinize the island's topography. At the heart of the island was the rocky hill where they currently resided, surrounded by a tropical rainforest composed of coconut trees, palm trees, and dense shrubs. Beyond that lay the beaches, with the southern side adorned with sandy shores and the northern side featuring rocky coves. From this vantage point, they could also spot the cave where they had previously taken shelter and the pavilion they had recently constructed, as well as the approximate location of the water source. It could be said that from this height, the entire island unfolded before their eyes. Gazing further afield, they observed a vibrant ring of coral reefs just beyond the beach. These reefs thrived beneath the water's surface, invisible from the shore. Only from such an elevated position could one truly appreciate their existence. From a distance, these coral formations appeared to be shallow waters, yet in reality, they concealed considerable depths beneath. The reefs extended into the deep sea for several hundred meters, where they spied a 3-mast sailing ship that had run aground on the reefs due to a storm. Surrounding these reefs, they also noticed several black-shaded sharks swimming gracefully. Upon sighting those sharks, Fong Chung and Li Kingman were unable to suppress a chill that coursed down their spines. Fortunately, when they first landed on the island, they were spared from an attack by these formidable creatures. Otherwise, they would have faced a grim fate. It seemed that day truly favored them. Li Kingman's voice trembled slightly, revealing the fear those sharks instilled in her. Fong Chung, too, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Yet amidst this trepidation, an unexpected thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it was the prolonged absence of meat that spurred this idea. He found himself contemplating where he might procure some. Surely, the flesh of those sharks would be delectable. "Fong Chanyu," Li Kingman exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Haha, I was merely jesting. Unless they choose to swim ashore and invite me to catch them, that would be tantamount to suicide," Fong Chong replied with a sheepish laugh. The two then settled on a stone, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Their dialogue meandered through various topics, including anecdotes from Fong Chong's childhood. This exchange fostered a deeper understanding between them. However, in contrast to Li Kingman's illustrious lineage, Fong Chong's background was rather unremarkable, lacking in anything particularly praiseworthy. Yet, Li Qingmin appeared unfazed by this disparity. Throughout their interaction, she displayed no hint of condescension towards him. That's enough for now. Let us venture towards the water source, Fong Chong suggested, glancing at the sun's position in the sky. He estimated that they had been away from the water source for approximately 2 hours and were eager to see how much water had collected in their plastic bottles. The prolonged exposure to the sea breeze was beginning to induce dizziness in Li Qingmin, prompting her to agree with Fong Chong as they descended from the large rock and made their way to the designated water source. As they journeyed, both were in high spirits, imagining the plastic bottles brimming with water. Fong Chong even began to whistle. Indeed, discovering a water source on this small island signified a vital step towards survival, a prospect that could hardly fail to elate them. However, just as they neared the water source, Fong Chong abruptly ceased his whistling and signaled to Li Qingmin to remain silent. "What is it?" Li Qingmin inquired quietly, perplexed. Fong Chong pointed to some marks on the ground. "Look, these appear to be animal footprints." True to his keen observation, there were indeed scattered impressions on the ground ahead, resembling the tracks of some creature. Upon seeing these prints, Fong Chong instinctively heightened his alertness. Judging by the size of the prints, it was evident that the creature was not small. Encountering wildlife in the wilderness posed significant risks, as without weapons, overcoming such beasts would be exceedingly difficult. Even if they were to prevail, injuries could result, and in the wild, the absence of antibiotics meant that any infection could lead to dire consequences. In the interest of safety, Fong Chong found a broken branch on the ground and handed it to Li Qingmin for her protection. He instructed her to stay behind him and to keep her head low. In a tense moment, Fong Chong and his companion cautiously approached the water source, each clutching a stone in their hands, prepared to intimidate any potential wild beast that might threaten them. As they neared the rocky outcrop, Fong Chong stealthily peered around the edge, only to behold a black wild goat incessantly licking the stone wall. To his dismay, he noticed a plastic bottle at the goat's feet, toppled and spilling its precious contents onto the ground. Fong Chong was infuriated. After all the effort invested in constructing the water collection apparatus, it had been upended by this audacious creature. Without hesitation, he leapt out and shouted at the goat in an attempt to drive it away. Surprisingly, the goat seemed unfazed by his presence, perhaps due to its isolation on the island, having never encountered humans in its territory. In an unexpected display of bravado, the imposing male goat raised its horns, seemingly preparing to charge at Fong Chong. At that moment, Fong Chong felt a surge of anxiety. The goat was large with long, sharp horns, and he questioned whether he could withstand such a confrontation. However, the anticipated clash did not materialize, as both parties warily regarded each other. The proud goat continued to assert its dominance, vocalizing loudly in an effort to intimidate Fong Chong. With determination, Fong Chong hurled his stone at the ground near the goat's feet, startling the creature and causing it to bolt into the woods. Once the wild goat had fled, Li Qingmin cautiously approached Fong Chong, having been tense and sweating during their earlier standoff, fearful for his safety. "Are you all right?" she asked anxiously. "It's nothing. It just ran away after I scared it," Fong Chong replied nonchalantly, though his frustration was palpable as he lamented, "Our water has been spilled by this beast." Li Qingmin reassured him, "The most important thing is that you are unharmed. We can always collect more water." They made their way to the base of the cliff, where one of the 2 plastic bottles had been knocked over by the goat. Not only was it overturned, but it had also been crushed, leaving not a drop of water remaining, which left Fong Chong seething with anger. Fortunately, the beast had not completely obliterated their supply. It had left one intact bottle, a small mercy that might serve them well in the future. Chapter 29. The struggle for water sources. The broken plastic bottle was utterly beyond salvage, a regrettable loss. Nonetheless, Fong Chong was reluctant to leave its remnants exposed in the wilderness, believing it might still have some utility. Upon examining the other plastic bottle, he noted that it contained roughly 1/10 of its full capacity. Given that each bottle held approximately 500 milliliters, it had taken nearly 2 hours to collect this modest amount, indicating that filling an entire bottle would require nearly 20 hours of effort. The limited supply of shoelaces used for drawing water amounts to merely 2, and the water seeping from the cliff is finite. No matter how many plastic bottles they possess, it will not increase the water yield. It translates to the fact that the two individuals can collect approximately 1 liter of fresh water daily from this cliffside source, which is a precious resource for their survival on the deserted island. However, another pressing issue looms ahead: the wild goat they had just encountered. If they do not address this matter, each trip to gather water may be disrupted by the goat's interference. It is impractical for both of them to remain vigilant at this spot constantly. What solutions could they devise? They found themselves at an impasse, for the goat had vanished, and it was likely to return as soon as they departed, leaving them helpless against it. Perhaps they should first drink some water. Fong Chung retrieved the remaining plastic bottle and handed it to Li Kingman, concerned that she might become too parched during their journey, urging her to replenish her fluids. Li Kingman hesitated, saying, "You consume more than I do. You should drink." Fong Chung replied, "It's all right. I will drink the stored water upon our return. You take the fresh water." Touched by his kindness, Li Kingman acquiesced, not wanting to hinder Fong Cheng's goodwill. She accepted the bottle and drank the water in one gulp. Indeed, the fresh water was far more palatable than the rainwater they had previously consumed, providing a significant comfort. This water, seeping from the ground, carried a hint of chill, offering a refreshing relief in the sweltering heat. After Li Kingman finished drinking, Fong Chung meticulously returned the bottle to its original state. How could there be goats on this deserted island? Is it possible that someone has been grazing livestock here? Li Kingman pondered, her earlier discovery weighing on her mind. A solitary island suspended in the vast ocean. How could it possibly host goats? Could there be an indigenous tribe residing here? Fong Chung shook his head, asserting, "That seems improbable. We have spent several days on this island without encountering any signs of human activity." Li Kingman inquired, "Then where did these goats originate?" During the age of exploration, seafaring vessels often transported various animals, and many islands in the ocean now host semi-wild livestock, left behind by sailors who cast them aside during their journeys. If this were the case, it would indeed make sense, suggesting that ships must have passed by this island in the past. This notion was reinforced by the ancient sailing vessel stranded offshore. Its sunken location could not be far from the island, as a typhoon would not have carried it here otherwise. Thus, it appears that the goats on this island are remnants of those long-ago ships. These thoughts were merely Fong Cheng's conjectures, bold yet self-consistent. He had gleaned some understanding of the reasons behind the presence of mammals on islands from documentaries, but only in a general sense. However, for Fong Chung and Li Kingman, delving into the deeper causes was unnecessary, as they were trapped on this deserted island rather than embarking on a scientific exploration. Their foremost concern must be survival. The current situation is that one or several wild goats inhabit the island alongside them. The water source is frequently visited by these goats, and they must compete for access to this vital resource. To deter the goats from causing disruption, they need to devise an effective strategy. Killing a goat is the most straightforward solution, and it is the first thought that crossed Fong Cheng's mind. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, shaking his head in negation. If he had a knife, the task would indeed be simpler. Yet he possesses nothing, not even a single piece of clothing. Engaging in a confrontation with an adult wild goat is undoubtedly an unwise choice. Whether he could defeat the goat is one question, but the subsequent challenges of consumption and preservation of the meat pose another dilemma. Initially, the prospect of consuming the meat arises, but the risks associated with raw consumption are significant. Given that coconuts are available for sustenance, it would be prudent to refrain from attempting to eat raw goat meat. Furthermore, the issue of preservation looms large. A goat of such size undoubtedly weighs several dozen pounds, far more than he and Li Kingman could consume in one sitting. In the humid tropical climate, if the goat meat is not quickly eaten, it will swiftly spoil, resulting in a tragic waste of a delicious creature. Regrettably, they currently lack fire, if only they had it. Fong Chung sighed, shaking his head. Despite the island's abundant resources, sufficient for the two to survive for a while without fire, the more dire the circumstances become, the more he yearns for its warmth and utility. With fire, they could enjoy cooked meals, drink boiled water, and have illumination during the night, alleviating fears of venomous insects and the wild beasts and snakes that might emerge from the darkness. Setting aside the issue of fire, Fong Chung resolved to first address the water source dilemma, for this is the foremost priority for survival. "Why don't we surround the water source with a fence?" suggested Li Kingman. Since direct confrontation with the wild goats is inadvisable, they should find a way to keep them away from the water. "It's worth a try." Fong Cheng's eyes brightened, This indeed seemed like a viable solution. With so many branches, trunks, and vines in the forest, constructing a fence around the water source would not be particularly challenging. Resolute, the two began to search for usable materials, gathering as much as they could and transporting it to the cliff base. Once they had an adequate supply, Fong Chung procured a suitably sized stone, and with Li Kingman's assistance, they drove the wooden stakes deep into the soil. After a strenuous half-day of labor, they finally erected a simple fence around the water source. To fortify this barrier, Fong Chung gathered numerous stones, piling them on either side of the fence to prevent the wild goats from breaching it. Exhausted but satisfied with their efforts, they both hoped that the fence would prove effective, alleviating their concerns over freshwater access moving forward. "Let us head back," Fong Chung said, wiping the sweat from his brow, his breath slightly labored. "I'll return with a plastic bottle later and check again tomorrow morning." "All right, let us go," Li Kingman replied, following Fong Chung as they departed the thicket. Chapter 30. The Dilemma of Fire-Making at Night. The sea breeze was refreshing. Seated beneath the pergola, Fong Chung and Li Kingman gazed vacantly at the starry sky. Indeed, the celestial phenomena witnessed yesterday were genuine. Tonight's heavens mirrored those of the previous evening, imbued with an unsettling familiarity, yet an intriguing strangeness, filled with unfamiliar stars. It was now almost certain that this island harbored profound mysteries, its location utterly indeterminate, and contemplating rescue seemed futile. They would be better off devising ways to survive on this isle. Since their arrival on this maritime sanctuary, their sustenance had been solely reliant on coconuts. At this moment, Fong Chung acutely felt his body growing weaker, especially after laboring under the sun to build a fence. He lacked the strength even to move, preferring to remain in tranquil stillness. In the stillness of the night, a distinct rumble emanated from Fong Chang's stomach. "Are you hungry?" Li Kingman approached him, embarrassed by her gaze. Fong Chang's face flushed, and he sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Li Kingman did not ridicule him. She understood that Fong Chang's physical exertion far exceeded her own. In their shared existence, he bore the brunt of the labor, and thus she empathized deeply with his plight, feeling both compassion and remorse. Surviving solely on coconuts is indeed unsustainable. "We must devise a plan," she remarked. "During the day I spotted that goat, and now my thoughts are consumed with visions of mutton. The moment I close my eyes, it appears before me." As he spoke, saliva nearly dripped from Fong Chang's mouth. Previously, he had never been fond of mutton, finding it to carry an off-putting odor. Now, he dreamt of savoring a bite. "I, too, find myself yearning for food." Li Kingman's cheeks flushed. Like Fong Chung, she had not tasted cooked food in quite some time. The mere mention of meat stirred their appetites. Once they began discussing it, it was as though a dam had burst, and they could scarcely contain their cravings, swallowing hard in unison. Fong Chung clutched his stomach, gritting his teeth. "I can't take it anymore. I must crack open a coconut to calm myself." Li Kingman, concerned, asked, "Can you still manage to eat a coconut?" Her words struck a chord with Fong Chung. His stomach was still sloshing with coconut water, and the mere sight of a coconut made his scalp tingle. "Forget it. I can't eat anymore." He shoved the coconut into a corner and rose to leave the pergola. "Where are you going?" Li Kingman inquired anxiously. "I need to find something to start a fire," he replied, heading into the woods without looking back. He thought to himself, "It's just making a fire. I've watched enough videos on friction fire. If those survivalists can do it, I refuse to believe I cannot." At that moment, hunger had driven Fong Chung nearly mad. His mind singularly focused on that goat, with everything else fading into oblivion. "Hey, it's late. Are you really going into the woods?" Li Kingman called out nervously from behind. "I can't stand it anymore." Fong Chung shouted to the heavens. "Oomph." Li Kingman scoffed softly, her heart aching at Fong Chang's sulky demeanor. With no other option, she climbed out from the pergola and followed him into the woods. "Why have you come as well?" "The woods are dangerous. You should stay in the pergola," he admonished. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, Fong Chung turned to see Li Kingman hastening to catch up. "Are you aware of the danger?" Li Kingman shida. "How could you venture out alone?" Fong Chung blushed and replied, "I am utterly famished." Li Kingman shook her head, exasperated. "I truly have no way with you." Nonetheless, she chose to accompany Fong Chung into the woods. Compared to their initial reckless foray into the forest at night, this time proved to be significantly more favorable. The woods were not as damp, making their passage less arduous. Moreover, perhaps the sun and wind had toughened Fong Chang's skin. for he seemed less perturbed by the island's mosquitoes. Even when bitten, he did not succumb to the incessant itching that had once plagued him. After wandering through the woods and gathering some dry wood, logs, and branches, Fong Chung returned to the shelter with a modicum of satisfaction. Fire would not ignite itself. His next task was to kindle a flame. He first found a sturdy wooden board to place beneath, then selected a stick of the perfect size to hold. Nearby, he prepared a pile of dried coconut husk, freshly torn from its shell. With everything in place, Fong Chung began to rub the stick between his hands, employing the method he had learned from television. After several attempts, however, he encountered a problem. The stick naturally slipped downward as he rubbed it, and despite starting from the top, his hands would soon fall to the bottom. Each time, he had to reposition his grip, causing delays in the process. No matter how many times he tried, the end of the stick merely warmed without producing so much as a wisp of smoke. When one is both weary and hungry, it is easy to become obstinate, and Fong Chung was no exception. It appeared he had taken it upon himself to conquer the challenge of fire starting, wearing an expression of deep frustration. He was determined to succeed that evening. Repeated failures heightened his agitation, causing his movements to grow more erratic, and he muttered curses under his breath. Ultimately, his emotions erupted. In a fit of anger, he tossed the stick aside and cradled his face in his hands, overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat. It seemed so effortless when he watched others ignite a flame, yet his own attempts were fraught with difficulty. Witnessing Fong Cheng's sorrowful countenance, Li Qingmin felt a pang of compassion for him. Perhaps he had placed too much pressure on himself, or perhaps there was something she could offer to assist him. She retrieved the discarded stick and seated herself opposite Fong Chung. "Let us do this together," she said simply. Her straightforward words broke through Fong Cheng's self-imposed struggle, bringing him back to clarity. With a calmer demeanor, he nodded at Li Qingmin. Together, they began to work in unison, alternating their hands as one would tire. Before long, they achieved an unexpected result. The scent of smoke wafted through the air, igniting a sense of exhilaration within them. Having successfully created smoke, they only needed a moment more to ignite a spark. Fong Chung exerted himself with fervor each time, striving to rub the stick faster. Yet, despite their relentless efforts, they were unable to surmount the final hurdle. The smoke remained merely smoke, with no spark emerging. After 3 attempts, Li Qingmin's arms ached to the point of immobility, and all ended in failure. Still not working, Fong Chung lamented, his spirits dampened. "Is there some condition we have yet to fulfill?" Li Qingmin inquired. Fong Chung shook his head and replied, "It seems today must end here. Let us not prolong our struggles. We should rest." Chapter 31. Li Qingmin fell ill not long after dawn. The sun shone brightly, casting a dazzling light upon the azure sea and sky, presenting a splendid vista. Upon awakening, Fong Chung felt the weight of fatigue, stretching languidly. The prolonged lack of carbohydrates and proteins had rendered his body increasingly frail. Beside him, Li Qingmin fared little better. Although her consumption had not been as excessive as Fong Cheng's, her constitution could not withstand the strain as his could, and she now exhibited signs of malnutrition. Fong Chung recognized that he must urgently find a solution to their fire-starting dilemma. Only with fire could they prepare cooked food, which was their immediate priority. "I feel so tired," Li Qingmin murmured, her eyes still heavy with sleep, her breath weak. Observing her pallor, Fong Chung suggested, "You should continue to rest here while I check the water source we found yesterday." This time, Li Qingmin did not insist on accompanying him, and Fong Chung ventured alone to the water source. Arriving at the base of the high cliff, he found the fence intact, which brought him a sense of relief. It seemed a large ram had not returned to cause trouble. Stepping outside the fence, he discovered 2 plastic bottles nearly full of water, which filled him with joy. He immediately seized one and drank deeply. Having craved the water he had given to Li Qingmin the previous day, he was now able to savor the underground water seeping from the rock crevices. The taste was infinitely superior to rainwater, imbued with a refreshing chill that invigorated him and sharpened his senses. After removing the filled plastic bottle, he replaced it with 2 new ones to continue collecting water, then returned to the beach with the remaining bottle. Upon reaching the shore, he found no sign of Li Qingmin. Typically, she would take a stroll along the beach at this hour, yet today she was absent. Fong Chung felt a twinge of unease. His round trip had taken nearly an hour, and ordinarily, Li Qingmin would have risen by now. Furthermore, she was not one to indulge in lingering in bed. An unsettling premonition began to cloud his mind. Could something have gone awry? He anxiously pondered as he hurried toward the shelter. Glancing inside, he saw Li Kingman still sleeping, which offered him some solace, but he soon realized that there must be something amiss. Li Kingman, Li Kingman. Fang Cheng anxiously called out Li Kingman's name twice. Yet no response came from her. Rushing to her side, he was met with a face that appeared as though it had been scorched, flushed a deep crimson. As he placed his hand upon her forehead, the heat nearly prompted a cry from Fang Cheng. Li Kingman was feverish, and alarmingly so. This sudden turn of events completely disoriented Fang Cheng, rendering him helpless and uncertain of how to proceed. A person afflicted by high fever undergoes immense suffering. Had they been in the city, he would have undoubtedly rushed Li Kingman to the hospital without hesitation. Yet here, stranded on a desolate island far from civilization, there were no medicinal remedies available, let alone a hospital. Feeling her forehead once more, he confirmed the temperature was indeed alarmingly high, akin to a searing ball of fire. Fang Cheng was consumed by urgency, solely focused on alleviating Li Kingman's suffering. Water. Yes, she could drink water. He promptly helped her to sit up, offering her the water he had brought back. Li Kingman, feebly propping herself up, parted her parched, cracked lips. However, after taking a sip, she was immediately seized by a fit of violent coughing. This water was too cold. With difficulty, she managed to speak, her body trembling intermittently. Fang Cheng, frustrated, thumped his head in despair. If only there were a fire, he could boil the water for her, which would surely aid her condition. Wait here. I'll go make a fire. No, don't. Just forget about me, Li Kingman replied, her expression one of profound discomfort, her deteriorating health shattering her psychological defenses. When unwell, individuals often find themselves at their most vulnerable, susceptible to despair and irrational thoughts. At this moment, she felt pessimistic, dejected, sensitive, and even contemplated surrendering. What are you saying? I promised we would survive together. How could I possibly abandon you? We cannot survive on this island like this. If we continue to languish, we will inevitably fail, Li Kingman said, her eyes devoid of hope as she shook her head. So what if we might fail? Fang Cheng asserted with an unusual resolve, a determination he had never displayed before. Fang Cheng. Li Kingman found herself unable to meet his gaze directly. Perhaps we will fail, but it will not be today, he declared with a resonant firmness, a statement that marked the most resolute moment of his life thus far. Li Kingman stared at Fang Cheng in astonishment, as though she were seeing this man anew. You rest well. I will ensure we have a fire today. This was Fang Cheng's vow, a pledge made in defense of his dignity as a man. He must kindle a fire, for it represented the hope of their survival together. Determined to make fire, Fang Cheng did not resort to the same reckless approach he had taken the day before. Even with Li Kingman's assistance yesterday, he had failed to ignite a fire. Now, relying solely on his own hands, the challenge seemed even more formidable. He needed to devise an alternative strategy. Observing that Li Kingman was barely holding on, still burning with fever but not yet to the point of losing consciousness, Fang Cheng temporarily departed from the beach and ventured into the woods once more. Intent on gathering materials useful for kindling a fire, Fang Cheng conceived the idea of crafting a fire bow, intending to secure a wooden stick against the bowstring and pull it to create rapid friction between the stick and wood, hoping this would ignite a fire. The bow required resilient wood, preferably with a curved shape to accommodate the bowstring. Fortunately, while scavenging on the beach, he had found some discarded rope that would serve perfectly as the bowstring. Finding suitable wood proved challenging. Some pieces were either too long or too short, others too straight or too brittle, breaking with a mere tug. Fortunately, the island's forest was abundant in timber. After numerous attempts, Fang Cheng finally discovered a piece of wood that, albeit somewhat crooked and unsightly, possessed the right dimensions and flexibility. Having gathered the materials for the fire bow, he next sought dry, soft leaves and slender twigs, ideal kindling as they ignited easily. With everything prepared, Fang Cheng hurried back to the shelter, concerned for Li Kingman's safety alone there. Upon his return, he found her sitting quietly against a post, eyes gently closed, her expression reflecting distress. Chapter 32. A desperate downpour. With all preparations complete, it was time for Fang Cheng to fulfill his promise. He resolved to embark on a desperate attempt. No matter the obstacles, he would muster every ounce of effort to ignite the fire. After a simple assembly, securing the rope at both ends of the wooden stick. The fire bow was finished. In accordance with his design, he placed the stick against the bowstring and began to rotate it against the wood. This method proved significantly easier than rubbing by hand. With swift motions, Feng Cheng drew the fire bow, causing the stick to spin rapidly over the wood beneath. Soon, a small hole was drilled into the wood, and faint wisps of white smoke began to emerge. Observing the smoke, Feng Cheng quickened his pace, pulling the fire bow with greater vigor. Having learned from his previous failure, he understood that smoke signified he was nearing success. Thus, he gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, fervently pulling, fixated solely on the urgency of kindling fire. Though Li Qingmin was gravely ill, she watched the scene unfold. Seeing Feng Cheng exert himself so fervently for the sake of fire unexpectedly brought moisture to her eyes. A man she had never truly regarded now appeared somewhat handsome in his earnestness, leaving her uncertain whether the fluttering in her heart was what they called infatuation. At last, Feng Cheng's arm grew weary, nearing numbness. With one final, resounding cry, he withdrew the stick, revealing glowing embers within the wooden hole. Gazing at these precious sparks, akin to diamonds, he barely had a moment to rejoice, fearing they would extinguish, and quickly poured them onto the prepared dry leaves. If all goes well, then this time the spark will be a success. However, how could such a simple occurrence be possible? Nature cannot be so easily subdued by equations. The spark left the wooden hole and immediately extinguished at a visibly rapid pace. Those dry leaves failed to ignite as hoped. Witnessing the spark, painstakingly produced, extinguish so quickly filled Feng Cheng with an indescribable sense of despair. Yet beside him lay the gravely ill Li Qingmin, who was now more fragile than himself. Feng Cheng admonished himself not to complain and to continue focusing on creating fire. At last, after taking a few deep breaths and shaking his aching arms, Feng Cheng resumed the motion of the fire bow. The temperature on the island was not low, and it was now midday. Even within the shade, it felt oppressively hot. The sweltering heat made Li Qingmin uncomfortable, and it caused beads of sweat to cascade down Feng Cheng's face. The deluge of perspiration was not a favorable omen for his efforts to kindle a flame. Indeed, when Feng Cheng attempted once more to produce a spark, a single destructive droplet of sweat extinguished yet another opportunity to ignite a fire. Damn! Feng Cheng silently cursed in his heart. Despite having failed twice in succession, he refused to yield. This time, he pressed on without taking a break, diving directly into a third attempt at friction fire. Li Qingmin Butcha, her heart heavy with an indescribable feeling, a mixture of gratitude and guilt. Feng Cheng, take a moment to rest. It's all right. I have found a method, he replied, offering her a reassuring smile and a comforting glance. Through his prior failures, Feng Cheng had gradually discerned the technique for friction fire. During the initial rotations, he could afford to exert less force, but once the white smoke appeared, he needed to accelerate the rotation to produce sparks more readily. Presently, the most challenging aspect for him was not generating sparks, but rather igniting the leaves. He either blew too forcefully and extinguished the spark, or too gently, failing to ignite the leaves. For someone who had never kindled a fire before, mastering the art of blowing on the spark was an urgent necessity. Fortunately, the high temperature, while exhausting, also made the process of ignition relatively easier, granting Feng Cheng sufficient stamina to persist. In the shade, he remained engrossed in his task, while above, a thick mass of dark clouds quietly drifted into the sky. So focused on his endeavor, Feng Cheng failed to notice the change above. His eyes were solely fixed on the rotating fire bow. Once more, white smoke ascended as he hastened his arm movements, and the spark fell from the drilled wooden hole onto the coconut husk below, treating the spark as if it were the most precious jewel in existence. He enveloped it in the husk, carefully blowing air upon it while shielding it from the wind, fearful that this tiny ember might extinguish yet again. Hurry, hurry, ignite! Feng Cheng's heart raced with urgency. He was utterly fatigued and gradually losing patience. If this attempt failed, he might truly have to concede defeat. Suddenly, the dry coconut husk erupted into a blaze of scorching yellow flames. Cradling the fireball, Feng Cheng was overwhelmed with emotion, weeping like a child weighing over 100 pounds. Never had he imagined that igniting a fire alone in the wilderness would prove so arduous. Fortunately, the flames had finally been kindled, and the days without fire were drawing to a close. all his efforts had not been in vain. I succeeded. I truly succeeded. Fong Chung was ecstatic. How wonderful it was to finally have fire. Li Kingman shared in his joy as they placed the burning coconut husk into the prepared pile of dry wood. The flames began to flicker and grow, gaining momentum, and everything seemed to be progressing in the most favorable direction. Li Kingman felt a glimmer of relief. No longer having to witness Fong Cheng's exhaustion, his breath coming in labored gasps. However, just as they were beginning to celebrate, a fierce gust of wind swept through. The wind was so powerful that it nearly uprooted the makeshift shelter the two had constructed. Fong Cheng's heart raced, and he instinctively shielded the fire with his body. Once the gust subsided, the flames remained unextinguished. Thank goodness it did not go out. However, Fong Cheng's joy lasted but 3 seconds before sudden. Relentless downpour cascaded from the sky. The sight of large raindrops crashing onto the roof of the shelter and streaming through the gaps extinguished the nascent flames in an instant. In that moment, Fong Cheng truly understood what it meant to feel utterly despondent. Just seconds ago, he had been ecstatic, and now he found himself devoid of even tears to cry. The fire he had fought so hard to ignite was so easily extinguished by nature. A single torrential rain had shattered all hope. The expressions on their faces turned blank, as they were at a loss for how to respond to this calamity. Li Kingman sat numbly on the ground, while Fong Chung cast aside his tools, consumed by a desire to curse the heavens. Such is the nature of the tropical climate. One moment, the sky is clear and bright, and the next, a storm can erupt without warning. No one can predict it. Chapter 33. The flicker of hope amidst despair. As the downpour raged, chaos ensued. There were matters of greater importance than venting his anger through curses, namely, finding a shelter to protect Li Kingman from the rain. She was running a high fever and could not afford to be drenched, as it would exacerbate her condition. With no other option, Fong Chung dismantled the roof of the shelter and layered the palm fronds to craft a makeshift umbrella, leading Li Kingman in search of refuge. "Let me carry you," he insisted. "No, you should go find a place to shelter from the rain. I can manage here alone," she replied. Witnessing Fong Cheng's repeated failures, Li Kingman's spirits plummeted. She despised the wretched weather, which seemed to mock them at the most critical moments. What a cruel joke this was! Fong Chung glanced at the frail Li Kingman. He could never abandon her at such a time. Apologizing softly, he hoisted her onto his back and set off in search of shelter. The torrential rain descended with alarming speed. Fong Chung could not recall where on the island they could find adequate protection, so he carried Li Kingman back to the cave they had occupied earlier. "Where are we going?" she asked softly, not struggling as she rested against him. "To the place of refuge. First, close your eyes and rest. Soon, we shall arrive." Fong Chung pressed on, sprinting toward the cave. Returning once more to the familiar cavern, an unsettling sensation gripped him. When they first set foot on the island, the two had sheltered from a tempest within this very cave. At that time, their physical condition was relatively stable. The two young souls braved the damp weather without much difficulty. However, as their nutritional intake dwindled, their bodies began to fray, posing a dire threat to their survival. Prolonged malnutrition took its toll on Li Kingman, diminishing her immune system, ultimately leading her to succumb to a high fever. Fong Chung soon reached the cave. The space was quite confined, barely allowing a person to lie down comfortably. Li Kingman could only sit with great difficulty. The damp environment exacerbated her discomfort, and having just been drenched in rain, her wet clothes clung to her, causing her temperature to plummet. She curled up in a corner of the cave, her body trembling in fits. Fire! 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 This urgent thought consumed Fong Chung. At this moment, his mind was fixated on one singular desire: fire. Fire could dispel the chill and dampness, provide warmth to Li Kingman, and, more crucially, allow them to drink hot water and consume cooked food, which was vital for her recovery. Beyond the traditional method of friction to create fire, Fong Chung desperately recalled all the knowledge he had about igniting flames in the wilderness. His mind raced until, in a moment of inspiration, he conceived the idea of using a lithium battery to start fire. Indeed, a lithium battery. Many survival guides had expounded upon this technique. In modern wilderness survival scenarios, the one item most individuals carry is a mobile phone. When damaged, submerged, or out of power, the lithium battery contained within serves as an excellent fire starter. The beauty of this method lies in its simplicity. Merely striking or piercing the battery can cause a short circuit igniting the battery in flames. This approach is particularly advantageous for novices in firemaking, though its only drawback is its costliness and the fact that it is a one-time use. At such a critical juncture, the expense became irrelevant. Igniting a fire to save a life took precedence. Fong Cheng's own phone had sunk into the ocean during the crash, but he recalled that Li Qingmin's phone was still with her. "Qingmin, where's your phone?" he inquired urgently. "Huh?" Li Qingmin lifted her head with difficulty, puzzled. "Isn't it broken? What do you need the phone for?" Fong Cheng replied, anxiety lacing his voice. "There's no time to explain. Quickly, hand me your phone. I needed to start a fire." Li Qingmin, taken aback, wondered how a phone could be used to create fire. However, seeing Fong Cheng's desperate demeanor, she reached for her bag. Usually, she carried it with her, but today it was absent. Realization dawned as she found her hands empty. "My bag should still be at the awning. The phone is inside," she said weakly. "Please wait for me here. I shall return shortly." Upon uttering these words, Fong Cheng darted forth like an arrow, braving the torrential downpour until he reached the awning. Fortuitously, beneath the shelter, he discovered Li Qingmin's red handbag. Upon opening it, he was elated to find a most vital possession, the mobile phone, inside. Overjoyed, Fong Cheng sprinted back to the cave without a moment's pause. "Back so soon?" Li Qingmin exclaimed, astonished at his rapid return. "Indeed," Fong Cheng replied with a smile, having brought back the life-saving device. To facilitate the process of igniting a fire, he selected a relatively dry spot within the cave and piled it high with coconut shells and coir. Then, he retrieved Li Qingmin's red case phone, its black screen reflecting his visage, revealing how the hardships of island life had rendered him considerably thinner. However, there was no time for reflections. Kindling a fire was of utmost urgency. "Qingmin, I am about to disassemble your phone." "Disassemble the phone?" Li Qingmin's expression turned to one of shock. Although the phone had become as useless as a brick, it could still serve as a mirror. She had not anticipated that Fong Cheng would take such a step. "The lithium battery inside is essential for starting the fire. We have no other choice," he stated resolutely. "Then do it," she conceded, finding no grounds for opposition. Fong Cheng swiftly dismantled the phone and extracted the lithium battery. Clutching this small, dark object, which held the potential to determine their fates, he felt his hand tremble slightly. Never before had he attempted such a thing. Regardless of whether this method would succeed, it was a gamble they had to take. He procured a stone and struck the lithium battery with force. It began to bulge, and soon the air was filled with the acrid scent of burning, followed by a thick plume of white smoke. Seeing the smoke, Fong Cheng's anxious heart could finally settle, and he began to prepare the combustible materials. The battery's temperature soared, suddenly erupting into a fierce flame. At that moment, Fong Cheng, who had been waiting patiently by, ignited the coir and coconut shells. Under the blaze of the lithium battery, he finally succeeded in kindling a fire. Chapter 34. The Warm Cave. I did it. I succeeded. With the fire finally lit, Fong Cheng collapsed onto the ground, laughing heartily without a care in the world. One could not help but marvel at the exhilarating highs and lows of life. After numerous trials, they had finally achieved fire, transforming their world instantaneously. As he laughed, tears unexpectedly streamed down his face. It was a poignant sight to behold, revealing the immense pressure he had endured. After countless failures, he had persevered without yielding. In that moment, all previous disappointments and frustrations vanished into thin air. "You did it." Li Qingmin gently dabbed at the corners of her eyes, wiping away her tears, profoundly moved by all that Fong Cheng had accomplished. In that fleeting moment, a brilliant and warm flame emerged within the cold, shadowy cave. Illuminated by the flickering light, the cave no longer appeared as dark as it once did. The modest cavern swiftly transformed into a haven of warmth, and Li Qingmin, who had been shivering from the cold, felt the comforting embrace of the fire, akin to stumbling upon a hot spring in the midst of a frigid winter landscape. The warmth coursed through her entire being, gradually dispelling the chill that had settled within her. The two of them huddled closely around the fire, their damp bodies exhaling wisps of white vapor. Li Qingmin's wet garments began to dry slowly under the gentle heat of the flames. Words were few, yet their faces radiated joy, and the occasional shared smile was laden with profound emotion. "How do you feel?" "Much better," though she still endured a high fever. The presence of the fire had brought her significant relief. Fong Chung naturally extended his hand to check Li Qingmin's forehead. This unintentional gesture conveyed his concern and care for her well-being. Li Qingmin did not shy away or resist, allowing him to touch her forehead. Your temperature remains quite high. You should rest here in the cave while I venture out to find a container to boil water. Don't go just yet. The fire brings great comfort, and you must be tired as well. Please take some time to rest. The coconut shells in the cave won't last long. I need to fetch some firewood. Fong Cheng's worry was not unfounded. There were plenty of coconut shells they had left behind during their previous stay. These shells would not sustain the fire for long, and before they burned out, he had to find a way to procure some wood. The precious source of flame, obtained with great effort, must be protected at all costs. It cannot be allowed to extinguish so easily. Li Qingmin nodded in agreement. Although she felt that Fong Chung was already quite fatigued and wished for him to stay and rest a while longer, he was right. There are many tasks yet to be accomplished. Be careful out there. I will. With that, Fong Chung braved the rain and left the cave. Not long after he stepped outside, the torrential downpour ceased. Such is the nature of the tropical island climate. Often, a heavy rain descends without warning, catching one off guard, just as it had moments ago. Fortunately, the worst was behind them. The fire now burned brightly in the cave, and sunlight once again graced the island. Fong Cheng's task was to gather as much burnable debris as possible from the forest and return to the cave. Due to the recent downpour, everything in the woods was soaked, including the wood he managed to bring back. He stacked the damp wood beside the fire, allowing the heat to dry it out before adding it to the flames. After approximately 2 hours of diligent work, Fong Chung had successfully amassed a substantial supply of wood within the cave, sufficient for both of them to endure the night. Throughout this time, Li Qingmin leaned against the wall, her eyes closed, quietly recuperating. Her clothes had dried considerably, and she felt much more comfortable than before. Now, her sole task was to muster her strength and endure this fever. Having prepared the burning wood, Fong Chung added fresh logs to the fire, ensuring its continued warmth and flicker. This time, Fong Chung ventured to the rocky beach, seeking tools that might prove useful. Upon arrival, he found the terrain quite treacherous. The ground was riddled with pits, and the rocks, perpetually soaked by the sea, were both wet and slippery. Jagged stones lay scattered about, creating an environment where debris washed ashore by the waves was often left behind. As he navigated the rocky expanse, Fong Cheng's eyes scanned every crevice with the precision of a radar, leaving no stone unexamined. Suddenly, a dazzling light caught his attention, momentarily blinding him. Instinctively, he squinted, exhilaration bubbling within him. Such brilliance could only emanate from metal. He promptly began his search in the direction from whence the light emanated. Indeed, it was not long before he discovered a metal nestled within a crevice, likely a milk powder container. Half of it was submerged in silt, its surface marred by rust, though the rim retained a glint of shine, suggesting it was a piece of refuse recently washed ashore. Upon sighting this iron can, Fong Chung felt a surge of joy. With this, he could boil water for Li Qingmin. With that thought, he wasted no time extracting the can from the mud. However, as the can emerged from its earthy confines, a shadow darted from the muck, revealing a palm-sized crab. The dark creature, startled by the disruption of its hiding place, attempted to flee, but Fong Chung was quick and deft, pinning the crab with his foot and capturing it with his hand. Next, he cleaned the found iron can and placed the sizable crab inside, resuming his search along the rocky shore. The successful capture of this crab indicated that more awaited him in the vicinity. Previously, he had refrained from consuming crabs out of fear of parasitic infection from raw seafood. But circumstances had shifted. With a fire now kindled in the cave, he could cook the crabs before indulging. Moreover, with Li Qingmin unwell and feverish, it was imperative to provide her with nourishing sustenance, and these crabs would surely aid in her recovery. Thus began Fong Cheng's foray into foraging by the sea. Having not grown up by the coast, he was inexperienced in this endeavor. His capture of the crab felt serendipitous. Oftentimes, he would spot crabs, small fish, or shrimp, only to fumble and watch as they slipped away, eliciting frustrated cries from him. Fortunately, amidst the quick creatures, he discovered many slower-moving shells and sea snails, which proved easier to collect, and he gathered a fair amount during his excursions. As the time came for Fong Chung to return to the cave, his iron can house a large crab alongside a bounty of sea snails. Though they appeared somewhat unappealing, to Fong Chung, who had not tasted meat in nearly half a month. They were a tantalizing feast. He could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of cooking these treasures for himself and Kingman. "Ah, today I shall treat you well, my dear Kingman," he mused, envisioning a sumptuous meal ahead. Chapter 35. Delectable crab meat. Upon returning to the cave, a gentle warmth enveloped me. The once damp cavern, now dry due to the presence of fire, transformed into a most comfortable refuge. I had returned. As Fong Chung rolled into the cave, he was taken aback to find Li Kingman unconscious on the ground. This sight sent a jolt of panic through him, and he hurried to support her, placing his hand upon her forehead, which felt significantly warmer than before. Li Kingman struggled to open her eyes, murmuring incoherently, yet Fong Chung could not decipher her words. Her elevated body temperature had begun to impair her consciousness, and if no measures were taken to cool her down, her condition would soon become critical. Kingman, please wake up. Look what I have brought back for you." Seeing her unresponsive state filled Fong Chung with dread. It was imperative to physically lower her temperature. She could not remain in such a heated state. Surveying the small cave, he noted that the temperature was elevated due to the bonfire, with only the entrance providing a refreshing ocean breeze. Thus, he carefully carried Li Kingman to the cave's mouth. Merely having the wind was insufficient. He needed to help her body dissipate heat. In a moment of urgency, he murmured an apology and began to unbutton her shirt. The situation was dire, and conventional reasoning could not apply. Fong Chung was solely focused on saving Li Kingman, and his mind harbored no other thoughts despite the intimate nature of his actions. Having completed this task, he returned to the cave, racing against time to construct a makeshift cooking rack over the fire with the gathered wood. He poured the contents of the iron can into it, placing the can atop the rack and adding the rainwater stored within the cave, commencing the task of boiling water for Li Kingman. Once the rainwater reached a boil, he carefully used 2 sticks to lift the scorching can to the entrance, where the sea breeze could cool the boiling water more swiftly. When it reached a drinkable temperature, he propped Li Kingman up and slowly fed her. "This is hot water. Drink plenty." As the warm liquid entered her system, Li Kingman felt a significant alleviation of her discomfort. It had been quite some time since she had last tasted hot water, and the sensation coursing through her felt akin to a soothing spring enveloping her entire being, bringing her a measure of relief. Li Kingman remained silent, diligently drinking, striving to consume as much as she could. After finishing 1 can of hot water, seeing her complexion improve considerably, Fong Chung resumed boiling water and preparing food, eager to provide her with the essential protein she desperately needed. Just a little longer. Soon there will be something delicious. Inside the cave, Fong Chung busily attended to his tasks. As the water in the iron can began to bubble, he tossed a large, dark crab into the boiling water. Within mere seconds, the crab began to change color, rapidly transforming into an alluring shade of red. The sight of this succulent delicacy made Fong Cheng's mouth water. It had been half a month since he had tasted meat, and his eyes were fixated on the vibrant crab. The mere thought of that tender white crab meat ignited a desire within him to take a reckless bite. Even in the presence of the delectable large crab, Fong Chung restrained himself, for this exquisite creature was reserved for Li Kingman, whose body was in greater need of such nourishment at this moment. With a wooden stick, he deftly extracted the magnificent crab from the iron can, eagerly bringing it to the entrance of the cave, ready to prepare it for Li Kingman. Upon seeing the vibrant red crab, a look of astonishment filled Li Kingman's eyes as she softly inquired, "Did you catch a crab?" Fong Chung chuckled. This fellow came willingly. As he spoke, he busily detached one of the large claws, cracked open the shell, and extracted the tender crab meat to feed Li Kingman. As the glistening, still quivering crab meat approached her lips, the distinctive, tantalizing aroma of the crab enveloped her senses, compelling Li Kingman to instinctively open her mouth and consume it with eagerness. The crab meat was extraordinarily sweet, melting in her mouth, and in that moment, tears streamed down her cheeks. This was the first bite of cooked food she had tasted since the plane crash, and it was also her first morsel of meat. Nothing in the world could compare to this crab meat. Even the most illustrious king crabs paled in comparison to this humble creature. Undoubtedly, it was the most exquisite crab she had ever savored. Watching Li Kingman relish the moment, Fong Chung felt an overwhelming sense of joy, as if her delight brought him even more satisfaction than if he were eating himself. He continued to detach another claw and prepare to feed her again. "You should eat too. Having savored the crab's delightful flavor, Li Qingmin glanced at Fong Chung, touched by everything he had done for her since she fell ill. Fong Chung replied with a smile, "You should eat, as you are currently weak and need the nourishment from the crab meat." Li Qingmin shook her head, reluctant to consume more, feeling increasingly guilty over Fong Cheng's kindness. She did not wish to devour the crab alone. "Please, eat without worry. I discovered numerous crabs on the tidal flat today. I can catch a few more later. Besides, I still have sea snails." The meat of sea snails and shellfish is not as safe or easily digestible as crab meat, and some sea snails may even be toxic, which is why Fong Cheng chose to let Li Qingmin enjoy the crab, while he would opt for the sea snails and shellfish. After much persuasion, Fong Cheng finally convinced Li Qingmin to continue eating. Although the crab meat was delicious, peeling the shell proved somewhat inconvenient. Since he was feeding her, he could not indulge himself directly. Instead, he found a slender stick to serve as chopsticks, extracting all the crab meat and offering it to Li Qingmin. Initially, she felt a bit embarrassed, as this was the first time, apart from her father and grandfather, that a man had fed her. However, given their dire circumstances, she soon cast aside her reservations and gradually accepted Fong Cheng's assistance, allowing herself to be fed with peace of mind. Once they finished one crab, Fong Cheng collected the shells and cast them into the fire, addressing both the issue of waste within the cave and providing fuel for the flames. In their current situation, anything that could burn was tossed into the fire. The shells crackled as they ignited, filling the air with a fragrant, charred aroma that stirred the hunger pangs within Fong Cheng's belly. Fortunately, the iron can still contain the sea snails and shells he had brought back. After being boiled for such a long time, these delicacies were thoroughly cooked, allowing Fong Cheng to safely extract and consume the sea snails and shells. The shells were quite manageable. Once cooked, they opened automatically, and one could simply extract the tender meat within, which was exceptionally sweet and fresh, albeit disappointingly scarce. Devoured almost without savoring, the sea snails posed a greater challenge. Fong Cheng had to resort to using stones to crack them open before retrieving the delectable flesh. The meat of the sea snails was remarkably springy, and even without any seasoning, it remained deliciously succulent, compared to the seafood he had previously tasted at bustling seafood stalls. There was no doubt that today's feast was the most exquisite. The only regret was the limited quantity of sea snails, which left him yearning for more. Chapter 36. The nesting plan. As time passed, the darkness enveloped the surroundings, while the cave flickered with the glow of the fire, becoming the sole beacon of light on the island during the night, and the only solitary lamp over the vast ocean. The warmth of the fire dispelled the endless darkness of the night and chased away the pervasive chill. The flames cast shadows of Fong Cheng and Li Qingmin upon the cave walls. Sitting closely beside Fong Cheng, Li Qingmin had significantly bridged the psychological distance between them. The ease with which they unconsciously drew near to each other during moments of leisure reflected the nature of their relationship, a testament to their psychological proximity. After the afternoon's nourishment, Li Qingmin had noticeably improved. Although her body still burned with fever, her consciousness was remarkably clear, a promising sign that, with perseverance, her immune system would facilitate her recovery. The crab they had tasted that evening was, without a doubt, the most delectable Fong Cheng had ever encountered. Li Qingmin's previously cold eyes suddenly shimmered with warmth. Though she struggled to express her gratitude, her words were an implicit thank you directed at Fong Cheng. "I'm glad you enjoyed it. I shall catch more from the beach tomorrow," Fong Cheng responded, unable to withstand the softness in Li Qingmin's gaze. Blushing profusely at their fleeting eye contact and hastily averting his face. Noticing Fong Cheng's bashful reaction, Li Qingmin felt a surge of pride and teasingly remarked, "Why is your face so red?" Fong Cheng retorted stubbornly, "It's just a reflection of the firelight." Li Qingmin smiled silently, while Fong Cheng was left feeling embarrassed and self-conscious. After a while, both lost themselves in contemplation, gazing at the fire. Fong Cheng, "Yes, this feels like the happiest day since my arrival on the island," she mused. "Now that we have fire, our lives will surely improve from here on." Li Qingmin cradled her chin in her hands, her eyes filled with dreams as she continued. "Sometimes I think perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to spend a lifetime here on this island." Fong Cheng smiled in response. "That won't happen. We will undoubtedly be rescued." The truth about this island is a secret that Fong Cheng dares not reveal to Li Qingmin. He understands that her current sentiments are merely fleeting whims. How could someone of her stature, a distinguished lady from a prominent family, genuinely wish to spend an eternity on this island? The fact remains that they are still unaware of the island's precise location, and the dream of returning home feels utterly unattainable. Consequently, Fong Chung refrains from disclosing the truth, fearing that the already fragile Li Kingman may not be able to bear it. Their conversation meanders through various topics, encompassing their past work and lives, as well as amusing anecdotes from their childhood. Yet, inevitably, the discourse returns to the pressing question of how to survive on the island in the days to come. They have secured a water source, kindled a flame, and discovered sustenance on this island. What they truly require is a sanctuary. Perhaps we should return to the cave. Fong Chung proposed. Return there? Leaving man furovet herberov, uppbäring somahat relustand. Her memories of the cave were not particularly fond. Fong Chung was cognizant of her sentiments. He understood her thoughts. However, after much contemplation, he reached this conclusion. This small island is characterized by a tropical climate that is capricious. One moment it may be bathed in sunlight, and the next, torrential rain may descend. Living outdoors, the greatest challenge would be preserving their fire. If they resided in the cave, they would not have to worry about their fire being extinguished by the downpour in most circumstances. Li Kingman's previous aversion to the cave stemmed largely from its darkness and dampness. However, with the presence of fire, the conditions had improved significantly. The cave was no longer dim and cold, but had become more habitable. After Fong Cheng's explanation, Li Kingman began to warm to the idea. Indeed, living in the cave would offer considerably more stability. They had traversed the island and determined that, thus far, it was the best shelter against the elements. There truly was no better alternative. Yet the cave feels somewhat cramped. If we are both inside, it will inevitably feel crowded. Li Kingman expressed her concerns, adding, I mean no offense, I merely feel it is too small. I have considered that as well. We could excavate the cave to make it larger. Fong Chung proposed a solution. Excavate the cave? This was a notion Li Kingman had not previously entertained. Earlier, when hunger had sapped their strength, the idea of digging a cave had never crossed their minds. However, now that they had fire and could consume cooked meat, Fong Cheng's thoughts expanded further. Indeed, the cave felt small, but if they were to dig deeper, flatten the interior for comfort, and create a drainage channel while ensuring the entrance was sheltered, it could evolve into a truly cozy abode. As she listened to Fong Cheng's description, Li Kingman felt increasingly captivated. In such an environment, possessing a stable nest, even if it were merely a cave, would provide her with psychological solace. What do you think? If possible, I could start digging tomorrow. Since we can excavate a cave, why not select a more suitable location rather than dig here? Li Kingman pointedly remarked, awakening Fong Chung from his reverie. The notion of the equation was to excavate within the existing cave. Despite the inherent conditions, it was situated on the northern side of the island, directly above a rocky beach, rendering the external circumstances rather unfavorable. While he contemplated the idea of burrowing a cave, he had not considered abandoning this location in search of a more advantageous site, his thoughts momentarily entrapped in a rigid paradigm. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Exclaimed Fong Chung, slapping his thigh in excitement. On the southern side of the island, as long as the conditions were suitable, he could carve walls and create a dwelling, which would undoubtedly be a far better option than settling in this cave. Ultimately, after much discussion, the two resolved to seek an appropriate location on the southern part of the island, where they would dig into the mountainside and construct a cozy abode for themselves. With this plan in mind, Fong Chung was so exhilarated that he could hardly sleep, eager for dawn to break so he could venture south to find a new home. Li Kingman, however, weakened by fever, did not share his fervor. After a brief conversation, she began to yawn. I'm feeling a bit drowsy. You should rest early. I will stay up a little longer. Li Kingman replied, leaning against the wall and closing her eyes, quickly drifting into slumber. Observing this weary beauty, Fong Chung felt a pang of sorrow. The once elegant and striking Li Kingman had been worn down by the harsh life on the island. Sleep well, sleep well. A good night's rest will mend everything, he thought, silently praying for her recovery, hoping she would feel better come morning. Chapter 37. Improvement in health with a fire kindled. The two slept soundly that night, no longer burdened by fears of lurking dangers in the surrounding darkness, nor tormented by the damp, chilling air pervading the cave. The restorative sleep, coupled with nourishment, significantly aided Li Kingman's recovery, and by morning, Her temperature had notably decreased, and her strength returned. Fong Chung, meanwhile, was busy clearing the ashes from the embers, revealing the glowing coals beneath. After Li Qingmin had fallen asleep first, Fong Chung had vigilantly tended to the fire, adding fuel and ensuring it remained alight. As fatigue set in during the late hours of the night, he worried that the fire might extinguish if he succumbed to sleep. Recalling a method his parents had employed during his childhood when managing charcoal, he piled the burning coals with ashes to allow them to smolder gently overnight, planning to rekindle the flames at dawn. Throughout the night, Fong Chung had not slept soundly, his mind preoccupied with the fire's fate. As soon as daybreak arrived, he awoke, the first thing on his agenda being to sift through the ashes to check on the embers. Only when he saw the flickering red glow of the coals did he feel a sense of relief, hastily gathering the prepared leaves and twigs to reignite the fire. "You're awake?" he said, blowing on the embers, causing ash to scatter onto his nose, only then noticing that Li Qingmin had opened her eyes. Seeing his comical appearance, she chuckled softly and remarked, "You're working so hard. How can I justify remaining asleep? It's different. You are the patient and need more rest." Fong Chung chuckled. "You stay in the cave while I venture outside to gather some food." The fire was already crackling, and he had successfully tackled the first significant task of the day. Now, he was determined to search for sustenance. Upon hearing that Fong Chung intended to go out, Li Qingmin expressed her desire to accompany him. However, as she attempted to rise, she realized her legs felt weak and heavy, devoid of strength. Fortunately, Fong Chung swiftly supported her, saying, "Your health has not yet recovered, so it's best that you remain here to rest and recuperate." Li Qingmin smiled awkwardly and remarked, "I'm holding you back." To which Fong Chung replied, "You are unwell. It is only natural for me to take care of you. Do not overthink it. I will return shortly." He helped her sit comfortably before hastily exiting the cave, making his way to the rocky shore outside, determined to return with a bountiful harvest. Having learned from his encounter with the crabs the previous day, Fong Chung was aware that these creatures favored hiding in crevices between rocks. When startled, they often burrow into the mud, making them difficult to catch once the water became muddied. If one were to recklessly reach out, they could easily be pinched by the crab's formidable claws. To address this predicament, Fong Chung had brought along a tool today, a half-coconut shell. The coconut shell served as a makeshift scoop. If he could catch the crabs on the mudflat, it would not be necessary. However, if they escaped into the water, he would utilize the shell to scoop them out. After more than an hour, his morning expedition proved to be remarkably fruitful. He had captured 5 crabs, each one no smaller than the one he had caught the day before, perfectly filling the tin he had brought. Truth be told, the coconut shell's effectiveness was quite limited, as it was not designed for professional crab fishing, for the 5 crabs had been caught directly on the mudflat. Nevertheless, having crabs to eat was a cause for celebration, regardless of the method employed. In high spirits, he returned to the cave with his catch. Inside the cave, Li Qingmin sat beside the fire, lost in thought, patiently awaiting Fong Cheng's return. Upon seeing him bring back 5 large crabs, her face lit up with joy. "So many?" she exclaimed. "Hee, these fellows were likely still asleep. I took advantage of their sweet dreams to bring them back," Fong Chung teased. Li Qingmin swallowed hard, the deliciousness of the crab from the previous day lingering in her memory. The prospect of tasting fresh, delectable crabs again filled her with immense happiness. With nimble hands, Fong Chung poured water and set a pot to boil, preparing to cook the crabs. While handling the water, he noticed another concern. The rainwater they had stored in the cave was nearly depleted, leaving only a blue plastic barrel with a scant amount remaining. "Should we check the water source?" Li Qingmin suggested. "Let us eat first. After we finish, I will go," Fong Chung replied, feeling quite famished himself. Having missed out on crabs the previous day, he was eager to indulge and momentarily set aside thoughts of other matters. Cooking the crabs did not take long. Once they turned red and were boiled for a while longer, they would be safe to eat. With 2 wooden sticks, Fong Qian carefully lifted the iron pot off the fire, and the water within immediately ceased its rolling boil, releasing the enticing aroma of the crabs inside. How delightful! Li Qingmin inhaled deeply, already swallowing in anticipation. It was the first time Fong Qian witnessed Li Qingmin displaying such eagerness for food, which brought a smile to his face. This smile was fortuitously caught by Li Qingmin, leaving her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, aware that Fong Qian had observed her earlier impatience. "Fong Qian," Li Qingmin feigned sternness, attempting to maintain a serious expression. It's nothing. I want to laugh, absolutely not. Now, why don't you hurry and help me with the crabs? What do you mean by what? Did you not hear me? Li Kingman retorted, her face still tinged with red. In that moment, Fang Qian was momentarily taken aback. If he heard correctly, Li Kingman's tone was playful and almost commanding. But in reality, she was being coy. The sensation of happiness left Fang Qian feeling somewhat disoriented. He never anticipated that Li Kingman would exhibit such playful affection towards him. Observing her adorably puffed-up expression made his heart race wildly. Understood. I shall begin immediately, he exclaimed, eager to assist. The task of peeling crabs for Li Kingman was one he embraced with joy. What could be more blissful than feeding the goddess herself? Watching Fang Qian's clumsy efforts, Li Kingman couldn't help but chuckle and lightly admonish him. What are you rushing for? Take your time. Fang Qian, grinning foolishly, replied, the crab shells are a bit hot. The atmosphere during breakfast was delightful. They chatted and laughed together, successfully devouring 5 crabs. This meal brought them both immense satisfaction, with Li Kingman consuming 2 and Fang Qian 3, marking the most enjoyable feast he had experienced since arriving on the island. As before, Fang Qian disposed of the crab shells into the fire, tidying up after their meal. I'll head to the water source shortly. You should rest in the cave. But I want to go too, Li Kingman said, her tone resembling a playful plea. The beauty's charming insistence was difficult for Fang Qian to resist. Yet he understood that her body still required recuperation and that it would be unwise for her to venture outside. Reluctantly, he replied, you need to recover, so you must stay in the cave. I'll return soon. Li Kingman's eyes brimmed with discontent as she reluctantly agreed, fine. Chapter 38. The hidden threat. Fang Qian ventured outside alone, his first destination being the water source. A day had passed, and he needed to assess the collection of fresh water. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, he noticed that the soil was soft and damp due to the previous day's heavy rain, revealing numerous distinct animal tracks scattered about. Fang Qian attempted to discern the prints. Among them, a particularly large set likely belonged to the male goat he had encountered earlier, while smaller tracks resembling those of the goat suggested the presence of kids. It appeared that the old goat had brought a few young ones to this spot for a drink. Aside from the footprints of goats, there exist numerous tracks that remain unrecognized, leaving one to ponder the identity of the creatures responsible. However, these impressions suggest a rich diversity of fauna inhabiting the island, indicating that it is indeed a vibrant oasis. This bodes well, for if such a plethora of animals can thrive here, it seems plausible that Fang Qian and Li Kingman might also find a way to endure. Upon inspecting the perimeter fence, Fang Qian discovered a wooden post that had been broken, its fracture unmistakably caused by the formidable ram whose tracks were nearby. What a remarkable display of strength, he muttered to himself, realizing that the post was nearly as thick as a human arm. The ram's power was indeed formidable. Recalling their earlier confrontation, he felt relieved that the beast had not charged at him, for he would have had to protect Li Kingman while contending with the ram, a daunting challenge. To prevent further damage to the fence, Fang Qian ventured into the adjacent woods and procured a thicker branch to replace the broken one. After mending the fence, he still felt uneasy, fearing the ram might return. Thus, he gathered several stones and piled them at the base of the fence for added security. Finally feeling a sense of assurance, the freshwater supply on the island was limited, and to ensure that both he and Li Kingman had enough drinking water, he deemed this precaution necessary. As for the animals, they could survive without water by grazing on grass and leaves. Moreover, in Fang Qian's eyes, these animals had now transformed into potential provisions. The only reason he refrained from hunting them was his current inability to do so. When the time came to capture them, he was determined to savor the flavor of that ram. The mere thought of it conjured an image of a perfectly roasted whole lamb, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. He could not deny that the crabs he had consumed recently had thoroughly awakened his suppressed carnivorous instincts. Previously, he had subsisted solely on coconuts, acclimating to such a monotonous diet. Yet, after indulging in meat, the yearning for it became nearly unbearable. He shook his head vigorously, resolving to banish thoughts of the roasted lamb, for such musings would distract him from other pressing matters. At present, he lacked the means to hunt the goats, and more importantly, he needed to care for the ailing Li Kingman. Just as he was about to leave the water source with 2 bottles in hand, a shadow suddenly darted toward him from behind a large tree, moving with the swiftness of a black lightning bolt. The unexpectedness of the moment left Fong Chung unable to discern what was approaching. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, only to lose his footing as his heel caught on a vine, sending him crashing to the ground. With a thud, he fell heavily, barely having time to express his pain before the shadow landed beside him. At that moment, Fong Chung could finally discern the situation. The entity that had ambushed him from behind was none other than a black snake. This serpent was elongated, its head shaped like a triangle, unmistakably a venomous creature. With a pair of terrifying eyes fixated on Fong Chung, it incessantly flicked its tongue, emitting a chilling hissing sound. The noise was spine-tingling, causing Fong Chung to scramble to his feet, facing the venomous snake, his feet gradually retreating. What a jest it was to encounter such a lethal serpent on a deserted island. Fong Chung had never contemplated the notion of valiantly confronting it. The prospect of being bitten was too perilous to consider. Thus, in his heart, Fong Chung hastily surrendered, recognizing that in a crisis, fleeing was the wisest choice. Unfortunately, while Fong Chung sought to escape, the black snake had no intention of relenting. Perhaps Fong Chung had trespassed into its territory, inciting its wrath. This audacious creature, the most ruthless predator on the island, was determined to teach Fong Chung a bloody lesson. Hiss! The black snake emitted a menacing hiss, coiling its body before launching itself at Fong Chung like an arrow. A chill coursed through Fong Chung, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Should he be bitten, it would be the end. As the black snake approached with lightning speed, Fong Chung found himself cornered, with no avenue of escape. In a state of sheer terror, his mind surprisingly settled. Life or death hung in the balance, a fleeting moment away. With newfound resolve, Fong Chung cast aside thoughts of retreat and faced the black snake with a determination to confront his fate. In that critical instant, he recalled the water bottle in his hand. Although it lacked lethality, it provided more assurance than being barehanded. He swung the bottle like a baseball bat, aiming for the rapidly approaching snake's head. With a resounding thud, luck favored Fong Chung. The water bottle struck the serpent squarely on the head, akin to a home run, sending the black snake sprawling. The bottle, made of plastic and filled with water, possessed some weight, yet it was too soft to inflict a fatal blow. This strike merely afforded Fong Chung a momentary reprieve from the jaws of death. The real danger was far from abated. Recognizing his precarious situation, Fong Chung resolved to take drastic measures. Like a madman, he lunged at the disoriented black snake. Seizing the opportunity while the serpent was still dazed, he boldly grasped its head. The black snake, suddenly jolted awake, writhed violently, attempting to escape Fong Chung's grip. Despite its slender form, it possessed considerable strength, and with a fierce thrash, nearly evaded his hold. At that juncture, it was a battle of survival, and Fong Chung dared not hesitate. He grabbed a nearby rock and began to strike the snake's head with relentless ferocity. After several blows, the black snake exhibited a significant decline in its earlier vigor. Fearing a counterattack, Fong Chung continued to pummel the creature, striking with the ferocity of a pestle, delivering dozens of blows until the serpent's head was reduced to a pulpy mass, finally allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 39. A bite of snake meat. Gazing at the lifeless serpent, its head crushed beyond recognition, Fong Chung sank down onto the ground, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Just moments ago, his audacity to confront the creature barehanded was fueled solely by sheer determination. Now that the snake lay dead, that very resolve dissipated. In the aftermath of the chaos, he found himself in a state of disarray. The sight of the black snake's corpse sent a chill down his spine, and he was grateful that fortune favored him this time. Had the outcome been different, he might have been the one lying there lifeless. This encounter served as a stark reminder for Fong Chung. Recently, he had grown overly optimistic about the circumstances on the island, neglecting the myriad dangers that could lurk in the shadows, such as this venomous snake. A moment's inattention could have cost him his life. It became evident that moving forward, he must remain vigilant and attentive to the easily overlooked corners of his surroundings. For it was only through such caution that he could hope to live sustainably on this island alongside Li Kingman. After sitting for a while to regain his composure, he realized he could not simply abandon the slain serpent. In a survival environment where every morsel of food is invaluable, there was no justification for discarding it. Thus, he set off to fetch water, returning to the cave with 2 bottles of water and the snake in hand. Approaching the cave, he spotted Li Kingman seated at its entrance. The distance between them was less than 30 meters, allowing him to see the sea breeze tooling her long hair. She sat serenely against the wall, a vision of tranquility that resembled a breathtaking oil painting. The island, the sky, and the sea combined with her presence formed a tableau that captivated Feng Cheng, one he could never tire of admiring. Li Kingman's head tilted slightly in his direction, and her eyes met his, a gentle smile gracing her lips. What should have been a dreamlike moment shattered upon his arrival at the cave. As Feng Cheng presented the gruesome sight of the snake to her, her radiant beauty paled, her countenance turning ashen. "Feng Cheng, what are you holding?" she gasped, her eyes widening in horror at the sight of the reptile, its black scales glistening ominously. A shiver coursed through her, prompting her to shut her eyes in fear. "Don't be afraid," Feng Cheng hurriedly reassured her. "It's a dead snake. It's no longer a threat." Li Kingman vehemently shook her head, her voice rising in protest. "It's already dead, so why bring it back?" "It must be brought back," he insisted. "This snake weighs at least 7 or 8 pounds. It will provide us with several meals." As he spoke of the serpent, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, adding that its skin could be peeled off for future use. "Are we really going to eat it and skin it?" Li Kingman felt herself nearing the brink of madness. The mere presence of the cold-blooded creature sent tremors through her body, let alone the thought of consuming snake meat, a notion too horrifying to entertain. Feng Cheng gently countered, "I understand your fear, but the situation is dire. It will serve as much-needed sustenance for us." In that critical moment, his words resonated, for they addressed the pressing reality. If they were to survive on this desolate island, many changes would be necessary. "Do you recall the time on the wreckage of the airplane when you consumed your first raw-flying fish?" "Enough of that." Li Kingman covered her mouth, her visceral reaction suggesting that while the mention of fish did not evoke such a strong response, the thought of eating a snake instinctively unsettled her stomach. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement to Feng Cheng's proposal, as they both understood that survival necessitated change. The temperature on the island was quite high, causing animals to decompose rapidly after death. To prevent the black snake from rotting, immediate action was required. The first step in processing the snake was to skin it, and Feng Cheng was determined not to damage the skin, as an intact snake skin could prove immensely valuable in the future. However, the pressing question was where to find a knife. Feng Cheng's first thought was to search the rocky beach for a flat stone that he could sharpen into a makeshift blade. At that moment, Li Kingman timely suggested an alternative. Her phone case was made of metal, and using it as a cutting tool would undoubtedly be more effective than a stone. This simple reminder enlightened Feng Cheng, and with great delight, he smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "It's still in the cave. I'll go retrieve it right now." He dashed into the cave and rummaged through the corner until he found the red metallic phone case. It was lightweight and fit comfortably in his hand. By sharpening one of its edges, it could be transformed into an exceptionally useful small knife. Without hesitation, Feng Cheng began to sharpen the case against a large stone at the cave's entrance, and soon he fashioned the most rudimentary of blades. "This is perfect." Holding the knife he had crafted from the phone case, Feng Cheng beamed with joy. Although the knife was rather small, its existence would facilitate many future tasks. "Look at how silly you are, grinning like that." Li Kingman observed Feng Cheng's expression, feeling a sense of happiness herself at his delight. With the knife ready, the next step was to skin the snake. To avoid staining the area around the cave with blood and to spare Li Kingman the sight of the gruesome process, Feng Cheng took the snake to the rocky beach, where he found a small pool of water to complete the task of eviscerating it. The skinning process was swift. He made an incision beneath the snake's severed neck, peeled off a segment of skin, and with a firm tug, he tore the skin away. During Feng Cheng's handling of the snake, considerable blood and entrails fell into the pool, soon attracting a multitude of small fish and shrimp. Witnessing this, Feng Cheng had a sudden thought. These entrails would serve as the perfect bait for catching fish and shrimp. However, at present, he had no tools at his disposal, and capturing fish and shrimp would not be straightforward. With no other immediate solutions, he reluctantly set the idea aside, focusing instead on the pressing task of preparing the snake meat. After cleaning the eviscerated snake, Feng Cheng returned to the cave, carrying a tender piece of meat. Li Kingman, upon witnessing the sight of the snake skinned, could not help but furrow her brow and quickly turn her head aside. Feng Cheng chuckled softly, choosing not to articulate his thoughts. Instead, he approached the fire pit within the cave, procured a lengthy stick and began to skewer the snake upon it, turning it over the flames to roast. In no time, a delectable aroma of grilled meat wafted through the cave. The snake was transformed into a golden hue, sizzling with oil, enticing anyone who glanced at it to crave a taste. "Kingman, the snake meat is ready. Come and have some," Fong Chung called out. "You go ahead." "I'm not particularly hungry," Li Kingman replied, seated at the cave's entrance, inhaling the alluring scent while discreetly swallowing. At that moment, a fierce battle was raging within her. Her brain resisted, while her stomach growled in hunger. The aroma was simply too tempting, and she felt she could scarcely endure it. "What are you pondering? Come and eat," Fong Chung urged, as he cheerfully tore off a piece of snake meat and brought it to her side. This marked Li Kingman's inaugural experience with snake meat, having never contemplated what it might taste like before. As the first morsel of snake meat entered her mouth, a rich, meaty flavor flooded her palate. The tender, succulent flesh was both smooth and sweet, with a texture reminiscent of fish, yet with hints akin to chicken. It far surpassed her prior imaginings of its taste. After an initial reluctance, she ultimately succumbed to the undeniable allure of the dish, joining Fong Chung in a hearty feast, devouring the snake completely. The intake of meat provided Li Kingman's body with ample nourishment, and her weakened state gradually began to recover, improving with each passing moment. After indulging in the snake meat, there remained the task of dealing with the snake's skin. Upon encountering the dark, scaly hide once more, she no longer felt the spine-chilling dread she had earlier. Her innate fear of this cold-blooded creature was waning. "How do you intend to handle it?" she inquired. "We shall dry it out for future use," Fong Chung responded, gathering several slender twigs, snapping them into small segments, and then spreading the snake's skin open to air dry at the mouth of the cave. Once the skin was dealt with, there were the snake's entrails to address, remnants Fong Chung intended to use for capturing the small fish and shrimp in the tidal flats. However, he lacked an effective method to achieve this. The first thought that came to Fong Chung was to set a trap. Yet the challenge lay in how to design it so that it would successfully lure the prey and prevent their escape once ensnared. He shared his thoughts with Li Kingman, hoping she might offer some valuable suggestions. Li Kingman pondered for a moment, then proposed, "What if we constructed a small dam in the tidal flats? The tides rise and fall daily. If we could trap the prey during high tide, we should be able to capture them effortlessly." Although this idea seemed somewhat implausible, it sparked significant inspiration in Fong Chung. Indeed, utilizing the ebb and flow of the tides to ensnare prey was a feasible approach. The rocky beach, strewn with an abundance of stones and silt, presents an opportune site for constructing an artificial pond atop the tidal flats. By disposing of the black snake's entrails within this pond, one could entice the aquatic creatures dwelling in the waters. Once this task is accomplished, all that remains is to patiently await the rising tide. As the waters swell, they shall usher in greedy fish from the ocean, which, upon the retreat of the tide, are likely to be left stranded in the pond, blissfully unaware of their fate. Without hesitation, following a meal, Fong Chung resolved to commence the setup of traps on the rocky beach. Li Kingman, invigorated and eager, suggested, "I shall accompany you." Observing the improvement in her complexion, Fong Chung felt she was still not ready for such exertions, as she remained in the recovery phase and should ideally rest in the cave. "I'm better now." Li Kingman seemed apprehensive that Fong Chung might deny her request. "I understand, yet you are still quite fragile. You have just recovered from your fever, and the sun outside is scorching with strong sea winds. It is not yet suitable for you to venture out." Fong Chung, concerned for her well-being, resolutely declined. Disheartened by the rejection, Li Kingman appeared somewhat crestfallen but refrained from further protest, recognizing Fong Chang's concern for her. Consequently, Fong Chung departed the cave to begin arranging the fishing traps on the rocky beach, while Li Kingman perched at the cave's entrance, her feet dangling in the air, quietly watching Fong Chung toil nearby. This serene and beautiful moment evoked a sense of domesticity within her, reminiscent of a married couple, with Fong Chung diligently toiling to provide for their existence while also caring for her during her illness. Goodness, how could I entertain such thoughts? Suddenly, Li Kingman's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the realization of her musings, which seemed utterly astonishing. Thankfully, Fong Chung was occupied with moving stones on the tidal flats and remained oblivious to her moment of vulnerability. On the tidal flats, Fang Chung followed his plan by identifying a relatively elevated spot, which remained above water before the tide rose. It was now time to act. He gathered stones of various sizes from the surroundings to form an oval embankment approximately 3 meters in diameter. Once the embankment was constructed, the next step was to cast the snake's entrails into the enclosure, thereby completing the task. Afterward, he would leave this place and patiently await the tide's return. In addition to setting the fishing traps, Fang Chung had myriad responsibilities, all critical to the survival of both himself and Li Qingmin, making escape from these duties impossible. Departing the tidal flats, he arrived at the sandy beach, passing the skeletal remains of the shelter they had previously constructed, which now stood in disarray following a tempest. Upon encountering the remnants of the awning, Fang Chung could not help but chuckle softly. It was indeed a whimsical notion born of a fleeting impulse. At that time, he and Li Qingmin found the confines of the cave unbearable. Thus they conceived the idea of constructing a shelter upon the beach, envisioning the splendor of sun, waves, and sand. However, in the realm of nature, beauty often harbors peril, and while they were captivated by the allure, they failed to heed the lurking dangers. Consequently, a sudden downpour led to their considerable misfortune. Reflecting on their sojourn on this island, Fang Chung realized that neither the initially frigid cave nor the subsequent beach shelter constituted an ideal dwelling. He understood the formidable challenge of finding a suitable habitation on a deserted isle, and thus resolved to seek out such a place. Traversing the expanse of white sands, he ventured into the woodlands, progressing toward the southern part of the island. Having experienced an attack by a black snake the previous day, Fang Chung approached the thicket with utmost caution. Armed with a stick, he would tap the underbrush twice before passing through, hoping to frighten any concealed venomous serpents away. Navigating through the forest was a slow endeavor. After nearly half an hour, he finally emerged from the dense woods onto the gentle slope of the island's southern region. Here, the tangles of brambles had given way to a few solitary coconut trees, standing in isolation. The terrain sloped gradually from the mountain peak to the beach, presenting a relatively flat landscape compared to the rocky cliffs of the northern island. From this vantage point, the pristine beach lay before him, and the distant coral reefs were distinctly visible. In that moment, Fang Chung pondered why he should not establish his new abode here. The thought ignited a surge of excitement within him. Indeed, why not settle in this very spot? Chapter 41. The Cranium Terminator determined to make his home on the southern part of the island. Fang Chung was overwhelmed with exhilaration. His next task was to meticulously select the most suitable location for his dwelling and commence the excavation. The first step involved scouting the area. He traversed the gentle slope back and forth, gaining a clearer impression of the terrain. The southern expanse of the island featured a broad incline, predominantly adorned with grass and coconut trees. Unlike the rocky cliffs of the northern region, this area boasted a thick layer of soil, characterized by its acidic, reddish hue. Finding a site conducive to excavation posed a challenge. A crucial factor in cave construction was to avoid low-lying areas, as rainwater could easily inundate the shelter, leading to a disarrayed situation. Furthermore, the terrain must provide a solid backing. One could not arbitrarily select a location on the slope for excavation, as even if a pit were to be created, it would be uninhabitable. Merely identifying an appropriate site consumed half of Fang Cheng's afternoon. Fortunately, he eventually discovered a particularly suitable location, making the expenditure of effort worthwhile. The chosen spot lay slightly above the midpoint of the slope, where the incline was gentle, almost resembling level ground. There exists a remarkably splendid location here, characterized by a gentle slope that serves as a natural drainage system. Provided that the rainfall does not reach the catastrophic level of a mountain flood, the water will effortlessly flow downhill, alleviating any concerns regarding drainage. Beyond this natural advantage, what is even more significant is the foundational conditions for excavating within the mountains. Behind this flatland lies an abrupt fault with fractured rocks and bare soil exposed, for which one can commence digging. Fang Chung found a stone to sit upon and took a moment to rest, casting a glance at the sun setting in the west, his gaze reflecting a profound despair. Ever since he had discovered the anomalies of the starry sky on the island, he had been attentive to the celestial movements. Here, the sun rises precisely in the east and sets directly in the west each day. It has nearly been a month since he and Li Qingmin arrived on the island, and the sun's trajectory has shown no deviation whatsoever. This is exceedingly abnormal, even if the island were situated on the equator. The sun's path would shift between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, making it implausible for it to rise and set due east and west every single day. Feng Cheng is acutely aware that the island he and Li Qingmen inhabit is shrouded in mystery, perhaps concealing many unknown secrets. However, at this moment, he has no leisure to explore these enigmas. His sole focus must be on survival. After a brief rest, as the sun continued its descent toward dusk, Feng Cheng needed to hasten to the tidal flats to check on the traps, postponing the excavation for another day. Descending from the hillside to the beach was a simple endeavor, as he sprinted down the gentle slope in mere minutes. Feng Cheng bounded joyfully, occasionally emitting a series of long howls, his sun-kissed skin darkened by exposure, resembling a wild man. Traversing the soft, fine white sands, he arrived at the muddy tidal flats just in time, as the tide had receded not long before. Eagerly, Feng Cheng hastened to the dam he had constructed, keen to discover which gluttonous creatures had become ensnared within. Upon witnessing the scene within the dam, he could not help but burst into laughter, astonished that it had indeed managed to catch something. Inside, a black eel, measuring over a meter in length, was swimming about. Its serpentine form startled Feng Cheng momentarily, leading him to muse that he had inadvertently disturbed a snake's den, perpetually at odds with serpents. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the creature within the dam was indeed an eel, which eased his unease. The eel was quite sizable, with a girth comparable to Feng Cheng's arm. And noticing that there was no escape from the dam, it appeared increasingly agitated, swimming restlessly in the water. Since he was already there was no point in retreating. In a buoyant mood, Feng Cheng began to engage in playful banter with the eel. However, capturing an eel is no trivial task. Eels possess hundreds of backward-facing teeth, each razor-sharp. Once they latch onto their prey, they thrash violently, capable of tearing away substantial chunks of flesh. Confronted with such a perilous adversary, Feng Cheng adhered to the principle of employing tools rather than engaging directly. He resorted to hurling stones at the eels in the water with wild abandon. Despite the eel's remarkable agility, desperately evading the boulders launched by Feng Cheng, the confined space offered little sanctuary. Ultimately, when a massive stone came crashing down, the fright-stricken eel was rendered momentarily dazed, drifting helplessly to the water's surface. With swift reflexes, Feng Cheng seized the opportunity, grasping the eel and forcefully pinning it against a rock. Much like his earlier encounter with the black snake, he wielded the stone and delivered a series of decisive blows, crushing the eel's head until it lay lifeless. Returning to the cave with the slippery eel in hand, he found Li Qingmen sitting by the fire, weaving palm fronds. "I'm back," Feng Cheng announced cheerfully, tossing the eel onto the ground before settling beside her. Startled by the sight of the eel, Li Qingmen jumped up, momentarily mistaking it for another snake. Just as she was about to reprimand him, she caught sight of Feng Cheng's mischievous grin. "You mischievous fellow, trying to scare me, are you?" Her complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, a mix of indignation and embarrassment, as she realized Feng Cheng had witnessed her earlier fright. Feng Cheng hastily clarified, "This is no snake. Take a closer look." "An eel?" Li Qingmen inquired. "Indeed, I caught this eel in the reservoir you suggested we build. It seems our friend here was so engrossed in its meal that it failed to notice the tide receding, leaving it vulnerable when I arrived." Upon hearing Feng Cheng's humorous explanation, Li Qingmen couldn't help but shift from anger to amusement, a gentle laugh escaping her lips. "Feng Cheng, I've noticed you've changed these past few days." "Oh, how so?" he queried. "You've become more talkative, and you often share such delightful tales," she observed. Feng Cheng offered a wry smile, responding, "Isn't it said that while one cannot change their environment, one can alter their mindset? We must find joy amidst the trials of this deserted island." Suddenly, Li Qingmen gazed at him with a soft glimmer in her eyes, her voice tender, as she remarked, "With you by my side, perhaps it isn't so arduous after all." Under her affectionate gaze and the almost confessional nature of her words, Feng Cheng felt his cheeks flush crimson, akin to a ripe fruit, as he hastily lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Chapter 42. Deepening relationship like the ill-fated snake, the destiny awaiting this eel was equally grim, ending up skewered and roasted over the fire. Due to the scarcity of freshwater resources, grilling proved to be the most water-efficient method of food preparation, allowing for immediate consumption without waste. In terms of flavor, the eel paled in comparison to the snake consumed the previous day. Its skin was covered in a slippery mucus layer that proved difficult to cleanse, leaving an unpleasant texture even post-cooking. The taste, imbued with a strong earthy odor, was decidedly robust, likely unappealing to those unaccustomed to it. The only redeeming quality was the eel's tender flesh, which was indeed quite succulent. As they indulged in snake meat, the two savored each bite with fervor, while their enthusiasm waned when it came to eel. "Do you enjoy eating eel?" Fong Chung casually inquired. "Not particularly," Li Kingman replied. Fong Chung jested. "It seems that the delectable delicacies we've had lately have spoiled our taste buds." Li Kingman chuckled in response. "That is entirely your doing." Noticing that Li Kingman's complexion had noticeably improved, Fong Chung felt a weight lift from his heart. These past few days, her illness and fever had caused him much distress, as there was nothing on the island to remedy her condition, leaving them to rely solely on her innate immunity for recovery. Now, everything appeared to be progressing favorably. Li Kingman's health was gradually returning, and he believed she would soon be back to her former self. After dinner, the night had fallen, enveloping the island in darkness. Save for the flickering light within the cave, the two sat around the fire, initiating their evening of conversation, with nothing to occupy their time after dusk. Their discussions became the sole means of passing the hours. "I saw you weaving palm leaves when I returned," Fong Chung remarked. "Weren't you outside?" "I felt bored, so I brought back some palm leaves to weave," Li Kingman replied softly. Fong Cheng's tone carried a hint of reproach as he said, "Do we not agree that your health is still fragile? You shouldn't wander outside. There are many unpredictable dangers on the island." Li Kingman playfully stuck out her tongue in defense. "You mentioned what if? I merely felt that staying in the cave all day was making my joints rust. I just wanted to stretch my legs a bit. Besides, I didn't go far, just strolled along the beach and gathered a few palm leaves." Fong Chung stood momentarily stunned, as if petrified. Could this truly be the Li Kingman he knew? In his memories, she had always maintained a demeanor so cold that it could send shivers down one's spine, especially with her frigid gaze that could deter anyone from approaching. Recalling their past encounters at work, where she had relentlessly criticized him, he now found her exhibiting an unfamiliar gentleness, even playfully lowering her voice to coquetry in front of him. Could he believe his eyes? "Are you really Li Kingman?" he asked, foolishly reaching out to pinch her cheek. However, the moment he reached out, Li Kingman's demeanor shifted, reverting to the haughty superior he had always known. She glared at him, coolly reprimanding Fong Chung. "What do you think you are doing?" Startled by her piercing gaze, Fong Chung retracted his hand as if struck by lightning, having not even made contact with her cheek. "What were you attempting to do just now?" Li Kingman pressed assertively. "In nothing," Fong Chung stammered awkwardly. Seeing Fong Chung so thoroughly flustered brought her immense satisfaction. Yet she was not done with him. "So, what did your question mean?" She continued to interrogate. Fong Chung felt a flush rise to his cheeks as he stammered. "I suppose you think I'm not strict enough with you, don't you?" Suddenly, a new expression crossed his face, and he burst into laughter directed at Li Kingman. Infuriated, she let out a soft huff through her nostrils and reached out to pinch Fong Chung, exclaiming, "Oh, you Fong Chung, it seems you crave some punishment. When I treat you kindly, you instead feel quite uncomfortable." Fong Chung deftly sidestepped, evading her attack, and retorted, "You have hit the nail on the head. You are so accustomed to being spoiled that I find myself unaccustomed to your sudden change in demeanor. It seems you are simply courting trouble." Li Kingman, thoroughly exasperated, found Fong Chung to be both endearing and infuriating. The cave was cramped, leaving little room for maneuvering, and ultimately, Fong Chung had no choice but to surrender, allowing Li Kingman to have her way with him. With her brows furrowed and cheeks puffed in indignation, she glared at him and declared, "Let us see if you dare to defy me again." Fong Chung, not wishing to provoke this fierce lady, hastily shook his head in submission, saying, "I won't dare." "Absolutely not. Look at you, all cowardly." Unable to resist Fong Cheng's playful teasing, Li Kingman's taut expression finally broke into laughter. Their playful scuffle came to an end, and they returned to sit by the fire. The cave was already stifling, and their earlier antics had only intensified the heat, causing beads of sweat to cascade down their bodies. Fong Chung, being naturally smooth-skinned, fared better, while Li Kingman's shirt was completely soaked, revealing a beautiful silhouette. As a man, Fong Chung found himself unable to resist the sight, but what was even more alarming was Li Qingmin's apparent indifference to her state. Occasionally, she moved casually, and the scene nearly overwhelmed Fong Cheng's composure. "It's too hot in here. I should sit by the cave entrance," he nervously suggested, instinctively touching his nose as he sought an escape route, determined not to linger in the cave any longer. A barely perceptible smile graced Li Qingmin's lips. She had noticed Fong Cheng's conflicted gaze that yearned yet hesitated, which filled her with a sense of triumph. With her charm, capturing the heart of any man was merely a matter of desire. If she chose to be aloof, she could easily reject anyone with a cold demeanor. If she wished to be inviting, she would reveal her gentle and alluring side. With a tone tinged with pride, Li Qingmin said, "I too find the cave stifling. Let's take a stroll outside." Fong Cheng voiced his concern. "The sea breeze is quite strong, and considering you have just recovered from your illness, perhaps it's best not to expose yourself to the wind." Li Qingmin approached the cave entrance and sat beside him, somewhat petulantly declaring, "I'm not as fragile as you think. Have you forgotten the half-marathon our company held? I was the first to cross the finish line, while you, it seems, did not even complete the race." Chapter 43. Sparring rivals. It has been over a month since they arrived on this small island. Were it not for Fong Cheng's daily practice of writing characters on the cave walls, they might have lost track of time altogether. To this day, Fong Cheng distinctly recalls that the fateful day of the aircraft disaster was August 22nd. The inscriptions on the stone wall may deviate somewhat from the actual timeline, yet it can be inferred that the current date has progressed into October. Logically, one would expect the climate to have turned cooler by October. However, the island is situated in the tropics, where the autumn and winter seasons do not exist, and the heat remains oppressive. It is precisely due to the tropical location of this island that such an abundance of resources is available, allowing Fong Cheng and Li Qingmin to sustain their existence. At the cave's entrance, Li Qingmin sat upon a stone, surrounded by palm fronds, engrossed in weaving a mat from the leaves. Not far away on the tidal flats, Fong Cheng returned from his foraging at sea, carrying a battered plastic bucket in his hand, which contained the breakfast he and Li Qingmin would share that day. This bucket was discovered yesterday. While they were strolling along the beach, they had spotted a red object and, upon closer inspection, realized it was a broken water bucket. This discovery brought immense joy to Fong Cheng. Despite a hole in one part, it could still hold water and serve as a valuable tool for both of them. Curiously, this island, isolated in the vast ocean with its precise location unknown, is nonetheless occasionally graced by various forms of human refuse washed ashore. Fong Cheng, however, had no time to ponder such mysteries, as his mind was solely occupied with the necessity of survival. After cleaning the red plastic bucket in the seawater, he eagerly brought it back to the cave. "What did you find?" Upon Fong Cheng's return, Li Qingmin set aside her work and rose to greet him. Fong Cheng smirked slightly and presented the plastic bucket beneath her gaze, revealing the two pitiful little crabs within. "Is that all?" she remarked. "Today seems strange. It's as if these creatures have vanished. I turned over quite a few stones and only managed to catch these two unfortunate souls." Li Qingmin teased. "Having something to eat is still a blessing. Perhaps they've been frightened by your presence lately. Upon seeing you, they all scurried away." Fong Cheng feigned a comical grimace and replied, "Am I truly that terrifying? How would I know?" Li Qingmin shot him an exasperated glance. With a chuckle, Fong Cheng carried the bucket into the cave, expertly tossing the two crabs into the ashes to roll them about. After coating them in a layer of ash, he placed them beside the fire, utilizing the heat of the flames to cook them. Although the crabs were small, they were thoroughly cooked in no time, and despite their size, their flavor was delightful. Fong Cheng emerged at the cave's entrance, sitting beside Li Qingmin, and handed her one of the crabs. The two of them skillfully cracked open the shells, savoring the rich crab roe before devouring every morsel of meat. "How is your health? Do you feel better now?" he inquired. "I'm perfectly fine. It was you who insisted I remain in the cave." Li Qingmin seemed to express a hint of reproach. Fong Cheng responded, "I was merely concerned for your safety. There are dangers lurking all around the island, and the cave offers a more secure refuge." "Regardless, you have a point," she conceded. The equation left Fong Cheng at a loss for words. He thought he was acting in Li Qingmin's best interest by wanting to keep her safe in the cave. Yet it seemed he had inadvertently upset her. Indeed, the complexities of a woman's heart are truly inscrutable. Perhaps it was best for him to remain silent. In truth, Li Qingmin was simply accustomed to verbally sparring with Fong Cheng. If she truly wished to leave the cave, there was no way he could confine her. She merely intended to engage in playful banter. But regrettably, Fong Chung's lack of understanding led him to fall silent, appearing rather foolish. The two sat quietly at the mouth of the cave, enveloped in silence, with only the sea breeze whispering past their ears. Sensing that the atmosphere was less than ideal, Fong Chung, as a man, felt compelled to lighten the mood, but he struggled to find a suitable topic. His gaze fell upon an item Li Kingman had woven, prompting him to lavish her with praise. "Kingman, I never realized you possess such a skill. Is it really that difficult?" Li Kingman replied, crossing her arms and rolling her eyes. "Indeed, it is quite challenging. If I were to attempt it, I would undoubtedly fail," Fong Chung admitted, feigning innocence. Who is angry with you? I am merely upset that you've chosen to remain silent." Li Kingman glared at Fong Cheng's cheerful face, finding it hard to maintain her irritation and nearly bursting into laughter instead. Noticing her softened demeanor, Fong Chung seized the opportunity to press on. "What exactly are you making?" Li Kingman brought the item closer, asking, "Can't you tell?" "Not all." Fong Chung shook his head. "I intend to weave a mat. Since our arrival on the island, we have been sleeping on the ground. I want to use these palm leaves to create a mat so we won't have to sleep on the floor any longer." Upon hearing this, Fong Chung examined the item again and indeed recognized it resembled a mat. He was taken aback that a young lady of her stature would engage in such labor. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Li Kingman. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Li Kingman asked, slightly annoyed. "You are truly impressive. You possess such talent, even weaving mats," Fong Chung exclaimed, taking this opportunity to shower her with compliments. "I only thought to do something because I was confined to the cave due to illness a few days ago." With nowhere else to go, Li Kingman replied, her gaze fixed on Fong Chung. During her illness, it had been he who bore the burden of caring for both of them on this desolate island, a task that surely weighed heavily upon him. This realization filled her with a sense of guilt. Were it not for her illness, he would not have had to endure such hardship. Thus, she felt compelled to contribute in any way she could, hoping to alleviate his burden, even if just a little. "It's my first attempt at weaving, so it's not very good," Li Kingman admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping in her voice. The narrative unfolds with the introduction of a cooling mat, alleviating the need to sleep on the ground, eliciting a broad smile from Fong Chung. Although Li Kingman is aware that Fong Cheng's intent is to please her, she finds great delight in his words, feeling reassured that her efforts have garnered his recognition rather than being in vain. Chapter 44. Island life. From the moment Li Kingman fell ill until her recovery, a span of 7 days elapsed. This experience rapidly intensified the bond between her and Fong Chung. Throughout their interactions, Fong Chung transformed from his previous awkward demeanor to a more relaxed and natural presence, no longer perceiving Li Kingman as the aloof superior she once was. Instead, they emerged as comrades forged by adversity, sharing a profound friendship. Occasionally, Li Kingman would adopt a stern expression, lightly reprimanding Fong Chung, but only when he intentionally provoked her ire. Within the cave, Fong Chung constructed a fire pit from stones, an arrangement that allowed for the collection of ashes post-combustion. The stones effectively contained the heat, enhancing the efficiency of the fire and conserving wood. Each morning, Fong Chung would ignite the fire before embarking on his daily tasks, fetching fresh water from the source, combing the beach for treasures, and returning with a few coconuts. This constituted the rhythm of his daily existence. The tranquility of the island gradually became familiar to Fong Chung. Apart from the somewhat monotonous leisure activities, the setting was quite pleasant, bathed in sunlight, adorned with sandy beaches, and kissed by the sea breeze, with air of exceptional quality. With a shift in mindset, it could easily be mistaken for a vacation. While Fong Chung toiled outdoors, Li Kingman remained in the cave, diligently weaving her cooling mat. Her crafting skills were modest, akin to the basic art of braiding hair. Yet given their circumstances, the ability to weave palm fronds was commendable. Over the course of her illness, she had managed to create a cooling mat, which resembled a miniature mattress measuring approximately 1.8 meters in length and 50 centimeters in width, perfectly sized for one person to lie upon. Due to the newness of the palm leaves, the gaps were somewhat prickly, necessitating placement near the fire for drying before use. The first mat was currently being toasted, while Li Kingman was racing to complete a second one, allowing both her and Fong Chung to bid farewell to the ground and enjoy a more comfortable sleeping arrangement. As Li Qingmin focused intently on her weaving, Feng Cheng returned to the cave. Let's take a moment to rest and hydrate. He brought back the most precious commodity, fresh water, having filled the plastic bottle overnight. Feeling parched, Li Qingmin accepted the water, taking a small sip to moisten her throat, while the remainder was poured into a versatile tin for boiling. In the wild, whenever conditions permitted, it was prudent to drink boiled water, as health superseded all else. Having experienced illness, Li Qingmin understood this necessity all too well. Her greatest fear now was falling ill again. Whether it was herself or Feng Cheng, the sickness of either would exponentially complicate their survival on the island. How was the situation at the water source? The water remains quietly nestled in the iron can, patiently awaiting its boiling point, which will not be reached in a hurry. Li Qingmin sits by the fire, hugging her knees. Those rascals must have been quite anxious, for they broke 2 fence posts last night. This morning, when Feng Cheng arrived at the water source, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The ground outside the fence was strewn with footprints, presenting a chaotic sight. It was evident that a considerable number of animals had congregated here last night, likely due to the water source being enclosed, leaving them with no place to quench their thirst, thus inciting this grand assembly. Upon hearing about the broken fence, Li Qingmin anxiously inquired, "What is the situation now?" Feng Cheng replied, "No worries. I have replaced the broken post with thicker branches and gathered more stones for reinforcement. We are in for a protracted battle with these creatures. The water source is a vital resource, and we cannot afford to retreat an inch." Li Qingmin expressed her concern. "I worry that those animals might go mad and continue to damage the fence." Feng Cheng made a gesture across his throat, saying, "If it comes to that, we will have no choice but to engage in a life-and-death struggle. We should first eliminate that large ram to set an example." With a teasing glance, Li Qingmin retorted, "You seem to have had your eye on that ram for quite some time, haven't you?" Feng Cheng, caught in his intentions, could only admit it candidly, adding, "After all, I am quite tired of crabs and conchs. Occasionally, I crave a change in flavor." The mere thought of boiled lamb, roasted whole lamb, or lamb soup made Li Qingmin's mouth water, and she couldn't help but feel an intense longing for a hearty meal upon hearing Feng Cheng's words. She shot him a reproachful look, saying, "You, of all people, should not speak of things that do not exist, leaving me feeling hungry." Feng Cheng, with a triumphant grin, remarked, "Just because it isn't available now doesn't mean it won't be in the future. I've resolved that if that ram breaks the fence again, I shall have no choice but to prepare a grand feast of lamb." Li Qingmin furrowed her brow and shook her head, saying, "Didn't you say that dealing with that ram is quite dangerous? It would be best not to provoke it. In the past, we had nothing, but now it is different. We possess fire and spears. If I encounter it again, I certainly will not let it escape." The spear Feng Cheng referred to was merely a sturdy branch he had found while traversing the woods 2 days prior. After retrieving the branch, he spent his time sharpening it against the rocks at the cave entrance, crafting a pointed spear while passing the time. Although its practical combat effectiveness remained uncertain, Feng Cheng believed that possessing this weapon would significantly simplify the task of confronting the ram, as he would no longer be defenseless. Li Qingmin, however, did not share Feng Cheng's optimism. She was more concerned about any misfortune befalling him. Thus far, she had realized that she had grown somewhat dependent on this man before her. The water in the iron can begin to boil, continuously releasing white steam. As Feng Cheng skillfully used 2 wooden sticks to grasp the can and set it at the cave entrance to cool. When the water cooled to a temperature suitable for drinking, Feng Cheng first urged Li Qingmin to sip it before finishing the remainder himself. Although Li Qingmin was a resolute and powerful woman in her professional life, she revealed a more delicate side in the presence of Feng Cheng on the island. Fortunately, due to Feng Cheng's attentive care, Li Qingmin managed to overcome numerous challenges and persist until now, thus occupying an irreplaceable position in her heart. "I have stayed in this cave for far too long. When will you take me out for a stroll?" Li Qingmin, shedding her usual demeanor, donned a feeble expression. Feng Cheng replied with a smile, "Certainly, I was just about to take you to a special place." Chapter 45. A gentle kiss. The news of Feng Cheng's agreement to let her leave the cave filled Li Qingmin with immense joy. After being confined to the cave for so long, she could finally explore the island. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." Li Qingmin, unable to contain her excitement, set aside the mat and prepared to depart. Feng Cheng gestured for her to slow down, saying, Wait a moment, I need to tend to the fire first. As they were about to leave the cave, knowing their excursion would take several hours, Feng Cheng had to ensure the fire was properly handled. He buried the flames with ash to guarantee that they would have embers upon their return. After securing the fire pit and taking up the newly crafted spear, Feng Cheng led Li Qingmin from the cave to the habitable spot he had discovered on the southern side of the island. This time, Feng Cheng chose a route that circled directly around the beach, avoiding the treacherous woods. Compared to the perilous forest, the beach offered significantly more safety, allowing for easier detection of any anomalies. Haunted by the memory of the previous attack from the black snake, Feng Cheng was particularly cautious whenever he entered the woods, especially with Li Qingmin accompanying him. He could not afford any missteps. Li Qingmin noticed Feng Cheng's small gestures of caution, feeling a mix of gratitude and sweetness in her heart. Throughout the journey, she remained silent, quietly keeping pace beside him. After half an hour of circling the island, they arrived at the location Feng Cheng had previously scouted, which was deemed the most suitable area for excavation. As they ascended the gentle slope to the hillside, Li Qingmin found herself breathless. Having recently recovered from illness, and not having engaged in such exertion for a while, she struggled momentarily. "Are you all right? Would you like some water?" Feng Cheng inquired. "No, thank you," she replied. Anticipating such a scenario, he had thoughtfully brought a bottle of water when they left the cave. With her hands resting on her knees, Li Qingmin bent forward, her complexion flushed, sweat trickling down her neck. To make matters worse, 2 buttons of her shirt were undone, revealing an enticing glimpse as she leaned forward. Feng Cheng's initial intention was merely to check on Li Qingmin, but upon catching sight of her, he was struck by the stunning beauty before him. In that moment, one thought echoed in his mind: how remarkably fair she was. In a moment of distraction, Feng Cheng became acutely aware that his actions were rather inappropriate. The earlier incident had been a mere thoughtless affront. His rational mind urged him to avert his gaze. Turning his head to the side, striving to maintain composure and feigning nonchalance as if nothing had transpired. Fortunately, Li Qingmin seemed completely oblivious to the earlier situation. She was still diligently regulating her breathing, allowing her body to gradually acclimate to the intensity of the exercise. "Is this the place you mentioned?" Li Qingmin wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, tugging at her shirt that clung to her skin, fanning herself with her hand. "Indeed, this is the spot. What do you think?" Feng Cheng gazed at Li Qingmin with eager anticipation, as this location had been carefully chosen after traversing the entire island over the past few days. Now, it was up to Li Qingmin to determine her feelings about it. After catching her breath for a while, Li Qingmin's breathing began to stabilize, the flush on her face gradually subsiding. Her body no longer felt as uncomfortable as before, and she could finally take a moment to appreciate the surroundings. Standing on the plateau where they were positioned, a gentle slope stretched before them, leading down to the beach. Beyond that lay the pristine white sands, azure sea, an expansive sky, a breathtaking vista that instantly uplifted one's spirits, as if one's heart expanded in tandem with the vastness of the ocean and sky. Ascending further behind them led to the mountaintop, where a rocky promontory awaited. Both Feng Cheng and Li Qingmin had previously scaled that height, standing atop the boulders to gaze across the island. The warmth of the sun and the sea breeze blowing from the south always brought a sense of joy. Li Qingmin smiled with great satisfaction, exclaiming, "This is undoubtedly the finest spot on the island." Hearing her approval filled Feng Cheng with a sense of validation for his efforts over the past days, and he responded with a smile, "I'm glad you like it." The atmosphere shifted to one of subtle intimacy. Li Qingmin's eyes sparkled with a soft glow as she noticed Feng Cheng's flushed cheeks, causing a flutter of nervousness within her. "You've worked hard. So, how do you intend to thank me?" Feng Cheng found himself inexplicably uttering those words. Li Qingmin let out a soft scoff, her expression transforming with a charming allure that completely upended his previous impressions of her. The once icy beauty now exhibited a captivating tenderness. "What is it that you desire?" she asked, her voice as gentle as a breeze, taking a step closer and leaning in slightly, her words imbued with playful teasing. Feng Cheng had never encountered such a scenario. At 26, he had never received a confession from any girl, and his opportunities to speak privately with women were scarce. Now, faced with an enchanting figure like Li Qingmin, who was playfully teasing him, he was utterly flustered. "What do I desire?" Feng Cheng stole a glance at the alluring Li Qingmin, a chuckle of delight echoing in his mind. Fangcheng, what are you thinking? Li Kingman suddenly shifted from her previous charming demeanor, adopting an expression of playful admonishment. And no, I wasn't thinking anything. Just as Fangcheng's imagination began to conjure enchanting images, he was abruptly interrupted by Li Kingman. Upon perceiving the stern gaze of Li Kingman, Fangcheng's heart quivered slightly. He couldn't help but wonder if perhaps an unseemly expression of malevolence had inadvertently crossed his visage, catching her attention. Yet, upon reflection, he dismissed the thought. He had maintained a serious demeanor, devoid of any expression. How could Li Kingman possibly discern his innermost thoughts? Just then, as Fangcheng was embroiled in his musings, he felt a gentle touch upon his left cheek. The soft caress sent a jolt through him, leaving his mind blank, save for one recurring thought. She kissed me. She kissed me. Li Kingman kissed me. Kingman. With overwhelming joy, Fangcheng turned to face her, only to find Li Kingman standing there like a bashful water lily, her face adorned with a rosy hue that rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. This is your reward. Remember, if you dare to entertain foolish thoughts again, I shall not spare you. The expression on Li Kingman's face was one of shyness, a stark contrast to her earlier bewitching demeanor aimed at flustering Fangcheng. In truth, this was her authentic self. Her previous behavior was merely an attempt to witness Fangcheng's flustered reaction. Many might presume that a woman of her caliber would never lack for admirers. Yet Li Kingman's romantic history was similarly devoid of significance. Countless suitors sought her affection: wealthy heirs, corporate executives, sports and entertainment stars, and political figures. But to Li Kingman, they all appeared indistinguishable. Given her esteemed background, she could effortlessly dismiss them all without a second thought. Chapter 46. Accepting the present circumstances, the sudden arrival of happiness left Fangcheng unprepared. He was nearly overwhelmed by Li Kingman's overture. The goddess-like figure had initiated a kiss, and Fangcheng found himself elatedly dancing on the spot, wielding a spear like a native of the island. Yet, it was regrettable that the kiss had been so abrupt. A fleeting moment that left him yearning to fully savor its exquisite essence. Li Kingman was amused by Fangcheng's exuberant display and chuckled. All right, cease your jubilant antics and share your plans for what comes next. Fangcheng quickly composed himself, adopting a serious countenance, although internally he was brimming with joy. It was crucial to restrain his exuberance. The most stable living environment on the island was undoubtedly a cave. He gestured toward the cliff behind him, stating, I intend to excavate a cave from here, so we can reside within it. Then I shall gather some flowers and plants to adorn the entrance, creating a view of the sea, where spring blooms flourish. Happiness radiated from Li Kingman's expression. After over a month of life on the island, both had gradually begun to forget the circumstances of their rescue. Fangcheng, having realized that this island was shrouded in secrets, understood that they could hardly expect aid from a location whose precise whereabouts remained uncertain. Li Kingman, unaware of these truths, found her mindset shifting with each passing day of waiting. So much time had elapsed. Perhaps everyone had forgotten about them. Fangcheng, yes, if we can never return. It will not be so. We will go back, Fangcheng replied, shaking his head. I mean if. Li Kingman gazed earnestly at Fangcheng, her smile steadfast as she said, if we cannot return, living here like this, leaving everything behind, with only the present and tomorrow, seems quite pleasant as well. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, and a single scalding tear slipped down her cheek. In moments of crisis, she had not wept, nor had she shed silent tears during her illness. Yet at this moment, her emotions spiraled out of control, and she could not help but let the tears flow. Indeed, while it is easy to speak of not returning, to genuinely accept such a fate requires immense courage. Even someone as strong as Li Kingman would feel sorrow. At that moment, Fangcheng found himself at a loss, uncertain of what to say or do. He merely watched, pained, as Li Kingman's eyes reddened from crying. In the past, at the company, he would have stolen a glance and then quietly walked away. But now he understood he could not stand idly by. Li Kingman needed a sturdy shoulder beside her. I will be with you, no matter how long it takes. Fangcheng summoned his courage and embraced Li Kingman's shoulders, allowing her to lean on him. His words, akin to a confession, poured into Li Kingman's heart like a refreshing spring, moving her so deeply that her tears fell like unstrung pearls. Observing Li Kingman weep profusely in his arms, Fangcheng felt a pang in his heart at that moment. He silently vowed that even if he could never leave this island for the rest of his life, he would create the most beautiful garden on the ocean for Li Qingmin. With Fang Cheng's patient comfort, Li Qingmin ceased her tears and tucked away her sorrow. Coming to terms with reality, the hope of leaving the island was indeed dim, but this did not diminish her resolve to live positively. Subsequently, Fang Cheng began to elaborate on his plans to Li Qingmin. The location he had chosen was relatively elevated, and as long as the drainage around it was properly managed, there was no need to worry about flooding. The drainage system was undoubtedly of utmost importance. It needed to be established before the cave was excavated, and consideration had to be given to the collection of rainwater, as the island's fresh water could barely sustain the two of them, making rainwater a vital source. With the drainage system in place, they would then begin excavating inward from the cliff. The depth and size would depend on future requirements. Once the interior was hollowed out, they would also need to construct a canopy at the entrance for shade and protection from the rain, and finally, tidy up the ground in front to ideally create a space for Li Qingmin to plant flowers and grasses. Merely speaking of his ideas had already set Fang Cheng's heart racing, as if everything around them had transformed into the vision he imagined. It was Li Qingmin who interrupted Fang Cheng's daydream, pulling him back to reality. "Master Designer, shall we commence the work now?" she inquired, her laughter radiant as she looked at him. At this moment, the sun had already descended in the west. Fang Cheng estimated that it was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. On the island, dusk fell around 6 each day, so the two still had ample time to commence their work. Fang Cheng suggested, "Why don't we give it a try today and return to the cave later?" Li Qingmin was eager to begin. She was even more excited about this new dwelling than Fang Cheng. The mere thought of residing here in the future made everything before her seem beautiful. When they had discussed the construction plans for their new abode, everything had progressed so smoothly, akin to playing a computer game where a mere click could bring about completion. However, when it came time to excavate, they realized the vast chasm between reality and imagination. Lacking tools, they could only use wooden sticks to carve at the cliff face. The slender and insufficiently sturdy wooden sticks rendered their efforts nearly futile. Clods of earth and small stones cascaded down like snowflakes, and at such a rate. Even digging a small hole would require an entire day, let alone creating a space as large as a house. This was under the condition of not encountering any large rocks. Should there be substantial stones within the soil, their excavation plans would face inevitable cessation. Despite the arduous process, both Fang Cheng and Li Qingmin remained spirited, for they understood that they were constructing a new home for themselves. The vision of their future dwelling overshadowed any momentary fatigue. On the hillside, the two figures were drenched in sweat, and before they realized it, the sun had dipped below the horizon. The afterglow of the setting sun painted the entire sea surface crimson, casting a warm hue upon the clouds at the edge of the sky. Their silhouettes stretched long in the slanting light, and amidst their toil, Li Qingmin playfully began to tease Fang Cheng's shadow. Not to be outdone, Fang Cheng responded in kind, and the two, akin to children, found joy in their shadow play. "How much have we dug today?" Li Qingmin gasped, breathless. "Not much, just a little," Fang Cheng replied, glancing at the barely altered cliff. "Oh, how long will this take?" Li Qingmin looked dejected. Fang Cheng smiled slightly and said, "No need to rush. We'll take our time." Chapter 47. The Stone Age having resolved to settle comfortably on the island, Fang Cheng's mindset became more accommodating. After having endured so much, he no longer reacted to difficulties and troubles with anger, frustration, or self-reproach, but instead learned to face them with a smile. For instance, regarding the cliff before them, he and Li Qingmin had spent the better part of the afternoon merely carving a shallow indentation into the rock face. While it could have been a source of frustration, Fang Cheng remained unconcerned. After all, they were bound to the island, and there was plenty of time ahead. What was there to quarrel about over a day or two? "You have such a good attitude," Li Qingmin remarked, somewhat surprised. Typically, she was the one comforting Fang Cheng in such situations. But this time, he was the one offering her solace. "There is plenty of time ahead. Isn't there?" Fang Cheng's lips curled into a gentle smile, one that reflected a sense of ease and openness. Rather than harboring resentment and competing with himself, he chose to shift his perspective and savor the journey. "Indeed, you are right," she replied. Understanding the implications of Fang Cheng's words, Li Qingmin smiled with relief. The golden sun had dipped halfway below the horizon, while the crimson clouds at the edge of the sky resembled flames. In the distance, seabirds soared gracefully, and the scenery before them was so breathtaking that it effortlessly lifted their spirits. After a long day's labor, the two found a spot to sit, with their unfinished new home behind them, quietly admiring the magnificent seascape, losing track of time in the process. "My arms are so sore," Li Qingmin pouted, playfully shaking her arms. Fang Chung chuckled and offered, "Shall I give you a massage?" "Absolutely not," Li Qingmin retorted, casting a haughty glance at Fang Chung before complaining. "I thought digging would be easy, but it's all rocks inside. It's so hard to excavate." Her seemingly casual remark inadvertently provided Fang Chung with a significant insight. Rocks indeed. Earlier that afternoon, while digging, he had noticed a considerable number of large stones embedded in the cliff soil, which he had carelessly piled on a nearby flat area. As if struck by a revelation, he approached the black stones, crouching down to inspect them closely. "What's wrong?" Li Qingmin inquired with curiosity. "These are basalt." Fang Cheng's expression transformed into one of excitement. Li Qingmin, still puzzled, asked, "What about basalt?" Fang Chung replied joyfully, "What we desperately need right now is tools. And these basalts are perfect materials for crafting them." The rocks on Earth are primarily classified into three categories: igneous, metamorphic, and sedimentary. Basalt, being an igneous rock formed from the cooling and solidification of magma expelled by volcanic eruptions, possesses a hard texture that can be carved and polished, making it suitable for tool-making. Numerous ancient civilizations have been discovered to have utilized basalt for crafting stone knives and axes. The presence of basalt signifies that they can now create stone tools, and this discovery made Fang Chung exuberantly shout and dance with joy. Observing Fang Cheng's exuberant antics, Li Qingmin could hardly contain herself. She covered her eyes shyly and remarked, "Look at how happy you are." Fang Chung laughed heartily and declared, "Our human ancestors were able to use these stones to create tools, and so can we. With these stones, we will never again fret over our lack of tools." "What do you plan to do? Carry all these stones away?" Li Qingmin glanced at the pile of basalt on the ground, noting that there were quite a few. Fang Chung shook his head. Although the basalts were not particularly large, each weighed at least 10 pounds, making it unrealistic to transport them all back to the cave. Moreover, not all basalts were suitable for tool-making. The best approach would be to select a few manageable stones to take back for refinement. "Let's pick a few that will be useful," Fang Chung said, bending down to rummage through the pile of stones. "All right," Li Qingmin agreed, also crouching down to help. The two of them carefully sifted through the stones, ultimately selecting several pieces that were relatively suitable in shape and size. Li Qingmin selected basalt that was rather conventional, with symmetrical shapes and moderate thickness, ideal for crafting stone knives and axes. Upon glancing at the pieces chosen by Fang Chung, she noted they were either excessively long and slender or flat and broad. "Why do you exclusively choose these?" she inquired, perplexed. "The easiest tool to create from stone is the chisel," Fang Chung remarked, lifting a long and narrow piece of basalt. Gesturing as he spoke, "Observe this stone. It is larger at one end and smaller at the other. If we sharpen the smaller end, it could serve as a chisel." Li Qingmin retained a faint memory of chisels from her childhood, having glimpsed one in her grandfather's woodworking box. It is one of the most commonly utilized tools by traditional carpenters, typically employed for boring holes in wood. Continuing, Fang Chung picked up another flat piece of basalt, animatedly declaring, "Look at this stone. It is both large and round. Oh, how amusing." Unable to contain herself, Li Qingmin chuckled and teased, "Are you about to perform some freestyle?" Fang Chung joined in her laughter, lightly tapping his mouth, a slip of the tongue. "Observe this stone. Does it not resemble a hoe? Just add a handle, and voila." As he spoke, he mimicked the action of digging. Li Qingmin, still laughing, was further amused by Fang Cheng's antics, to the point where her stomach ached from laughter. Clutching her abdomen, she playfully exclaimed, "Are you trying to make me die of laughter? How did I never notice how amusing you are before?" Suddenly, Fang Chung adopted a serious tone. If not for life's demands, who would wish to don a suit and tie every day, pretending to be someone they are not? "Oh," Li Qingmin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "From your tone, it seems you were quite dissatisfied with your previous job." No, I swear to the heavens, absolutely not," Fang Chung quickly denied. No sooner had he spoken than a gust of wind swept through, and being halfway up the mountain, they felt its force acutely. Nearly knocked over by the wind, Li Qingmin rolled her eyes and scoffed. "See? With such inconsistency, you dare swear to the heavens? Be more cautious next time before making a vow." Fang Chung was unfazed by Li Qingmin's playful rebuke, Their familiarity had made her remarks feel more like flirtation to him. However, he was genuinely troubled by the sudden change in weather. Just moments ago, it had been a tranquil night, adorned with a bright moon and scattered stars. But now a fierce wind arose, and the moon retreated behind thick clouds. Looking up, he observed the clouds thickening ominously. The island was engulfed in darkness, and the wind howled through the trees. This is not good. A storm is approaching. Fong Cheng's expression changed dramatically, recognizing the signs of an impending downpour, and he quickly urged Li Qingmin towards a cave. Chapter 48. A downpour. The night was dark and the wind fierce, rustling through the coconut grove. As they sprinted down the hillside, Fong Cheng led Li Qingmin in a dash to reach the cave before the rain arrived. After traversing the white sandy beach, they approached the rocky foreshore. Upon reaching this point, Fong Cheng felt a wave of relief. Just a few more steps would lead them to the cave, where they could find shelter from the wind and rain. Before she had a chance to rejoice, large raindrops, akin to the size of broad beans, struck her face. The pain from the impact was sharp, and in an instant, a long-anticipated torrential downpour commenced. Amidst the heavy rain, Li Qingmin emitted a panicked cry, stumbling over a stone that lay askew, and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the curtain of rain obscured her vision, rendering everything within a meter indistinct. "Are you all right?" Fong Cheng turned back, discovering Li Qingmin had fallen, and hurriedly rushed to assist her. "I'm fine." Li Qingmin gritted her teeth and stubbornly rose to her feet. "Follow me." At that moment, a strong hand reached out, firmly grasping Li Qingmin's palm. Within the rain, feeling the warmth emanating from that hand, she found an unparalleled sense of security. On this small island, nothing felt more dependable than Fong Cheng's presence beside her. The two figures swiftly darted through the downpour. It wasn't long before the drenched Fong Cheng and Li Qingmin finally returned to the tiny cave. Lying within the pitch-black confines of the cave, they listened to the howling wind and the pattering rain outside. Despite being thoroughly soaked and in a disheveled state, they exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter. Given the events of the afternoon, their spirits were unexpectedly high. Accepting their situation, they resolved to relish the experience of life on this deserted island rather than cling to the faint hope of rescue. Why is it that when others get caught in the rain, it seems so romantic, yet we end up in this predicament? That is a question for you. Fong Cheng replied. Me? Isn't it because of your reckless vows? All right, I'll take the blame for this, he conceded. Of course, who else would take the fall? Li Qingmin playfully retorted. Fong Cheng grinned. I must bear it. My wife is correct. Who is your wife? Li Qingmin exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation and embarrassment as she pinched Fong Cheng's arm fiercely. If you dare say that again, you won't get off so easily. Understood, understood. Fong Cheng whimpered, tears welling in his eyes from the pain. He marveled at the surprising strength of her delicate fingers, feeling as if his flesh might just give way. Having learned a valuable lesson, Fong Cheng refrained from teasing Li Qingmin any further. It was no joking matter when the goddess became irritable. Outside the cave, the rain continued to patter rhythmically, and silence enveloped the two within. This tranquility allowed Fong Cheng's mind to clear, and he suddenly remembered the fire pit they had left behind earlier in the day. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Oh no, what's wrong?" In the darkness, hearing Fong Cheng's alarmed voice, Li Qingmin was startled. Fong Cheng hurried to the fire pit, but he could feel no warmth emanating from it. He began to sift through the ashes, discovering that the embers had long been extinguished, leaving only a cold pile of ash. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Fong Cheng's fist struck the ground, causing Li Qingmin's heart to leap in response. At this moment, Fong Cheng was consumed with deep regret, berating himself for his carelessness that led to the extinguishing of the most precious flame. Although he had buried the fire pit with ashes before leaving the cave, they had lingered outside for far too long, and during that time, Fong Cheng had failed to remember to return to the cave to tend to the fire. This oversight proved to be a significant blunder for the two of them, who were struggling to survive on the deserted island. Li Qingmin lowered her head and said, "It's all my fault." "No, it cannot be blamed on you. It was my momentary negligence that caused me to forget about the fire pit," Fong Cheng replied, his voice laced with profound self-reproach. Li Qingmin, having once held a leadership role and managed a team, understood that assigning blame at this juncture would be futile. Their priority was to devise a solution to their current predicament. "Now is not the time for blame. Let us rekindle the fire," she urged. But we no longer have lithium batteries, Fong Chung replied through gritted teeth, his expression pained. The last successful ignition had been due to the lithium battery, which had long since turned to ashes in the fire. Where could they possibly find materials to start a fire now? Isn't there still the fire bow? Li Kingman suggested. Yes, the fire bow. We still have the fire bow. Reminded by Li Kingman, Fong Chung suddenly recalled the fire bow he had crafted himself, wondering how he could have forgotten such an essential item. With this thought, he groped in the dark and retrieved the crooked fire bow from a corner of the cave. Gazing at the bow, his emotions mirrored its uneven shape, fluctuating with tension. Fong Chung had previously succeeded in starting a fire with the bow, yet external circumstances had thwarted those efforts, leaving behind a rather tragic memory. However, this time, the cave was filled with dry wood, coconut core, branches, and leaves, providing ample materials for ignition. With his experience in using the fire bow, Fong Chung felt a surge of confidence. Is there anything I can assist with? Li Kingman inquired softly as she observed Fong Chung diligently working with the fire bow. No, just watch closely, he replied, fully focused on the task at hand, eager to demonstrate his fire-starting skills in front of Li Kingman. As time passed, Fong Cheng's movements became increasingly proficient, and soon the air was filled with a sharp, acrid smell of smoke. Recognizing the moment had arrived, he hastened to pull the fire bow with urgency. Almost immediately, red sparks fell into the coconut core. Fong Cheng nervously set down the fire bow and cradled the core as if it were a newborn, gently blowing upon it. The sparks flickered in and out, and the ignited core began to spread. After a brief yet anxious wait, a thick plume of white smoke erupted from the core, followed by the emergence of flames. Yes, it worked. The successful ignition of fire sent Fong Chung into a jubilant frenzy, unable to contain his excitement as he danced joyfully in the cave. This time, his achievement in mastering the technique of fire by friction marked a significant milestone, signifying that he had truly grasped the art of creating fire through the method of drilling wood. Henceforth, the act of kindling a flame would pose no challenge for the two individuals stranded on the island. Li Kingman, filled with urgency, urged him, "Don't just revel in your joy. Quickly gather more kindling." Yes, kindling. Fong Chung collected himself, shaking off his elation, and promptly placed the prepared twigs onto the burning coconut fibers to ignite. The flames began to blaze, illuminating the cave and enveloping the space in warmth, offering the two a sense of security amidst the tempestuous night. Chapter 49. A thoughtful gesture inside the cave. The fire flickered brightly, while a torrential downpour raged outside. In stark contrast to the cacophony of the rain, the cave was enveloped in tranquility. The two did not succumb to slumber. Instead, they sat quietly around the fire. With the presence of flames, the darkness of night transformed into light, instilling a sense of safety. Having been drenched, the warmth of the fire became their utmost solace. As the heat enveloped her, Li Kingman felt beads of moisture condensing on her skin, her damp clothing clinging uncomfortably. Unfortunately, her only recourse was to await the flames to dry her garments. Fong Chung, ever observant, noted the discomfort she experienced. Unlike her, he had been left with only a pair of shoes after arriving on the island, and he had grown accustomed to being bare-skinned. Even the rain dried quickly on him. Li Kingman, however, still wore wet clothing, and the sensation of roasting in damp attire was particularly unpleasant. "I will step outside for a moment," Fong Chung announced. "What? In such a torrential downpour, where are you going?" Li Kingman's eyes widened in disbelief, as the outside world was shrouded in darkness and rain. She could not comprehend why Fong Chung would venture out. His intention was to provide her an opportunity to remove her wet garments and dry them, which would surely be more comfortable. However, Li Kingman was clearly reluctant to let him face the deluge, pressing him, "Is there anything that cannot wait until tomorrow?" "I must collect rainwater while it is falling." Fong Chung offered a plausible excuse. "Our supply of fresh water is dwindling, and we must seize this chance to replenish it." Faced with the necessity of fresh water, Li Kingman had no choice but to acquiesce to Fong Cheng's departure from the cave. Thus, Fong Chung took with him the various containers from the cave, including the largest blue plastic barrel, and braved the downpour. Before leaving, he made sure to reassure Li Kingman, "I will also check the water source. I may be a while. If you feel tired, you may rest." "All right," Li Kingman responded without much thought. Once Fong Chung had departed, She pondered their earlier exchange, finding it imbued with an indescribable sentiment. Why did their conversation resemble that of a long-married couple, with the husband tenderly advising his wife before stepping out, while she remained at home awaiting his return? What is wrong with me? Li Kingman cupped her face, feeling a subtle warmth flush her cheeks, softly chiding herself for allowing such thoughts to invade her mind. Fortunately, Fang Cheng was absent just now. Had he witnessed her current state, he would undoubtedly have teased her incessantly. Fang Cheng had departed from the cave approximately a quarter of an hour ago, and outside, the cacophony of rain prevailed, yet there was no sign of his return. Given that Fang Cheng had previously instructed her to inspect the water source, Li Kingman was not overly concerned. Typically, traversing from the cave to the water source would consume at least 10 minutes. In the current downpour, it would likely take even longer. As she waited, boredom gradually enveloped Li Kingman. When Fang Cheng was present, there was someone to converse with, but now she could only sit idly in silence. Suddenly, a thought flickered through her mind. Since Fang Cheng would be away for a while and would not return soon, and given that her damp clothing clung to her skin uncomfortably, why not remove them and dry them out? Though it was indeed a good idea, a worry crept in. What if Fang Cheng returned midway through? Li Kingman's face flushed at the thought. This was her greatest concern, how to handle the situation if Fang Cheng came back. This became a dilemma for her. Should she indeed remove her wet garments? Ultimately, after much inner turmoil, Li Kingman resolved to shed her soaked shirt and skirt, seizing the opportunity to wash and dry them while Fang Cheng was still away. Under normal circumstances, Li Kingman would never consider such an act, but her current predicament was anything but ordinary. It was a dire struggle for survival. Thus far, she had already undertaken many actions she would have previously deemed unthinkable. Removing her clothing seemed to be the simplest challenge she had encountered among all the trials she faced. Once she had made her decision, she acted swiftly, quickly shedding her shirt and deftly unfastening the buttons of her skirt. In no time, her fair skin was exposed. The sensation of being unclothed made Li Kingman feel quite bashful. Although the cave was devoid of others, it still made her nervous, and she strained her ears to catch any sounds from outside, wondering when Fang Cheng would return. In a flurry, she took her garments to the cave entrance and began to wash them with the rainwater. Not daring to linger too long, she hastily washed the clothes and retreated back into the cave, where she arranged them on branches to dry. As time passed slowly, the flames roasted her washed garments, rendering them dry in no time. Fearing that Fang Cheng might return at any moment, she swiftly and skillfully donned her clothes again. The sensation of being wrapped in dry, comfortable attire was infinitely more pleasant than the dampness she had just endured. At that moment, Li Kingman felt grateful for her earlier choice, as it seemed entirely worthwhile. However, amidst her relief, she began to sense a problem. Fang Cheng had been gone for quite a while, and still, there was no sign of his return. What if he had encountered danger? The more she pondered, the more anxious she became. Outside, the wind howled and the rain poured, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. If something had indeed befallen Fang Cheng, what would she do? Occasionally, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and the ensuing thunderclap only heightened Li Kingman's unease. Upon arriving at the cave entrance and casting a glance into the abyss outside, Li Kingman found herself in a dilemma, pondering whether to venture out in search of Fang Cheng. Simultaneously, she was apprehensive that Fang Cheng might return just as she departed, and should he discover her absence, he would undoubtedly worry for her safety. Lost in thought, she faintly discerned a figure in the distance on the mudflat, and upon observing the way the person walked, she confirmed without doubt that it was Fang Cheng. The sight of him returning allowed Li Kingman's anxious heart to ease slightly. Once inside the cave, Fang Cheng leaned against the fire, attempting to warm his nearly frozen body, his appearance quite disheveled. "Why were you gone for so long? Did you encounter any danger?" Li Kingman inquired with concern. The fence was broken. Fang Cheng fabricated an excellent excuse. Li Kingman pouted, reproaching, "It's all that wretched goat's fault for making you endure the torrential rain for so long." Fang Cheng grinned, assuring her, "It's nothing. I am quite resilient." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Li Kingman, noticing her clothes had dried thoroughly, confirming that she had indeed followed his suggestion to dry them during his absence, rendering his efforts worthwhile. "What are you staring at?" Li Kingman looked up, meeting Fang Cheng's gaze, and felt a mix of shyness and pride as he gazed intently at her. "Nothing," Fang Cheng replied, hastily averting his eyes. Suddenly, Li Qingmin seemed to grasp something. She understood why Feng Cheng had ventured to check the water source at that particular moment, and why he had been gone for so long. It dawned on her that he had undertaken this endeavor solely to allow her to dry her wet clothes and to spare them both any awkwardness in the cave. Witnessing Feng Cheng's disheveled condition from the rain tugged at her heart, intertwining feelings of guilt, gratitude, and happiness within her. Chapter 50. The first haircut the following morning. The two awoke early. In stark contrast to the tempest outside, the cave was dry and warm, providing them a restful night. Li Qingmin stretched her body and yawned, glancing at Feng Cheng beside her with a hint of remorse. Had it not been for his thoughtful care, she would not have enjoyed such comfort the previous night. "How are you? You were in the rain for so long. Do you feel unwell?" Li Qingmin asked with concern. "I'm perfectly fine," Feng Cheng replied briskly, rising and patting his chest to demonstrate his robust health, dismissing the rain as trivial. Li Qingmin smiled softly, shaking her head. "You are becoming more and more like a wild man." "What do you mean like?" "I am one," Feng Cheng retorted, self-deprecatingly. "Just look at me, disheveled hair and a scruffy beard. If someone who just arrived on the island saw me, they might think I am one of the island's natives." They had been on this island for over a month, and during this time, Feng Cheng had neglected his appearance entirely. The fact was, even if he wished to groom himself, he lacked the means. A simple razor was a luxury beyond his reach. His hair had grown long, his beard unkempt, and his sun-kissed skin had darkened, indeed, making him resemble an island native. In contrast, Li Qingmin finds herself in a significantly better situation. As a woman, she naturally does not have facial hair, thus sparing her the hassle of shaving. Her primary concern, however, lies with her long hair. Due to the inability to maintain it as she once did, compounded by insufficient nutrition while living on the island, her hair has become dry and the ends are beginning to split. Regarding her skin, Li Qingmin had been unwell for a period, mostly confined to the cave as per Feng Cheng's requirements, and with the added protection of her clothing. Her complexion is relatively clean compared to Feng Cheng. Influenced by Feng Cheng's remarks, Li Qingmin became aware of this issue, resting her chin on one hand while scrutinizing him with her gaze. Feng Cheng, feeling uncomfortable under her scrutiny, clutched his chest and asked anxiously, "Hey, what are you planning to do?" Li Qingmin scoffed lightly, teasing, "Why are you covering your chest? Do you have anything there?" I don't," he stammered. "If you don't, then why not put your hand down?" Li Qingmin shot him a disdainful look, deliberately glancing at her own ample bosom, and said with pride, "Am I going to attack your chest, then? Just put it down." Feng Cheng's face flushed, and he obediently lowered his hand, nervously inquiring, "Can you clarify what you intend to do?" Li Qingmin regarded him thoughtfully, a mysterious smile playing on her lips, and mused, indeed. "Letting you sport a head full of straw is a dereliction of my duty. It seems necessary to give you a proper grooming." Feng Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. "You want to cut my hair?" Li Qingmin affirmed, crossing her arms and nodding gently. "Wait, may I ask how you plan to cut my hair?" "Where are the scissors?" "Scissors? We have a blade, don't we? You mean to use that?" Feng Cheng felt a chill run down his spine, as the blade Li Qingmin referred to was fashioned from the metal shell of her phone. After smashing the phone and removing the lithium battery, Feng Cheng had salvaged the metal casing, sharpening one edge to create a small knife. This knife had played a crucial role in their daily lives, being used to prepare any food that required butchering. What Feng Cheng had not anticipated was that this blood-stained knife would one day be used on his own head, as Li Qingmin intended to use it for his haircut. "No, let's not," Feng Cheng said, attempting to stealthily step away. However, Li Qingmin had already seen through his ploy. Her expression hardened, and she coldly commanded, "Feng Cheng, sit still." Oh, indeed, whenever Li Qingmin adopted a stern demeanor, Feng Cheng instinctively complied, abandoning any thought of escape. With a satisfied smile, Li Qingmin retrieved the phone case blade from the corner where their tools were stored and, intentionally in front of Feng Cheng, began to sharpen the blade. Feng Cheng, feeling increasingly anxious, swallowed hard and urged, "Can you hurry up?" Li Qingmin replied leisurely, "If I don't sharpen the blade properly, it will hurt quite a bit when I cut your hair. Then sharpen it." Feng Cheng rolled his eyes, realizing that he could not escape this fate today. He could only surrender to Li Qingmin's whims, resigning himself to be at her mercy. Li Qingmin spent a while sharpening her knife on a stone before testing its edge with a strand of her own hair. Once she confirmed that the blade was sufficiently sharp to sever the hair, she proceeded to cut Fong Cheng's hair. His disheveled locks resembled straw, coarse and greasy to the touch, emanating an unpleasant odor. Several times, Li Qingmin found herself overwhelmed by the stench, tempted to withdraw her hands. This was her first time cutting a man's hair, and particularly the hair of such a dirty man. Yet, recalling the things Fong Cheng had done for her, she felt that her efforts paled in comparison. Aside from an initial sense of reluctance, Li Qingmin swiftly persuaded herself to embrace the task, as it was her own request to cut his hair, and she wished to contribute in some way. As strands of hair fell to the ground, Fong Cheng transitioned from tension to enjoyment. He had not anticipated that Li Qingmin's skills were quite commendable. She cut his hair with surprising finesse. Unfortunately, without a mirror, he had no idea what his head looked like now. He thought to himself that even if he ended up with a bald head, it would be a tale to boast about for a lifetime. After all, who could say they had their hair cut by Li Qingmin? Such a privilege would be rare to find again. Suddenly, as he winced in pain from a tug, Fong Cheng let out a yelp. Li Qingmin quickly halted, inspecting the blade in her hand, and remarked, "Is your head made of boar bristles? The freshly sharpened knife has gone dull." Fong Cheng chuckled instead of getting upset, joking, "Perhaps I was the great marshal of the heavenly river in my past life." Li Qingmin had never heard anyone compare themselves to Zhu Beiji before, and she burst into laughter at his quip. "What is wrong with being Zhu Beiji? If I were him, I would stay in Gao Wang, marry the young lady of the Gao family, be the son-in-law to the village head, spend my days with my wife, and occasionally tend to the fields. What a carefree life that would be." Fong Cheng's words carried a deeper implication, and Li Qingmin, understanding their meaning, felt a blush creep across her cheeks. "You leicheer," she exclaimed. "Where's the leicheery in that?" She sharpened the blade in her hand, commanding him, "Lower your head. If you move again and I cut your ear, it's not my responsibility." Chapter 51. The unending rain having finished, Li Qingmin inserted her fingers into Fong Cheng's hair to loosen it a bit, with just a small blade. She had spent half an hour cutting his hair, and the results were unexpectedly impressive. "Not bad at all. You no longer resemble a wild man." She circled around Fong Cheng several times, visibly pleased with her handiwork. With the long hair now trimmed, Fong Cheng felt significantly revitalized. He mused that regardless of how it turned out, as he could not see it, he would take Li Qingmin's word that it looked good. After enduring a head full of straw for so many days, he was indifferent to looking a bit worse. In order for Fong Qingmin to witness the current state of Fong Cheng, she procured the iron pot used for cooking earlier and ventured outside to gather some rainwater. She encouraged Fong Cheng to peer into the water to behold his reflection. My heavens! Upon seeing his disheveled long hair reduced to a mere tuft, Fong Cheng could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed at Fong Qingmin. He had never anticipated that she possessed such remarkable skills, which far exceeded his expectations. Although the result appeared somewhat rough and untidy, it must be said that overall, it was indeed quite impressive. "Now, how shall you express your gratitude to me?" Fong Qingmin could hardly conceal her inner delight, and seeing Fong Cheng's astonished expression brought her joy as well. "I shall fetch you a large crab right away," Fong Cheng exclaimed, eager to rush out of the cave. "Come back here," Fong Qingmin called out. "Huh?" Fong Cheng responded, obediently halting in his tracks. "What do you think you're doing out there in this heavy rain?" Fong Qingmin appeared quite annoyed. I was going to find food," Fong Cheng stammered, somewhat taken aback, realizing that if he had not misheard, Fong Qingmin was expressing concern for him. "Do not go out. Wait until the rain stops," Fong Qingmin asserted firmly. "All right," Fong Cheng conceded this time, returning to the cave to wait for the rain to cease. However, as the morning passed, the rain showed no signs of abating and seemed to intensify. Both individuals in the cave wore troubled expressions. The rain had persisted since last night, and if it continued like this, it could last for several days. "Are we about to face a tropical storm?" Fong Qingmin gazed anxiously outside the cave. "It is quite possible. Our island is situated in the tropics, and encountering tropical storms is not uncommon." Fong Qing nodded in agreement. "It appears we will be trapped in this cave for several days," Fong Qingmin remarked reluctantly. "At least we have fire now, allowing us to drink boiled water and consume cooked food, and we have a dry and warm cave, which is a significant improvement compared to our first encounter with such circumstances," Fong Cheng reassured her. Fong Qingmin, with a hint of humor amidst her worries, remarked, I have noticed that not only have your survival skills improved, but you have also become quite adept at offering comfort. Receiving Fong Kingman's praise. Fong Cheng felt a surge of pride. In an effort to display a more masculine charm before her, he feigned seriousness and declared, "Life is always full of challenges. One must never give up." Fong Kingman, feigning disdain, covered her mouth and laughed. "All right, my chef Fong. You must prepare a bowl of your chicken soup for me every day." Despite their playful banter, Fong Cheng was still preoccupied with a significant concern: food. The duration of this relentless rain remained uncertain, and with such fierce winds and torrents, the sea was tumultuous and the tidal flats were submerged. The prospect of searching for fish and shrimp on the tidal flats seemed nearly impossible, and approaching the shoreline recklessly would be perilous. Currently, on this island, their food sources were primarily twofold. One was obtained from the beach and the other from the forest. Clearly, given the present circumstances, the source of food from the sea had been effectively severed. Thus, Fong Cheng resolved to devise a plan to gather and stockpile more food from the forest. Apart from sustenance, there exists another paramount task: the preparation of firewood. In inclement weather, the timber in the woods becomes thoroughly drenched. To ensure the fire pit is equipped with dry kindling, one must first transport the wet logs back to the cave and place them beside the fire to dry. Only then can they ignite. Perhaps I should venture out for a moment. Observing the relentless downpour outside the cave, Fong Cheng felt a pang of anxiety. Waiting indefinitely seemed futile. Li Kingman initially wished to prevent Fong Cheng from braving the torrential rain. But as darkness approached and they had gone without nourishment for a substantial period, it became imperative for him to seek food. "I will accompany you." Concerned for Fong Cheng's safety in the storm, Li Kingman insisted on joining him. However, Fong Cheng resolutely declined her request, firmly insisting that she remain in the cave. He feared that exposure to the rain could jeopardize her health, as such a tempest could render her ill once more, a scenario both dreaded. Furthermore, beyond their joint venture outside, it was equally crucial to tend to the fire, ensuring it did not extinguish. After much persuasion, Li Kingman reluctantly acquiesced to stay in the cave. Fong Cheng armed himself with the spear he had fashioned from wood, plunging into the storm towards the interior woods of the island. The sea surged over the beach, shrinking the island's expanse significantly. Looking back at the diminutive cave, a sense of foreboding gripped Fong Cheng. Should the water level continue to rise, the ocean might inundate their sanctuary, rendering it non-existent. Feeling powerless in the face of nature's might, Fong Cheng could only pray that the rain would cease soon. Upon reaching the woods, his primary objective was to locate coconuts. Coconuts are invaluable. They provide nourishment, hydration, and are easily stored, potentially saving lives in dire circumstances. Thus, Fong Cheng aimed to retrieve as many as possible for their cave. The muddy terrain rendered the already treacherous path even more difficult to navigate. Yet this did not deter Fong Cheng from his quest for coconuts. At each coconut tree, he meticulously searched a 10-meter radius, ensuring that no fallen coconuts escaped his notice. Braving the downpour, he shuttled repeatedly between the cave and the woods until dusk approached. By then, he had amassed dozens of coconuts, creating a small mound in the corner of the cave. Gazing at the pile, Li Kingman felt a bittersweet pang. Each coconut represented the toil Fong Cheng endured to procure them, the hardships he faced unknown to anyone else. With such an abundance of coconuts, they were well equipped to withstand the forthcoming deluge. There was no need to venture out again. Li Kingman, filled with concern, sought to dissuade Fong Cheng. Yet, he dismissed her worries with a smile, saying, "It is fine. Before darkness falls, I can make another trip. It is always prudent to gather more provisions." Chapter 52. A confrontation Li Kingman implored him multiple times, but her efforts ultimately bore no fruit. In a moment of helplessness, he reluctantly nodded in agreement to Fong Cheng's request, allowing him to venture into the woods once more before nightfall. Due to the rainy weather, the sky was heavily overcast. Darkening earlier than usual, twilight had already begun to descend. However, this was of little concern to Fong Cheng, as his mind was solely preoccupied with the intent of gathering as much food as possible to take back to the cave, thus risking the dangers of this final trip. The forest was saturated with dripping water, and the muddy ground made progress exceedingly difficult. Wet leaves and branches clung to him, creating an uncomfortable sensation. As he searched for coconuts, he remained vigilant against the potential threat of venomous snakes lurking in some hidden corner. Throughout the journey, Fong Chung was tense, gripping his spear tightly, ready to react at the slightest hint of danger. Suddenly, an unusual noise behind him sparked a sense of unease. It felt as though someone had been following him. Could it be Li Kingman? This was Fong Chang's first thought, realizing that despite his objections, she had stealthily trailed after him. To confirm whether it was indeed Li Kingman, he abruptly turned around, intending to catch her off guard. However, the space behind him was empty, save for trees and underbrush. This was odd. It could not be Kingman. Fong Chung murmured to himself, sensing something amiss. If it truly was Li Kingman following him, there would be no reason for her to hide. Yet, there were only the two of them on the island. If someone were indeed behind him, who else could it be besides Li Kingman? As this thought crossed his mind, Fong Chung felt a chill run down his spine. Was it possible that there were others on the island, apart from himself and Li Kingman? However, they had lived on the island for over a month without discovering any signs of human presence. If there were others, how could that be explained? To ascertain whether something was indeed following him, Fong Chung resolved to maintain an appearance of nonchalance as he continued onward. This time, he strained his ears to listen intently for any sounds behind him. Not long after, he distinctly heard the sound of a branch snapping underfoot. At that moment, the noise struck his ears like thunder, causing Fong Chung to shiver involuntarily, now fully convinced that something was indeed trailing him. "Who is it?" he shouted, gripping his makeshift spear, eager to discern the identity of whatever was following him. As the light continued to fade and the rain poured heavily, the environment grew increasingly hostile. Yet, when Fong Chung finally laid eyes on the creature behind him, he exhaled in relief. Standing in the rain-soaked shadows was a figure resembling a goat. In that instant, Fong Chung understood that the entity that had been tailing him was simply this large ram. Well, you've taken to following me, have you? Fong Chung thought, bemused, realizing that since their initial encounter, he and this ram seemed to share an unspoken rivalry. Every day, he contemplated how to consume the goat, whether roasting the goat meat or boiling it would be more delectable, and whether the goat hide would serve well for crafting garments for Li Kingman. Little did he expect that today he would find himself targeted by the very creature he had been pondering. Fong Chung stood firm, eager to observe the forthcoming actions of this imposing ram. To his astonishment, the ram, instead of fleeing, boldly approached him, hoofs clattering against the ground. As the distance between them diminished to approximately 5 meters, the two could discern each other clearly. The ram's formidable size eclipsed that of an adult large dog by a significant margin, particularly accentuated by its pair of long, menacing horns that instilled a sense of trepidation. Should he be pierced, the consequences could be dire. Fong Chung gripped his spear tightly, unable to distinguish whether his palms were slick with sweat or rain, bracing himself for any assault from the ram. The ram gazed down at Fong Chung, stamping its front hooves, then lowered its head to flaunt its formidable horns, a display of intimidation. The sudden appearance of Fong Chung on the island had disrupted its water source, compelling the ram to deliver a harsh lesson to this intruder, asserting dominion over the island. Judging by the ram's demeanor, a confrontation between the island's former and new master was inevitable. Fong Chung had never envisioned a day where he would find himself in such a tense standoff with a goat. He had hoped the creature would retreat as it had previously, for he was reluctant to engage in combat under these circumstances. However, it seemed his wish was in vain. The ram's stance indicated it intended not merely to intimidate, but to expel the invader. Suddenly, the ram raised its head and let out a bellowing cry, charging at Fong Chung with its horns poised for impact. With no avenue for retreat, Fong Chung steeled himself and let out a fierce roar to bolster his courage. Come on! The perilous situation left him no choice. Escape was not an option, and he had to confront the ram head-on. The ram charged with alarming speed. Quickly closing the gap, Fong Chung raised his spear high, aiming directly at the space between the ram's horns, where its head was positioned. As the formidable horns threatened to impale him, in a split second, he thrust the spear forward with all his might. The strike was executed with remarkable swiftness. The spear, being longer than the ram's horns, found its mark upon the ram's head. Success! Fong Chung rejoiced internally, yet before he could allow a smile to grace his face, an overwhelming force surged through the spear, sending him sprawling backward. What he had presumed would be a fatal blow was merely a miscalculation. The wooden spear lacked sufficient sharpness, and the ram's thick, slick hide, compounded by the rain, effectively shielded it, rendering any attempt to penetrate futile. The attempt to slay the mighty ram failed, resulting in Feng Cheng being hurled through the air and landing heavily on the ground. At that moment, pain was the least of his concerns. A singular thought consumed his mind. He feared he might meet his demise this time. Fortunately, although the blow did not vanquish the formidable ram, it inflicted a degree of injury upon the creature. The wounded ram seemed to recognize Feng Cheng's prowess, realizing that persisting in the confrontation might not yield favorable outcomes. Driven by instinct, it refrained from recklessly engaging further, letting out a couple of bellows as if to assert its strength before turning away. As the ram departed, Feng Cheng exhaled a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped disaster. Chapter 53. Unfortunate Injury. The relentless downpour continued unabated. The forest was inundated with water, and Feng Cheng lay on the ground, having plopped down into a muddy puddle, his body splattered with muck from the earlier encounter. Reflecting on his direct clash with the ram, he could not help but marvel at the insignificance of human strength in the face of nature. That great beast had easily sent him flying. Fortunately, he had brought a spear with him during his outing, which spared him from being impaled by the ram's formidable horns. Had he been struck with the force displayed by the ram, being gored would have been an unavoidable fate. Gazing at the spear that lay discarded nearby, Feng Cheng pondered deeply. Perhaps this was the very reason humanity ultimately evolved, to create and wield tools, compensating for physical shortcomings and accomplishing feats that seem astonishing. Thus, throughout the eons of evolution on Earth, humanity emerged victorious. As dusk settled completely, the quest for coconuts had to be momentarily abandoned, leaving Feng Cheng vexed. Had it not been for the ram's interference, he could have gathered several more coconuts to take back. Just as he prepared to rise, a sharp pain shot through his wrist, eliciting a cry of anguish. Surely, he feared, his hand could not be broken. A chill ran through him at the thought. For if his hand were truly fractured, survival on this desolate island would be an unimaginable challenge. Recollecting the moment of his fall, he recalled that he had braced himself with his right hand before his body came crashing down, which likely resulted in the injury. In his heightened state of alertness, he had not noticed the pain in his wrist. Now, however, as he relaxed, he became acutely aware of a throbbing pain and swelling in his wrist. Anxiously, he attempted to lift his hand, only to observe that his wrist had swollen significantly, the flesh puffed up like a large bun. Seeing such an injury filled him with trepidation, yet he mustered the effort to rotate his wrist and discovered that it still possessed sensation, and his fingers could still move. Although forcing movement caused excruciating pain, it also indicated that his hand was not broken, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Had it truly been a fracture? In this environment devoid of any medical resources, the prospect of what might ensue was too dreadful to contemplate. Thankfully, it was merely swollen. Feng Cheng, enduring the pain, let out a bitter laugh as he exerted himself to clamber out of the puddle, retrieving the spear that had fallen to the ground and returning to the cave in a rather disheveled state. Inside the cave, Li Qingmin sat beside a fire, roasting a coconut, the air filled with its enticing aroma. During the day, feeling bored in the cave by herself, she had occupied her time weaving palm fronds and polishing basalt, and had also taken a fancy to the coconut. She discovered that roasting it over the fire enhanced the flavor of the coconut meat. As darkness enveloped the outside world, Li Qingmin began to feel anxious, her heart harboring a bit of resentment. She had long advised Feng Cheng not to venture out one last time, but he stubbornly insisted on going. What a headstrong temperament! Li Qingmin muttered under her breath, realizing that Feng Cheng's impulsive nature bore a striking resemblance to her father's. Just then, she heard a commotion at the cave entrance and hurriedly went to investigate. Upon seeing a figure without clothing, she immediately sighed in relief. It was indeed Feng Cheng returning. "Why did you take so long? Are you all right?" she inquired. "I'm fine," he replied, using his left hand to grip the stone wall as he struggled to climb into the cave. Li Qingmin observed this scene closely and sensed something was amiss. Feng Cheng's expression was one of pain, and he seemed intent on concealing his right hand behind his back. "What about the coconut?" she asked. "It's too dark outside to find it." Li Qingmin began with a seemingly innocuous question, but then abruptly inquired, "What happened to your right hand?" Feng Cheng, taken aback, hesitated to respond and stammered, "Nothing. Nothing's wrong. Why are you hiding it behind your back?" "Let me see. It's fine." Are you injured? No. It's just that it's raining heavily at the entrance. We should hurry inside. Under Li Qingmin's relentless questioning, Feng Cheng found himself defenseless, desperately wanting to return to the cave and conceal the issue with his wrist. However, he did not anticipate that Li Qingmin would be so persistent. If he did not reveal his right hand today, this matter would not easily come to an end. Feng Cheng, you are lying. Unable to withstand the penetrating gaze of Li Qingmin, he ultimately nodded in acknowledgement, confessing the truth of his injury. Upon seeing the state of Feng Cheng's outstretched right hand, Li Qingmin's eyes instantly welled with tears. She covered her mouth in disbelief, gazing at his swollen wrist, which had become deformed. The skin was a deep shade of bruised purple, with visible veins showing through. The extent of the pain was something only Feng Cheng could truly comprehend. I told you not to go out, but you insisted. Her words were tinged with reproach, yet more so with concern, and as she spoke, tears began to fall. With such an injury, it must hurt terribly. It's all right. It doesn't hurt anymore, Feng Cheng replied, feeling flustered at the sight of her tears, a feeling that was, to be honest, quite blissful. Yet he could not bear to see her so distressed. It's like this. How could it not hurt? It's already much better. What exactly happened? How did you sustain such an injury? It was nothing particularly significant, merely an encounter with a large ram we had previously encountered. Feng Cheng felt somewhat embarrassed as he recounted how he was unceremoniously knocked over by a mere ram. Yet, he still proceeded to share the details of the incident with Li Qingmin. Upon hearing Feng Cheng's account, Li Qingmin was utterly astonished. She remembered Feng Cheng mentioning that the ram was not to be trifled with, but she had dismissed it, as sheep were traditionally perceived as gentle creatures. To her surprise, the ram had indeed managed to send Feng Cheng flying, indicating it was truly formidable. Are there any other injuries? Li Qingmin, feeling uneasy, insisted on inspecting Feng Cheng thoroughly. No, I just twisted my wrist when I fell, he replied. With a serious expression, Li Qingmin declared, you must never venture out alone again. Wherever you go, I shall accompany you. If you encounter that ram once more, at least you will have assistance by your side. Feng Cheng shook his head. That will be even more perilous. That ram is not easy to handle. Do you consider me a burden? Li Qingmin raised an eyebrow. No, that is not my intention. I am merely concerned for your safety, Feng Cheng hastily clarified. Li Qingmin felt a warmth in her heart and softly scoffed. Well, at least you know how to speak well. Chapter 54. The birth of a weapon. Upon returning to the cave, it was warm and dry inside, a stark contrast to the torrential rain outside. Feng Cheng sat quietly in the corner where he usually slept, his gaze fixed on Li Qingmin's silhouette by the fire, his mind replaying the earlier perilous scene. Had it not been for the spear, he feared he would not have had the chance to return to the cave and see Li Qingmin again. How is your hand? Li Qingmin gently approached Feng Cheng, inquiring about his condition, and offered him half a coconut shell filled with the tender coconut meat she had carved out, having been roasted over the fire. The creamy coconut meat was still steaming, exuding a delightful aroma that made one's mouth water. It's much better. The swelling has subsided considerably, Feng Cheng replied. Although his wrist still throbbed with pain, he was ravenous, and upon seeing the food, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. He eagerly took the coconut shell and began to stuff the meat into his mouth with his left hand. Be careful, it's very hot. It's not hot. It's delicious, truly wonderful. Feng Cheng responded nonchalantly, chewing contentedly. Would you like some as well? He glanced at Li Qingmin, who was watching him relish his meal. No, I've already eaten before you returned. She shook her head. Then I shall consume it all, he declared. Go ahead and eat, she replied. Observing Feng Cheng devour the food voraciously, Li Qingmin sighed softly, her concern for his injury outweighing her thoughts about the meal. As Feng Cheng ate, he praised Li Qingmin for her ingenuity in processing the coconut meat, noting that this method was far superior to simply consuming it directly. The way she had skillfully carved the meat made it a delightful experience, allowing him to indulge in bite after bite without pause. By the way, how did you manage to carve all this coconut meat? He inquired, intrigued by the beautifully prepared morsels. He recalled that previously, both he and Li Qingmin would simply smash the coconut shell and gnaw at it. Seeing the perplexed expression on Feng Cheng's face, Li Qingmin, filled with pride, exclaimed, Do you remember the basalt you brought back? The one you used? Indeed, during the day when I had nothing to occupy my time, I spent my hours in the cave polishing the stones. I sharpened one of the elongated pieces, which I could then grasp in my hand and use as a chisel. It proved to be remarkably effective. As she spoke, Li Qingmin retrieved a rectangular piece of basalt and proudly showcased it before Feng Cheng. Upon seeing the basalt, Feng Cheng recalled selecting it just the previous day, intending to fashion it into a stone chisel. To his astonishment, within a mere day, Li Qingmin had already sculpted it into a preliminary form. The chisel measured roughly 3 fingers in width and about 25 centimeters in length. Flat overall and composed of a tough material, making it ideal for crafting a stone tool. Thanks to Li Qingmin's meticulous polishing, the narrow end had been sharpened, transforming it into a functional stone implement, needing only further smoothing of its edges. Did you create this? Feng Cheng was rendered speechless by the sight of the chisel. Given the hardness of the basalt, its refinement posed considerable difficulty, and he could hardly believe that Li Qingmin had managed to produce such a splendid tool. Li Qingmin, seemingly eager to showcase her accomplishment, spoke in a tone that was both playful and proud. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Impressive? It's nothing short of perfection. Feng Cheng generously lavished praise upon her. In that moment, he genuinely felt that in certain respects, he was even inferior to Li Qingmin. Perhaps this was why fate had sent him adrift on an isolated island while accompanying him with a companion like Li Qingmin. Perfection is an illusion, and each person possesses their own strengths. To survive on the island, they must forge ahead together and embrace cooperation. I never anticipated you could craft such an excellent tool. You have yet to encounter many more surprises. Li Qingmin replied with a proud demeanor, rising to the corner to select a seemingly sturdy coconut from a pile. Feng Cheng thought to himself how considerate Li Qingmin was, knowing he hadn't eaten enough and bringing him a coconut. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Li Qingmin hurriedly added, "Moreover, I've discovered this chisel is truly effective. It makes opening coconuts exceptionally convenient." As she spoke, Li Qingmin secured the coconut in place, positioned the chisel against its shell, and with another stone, struck the chisel's top firmly a couple of times. With a satisfying crack, the coconut shell easily split open, allowing the sharp chisel to effortlessly penetrate within. How impressive is that? Li Qingmin exclaimed joyfully, her laughter resonating in the air. With the chisel in hand, even without Feng Cheng's strength, she could easily open coconuts, and the fact that she had crafted the chisel herself rendered her sense of accomplishment indescribable. Witnessing a coconut being opened with such ease left Feng Cheng equally astonished. He nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Wow, this is incredibly useful. Then why not hurry and praise me?" Li Qingmin, adopting a playful demeanor reminiscent of a charming young lady, exuded an irresistible allure. "Impressive, truly impressive." Feng Cheng responded, clapping his hands in delight. "Is it just like that? Is it not?" Li Qingmin pouted and said, "Forget it, you're just a block of wood." Feng Cheng was utterly perplexed. Indeed, it was said that a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Despite having spent considerable time together, he had yet to grasp the essence of Li Qingmin's character. The coconut, which had been deftly opened, was soon prepared by Li Qingmin and presented before Feng Cheng. Although she felt a twinge of disappointment at his lack of heartfelt praise, she was acutely aware that he was injured and in dire need of her care. "Eat up," she urged. "Thank you. This stone chisel is still somewhat dull. I shall refine it further tomorrow, and it should become more effective." Li Qingmin spoke without much thought. Yet Feng Cheng listened intently. If it could be honed to a sharper edge, it would undoubtedly excel in opening coconuts and slicing coconut meat. But what if it were to be employed against wild beasts, such as the formidable ram they encountered in the woods today? Are you contemplating something? Noticing Feng Cheng furrow his brow and fall silent, Li Qingmin realized he was deep in thought again. Feng Cheng remarked, "If this stone chisel can serve as a tool, could it not also be fashioned into a weapon? Transforming it into a weapon? That should not pose a problem, provided it is sharpened sufficiently." "It would merely become a weapon, wouldn't it?" Li Qingmin replied. "Indeed, what we lack at present is a sharp weapon capable of piercing the skin of that ram. Only by vanquishing it can we traverse the island safely." Feng Cheng's concerns were not mere exaggerations. He had nearly fallen prey to the ram's horns that very day. Should Li Qingmin encounter it alone, the outcome would surely be dire. For Feng Cheng, any threat to himself or Li Qingmin on this island could not be allowed to persist. Chapter 55. Nestled together for sleep honestly, are you preoccupied with that ram? Thinking about feasting on lamb? Li Qingmin nestled beside Feng Cheng, offering him a rare and endearing smile. Since their relationship had grown increasingly intimate, she had begun to shed her aloof demeanor, displaying her smile more frequently with each passing day. Fong Chung protested indignantly. I swear on heaven and earth, my desire to confront that ram stems solely from concern for your safety. Li Kingman rested her chin on her hand, her finger playfully tapping her cheek as she smiled charmingly. What danger could I possibly face? I cannot be at your side every moment. What if one day you encounter that ram when you are alone? That would be perilous. Oh, so you genuinely worry about me? Of course. Fong Chung blurted out without hesitation, which fortuitously aligned with Li Kingman's intention. She sought nothing more than for him to acknowledge and express his concern for her safety. As she stifled a giggle, Fong Chung realized he had fallen into her trap, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. I meant it sincerely, he mumbled, lowering his gaze. Of course. I know, Li Kingman beamed. Fong Chung continued, well, to be honest, I do have a slight craving for lamb. Li Kingman lightly chided. Could you not have kept that last part to yourself? The lengthy night passed quickly as the two engaged in intermittent conversation, and before they knew it, the latter half of the night had arrived. Li Kingman leaned against Fong Cheng's shoulder and fell asleep. This was the most intimate moment between the two since their arrival on the island, a scene that Fong Chung had never dared to dream of before. Gazing at the slumbering Li Kingman, her exquisite and beautiful face remained utterly enchanting. Suddenly, an impulsive thought crossed Fong Cheng's mind. He wished to steal a kiss on her forehead while she was asleep. However, apprehension held him back, as he feared that even the slightest movement would awaken her, leading to an awkward situation if she caught him in the act. Yet, the thought of missing such a splendid opportunity gnawed at him, and ultimately, his impulse triumphed over reason. Succumbing to instinct, Fong Chung turned his head and nervously pressed a quick kiss on Li Kingman's forehead before swiftly returning to an upright position, feigning nonchalance as if nothing had occurred. In truth, Li Kingman was in a deep slumber, entirely unaware of the brief commotion, her breath steady against Fong Cheng's shoulder. Meanwhile, Fong Chung was wrought with nervousness. After kissing her, his face flushed crimson, akin to the hue of a ripe fruit. As the night deepened, fatigue overtook him, and after a few yawns, he unknowingly drifted into sleep. The following morning, upon awakening, Fong Chung found Li Kingman preparing their breakfast of coconut by the fire. She had risen early and, seeing that Fong Chung was still asleep, felt reluctant to disturb him, knowing that he had been injured the previous day and needed rest more than herself. The aroma wafting from the fire was delightful. Upon hearing Fong Cheng's voice, Li Kingman turned and smiled. You're awake. Fong Chung stretched lazily, grinning as he replied, waking up to a beautiful fairy preparing breakfast for me. Am I dreaming? I think you are dreaming. Who is your fairy? Li Vingman tisit, Urinkling Hernose. If it weren't for your injured wrist, I wouldn't bother with you. After a playful exchange, they quickly finished their breakfast. Originally, the plan was to dig a cave on the southern hillside after breakfast, but the rain continued to pour outside. Such weather inevitably brought about a sense of gloom, as they could have explored the island, but were now confined to their small cave, having been stuck there for 2 days, feeling as if their joints might rust. Curse this dreadful rain, Li Kingman couldn't help but complain. Fong Chung remarked, we still have plenty to do, like crafting stone tools. Observing Fong Cheng's eager disposition, Li Kingman chuckled. You've been thinking about this since last night, haven't you? Caught in her playful accusation, Fong Chung could only sheepishly grin. Admit it, you're just thinking about that big ram, she teased, giving him a mock glare. But we'll have meat if we slay the ram. Fong Chung confessed candidly this time. Li Kingman couldn't help but laugh, saying, you should have admitted it sooner. It's clear you just want to eat meat. Thus, the two settled in the cave to begin crafting stone tools. Outside, the rain continued to patter, while inside the cave, the sounds of their work filled the air, allowing them to focus and refine their creations amidst the gloomy weather. Li Kingman continued to refine the stone chisel, the overall shape having emerged, yet the edges required further meticulous attention. Fong Chung, on the other hand, was singularly focused on crafting a sharp spearhead. However, the basalt he had brought back that day did not yield any pieces particularly suited for his needs. In pursuit of slender, pointed stones, he had no choice but to shatter the larger basalt blocks, selecting fragments that could be utilized. Breaking stones was no effortless task, and with only his left hand capable of exerting force, Fong Chung expended considerable effort to split a few large basalt pieces, ultimately discovering several fragments that were both appropriately shaped and sized for spearheads. With suitable stones in hand, The next step was to begin the polishing process. Yet Fong Chung encountered repeated failures. The stones were either too thin or too brittle. After only a few strokes, some shattered, leaving him in despair as he watched his hard-won samples disintegrate before his eyes. "Perhaps you should take a break and let me handle it," Li Kingman suggested. Noticing Fong Cheng's mounting frustration, fearing he might harbor ill feelings. "All right, it seems this task may not indeed suit me," he conceded, having shattered the basalt pieces he had collected without producing a single decent semi-finished product. This realization forced him to accept that perhaps Li Kingman was more adept at the delicate art of polishing. With a slight smile, Li Kingman said, "You should sit down and rest. We can continue once your hands have healed." Fong Chung touched his nose and smiled sheepishly. "I feel a bit guilty just sitting here while you work. Perhaps I should go outside." "Are you planning to go out?" Li Kingman replied, her displeasure evident. "I've ruined the basalt here in the cave, so I wish to venture to the cliff to find more stones," Fong Chung said, attempting to charm her into agreeing with his request. Li Kingman fixed him with a piercing gaze, her emotions a complex tapestry. After a moment's pause, she finally spoke. "Very well, if you wish to go, then go." "Are you truly agreeing?" Fong Chung exclaimed with unrestrained joy, having anticipated a firm refusal from her. Li Kingman, her expression resigned, shook her head and remarked, "Even if I were to say no, would you heed my words?" Chapter 56. The corpse on the shore. Upon emerging from the cave, Fong Chung noticed that the torrential rain showed no signs of abating. Observing the churning, muddy waves along the coastline, he shook his head. This was hardly favorable news. The rain, while providing ample drinking water, had significantly restricted their means of procuring food. With the loss of access to fish, shellfish, and sea snails from the beach, their diet was severely lacking in protein. Fish and shellfish were rich sources of this vital nutrient, essential for human sustenance, and relying solely on coconuts would not sustain them for long. Though much of the beach was submerged beneath the sea, as he passed a stretch of white sand, Fong Chung felt compelled to tempt fate, hopeful that luck might favor him with the chance to collect a crab or two, which would be a most exhilarating prospect. Upon arriving at the beach, Fong Chung hesitated to venture too far out, for the waves were formidable. A moment's carelessness could easily sweep him into the depths of the sea. Cautiously, he traversed the shoreline, yet lamentably found nothing. Under such torrential rain, the fish, shrimp, and crabs had long retreated to their burrows, unlikely to expose themselves in such inclement weather. Fong Chung felt a surge of frustration, yet he resisted the urge to curse, repeatedly reminding himself that maintaining a positive mindset was crucial for survival. In an attempt to test his luck once more, Fong Chung strolled along the beach again, his spear prodding the sand incessantly. Alas, this endeavor bore no fruit, and after 3 trips back and forth, he came to the realization that searching for food on the beach in such weather was an exercise in futility. Reluctantly, he abandoned his quest for sustenance and turned towards the hills on the southern side of the island. Just as he was about to depart, a colossal wave surged forth. Despite standing well back from the water's edge, Fong Chung could not evade in time. When the wave crashed upon the shore, it towered at least 2 meters high, and with tremendous force, it propelled him into the coconut grove behind him. In that instant, he felt utterly powerless, swept away by the relentless tide, gulping down mouthfuls of briny seawater in panic. Fortunately, no subsequent wave followed, and that single torrent had thrust him from the beach into the shelter of the coconut trees. Regaining his footing with some difficulty, Fong Chung could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Should any further mishaps befall him on this outing, he would be at a loss as to how to explain it to Li Kingman. Once upright, he examined his body and found the good news that he was unscathed. Yet, the recent ordeal had indeed frightened him greatly, leaving him hesitant to tread the beach again. For another wave might truly drag him into the ocean to feed the sharks. Believing the worst had passed, Fong Chung prepared to leave when he suddenly noticed some white debris nearby. These remnants appeared to be the remains of shipwrecks, scattered throughout the grove, presumably washed ashore by the previous massive wave. Upon sighting the wreckage, an immediate tension gripped Fong Chung. The presence of debris indicated that vessels had met misfortune in the nearby waters. If that were the case, it was plausible that survivors had been cast upon the island. With this thought igniting a spark of excitement within him, Fong Chung could hardly contain his exhilaration. If survivors were indeed washed ashore, the island would soon be bustling with fellow companions in survival. Motivated by the prospect of finding survivors, he commenced an exhaustive search along the island's perimeter, leaving no potential spot untouched where the waves might have deposited them. It must be noted that Fong Cheng's deduction was indeed correct. The presence of shipwreck debris on the island signified that vessels had encountered peril in the surrounding waters. After traversing less than 200 meters, Fong Cheng beheld two figures lying at the junction of the beach and the woods. It was needless to say that, as long as his eyesight was intact, he could easily discern that these were two individuals. At that moment, an overwhelming excitement surged within him, aside from Li Kingman. These were the only other humans he had encountered on the island. He immediately shouted at the top of his lungs towards the two figures, yet they remained motionless on the ground, offering no response. A sense of dread washed over Fong Cheng as he thought, "Oh no, could these two be lifeless?" This was indeed the worst-case scenario. He fervently hoped they had merely lost consciousness and could still be revived. Upon rushing to their side, an intense wave of despair enveloped him as he collapsed onto the ground. The two figures displayed the pallor of death, their bodies stiff and already cold. "Hey, after all this time, I finally find you two, and you're both dead? Damn it, hold on just a little longer." Fong Cheng covered his face with his hands, overwhelmed with sorrow for these unfortunate souls. If only they had washed ashore earlier, perhaps they could have been saved. Amidst his grief, a stark reality confronted Fong Cheng. These individuals were indeed deceased, now mere corpses. In the tropical island climate, if the bodies were not promptly dealt with, they would soon begin to decay and emit a foul odor. Once decomposition set in, the entire beach would suffer, and even worse, the rotting bodies could potentially bring forth a plague. Thus, Fong Cheng was compelled to make a swift decision regarding the handling of these remains, a truly vexing dilemma. Should he cast them back into the sea? This seemed rather impractical. They had barely made it to the island, and sending them back felt morally questionable. Furthermore, both individuals towered over him at more than 185 meters, their robust physiques likely weighing around 170 to 180 pounds. The act of carrying a living person versus a corpse was entirely different. Only those who have experienced it could truly understand. The same weight feels considerably heavier when it is lifeless. Those who have not can attempt to carry a heavy sandbag of 170 to 180 pounds and experience the difference. Thus, tossing these two large figures back into the sea was not a viable option. Fong Cheng lacked the strength to do so, and there was a risk of the waves returning them to shore. If not the sea, would he simply bury them where they lay? No. The thought of burial sent shivers down his spine. He would still be spending time with Li Kingman on this beach, and the idea of two bodies buried beneath the sand while they shared sweet moments was utterly disconcerting. With casting them back into the sea ruled out and burial deemed inappropriate, the only remaining option was cremation. After all, Fong Cheng had fire. Incinerating the two corpses was not beyond his capabilities, but the relentless rain made igniting a flame impossible. Sitting on the ground, he gazed at the lifeless bodies, shaking his head in despair. "Brothers, you've truly presented me with a conundrum." Chapter 57. An astonishing discovery. The rain continued to fall, and on the beach, Fong Cheng crouched before the two corpses. Gazing upon the two unfortunate souls who succumbed to drowning, Fong Cheng could not help but feel a profound sorrow for them. He reflected on the fortuitous circumstances that spared him and Li Kingman from similar fate. After considerable contemplation on how to manage the remains, Fong Cheng resolved to incinerate the bodies, believing it to be the most suitable course of action. However, with the rain still pouring down, he had no choice but to leave the bodies temporarily on the beach, awaiting a cessation of the downpour. To ascertain whether there were any other survivors washed ashore, Fong Cheng continued to traverse the island, hoping to discover others who might still be alive. After scouring the coastline amidst the torrential rain, he found no additional signs of life, apart from the two bodies he had encountered on the beach. Shaking his head in dismay, he felt a sense of hopelessness. Pondering the number of lives lost in the shipwreck, suspecting that many others had likely perished beneath the waves. Standing before the two corpses, he observed their attire and found it peculiar that both were clad in identical black suits, exuding a striking sense of uniformity. Previously preoccupied with the possibility of other survivors, he had overlooked this detail, but upon closer inspection, it raised questions. The two men were tall and robust, and their black suits suggested a profession akin to that of bodyguards. in pursuit of further clarity regarding their identities. Fong Chung felt compelled to search their pockets for any clues. "My apologies for the intrusion," he muttered as he respectfully acknowledged the deceased before commencing his search. In the pocket of the first individual, he discovered a mobile phone, likely rendered useless after soaking in seawater for so long. Nonetheless, he handled it with care, opting not to power it on immediately to avoid causing a short circuit, instead planning to dry it out in the cave before attempting to activate it. Apart from the phone, there was nothing else of significance on the first body, so he proceeded to the second. Noticing that the second body lay on its side, Fong Chung quickly spotted a walkie-talkie tucked behind the man's waist. This discovery seemed to corroborate his earlier suspicions. With their matching attire and the presence of the walkie-talkie, it became increasingly likely that they were indeed bodyguards. After retrieving the walkie-talkie, he turned the body over, continuing his search. Suddenly, his hand brushed against something solid, sending a jolt of anxiety through him. Carefully probing further, he extracted a black handgun from the pocket. The sight of the firearm sent a chill coursing through his body. These men appeared to be no ordinary bodyguards, for they were armed, raising the question of their true identities and the nature of their mission. In astonishment, Fong Chung opened the magazine, his breath catching as he discovered a bullet nestled within. As he stood in the downpour, clutching the gun, he was enveloped in deep contemplation. Returning to the cave, Li Kingman sat patiently by the fire, meticulously crafting stone tools. Inclement weather prevented outdoor excursions, rendering this a splendid way to pass the time. "Is everything all right?" she inquired. "Yes," came a response. Upon seeing Fong Chung return, Li Kingman set aside the tool she was working on. "Weren't you supposed to be moving stones?" "Where are they?" "I discovered something else," Fong Chung replied. "Oh, what is it?" As he approached her, Fong Chung suddenly revealed a sleek, black handgun from behind his back. The sight of the firearm sent Li Kingman's heart racing, and with a look of disbelief, she anxiously asked, "How do you have a gun? Where did you get it?" Fong Chung replied candidly, "Just now. I went outside and encountered 2 corpses on the beach. I found this on them." "Are you saying that victims have washed ashore?" Li Kingman's excitement surged. The possibility of someone reaching the island indicated that vessels might traverse this maritime region. As long as ships passed by, she and Fong Chung could have a chance of rescue. However, Fong Ching's expression was far from optimistic. If their island lay on a shipping route, it was implausible that no ship had appeared in over a month. It was likely that the ill-fated vessel had met its demise in another sea, with the debris and victims merely swept to the island by a storm. Let us not entertain false hopes. They might have been brought here by currents or tempests. Just like us. Fong Chung dampened her spirits. Disappointed, Li Kingman pouted. "So what now?" Fong Chung handed the handgun to her, advising, "You should keep this." Startled, she recoiled, afraid to accept it, and asked, "What do you want me to do with this?" "There's a bullet in it." "Then I definitely can't take it." Fong Chung insisted. "After much consideration, it's best that you keep it. We don't know what dangers we might encounter on this island, and having this gun will at least ensure your safety." Touched by his words, Li Kingman felt a deep sense of gratitude. Being stranded on a deserted island, with a solitary firearm and a single bullet, Fong Chang's complete trust in her underscored her significance in his eyes. "And what about you?" She gazed at him tenderly. Fong Chung patted his chest, adopting a playful demeanor, and laughed. "Don't forget, I am Tarzan. I can turn any peril into safety." "Tarzan? More like a wild monkey." Li Kingman chuckled, covering her mouth. After much persuasion from Fong Chung regarding the gun, Li Kingman ultimately consented to safeguard the handgun. However, carrying such a dangerous item on their person was impractical, so they devised a plan to dig a small pit in a corner where wood was stacked, concealing the firearm there and covering it with timber, ensuring its security. Once they dealt with the gun, Fong Chang's mind lingered on the 2 corpses on the beach. An unsettling feeling compelled him to revisit the scene. This time, Li Kingman insisted on accompanying him. Initially reluctant, Fong Chung eventually relented to her persistent pleas and agreed to take her along. As the two emerged from the cave, the relentless downpour that had persisted for several days finally showed signs of abating. Upon reaching the beach, they could discern, from a distance, the 2 lifeless bodies clad in black. Before they approached any closer, Li Kingman's expression revealed her mounting anxiety. Concerned, Fong Chung suggested, "Perhaps you should remain here. Just stand back." This remark, however, ignited Li Kingman's competitive spirit. Although she had hesitated, she was now determined not to be underestimated by Fong Chung. With a hint of defiance, she retorted, Why not go? They are merely corpses. What is there to fear? Chapter 58. A woman drifts ashore when the pair departed the cave and arrived at the beach. The incessant rainfall at last ceased, transforming the island's weather from gloomy to radiant sunshine. The clouds dispersed, the sun shone brightly, and the humid air was uncomfortable, compounded by the sun's relentless heat, rendering the beach oppressively warm. In the tropics, such weather was commonplace, and after their prolonged stay on the island, they had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Driven by her stubbornness, Lee Kingman steeled herself to approach the two bodies. However, upon merely catching sight of them, she felt a wave of nausea. This was her first experience observing corpses from such proximity. The bodies, having been submerged in seawater for an extended period, exhibited pallid, swollen faces, their features grotesquely inflated, and the ghastly hue of death sent chills through her. "You should perhaps keep your distance," Fong Chung urged, concerned for her well-being. "I'm fine," Lee Kim-man, a fiercely determined individual, insisted. Despite her fear, she resolved to maintain her composure, especially after boasting earlier to Fong Chung. Fong Chung crouched down to examine the bodies again, as the heavy rain prior may have obscured certain details. As he turned over one of the bodies, a faint yet foul odor emanated from the side that had been pressed against the ground, a stench reminiscent of decay, far more pungent than that of a dead rat, provoking feelings of nausea. Lee Kingman instinctively covered her mouth and nose, while Fong Chung, suppressing his disgust, searched the pockets of the deceased, but regrettably found nothing of interest. Rising, Fong Chung expressed with a grim countenance, "This is not good." "What is it?" Lee Kingman inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. "The bodies are beginning to decompose," Fong Chung replied, shaking his head in resignation. In such a humid environment, corpses could emit a foul odor within mere hours. "We must dispose of them quickly. Otherwise, we will encounter significant trouble." "How do we dispose of them?" she asked. "By cremation." At noon, with the sun blazing overhead, its fierce rays scorched their skin. Fong Chung understood the urgency. They needed to incinerate the bodies before decomposition set in and the stench permeated the beach. "Wait here. I will gather firewood from the forest." "Absolutely not," Lee Kingman cried out, her anxiety reaching its peak as she realized Fong Chung intended to leave. "What is it? Is there a problem?" Fong Chung turned back to question her. Lee Kingman cast a glance at the two lifeless bodies, a wave of trepidation washing over her. She took a step closer to Fong Chung, feigning composure as she remarked, "Your hand is injured, making it difficult for you to perform strenuous tasks. I shall accompany you." Fong Chung offered a faint smile, fully aware that her courage faltered in the presence of the corpses, yet he chose not to confront her fears, simply responding, "Very well. Let's search for wood together." The island boasted a singular advantage. Its tropical location, rich in vegetation, ensured that one could find ample materials for kindling at any time. After nearly 2 hours of diligent labor amidst the trees, Fong Chung and Lee Kingman finally gathered a sufficient amount of wood, primarily consisting of branches and trunks uprooted by the storm, as well as some vines and underbrush. However, these materials were damp and could not be ignited immediately, necessitating that they be laid out on the beach to dry. Fortunately, after enduring over 2 hours of the sun's relentless rays, the beach had become arid, and the wet wood spread out upon the sand began to dry. If all went well, they would be able to use it for burning the bodies by evening. Once they completed their task, Fong Chung and Lee Kingman sought refuge in a shaded area to rest. Having toiled back and forth in the woods, Lee Kingman was drenched in sweat, and as she settled down, she casually unfastened a button at her chest to feel more comfortable. Fong Chung, who had merely turned his head inadvertently, found himself startled by the sight of her fair skin and quickly averted his gaze, pretending he had seen nothing. A fleeting smile graced Lee Kingman's lips at this moment. She had thought their relationship had grown intimate, yet here was Fong Chung, still as bashful as a young lad, flustered by such a trivial occurrence. However, this time, rather than confronting him as she had done previously, she discovered that observing Fong Cheng's shyness was rather amusing. In an effort to unsettle him further, Lee Kingman's fingers moved toward the second button of her shirt. "What does this mean? Has she noticed my earlier glance?" Though Fong Cheng's gaze remained fixed straight ahead, his peripheral vision caught sight of her actions. As she reached to unfasten the second button, a surge of warmth coursed through his veins, igniting a fervor within him. The youthful vigor of a man unaccustomed to such sensations left him blushing fiercely. his cheeks aflame to the touch. Fong Chung, Li Kingman suddenly called out to him in a soft, dulcet tone. The sheer allure of her voice nearly rendered him weak, causing his heart to flutter as he trembled, uncertain of how to respond. What should I do? Fong Cheng's mind raced in a panic, and, at that moment, something dark appeared to be swept ashore by the waves ahead. The sudden emergence of this shadow captured Fong Cheng's attention, and he immediately focused intently, striving to discern its form, which undeniably resembled that of a person. Look over there, it seems something is surfacing, Fong Chung exclaimed with a sense of relief, rising swiftly to point towards the beach. Following the direction indicated by the equation, they indeed spotted a dark figure washed ashore. Li Kingman pouted, feeling somewhat disinterested. Moments ago, she had been fully engaged in playfully teasing Fong Chung, only to have her fun interrupted by this unexpected turn of events. That resembles a person, Fong Chung remarked. What on earth is happening today? Li Kingman muttered, surprised to see 3 individuals wash up on the previously deserted island, eager to ascertain the identity of the shadowy figure. They hurried toward the beach. Not far from their position, they discovered a person clad in black, lying face down. Fong Chung quickly crossed over, turning the individual onto their back. It was a woman. Upon seeing her disheveled hair, pallid complexion, and icy body, a chill gripped Fong Cheng's heart. As an ominous premonition washed over him. Could this be yet another lifeless corpse? Perhaps there is still hope. Li Kingman scrutinized the woman closely, noting subtle differences between her and the 2 deceased bodies they had encountered earlier. While those 2 had exhibited a bloated appearance and the unmistakable hue of death, this woman, though pale, had not yet reached that dire state. Fong Chung leaned in to check for a pulse, placing his fingers gently against her neck, and suddenly sensed a faint heartbeat. She is alive. The revelation of her survival filled both Fong Chung and Li Kingman with uncontainable joy. She is alive, Fong Chung exclaimed, relief washing over him as he burst into laughter. Li Kingman joined in, her heartwarming smile reflecting their shared elation. After having recovered 2 bodies at last, they had encountered a living survivor. After nearly 2 months on this small island, their only means of communication had been with one another. Rescuing this woman signified the potential for a new companion. She is breathing, but unconscious. Fong Chung examined her body thoroughly, noting the absence of visible wounds or bruises. It appeared she had not been harmed prior to her fall into the water. There could be numerous reasons for her fainting: exhaustion, loss of body heat, or inhalation of seawater. With Li Kingman's assistance, Fong Chung positioned the woman across his knee, applying pressure on her back in an attempt to expel the seawater from her stomach. After roughly 5 minutes of this effort, a sudden retching sound erupted as she expelled a stream of yellowish liquid. However, even after this, the woman remained in a state of unconsciousness. Observing the woman's pitiful condition, Li Kingman could not help but recall her own past experience. She too had once been unconscious, rescued by Fong Chung from the sea and revived by him. Now, feeling weak, she realized the woman needed water. Perhaps out of empathy, Li Kingman felt a deep concern for her well-being. I will watch over her. You go fetch some water from the cave, she insisted. Time was of the essence, and Fong Chung, mindful of the urgency, hurried away after leaving her with those words. The beach was left with only Li Kingman and the unfamiliar woman. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness would soon envelop the landscape. Li Kingman gently unfastened the clothing of the woman, hoping that this would assist her breathing and hasten her awakening. Before long, Fong Chung hurried back, bringing not only a bottle of water, but also a coconut. The water is here. Let us feed her, he urged, handing the water to Li Kingman. She accepted the bottle, propping the woman up against her, and attempted to pry her mouth open, gradually pouring the water into her lips. Given the woman's unconscious state, it was no simple task. Fong Chung had to assist by manipulating her jaw to facilitate swallowing. They persisted in this endeavor for an extended period, until the sun dipped beneath the horizon and the last remnants of twilight faded from the sky. By then, they had managed to administer more than half of the water, leaving them only to wait for the woman to awaken on her own. What was it you brought? Li Kingman initially assumed the coconut was meant for the woman, only to find that Fong Chung had set it aside untouched. Inside is a source of fire, he replied. A source of fire? She echoed, incredulous. Fong Chung cracked open the coconut shell, revealing that it was an emptied vessel filled with charcoal dust and numerous glowing embers. Li Kingman marveled, unable to contain her admiration. How clever of you to use a coconut shell to transport fire. Fong Chung, rubbing his nose with satisfaction, explained, those two corpses need to be dealt with. Otherwise, by tomorrow, this beach will be unbearable. Indeed, while the stench was bearable, allowing the bodies to decay posed a far graver threat of disease and plague. Li Kingman understood the gravity of the situation. The bodies had to be disposed of properly, or they would face dire consequences. With that, Fong Chung instructed Li Kingman to keep an eye on the fire source and the woman while he approached the two corpses to prepare for cremation. As he reached the bodies, he noted that after a day of exposure to the sun, their skin had darkened, resembling dried parchment, and a pungent odor of decay wafted from them. Truth be told, handling these corpses was an exceedingly daunting task. The mere thought of it was unsettling, and the noxious stench was nearly unbearable. Fong Chung glanced back at Li Kingman on the beach, relieved she had not followed him, as the experience might have left her with psychological scars. The next steps were straightforward. Collect the wood scattered across the beach, stack it neatly, drag the two bodies onto the wood pile, and finally cover them with the remaining dry grass and leaves. Once he completed this grim task, darkness enveloped the beach. Fong Chung grimaced at the scent clinging to his hands, a nauseating odor that nearly overwhelmed him, a remnant from the handling of the bodies, leaving him to wonder how long it would linger. Kingman, I am done here. Fong Chung gestured towards Li Kingman, calling her over. Everything was prepared, and all that remained was to ignite the fire. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Li Kingman was attending to the unconscious woman, but seeing that she remained unresponsive, she set her aside and approached Fong Chung, carrying the coconut shell that contained the embers. Why does it smell so awful? Upon reaching Fong Chung, she instinctively wrinkled her brow and quickly covered her nose with her hand. Fong Chung shrugged. That's the scent of decaying flesh. Stop dawdling and light the fire. Li Kingman could no longer endure the foul odor. Fong Chung took the coconut shell, opened it to reveal flickering embers within, and poured them into the prepared pile of dry grass. He blew gently upon the grass, which immediately emitted a plume of white smoke. After a couple more breaths, a crimson flame ignited, and the dry grass was instantly set ablaze. With Fong Cheng's careful handling, the entire stack of wood soon caught fire, the roaring flames leaping several meters into the air, illuminating nearly half the beach. The air was filled with the acrid stench of burning hair, a pungent odor that left both Fong Chung and Li Kingman in silent acknowledgement of its source. What about the woman? Fong Chung casually inquired, to which Li Kingman replied in kind. It was a mundane exchange, and neither paid it much heed until Fong Chung glanced towards the beach and was met with an empty stretch of sand. There was no sign of the woman, not even a shadow. She has gone, Fong Chung exclaimed in shock, his voice filled with disbelief. Li Kingman turned at his words, and a chill coursed through her. She had distinctly left the woman on the beach just moments ago, yet now she had vanished without a trace. What on earth is happening? Li Kingman was petrified, her voice trembling at the eerie reality of a living person disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 60. Search in the woods. The sudden turn of events left Fong Chung and Li Kingman momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, there had been a living woman lying on the beach, and now there was not even a trace of her. Li Kingman's lips quivered as she anxiously stated, I distinctly placed her on the beach. This is impossible. She should still be unconscious. Perhaps she has awakened. Fong Chung, a steadfast atheist shaped by a lifetime of education, found it hard to believe in supernatural occurrences. Yet a lingering concern nagged at him. This island might defy logical reasoning. After all, the very stars above appeared altered in this place. Who could definitively ascertain the island's true location? Regardless of the circumstances, we must find her first, Fong Chung urged. The fire continued to blaze fiercely, its towering flames illuminating a large part of the beach. At this moment, there was no time to dwell on the two bodies that would soon be reduced to ashes. Locating the living woman was of utmost importance. If she awakened on her own, her strength must be exceedingly feeble, certainly not capable of traversing a great distance. We each scoured the beach and its vicinity separately. Let's remain together. Li Kingman timidly cast a glance at the two corpses within the fire, and while Fong Chung remained unperturbed, it was unrealistic to expect her to be fearless. Most women inherently possess less courage than men. How could one remain unfazed with charred bodies still smoldering on the beach? Compounded by the sudden disappearance of that woman, which sent chills down Li Qingmin's spine. Observing Li Qingmin's fearful expression, Fang Cheng realized he had overlooked her feelings, and a wave of remorse washed over him, prompting him to agree to search alongside her. Fang Cheng retrieved a burning log from the fire to serve as a torch and made his way to the spot where the woman had lain. In the dim glow, he discerned a trail of footprints leading southward. Footprints signify that she is not a ghost. Upon seeing the prints, Fang Cheng silently mused. The two followed the trail. Yet their pursuit yielded only footprints, with no sign of the woman. Ultimately, they reached the end of the beach, where the trail abruptly vanished, leaving no trace of her whereabouts. Was she not in a state of unconsciousness? Even if she had awakened, it seemed implausible for her to have moved so swiftly. Li Qingmin's eyes brimmed with confusion. How could someone just roused from a coma possibly outpace two fully functional individuals? Crouching down to examine the prints, Fang Cheng noted that they were deeply imprinted, with sand scattered wildly, indicating that the woman had been running. It was no wonder they had been unable to catch up. Perhaps she had been awake all along, merely feigning unconsciousness, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Fang Cheng shook his head. His words struck a chord with Li Qingmin, illuminating her understanding. This explanation made sense. The woman had been awake, pretending to be unconscious solely to seize a chance to flee. However, this raised another question. Why would she wish to escape? Do we resemble villains in her eyes? Fang Cheng found it perplexing. Logically, when survivors are cast ashore on a small island and encounter other humans, they should feel elated. Yet, what was the situation here? This survivor appeared to regard both him and Li Qingmin as terrifying entities, first feigning unconsciousness, then seizing the opportunity to flee. Li Qingmin ventured an analysis. Perhaps it was connected to those two men in suits? This time, it was Fang Cheng who was enlightened by Li Qingmin's insight. Slapping his thigh, he exclaimed, "Indeed, it was quite possible that the woman was acquainted with those two men, and there might exist some peculiar relationship between them." Fang Cheng further speculated. Could those two be her bodyguards? Have you ever seen a bodyguard carrying a firearm? Li Qingmin inquired. Fang Cheng shook his head. Typically, bodyguards do not bear weapons. Furthermore, the pistol he discovered had only one bullet remaining in the magazine, indicating it had been fired. Only certain individuals would resort to using a gun: detectives, operatives, spies, or perhaps assassins. In an instant, the identities of those two men became shrouded in mystery. Regardless of the circumstances, we must first locate that woman, Li Qingmin stated. Yet, the surroundings are engulfed in utter darkness. Where shall we search? The torch brought by Fang Cheng has extinguished, leaving them in a pitch-black void. Li Qingmin closed her eyes, attempting to immerse herself in the mindset of that woman. If it were herself, which direction would she flee? It was evident that the forest would be the most suitable refuge. However, even with the knowledge that she had taken shelter in the woods, the vastness of the forest posed a significant challenge, especially without any source of illumination. Fang Cheng seemed on the verge of conceding the search, contemplating retreat. Perhaps we should let her hide in the forest for now, returning to search at dawn. After all, this island is relatively small, surrounded by the sea, and she has nowhere else to escape. No, this island is fraught with peril. If she remains alone in the woods, should danger arise, even if we find her the next day, it would only be to recover her remains. On the matter of the fleeing woman, Fang Cheng and Li Qingmin found themselves at an impasse. Fang Cheng was reluctant to continue searching, primarily due to the impenetrable darkness of the forest. If that woman was determined to hide, finding her would be nearly impossible, and he also feared for their safety. Li Qingmin, on the other hand, was unwilling to witness a living survivor become a casualty. It is understandable, as the monotony of life on this island is quite tedious. A new companion would undoubtedly alleviate the mental strain. Whether we search or not is up to you, she said, relinquishing her usual arrogance and assertiveness, allowing Fang Cheng to make the decision. Let us continue the search, Fang Cheng replied after a brief moment of contemplation. Ultimately, he shared Li Qingmin's sentiment. He did not wish to see this survivor transformed into a victim, for the island truly needed a new ally. With their opinions aligned, they ventured into the forest, with Fang Cheng leading the way and Li Qingmin closely following. In their quest to find the woman, they proceeded cautiously, meticulously scanning the underbrush and behind large trees, inspecting every potential hiding place. Suddenly, as they advanced, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby thicket. "Someone is there," Fang Cheng whispered, casting a glance at Li Qingmin. The previous noise could very well have been made by that woman. To ascertain the situation ahead, Fangcheng instructed Li Qingmin to remain in place while he stealthily approached. Chapter 61, Abduction. Concerned about causing a commotion that might alert their quarry, Fangcheng tread lightly, moving cautiously toward the thicket. In an attempt to catch the fleeing woman off guard, he suddenly parted the tall grass, seeking to surprise her. It was empty. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Fangcheng gasped in astonishment. The thicket was devoid of the escaping woman, and he had magnificently missed his chance. It appears that the commotion earlier was likely caused by a nocturnal creature on the island, leading Fangcheng to mistakenly believe it was the sound produced by that woman. Just as Fangcheng was about to retreat, a shadow suddenly darted out from behind a nearby tree. The shadow moved with such swiftness that it left no time for reaction, capturing Li Qingmin in its grasp. "Hey, stop!" Fangcheng exclaimed in shock, eager to rush to her aid. However, the nearly 10-meter distance between them rendered his speed futile. Previously, they had only noticed the rustling in the bushes and failed to consider the possibility of a hidden assailant among the trees, resulting in Li Qingmin being ambushed right before their eyes. "We saved you from a sea." Concerned for Li Qingmin's safety, Fangcheng shouted at the woman, primarily to convey that he and Li Qingmin were not adversaries. Yet, the woman seemed entirely oblivious to Fangcheng's words, brandishing a broken branch against Li Qingmin's neck. Her agitation palpable as she yelled incessantly. "Let her go." Their cries were mere cacophony, a futile exchange devoid of understanding. Meanwhile, Li Qingmin, caught between the two, remained remarkably composed. Suddenly, she seized the woman's arm that was constricting her throat, bending her knees, and executing a shoulder throw, sending the woman crashing to the ground. The woman was utterly unprepared for Li Qingmin's prowess, and had no time to resist before she lay sprawled on the earth. Fangcheng, wide-eyed in disbelief, struggled to comprehend the scene before him. He had previously heard of Li Qingmin's judo training and her remarkable skill, having even placed in amateur competitions. But witnessing it firsthand left him speechless with astonishment. Observing the woman lying on the ground, Fangcheng exhaled in relief, grateful that Li Qingmin was no longer in danger. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate that he had never provoked her, for it could have easily been he who faced the shoulder throw. Noticing Fangcheng's hesitation, Li Qingmin shouted, "What are you waiting for? Come here." "Oh, coming." Fangcheng snapped back to reality, hastening forward in a few swift strides, taking hold of the woman from Li Qingmin's grasp and pinning her down securely. The woman, realizing she had been subdued, became agitated once more, struggling fiercely beneath Fangcheng. "Can you please listen to me? We mean you no harm." Fangcheng pressed down on the woman with a look of deep resignation, perplexed by the notion that he appeared to be a villain. From the woman's accent, Li Qingmin seemed to discern a clue, signaling Fangcheng to cease wasting his breath. It appeared she was speaking in Korean. Korean? Fangcheng had not anticipated this. The woman, with her dark hair and eyes, had initially led him to assume she was Chinese, only to discover she was, in fact, Korean. Now Fangcheng understood why their earlier communication had been so utterly misaligned, as they were not even speaking the same language. "Korean?" Li Qingmin inquired of the woman on the ground. "Yeah." At this moment, the woman comprehended the situation, her expression shifting from panic to composure as she nodded at Li Qingmin. Fangcheng observed this transformation, realizing that Li Qingmin was indeed astute. Although neither of them spoke Korean, they understood English, and as long as they could communicate in English, significant barriers would not arise. "Can you speak English?" Li Qingmin inquired once more. "Yes," the woman affirmed with a nod. Fangcheng shouted at her, "Listen carefully, we are the ones who rescued you." However, his tone and demeanor were somewhat aggressive, startling the woman. Li Qingmin gestured to Fangcheng, indicating that he should step aside so that she could converse with the woman privately. "Is that wise? What if it turns dangerous?" Fangcheng hesitated. "You saw for yourself. She poses no threat to me," Li Qingmin assured him with a confident glance. "She is far too weak to harm me." Reluctantly, Fangcheng acquiesced. "Fine. I will stand aside, but if anything happens, you must shout." Once Fangcheng had retreated, Li Qingmin helped the woman to her feet. Although the gesture appeared friendly, Li Qingmin's expression was chillingly cold. After all, this woman had previously threatened her with a branch, and Li Qingmin was not magnanimous enough to overlook such an act. "Why did you do that?" "I apologize. I had no choice in that situation," the woman replied. "Why? Give me a reason." Li Qingmin's gaze was icy, making the woman feel uncomfortable, unable to meet her eyes. I was afraid. I saw you kill the two people who drifted to the island, and you were preparing to burn their bodies, the woman stammered. You only witnessed part of the truth. We are indeed burning their bodies, but that is necessary for disposal. Otherwise, they would decompose and emit a foul odor. As for your claim that we killed those two, it is utterly baseless. Li Kingman glared at the woman furiously, demanding, Did you witness us committing murder? And no, the woman stuttered, utterly overwhelmed by Li Kingman's commanding presence, lowering her head and unable to raise it. I apologize. I did not see it with my own eyes. Everything I said was based on my observation of you burning the bodies and my subsequent assumptions. Li Kingman, her face still icy, responded, So you decided to flee, did you? The woman meekly replied, Yes, I feared you would treat me like you did them. You were mistaken. Remember, we are the ones who saved you and provided you with fresh water, Li Kingman stated. Thank you. Thank you for rescuing me. The Korean woman continued to apologize. Please forgive my foolish actions before. Very well. Since you seek forgiveness, I have several questions that I would like you to answer truthfully. Li Kingman's demeanor softened slightly as she aimed to gain insight from the woman. The Korean woman nodded. Ask away. I will tell you everything I know. Chapter 62. The Surgeon. The woods at night are not a suitable place to linger, as even the mosquitoes are enough to make one suffer. Fong Chung and Li Kingman returned to the beach with the Korean woman, where the sea breeze offered a far more comfortable ambience than the forest. The bonfire on the beach continued to burn, though its flickering light had dimmed compared to before. Nonetheless, it still illuminated the surrounding area. The two corpses within the fire had been nearly reduced to ashes, in an effort to ensure a more thorough cremation. Fong Chung busily searched for wood to stoke the flames, leaving Li Kingman to interrogate the Korean woman. After all, Fong Chung felt he could be of little assistance to her, and it would be wiser to refrain from complicating matters. His primary concern was to remain vigilant about the situation on the beach, ready to intervene should Li Kingman find herself in danger. What is your name? Li Kingman Ninkirat. Her demeanor reminiscent of her authoritative days in the corporate world, exuding an air of unassailable confidence. Songs Haiki, 33 years old, Korean, and my profession is a doctor. The woman replied, preempting any further questions from Li Kingman by divulging additional information. Upon hearing this, Li Kingman was struck profoundly by the term doctor. An exhilarating sensation washing over her. She and Fong Chung had been surviving on this island, and their challenges regarding water, fire, and shelter were gradually being resolved through their own efforts. However, one pressing issue remained: illness. Previously, Li Kingman had endured an illness that had been mitigated only by Fong Chang's meticulous care and her own resilience. If Song's Haiki was truthful about her profession, the likelihood of the trio succumbing to illness on the island would be significantly diminished. Are you truly a doctor? Li Kingman could scarcely contain her elation. It was precisely a physician that she and Fong Chung so desperately needed. Song's Haiki nodded eagerly, affirming, I am a surgeon. Upon learning of Song's Haiki's profession, Li Kingman's attitude toward her markedly softened. Her thoughts turned to understanding Song's Haiki's background thoroughly, ensuring that she posed no threat to herself or Fong Chung before inviting her into their survival team. In an effort to ease the earlier tension, Li Kingman initiated a conversation with Song's Haiki on lighter subjects. You are 33? Yes, do I seem quite aged? Song's Haiki responded, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks, seemingly lacking confidence in front of Li Kingman. Li Kingman smiled, not at all. I am merely surprised. You claim to be 33, yet you appear much younger. Is that so? Thank you for the compliment. Song's Haiki finally mustered the courage to meet Li Kingman's gaze. Having previously not had the opportunity to closely observe Song's Haiki's features, the light from the bonfire now allowed for a proper appraisal. Indeed, Song's Haiki appeared remarkably youthful. Perhaps it was due to her diligent self-care. Although she professed to be 33, she looked no older than 28 or 29. Additionally, her features are exquisitely refined, particularly her nose, reminiscent of a delicate pendant, which is the most striking aspect of her visage. This nose lends a three-dimensional quality to her entire face. However, South Korea is renowned for its plethora of artificial beauties, and only she knows whether Song Zixi has undergone any cosmetic procedures. While Song Zixi is indeed attractive, she pales in comparison to Li Kingman, whose countenance appears as if sculpted from marble. Beyond mere aesthetics, there is a stark contrast in their presence. After all, Li Qingmin hails from a prestigious, affluent family, possessing a grace and poise that is not easily emulated by the average individual. Do you recognize them? As Song Zixi gradually relaxed, Li Qingmin unexpectedly posed a piercing question. The suddenness of it left Song Zixi unprepared, momentarily at a loss for words. Unsure of how to respond. They? Do not fret. You know precisely whom I am referring to, Li Qingmin said calmly, her clearly alluding to the two bodies that had been reduced to ashes. As she threw out this unexpected inquiry, Li Qingmin fixated her gaze on every inch of Song Zixi's skin, meticulously observing her micro-expressions for any hint of change. Indeed, under Li Qingmin's aggressive questioning, Song Zixi became tense once more. Let us be frank. Your earlier reaction has already betrayed you. Tell me, do you truly know those two corpses? Li Qingmin was straightforward, no longer beating around the bush. After a brief exchange, Song Zixi discerned that Li Qingmin was no ordinary individual. Her penetrating gaze seemed capable of seeing through one's very soul, and any deceit would surely not escape her scrutiny, leaving her with no choice but to admit the truth. Indeed, I know them. Who are they, and what is your connection to them? They. Song Zixi appeared hesitant, uncertain whether or not to divulge the information. You may remain here alone. Li Qingmin lacked the patience to linger any longer, rising to leave and beckoning Fang Cheng to follow, stating, "Let her be. Wait. Please hold on." Seeing Li Qingmin about to depart, Song Zixi grew anxious and hurriedly grasped Li Qingmin's hand. "Have you come to a conclusion?" Li Qingmin inquired coldly. "I will reveal everything I know." Song Zixi lowered her head, confessing, "They're assassins, sent to kill me." Assassins? Li Qingmin's heart jolted. Previously, she and Fang Cheng had speculated that the identities of those two men were likely spies or assassins, and it seemed their conjecture had proven correct. Simultaneously, it became evident that Song Zixi's identity was undoubtedly complex. Otherwise, why would assassins be dispatched to target her? Why do they seek to kill you? Because 1 month ago, I was coerced into undergoing a surgical procedure. Song Zixi's words left Li Qingmin utterly perplexed. A surgical operation and assassins. How could these be interconnected? The night on the island is serene, the soft sand beach exudes comfort, and the flickering flames illuminate the faces of two women. Fang Cheng searches for wood not far away, and after a brief silence, Song Ji, she begins to recount her story to Li Qingmin. "I am a leading surgeon in South Korea, working at the most renowned hospital in the country, with a flourishing career and a family. All of this was once idyllic, but a month ago, I abruptly received an anonymous letter. What did the letter say? Nothing at all, only 2 photographs of my daughter." As she speaks of her daughter, tears immediately cascade down Song Zhi's cheeks. This moment is devoid of pretense, embodying a mother's genuine worry for her child. Chapter 63. A tragic past seeing Song Zhi's eyes swollen from crying. Li Qingmin surmises the gravity of the situation. "Your daughter has been kidnapped?" "Yes." "Who are they?" "Initially, I was unaware, but later they discovered my phone number and address, threatening me that if I wished to save my daughter, I must comply with their demands." "What do they want you to do?" Song Zhi, she closes her eyes, her expression a portrait of anguish, and, after a long pause, she gradually opens them, stating, "A surgery." "A surgery?" Li Qingmin furrows her brows. This does not seem right. If a patient is ill and requires surgery, they would simply go to the hospital. Why resort to such drastic measures, including kidnapping and threats, to compel Song Zhi, she, to perform this operation? Pondering this, Li Qingmin finds many aspects perplexing, gazing at Song Zhi, she, awaiting an explanation. "Why do they target you?" "Because I am the foremost surgeon in South Korea, and my surgical subject's condition is quite extraordinary." "When you say extraordinary, do you refer to the illness or the person's status?" Song Zhi, she nods, saying both. "He suffers from a rare kidney disease, and his condition is deteriorating. The only way for him to survive is through a transplant. Moreover, he is a person of significant prominence in Korea, and any information regarding his condition must remain confidential." Li Qingmin is uncertain if Song Zhi's claim of his notoriety is exaggerated, but it is clear that a figure of such stature is not merely a typical celebrity. Otherwise, there would be no need for secrecy surrounding his ailment. Although Song Zhi, she does not articulate it explicitly, Li Qingmin deduces that the identity of the influential individual for whom she is to perform the surgery, is undoubtedly significant. A kidney transplant is not particularly challenging, yet why resort to kidnapping your daughter? The surgery itself is not difficult. The challenge lies in obtaining a kidney. At this point, Song Jishi's features contort in distress, her expression conveying profound suffering as her hands cradle her face, unable to confront the reality. Suddenly, Li Qingman seems to grasp the situation. A chill coursing through her body as she gazes at Song Ji, she in shock, questioning. So, yes, I was coerced into performing an illegal organ transplant surgery. Song Ji she weeps in remorse, revealing that the influential figure's kidneys are both deteriorating, and to survive, he requires 2 transplants. The innocent child thrust onto the operating table is merely 18 years old. Song Ji she kneels before Li Qingman, recounting the harrowing details of that fateful surgery while confessing her transgressions. In the distance, Fong Chung heard the cries of Song's Haiki, witnessing her kneeling before Li Qingman, feeling perplexed about the actions of this Korean woman. However, seeing that Li Qingman was not in any peril, he refrained from intervening, leaving the matter to her discretion. After listening to Song's Haiki-esque confession, Li Qingman felt an overwhelming sense of unease, an indescribable emotion welling up within her. Despite being an angel of mercy, devoted to saving lives, she found herself compelled to commit acts contrary to the noble path of medicine. Her once pure and sacred hands stained with blood under the duress of power. I am fully aware of the grievous sins I have committed. Yet if I had not acted thus, my family and my children would perish. I cannot cast judgment upon you, for I cannot fathom the choices I would make were I in your position. With tears pooling in her eyes, Li Qingman empathized deeply, feeling the helplessness radiating from Song's Haiki. What of your children and family? Are they safe now? I have not had the opportunity to contact them since then, came the reply. And the surgery? What is the condition of that prominent individual? The operation was a resounding success. He has emerged from danger and can now live as a normal person, Song's Haiki responded. Li Qingman inquired, if the surgery was successful, why then are there assassins sent to deal with you? Precisely because the surgery was successful, I must be eradicated from this world. This matter is an absolute secret for that prominent individual. Should it be disclosed, he would face utter ruin. Thus, he desires my demise. He cannot risk a fate of disgrace, and so he seeks to ensure that the surgeon privy to this information vanishes without a trace. To eliminate this nuisance, they dispatched assassins, intending to execute Song's Haiki aboard a yacht. However, just as everything seemed destined to conclude, the yacht encountered an unforeseen and violent storm, succumbing to the monstrous waves and ultimately vanishing into the vastness of the sea. I am unaware of what transpired after the yacht sank, but upon awakening, I found myself in your presence. Are you suggesting that the yacht was engulfed by a storm, and then you ended up here? Li Qingman expressed her astonishment, incredulous at the tale that sounded almost like a fable, utterly implausible. The yacht, as described by Song's Haiki, could only have been sailing near the open sea, at most reaching the territorial waters. How could it possibly appear on this small island after encountering a storm? It must be noted that this is a tropical region. While Korea lies in the temperate zone, separated by vast distances even in terms of latitude, it is true. I assure you that everything I have just recounted is indeed genuine. Song's Haiki's demeanor was fervent. She struggled to convey her reality to Li Qingman. It was undeniably true. Calm yourself. Rest here for a while. Li Qingman soothed the agitated Song's Haiki, encouraging her to sit upon the sandy shore before approaching Fong Chung. Fong Chung smiled at Li Qingman and inquired, what have you discovered? What did that Korean woman express? As I observed her weeping and beseeching you, she is a pitiable soul. Li Qingman's eyes were filled with sorrow as she conveyed Song's Hixie's plight to Fong Chung. Indeed, it is a case of the innocent bearing the burden of misfortune. After hearing the tragic tale of Song's Hixie, Fong Chung let out a deep sigh, realizing that ordinary individuals have little recourse against the might of authority. Their fates are perpetually dictated by others, with life and death resting beyond their control. Bearing such a heavy burden of guilt, I believe she is truly suffering. When she wept and confessed to me earlier, those were genuine emotions laid bare. So, do you believe her words to be truthful? Li Qingman nodded, stating, my intuition tells me she is not deceiving me. I choose to trust her. Fong Chung replied, since you have faith in her, I have no further objections. How we proceed next is entirely at your discretion. Li Kingman gazed at Fong Chung with heartfelt gratitude. His support undoubtedly strengthened her conviction in her judgment. I will go and speak with her. We shall escort her back to the cave shortly. Allow me to go. I happen to have several questions I wish to pose to her. Chapter 64. New companion. Hello, my name is Fong Chung. Fong Chung seated himself beside Song Zixi, casually introducing himself. I'm Song Zixi. Upon seeing the bare-chested Fong Chung, Song Zixi felt a twinge of nervousness, as if a wild man had taken a seat beside her. I have heard about the incidents that befell you from Kingman, and I express my profound regret. I hope you can soon emerge from those unpleasant memories. Fong Chung attempted to offer comfort. Thank you, Mr. Fong, Song Zixi replied with a nod. However, I have several questions I need you to answer candidly. Fong Chung continued. I will certainly share all that I know, Song Zixi affirmed. Kingman mentioned that you were pursued by assassins on a yacht, and then encountered a storm, awakening on this island afterward? Yes, I realize this sounds unbelievable. Even I cannot fathom how I ended up on a tropical island. Song Zixi grasped her hair in distress. I swear that every word I speak is true. I cannot explain what happened to me. Please, you must believe me. I believe you, Fong Chung replied calmly. What? Song Zixi, who was striving to convince Fong Chung of the absurdity of her experience, was momentarily taken aback. She had thought it would be exceedingly difficult for others to accept such a bizarre tale, yet Fong Chung believed her with such tranquility. Mr. Fong, does this mean you are willing to place your trust in me? Song Zixi asked, astonished and elated as she looked at Fong Chung. Fong Chung nodded affirmatively, saying, Of course I believe you. He then gestured towards the sky, encouraging Song Zixi to look upward. Do you notice anything unusual about the night sky here? Mr. Fong, I am not well versed in such matters. Take your time. Can you discern any anomalies? Fong Chung was guiding Song Zixi's observations. After a few moments, as she rubbed her neck, Song Zixi exclaimed in astonishment, My goodness, the stars here are completely different from those outside. Under meticulous and earnest observation, Song Zixi finally discerned the enigmatic qualities of this island. Gazing up at the starry sky, he realized that it bore no resemblance to the familiar night sky of his past. The stars and constellations he could once name had vanished, replaced instead by a myriad of twinkling celestial bodies. Mr. Fong, what does this mean? I am not entirely certain about the specifics. Fong Chung patiently elucidated to Song Zixi. But this island harbors more mysteries than just this. Although it possesses tropical vegetation, environment, and climate, Kingman and I have resided here for 2 months, and everything remains unchanged, including the trajectory of the sun's daily passage. This is utterly astonishing, Song Zixi exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. It is precisely for this reason that I am inclined to trust your words. This island is rife with unsolved enigmas, and any occurrence seems entirely plausible. Thank you for your trust, Fong Chung sighed deeply. As of now, we have yet to discover any means of leaving this island, nor can we seek help from the outside world. This is an isolated isle, and arriving here signifies bidding farewell to all that once was, letting go of past memories, and embarking upon a new life. Fong Chang's words held profound significance for Song Zixi. Relinquishing the past meant shedding the burdens of dark memories and embracing life on the island with a renewed spirit. Song Zixi seemed to grasp Fong Chang's intent, gazing at him with gratitude shining in his eyes, nodding repeatedly in appreciation. Mr. Fong, I just heard you mention that you and Miss Kingman have survived on the island for 2 months? Indeed. Song Zixi covered his mouth in astonishment. This is truly unimaginable. How did you and Miss Kingman manage it? To be candid, it has been quite challenging. Fortunately, I drifted to this island with Kingman. Had I been alone, I likely would not have endured. Fong Chung spoke earnestly. In such an environment, it is one's mindset that first succumbs to despair. The boundless solitude can obliterate you. Song Zixi remained silent, listening intently. If you wish to survive here alone, believe me, it will be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, join me and Kingman. Together, we can simplify everything. Are you truly willing to accept me? Song Zixi asked anxiously, gazing at Fong Chung. Of course. If you agree, you will henceforth be our companion, and together we shall endure on this island. Mr. Fong, thank you. Song Zixi bowed repeatedly in gratitude, appreciative of Fong Chang's willingness to welcome him as a companion. Suddenly, Fong Chang's expression turned serious as he spoke in a low tone. However, I must make my intentions clear. should you ever harbor any ill will towards us. I will not hesitate to confront you. Mr. Fong, your and Miss Kingman's kindness in offering me refuge is already a second salvation. How could I ever contemplate causing you harm? That is for the best. Henceforth, the three of us must unite our efforts to survive. I hope you understand this from the outset. Yes, I shall remember. As the two conversed, the voice of Li Kingman echoed from behind, her impatience evident as she approached them. What have you two been discussing for so long? She inquired. Oh, nothing much. We have covered everything that needed to be said. Fang Chinj replied as he rose from the sand, brushing off the grains from his trousers. Song Zixi remarked, Miss Kingman, Mr. Fong has shared with me invaluable insights on surviving on this island. I feel greatly enlightened and hope to contribute my modest efforts alongside you both. Li Kingman took Song Zixi's hand, speaking earnestly. It is splendid that you think this way. To survive on this island, one must first adjust their mindset. I have faith that you will surely succeed. She continued, it is quite late now. Let me escort you back to our cave where we will spend the night. Cave? Song Zixi asked with curiosity. Indeed, it is the dwelling place of Fang Chinj and me. You will be our first guest, Li Kingman replied enthusiastically, recounting the cave's origin. That day, Fang Chinj and I found ourselves stranded on this island amidst dire circumstances, and shortly thereafter, we encountered a tropical storm. In our search for shelter, we discovered this cave, which has since become our home. Song Zixi exclaimed, I'm truly eager to see what your cave is like. Li Kingman chuckled. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The fire on the beach slowly dimmed, leaving behind a scattering of dark red embers and 2 charred remains. For Fang Chinj and Li Kingman, Song Zixi, the newcomer to the island, had become the 3rd member of their survival team. The addition of a top-tier surgeon was the outcome they had most desired. Chapter 65. Thick-skinned, traversing the rocky shoreline. The trio finally arrived at the cave, nestled within the cliffs. With the assistance of Fang Chinj and Li Kingman, Song Zixi was helped into the cave. Wow! She gasped in disbelief at the environment within, astonished that such a cozy place could exist on a deserted island. Fang Chinj and Li Kingman exchanged glances, a sense of pride swelling within them. Although it was merely a cave, it had been crafted with their considerable effort, resulting in such comfort. The cave was not particularly spacious, and as Li Kingman provided Song Zixi with a brief introduction, she was most surprised to find the interior warm and dry, in stark contrast to her expectations of darkness and dampness. It feels incredibly comfortable here, almost as if I've returned home, Song Zixi marveled repeatedly. That is due to our fire, Fang Chinj explained. In the center of the cave, a fire pit constructed of stones flickered with life. He approached it, carefully brushing aside the ashes to reveal glowing embers, and skillfully ignited the flames using dry coconut husks. With the illumination of the fire, the cave became bright, revealing its contents clearly. In one corner lay a substantial pile of wood, designated for fueling the fire. On the opposite side were heaps of coconuts, gathered by Fang Chinj as provisions against the storm. Aside from wood and coconuts, rainwater can also be collected using plastic bottles and buckets, serving an essential purpose during times of freshwater scarcity. Having surveyed the environment within the cave, Song Zixi's gaze swiftly fell upon the 2 mattresses woven from palm leaves, each perfectly sized for an individual, instantly piquing her interest. Is this a mattress? She inquired with delight. Fong Chung, filled with pride, turned to Li Kingman and replied, These are mattresses crafted by Kingman from palm leaves. We will sleep on them tonight. Heavens, how is this accomplished? Song Zixi exclaimed in admiration, perceiving Li Kingman as a true idol for her ability to transform palm leaves into such a creation. Slightly blushing under Song Zixi's gaze, Li Kingman shyly responded, It's actually not difficult. It's a method I developed on my own. If you wish to learn, I can teach you tomorrow. With your dexterity, you should master it quickly. Song Zixi nodded vigorously, eagerly affirming, That sounds wonderful. I will definitely seek your guidance tomorrow. The camaraderie between women tends to develop more swiftly than that between men and women, and in a short span. Li Kingman and Song Zixi were already engaged in lively conversation. While the 2 women chatted, Fong Chung, with nothing else to occupy him, began to sharpen the tip of a spear, hoping to use it to hunt the large ram. The cave echoed with the sound of scraping, soon capturing Song Zixi's attention as she curiously observed Fong Chung repeatedly filing a stone. Mr. Fong, what are you up to? She asked. Weapons, he replied casually. Weapons? Song Zixie's mouth dropped open in surprise. Indeed, a sharp spearhead, which can be utilized to hunt the island's animals. As he spoke, he demonstrated the motion of throwing a spear, his bare form making the actions rather comical, eliciting laughter from both women in the cave. Song Zixie, unable to conceal the amusement in her eyes, complimented, "Mr. Fong, you truly have a sense of humor." Li Kingman chimed in, teasingly stating, "He is nothing but a monkey." "What monkey? Have you forgotten I am the old pig? I intend to marry the young lady from the Gao family at Gao Lizuang," Fong Chung retorted, playfully winking at Li Kingman and referencing an inside joke only they could understand. Instantly, Li Kingman's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she scolded Fong Chung for his audacity, quietly exclaiming, "Pa, shameless." Fortunately, their exchange was in Chinese, leaving Song Zixie, who could only watch, entirely bewildered by their conversation. However, from their reactions and expressions, she could surmise that the couple was engaged in flirtatious banter. "Mr. Fong, Miss Kingman, may I inquire about your professions?" Song Zixie asked, anxious to avoid any misunderstanding between them, hastily explaining, "I mean no offense. I merely find your English quite impressive, especially Miss Kingman's spoken language, which bears no distinction from the Americans I have encountered. Kingman grew up in America, hence her accent resembles that of an American, she learned." "I see. And what about you, Mr. Fong?" "I am merely an ordinary graduate from a prestigious university, subsequently employed at a commonplace investment firm, where I hold a rather unremarkable position as a fund manager." Li Kingman, listening beside me, could not help but smirk, softly rebuking, "What do you mean by ordinary? It seems you're not being modest. Rather, you are flaunting." Fong Chung, with a foolish grin, replied, "Please, show me some dignity in front of others." Li Kingman, arms crossed and chin raised, retorted haughtily, "Then you should plead with me." Fong Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the typically proud Li Kingman could exhibit such a playful demeanor. Casting a glance at Song Zixie, who appeared perplexed, Fong Chung secretly sighed in relief that their conversation, conducted in Chinese, rendered this embarrassing exchange incomprehensible to her. "Will you plead or not?" Li Kingman tratatanat mischievosely. A man of integrity, standing tall and resolute, should not resort to pleading. Thus, Fong Chung rehearsed in his mind the upcoming scenario. Determined to resist Li Kingman's playful tyranny like a true gentleman. Rising to his feet, he suddenly adorned his serious countenance with a sycophantic smile, appealing, "I beg you, my dear Kingman, will you grant me this favor?" A burst of laughter erupted from Li Kingman, who had expected a grand declaration but was instead met with such a request, leaving her in fits of amusement. "Very well, I shall consider your performance satisfactory. Is there a reward?" Fong Chung seized the opportunity, flashing a mischievous grin at Li Kingman. A blush crept upon her cheeks as she understood his insinuation, and she scolded playfully, "There are others present. How can you be so shameless?" Although Song Zixie did not comprehend their banter, she was swept up in the infectious atmosphere and began to laugh as well. "Mr. Fong, your rapport with Miss Kingman is delightful. You two make a truly enviable couple." "Not at all. You should know that in the past, she was my superior, and every day she..." Just as Fong Chung seized the opportunity to vent, he felt a piercing gaze upon him. Turning to see Li Kingman wearing a half-smirk, her eyes ablaze with a fierce intent, he shivered involuntarily. "What is it, Mr. Fong?" Song Zixie inquired. Nothing at all. Back then, she held me to high standards, urging me to become a better version of myself. And I have cherished every word of concern she offered. Eventually, I came to realize that perhaps this is what love truly means. Chapter 66. An unexpected confession as dawn broke. The soft morning light penetrated the cave, dispelling the darkness that had lingered throughout the night. In the center of the cave, the firewood in the pit had burned down to embers, leaving only a wisp of blue smoke and scattered coals. Fong Chung opened his eyes, and, almost simultaneously, Li Kingman awoke as well. They exchanged a smile, a silent greeting of good morning, followed by a blissful stretch. "She is still asleep," Fong Chung observed, glancing at Song Zixie, who lay curled up beside Li Kingman, emitting soft breaths. Li Kingman remarked, "Perhaps she is simply exhausted from yesterday's fatigue. Let her sleep a little longer." Observing the plight of this unfortunate woman, Fong Chung and Li Kingman simultaneously shook their heads. Given Song Zixie's circumstances, her foremost concern at this moment must surely be for her family and children. Alas, fate is a cruel mistress. She is now separated from her loved ones, uncertain if she will ever have the chance to reunite with them in this lifetime. If we could depart from this place, I should be able to assist her in locating her family and children, Li Qingmin gently remarked. It seems that possibility is rather slim. Despite Fang Cheng's reluctance to entertain the worst outcomes when analyzing the events that had befallen Song's Heike, it was likely that powerful figures had already taken dire measures against her family. Though reality can be hard to accept, it is the brutal truth. To avoid disturbing Song's Heike, their voices were hushed, and they conversed in Chinese, thereby alleviating concerns of being overheard. By the way, Fang Cheng, there's something I forgot to ask you. What is it? Are you concealing something from me? Fang Cheng was taken aback, unprepared for such a question from Li Qingmin. Reflecting on his time since arriving on the island, he realized he had not hidden any matters from her aside from the peculiarities surrounding the island. Could this be what she was alluding to? Li Qingmin possessed perceptive eyes that could discern the truth. His moment of hesitation only solidified her suspicions. You are indeed withholding information from me. There is something amiss with this island, isn't there? Qingmin, I did not intend to keep anything from you, Fang Cheng replied, lowering his gaze, filled with remorse. Li Qingmin offered a bittersweet smile, shaking her head as she said, No, you need not apologize. You owe me nothing. Rather, I owe you. Did you discover the island's peculiarities but fear that revealing the truth would shatter my resolve to survive? Fang Cheng remained silent, merely nodding. In fact, when Song's Heike recounted her experience of arriving on this island yesterday, I sensed something was amiss. Reflecting on the strange occurrences over the past few days, I am convinced that this island harbors secrets which you have not divulged to me. If you remain silent, perhaps you hope that someone will uncover our plight and rescue us from this place. Fang Cheng spread his hands, a look of helplessness etched upon his face. Yet now you understand that escaping this enigmatic island is utterly impossible. We are even uncertain if it exists in this world. And so what? Let impossibility remain impossible. Qingmin? Li Qingmin's emotions were reaching a crescendo, and upon breaching the threshold, they finally erupted. Fang Cheng, I love you. I have deeply fallen for you. What does it matter if we can return? If we are destined to remain on this island, let's spend our lives together here. In that fleeting moment, Fang Cheng felt as though he were suffocating, his heart racing, his mind a blank slate. This was a scene he had never dared to envision. Li Qingmin had confessed her feelings for him. As a man, he was taken aback that Li Qingmin had been the first to express her affection. Unbeknownst to many, the frosty exterior of Li Qingmin belies the fervent heart she harbors within when it comes to matters of affection. This may be attributed to the cultural upbringing she received from a young age. If she has set her sights on someone, her initiative becomes boundless. In a moment of emotional fervor, Fang Cheng, despite his usual obliviousness, instinctively knew the appropriate course of action. He stepped forward and firmly embraced Li Qingmin. She struggled slightly, but soon surrendered to his embrace, feeling the fervent rhythm of his heartbeat against her. Regardless of whether they could return, I shall dedicate my life to safeguarding you. Fang Cheng whispered his vow in her ear, filling the cave with their sweet atmosphere as they nestled closely together. Just as their bliss reached its zenith, a disturbance emerged from the vicinity of Song's Heike, startling Fang Cheng and Li Qingmin into an abrupt separation. Their faces flushed and avoiding eye contact. Song's Heike sat up, stretched languidly, and with surprise greeted the duo at the cave entrance. You two are awake so early? The lingering blush on Li Qingmin's cheeks betrayed her embarrassment as she replied, Indeed, the weather is splendid, and we have much to accomplish today, so we decided to rise early. Wonderful. Is there anything I can assist you with? Please, do not hesitate to ask. Song's Heike eagerly offered his help. Li Qingmin, with a bright smile, handed him some black powder and said, All right, let us start by brushing our teeth. Song's Heike looked at the black powder in his palm with bewilderment. Brush my teeth with this? He inquired, curious about this peculiar substance. Leaning closer to sniff it, he discovered it was charcoal. This is charcoal, he exclaimed, astonished. Charcoal possesses excellent cleansing properties, and in the wilderness where maintaining oral hygiene is a challenge. Utilizing charcoal as a dental cleanser is indeed a commendable choice. How did you come up with this method? He asked with intrigue. You should ask Fang Cheng. He is the survival expert. Li Qingmin pointed towards him. Fang Cheng, with a hint of pride, replied, I learned this from survival videos. Once you have fire, you have charcoal. Crushing this with charcoal makes for an excellent teeth cleaning agent. Go ahead and give it a try. Li Kingman encouraged him eagerly. All right, Song Zixi complied, dipping his finger into the charcoal powder and diligently scrubbing his teeth, ensuring every nook and cranny was clean. After rinsing with the water Li Kingman provided, he felt an immediate freshness in his mouth. How does it feel? Li Kingman inquired with a smile. This is astonishing. I actually brushed my teeth with charcoal, and the results are quite remarkable. Song Zixi responded joyfully, the furrow of worry between his brows finally easing. Having completed their morning hygiene, the trio was ready to embark on a day filled with endeavors. In their survival team, Fong Chung was the linchpin, determining the tasks for each member. Currently, the most pressing concern was undoubtedly the establishment of a new dwelling, as the cave was increasingly inadequate for their needs. With Song Zixi's arrival, the already cramped space felt even more congested, making the excavation of a cave on a mountainside to the south an urgent priority. Chapter 67. The master of chicken soup in the ensuing period, excavating caves undoubtedly became the primary task for the survival team. However, at present, there remained another pressing matter that required Fong Chang's immediate attention, retrieving fresh water from the source while also procuring breakfast for the day. Given the prolonged rainfall, the conditions at the water source should be quite favorable. I shall go and investigate. Allow me to accompany you. I can be of assistance. Song Zixi proactively volunteered to join Fong Chung, eager to contribute in any feasible manner. Meeting Song Zixi's enthusiasm, Fong Chung exchanged a glance with Li Kingman, their silent understanding conveying their mutual thoughts, given their current level of rapport. In truth, Fong Chung had intended to bring Song Zixi along, primarily to familiarize her with the daily routines on the island, facilitating her adaptation. Furthermore, he was somewhat apprehensive about leaving her alone with Li Kingman, fearing potential harm she might pose to her. After all, one must always be cautious, particularly since they had only known each other for a day. And given Song Zixi's past of having once taken Li Kingman hostage, it was not yet the time to completely lower his guard. Li Kingman, comprending Fang Shen's intentions, had no objections and subtly nodded, allowing him to make the final decision. Very well, then you shall accompany me. Thank you, Mr. Fong. Since we're to be a team from now on, you need not call me Mr. Fong. Simply refer to me as Fong Chung. And as for me, the title Miss Kingman always feels rather awkward. If you consider us friends, just call me Kingman. Song Zixi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, deeply moved by the gestures of Fong Chung and Li Kingman. Were it not for Li Kingman's presence, this emotional woman might have succumbed to tears once more. As they departed, Fong Chung deliberately brought along the spear he had fashioned. After a night of refinement, the spearhead had taken shape, resembling a long and pointed stone cone. He had first carved a cross shape at one end of the spear using a stone chisel, then inserted the spearhead, finally securing it tightly with a cord made from palm leaves, thus completing a rudimentary spear. We are off. Be cautious in the woods. Li Kingman remained in the cave, engaging in her usual tasks of weaving palm leaves and refining tools, tending to the fire as she awaited their return with water. Upon exiting the cave, Fong Chung guided Song Zixi across the rocky tidal flats, traversing the white sandy beach, and was just about to head towards the water source when she suddenly pointed excitedly at some stones arranged on the distant shore. What is that? A distress signal. Why I had previously set up. Fong Chung glanced over and immediately recognized it as his own creation, crafted shortly after their arrival on the island in an attempt to embolden Li Kingman to persevere. Although he had known from the outset that it would likely serve little purpose, he had still exerted considerable effort to arrange the SOS signal. Song Zixi became quite exhilarated, exclaiming, "If someone can see this signal, then we may be rescued." In her heart, the foremost thought was to leave this island. It was only when there seemed no other recourse that she contemplated survival here. Fong Chung doused Song Zixi with a bucket of cold reality, stating, regrettably, "This distress signal has been displayed for 2 months, and it has proven futile. You have already grasped the island's mysteries. No one knows where we are, and it is improbable that anyone will come to our rescue." The smile on Song Zixi's face vanished instantly. Her gaze fell, revealing a profound sense of despair. This news implied, for her, the grim possibility of never seeing her family again. "Hey!" Noticing Song Zixi's disheartened state, Fong Chung promptly called her back to attention. "Yes, I'm here," she replied, regaining her focus. "Do not dwell on negativity. Think of more uplifting matters. We are in survival mode. Do not allow despair to govern your spirit. Okay. As someone who had been through similar trials, Fong Cheng understood the paramount importance of maintaining a positive mindset for survival. As the core of their team, it was his responsibility to guide Song Ji away from her somber memories, a necessity for their collective survival. I apologize for burdening you, Song Ji, she said, lowering her head as she approached Fong Cheng. Remember, we are a team. If any issues arise, feel free to discuss them with me or Qing Man. Do not bear the weight alone, Fong Cheng advised. Song Ji nodded, affirming I will. Crossing the white sandy beach, the two ventured into the woods. Walking toward the island center for about 10 minutes, when Fong Cheng's ears caught the faint sound of trickling water ahead. Listen, it's the sound of water. This discovery filled Fong Cheng with exuberance. After 2 months of living on the island, it was the first time he had heard the sound of water flowing from the crevices of the rocks, signifying the abundance of a water source. Eagerly, he sprinted forward, with Song Ji closely trailing behind. Navigating through a thicket, they arrived at the water source. For Song Ji, it was her first encounter with the island's water supply. Before her stood a cliff over a person's height, with water cascading from stone fissures. The crystalline water flowed down the crevice, its gentle gurgling resembling the rhythm of life, a sight so beautiful it was invigorating. Reaching the base of the cliff, Song Ji cupped her hands to catch the water, drinking deeply. The sensation was refreshingly cool, with a hint of sweetness, as if all her fatigue had been swept away. Incredible! This island actually has fresh water, she exclaimed. How fortunate that, despite the heavens trapping us here, they have not entirely forsaken us, leaving us a glimmer of hope. Turning to Fong Cheng, she smiled gently. Your outlook is truly admirable. What can I say? To survive, one must learn to face life with optimism, Fong Cheng replied with open palms. Life is, in essence, an experience to be embraced, whether in the concrete jungles of a bustling metropolis or on this enigmatic island. You truly have a knack for uplifting others, Song Ji, she remarked with a slight smile. Fong Cheng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps just a bit. Qing Man has said the same about me. We often refer to this as brewing chicken soup, a metaphor for sharing inspirational quotes and words of encouragement. Brewing chicken soup? Song Zixi attempted to imitate Fong Cheng's pronunciation, awkwardly uttering 3 words in clumsy Chinese. Upon hearing Song Zixi's comical accent, Fong Cheng could not help but burst into laughter. I apologize. It is my fault for not articulating properly. Song Zixi felt quite bashful, her fair cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Fong Cheng quickly waved his hands in apology, saying, I am sorry. You have spoken quite well. It is I who am at fault. Please accept my apologies. After a while, Song Zixi regained her composure and, with her head lowered, softly requested, Fong Cheng, could you teach me some simple Chinese? Perhaps this would bridge the gap between us. Of course, if you wish to learn, I shall take full responsibility for your education, and I will ensure you master it. Fong Cheng readily agreed. Chapter 68. Cha Lang Hei Yo. Perhaps due to the incessant rain that had poured for several days prior, the freshwater source had become abundant. Regardless of the circumstances, it was undoubtedly a blessing. Such a precious resource as water would never be deemed excessive. Moreover, with the addition of Song Zixi on the island, the consumption of water had increased. The original supply had barely sufficed for Fong Cheng and Li Qingman, and now greater quantities of freshwater were essential to meet the daily needs of 3 individuals. Fong Cheng skillfully collected the filled plastic bottles and replaced them with new, empty ones. With the increased water supply, there was no longer a need to use shoelaces for drainage. Simply securing the bottles and aligning the openings with the water flow made the collection process remarkably effortless. Did you construct the wooden fence outside the water source? Song Zixi inquired, her curiosity piqued by the surrounding enclosure. There are numerous other animals on this island that come here to drink. We must use the fence to separate them and prevent competition for the water, Fong Cheng explained. What about those animals? Song Zixi asked. It is the law of nature. The weak are devoured by the strong. While this may sound cruel, it is the reality. Such competition is a matter of survival. Noticing the look of compassion on Song Zixi's face, Fong Cheng glanced down at the small puddle forming beneath them and added, in the past, the water source was insufficient. But now that fresh water is plentiful, you can see there is already a puddle here. Those animals will not perish from thirst. Understanding that Fong Cheng's words were intended to comfort her, Song Zixi nodded in gratitude. After collecting the water, the two departed from the woods and began their journey back to the cave. Throughout the walk, Song Zixi appeared to be in good spirits, pulling Fong Cheng into a discussion about various Chinese phrases. As Song Zixi's Chinese teacher, Fong Cheng dutifully answered every question, for he had initially boasted of his commitment to teach her the language. Their conversation was filled with laughter, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Each time Song Zixi pronounced a Chinese word with her peculiar intonation, Fong Cheng could hardly contain his amusement, which in turn made her blush even more. In an attempt to retaliate, Song Zixi asked Fong Cheng, "Can you speak Korean?" With a subtle smile, he nodded, "I have a modest understanding." "Oh, Appa, brother. Kajima, don't go." Song Zixi exclaimed in astonishment, surprised to discover Fong Cheng's genuine proficiency in Korean, which he articulated quite convincingly. "What else? What else?" "Cha lang hey yo, I love you." Song Zixi had not anticipated that Fong Cheng would suddenly utter such a statement, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, making her shyly avoid his gaze. Observing Song Zixi's expression, Fong Cheng realized that he had perhaps gone a bit overboard. In truth, he possessed no genuine understanding of the Korean language. His knowledge consisted merely of a few phrases like Appa and Annyeonghaseyo, which he had picked up from Korean dramas. Uttering whatever came to mind, albeit the phrase Annyeonghaseyo seemed somewhat misplaced. Apologizing profusely, he quickly explained to Song Zixi, "I truly do not understand Korean. I merely learned these phrases from watching dramas, so please overlook my inaccuracies." After a brief moment, Song Zixi regained her composure, dissolving the earlier awkwardness with a smile as she remarked, "It's truly surprising. Your linguistic talent is impressive. To learn so well just by watching television is remarkable." Fong Cheng chuckled. "I'm not as remarkable as you suggest. I simply absorbed what I heard. You have no idea how popular your dramas and idol groups are among the young girls in our country. They all clamor to marry some Oppo idol. It's quite a phenomenon." Song Zixi giggled. "I can relate. When I was younger, I was equally infatuated with those idol groups. However, as I grew older and my experiences expanded, balancing family and work became essential, leaving me little energy to pursue my idol obsessions." "What about Lee Kingman? Does she follow any stars?" she inquired, pondering that having grown up in America, she likely embraced Western culture and might not be interested in the Korean wave. Reflecting on his acquaintance with Lee Kingman, Fong Cheng noted that he had not heard her express fervor for any celebrity. It was understandable, given the esteemed lineage of the Lee family, which placed significant emphasis on education and personal development, prioritizing pursuits beyond mere idol worship. Song Zixi continued to ask several questions about Lee Kingman, seemingly aiming to deepen their mutual understanding, hoping to foster a closer friendship without ulterior motives. However, Fong Cheng remained cautious regarding Lee Kingman's background, offering only vague responses without revealing any substantial information. Regardless of his level of trust in Song Zixi, he would not disclose matters concerning Lee Kingman to anyone but himself. This was Fong Cheng's way of protecting her from any potential troubles arising from her lineage. Upon returning to the cave, Lee Kingman sat at the entrance, seemingly lost in thought. "Kingman, we are back," Song Zixi called out, waving and utilizing the Chinese she had just learned from Fong Cheng. Lee Kingman snapped back to reality, surprised to see the two. She had not anticipated that their outing would result in Song Zixi learning a phrase in Chinese, which genuinely astonished her. "Zixi, you can speak Chinese now?" "Just a little. I asked Fong Cheng to teach me." Song Zixi replied with a bashful smile. "I'm not very good at it, so please teach me more in the future." "Of course. As long as you wish to learn, I will definitely teach you," Lee Kingman responded joyfully. Fong Cheng returned with water, subsequently updating Lee Kingman on the status of the water source. Upon hearing that the water source had become abundant, Lee Kingman's face radiated a natural joy. Now that the survival team had dwindled to 3 members, the corresponding consumption of water posed a potential issue, which was the reason for Lee Kingman's earlier moment of contemplation. She was pondering how to resolve the issue of drinking water. However, the recent news from Fong Cheng indicated that the water supply had indeed increased, sufficient for the daily needs of the 3 individuals, thus alleviating previous concerns. The abundance of water was undoubtedly a blessing. Yet there remained a lingering worry for both Fong Cheng and Lee Kingman. This newfound increase in water was likely a consequence of the heavy rains from earlier, with surface rainwater flowing from the cliff. If this situation were to persist, Would there still be an ample supply of water in the future? And what would they do then? Song Zixi, an astute woman, understood the source of Fong Chung and Li Qingmin's unease. I apologize for the trouble my presence has caused you. No, there's no need for apologies, Li Qingmin replied, grasping Song Zixi's hand and offering her immense encouragement. Please remember, we are a team, and we shall persevere together. There is no need to apologize for this at any time. Fong Chung also reassured her. Do not fret excessively. There's an old Chinese saying, heaven never bars the path of the living. As long as we are alive, we will undoubtedly find a way. Chapter 69. The marvelous uses of wood ash. After enjoying freshly boiled clean water in the cave, the survival team of 3 felt invigorated. Reveling in the beauty of the new day, Li Qingmin laughed lightly. This is the most refreshing drink I have had since arriving on the island. I no longer need to worry about exhausting our water supply. Indeed, previously we could only collect 1 bottle of fresh water in a day. But now we can fill a plastic bottle in just an hour, drinking as much as we desire. Fong Chung grinned widely, disregarding his image. For nothing on this deserted island could bring greater joy than the possession of abundant water. Throughout the morning, Fong Chung made several trips back and forth to the water source, filling every plastic bottle in the cave to the brim. This had become a habit for him over the past 2 months. Whenever there was an opportunity, he would ensure that every water container was filled. Having experienced the dire limits of thirst, he cherished fresh water more than anyone else. While the 3 were celebrating their access to water, a sudden thought flashed in Li Qingmin's mind, causing her to blush before she could voice it. Noticing Li Qingmin's peculiar expression, Song Zixi inquired, Qingmin, what is troubling you? It's nothing really. Li Qingmin shook her head, casting a glance at Fong Chung. She felt it somewhat awkward to discuss such matters in the presence of a man. Fong Chung quickly comprehended her intent. She wished to converse with Song Zixi about a private topic. Thus, he took the woven basket crafted by Li Qingmin and his self-made spear, leaving the cave to search for food by the seaside. Once he had departed and was assuredly far away, the 2 women resumed their conversation. Song Zixi asked, what were you thinking just now? Li Qingmin, feeling somewhat bashful, remarked, due to the scarcity of fresh water, I have not had the opportunity to take a proper bath in a long time. Ah, I see now. You were suggesting we wash ourselves at the water source. Song Zixi, being astute, quickly grasped Li Qingmin's intention. Li Qingmin nodded eagerly and inquired, you and Fong Chung have visited the water source. What is the situation there? Is there enough water for bathing? Water cascades continuously from the crevices of the rocks, so it should be no issue to cleanse our bodies. Song Zixi smiled shyly at Li Qingmin and confessed, in truth, when I saw the water flowing, I yearned to bathe there as well. It has been ages since I have washed, and I feel as though my skin is permeated with a rancid odor. Then let us go, Li Qingmin proposed excitedly. Now. Song Zixi's expression reflected astonishment. Of course now. Fong Chung has gone to the seaside and will not notice our absence for a while. This was indeed Li Qingmin's true purpose in sending Fong Chung away. She wished to bathe at the water source without feeling embarrassed with him nearby. Song Zixi, sharing her desire for a thorough cleansing, readily agreed, and the 2 resolved to complete their task before Fong Chang's return. As they prepared to depart, Song Zixi picked up a half coconut shell from the ground, filling it with some plant ash to take along. Zixi, are you bringing that? Li Qingmin asked curiously. Song Zixi explained, the primary component of plant ash is potassium carbonate, which becomes alkaline when dissolved in water and can be used to remove grease from our skin. We can use it as soap. Li Qingmin was elated. She had initially only wished for fresh water to bathe. But now with the knowledge that plant ash could serve as soap, she anticipated a thorough cleansing. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, they spotted Fong Chung in the distance, standing in the water on the white sandy beach, repeatedly thrusting a spear into the surface, likely fishing. Concerned about being seen, the 2 hastily departed from the rocky shore and ventured into the woods, making their way toward the water source. Song Zixi held the coconut shell filled with plant ash, while Li Qingmin grasped a semi-finished stone axe, prepared for any potential dangers. Their journey through the woods was smooth. The daytime environment was relatively safe, and they quickly reached the water source. Cool, fresh water gushed forth from the crevices of the cliff. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Qingmin was astonished, struggling to believe that this was the same water source she and Fong Chung had discovered previously, where only a trickle of fresh water had seeped through. Now, a small pool had formed on the ground from the flowing water. This sight filled them with excitement, and Li Qingmin could hardly contain her eagerness to take a bath there. There shouldn't be anyone around, right? Song Zixi glanced around nervously, hesitant to remove her clothing. Rest assured, aside from Fong Cheng, there is no other man on this island. Let us seize the moment. Well, all right then, she replied as they ventured deeper into the woods, where the gentle stream flowed, revealing boundless beauty. Li Qingmin and Song Zixi were relishing their first delightful freshwater shower since their arrival on the island. Thanks to the remarkable cleansing ability of plant ash, they not only cleaned their hair, but also indulged in a thorough cleansing of their bodies. As the plant ash posed no risk of contaminating the water source, the area would soon be restored to its pristine state with the flow of water. On the beach, Fong Cheng was attempting to spear fish with a long spear. In truth, it was easier to forage for food in the mudflats. However, Fong Cheng was eager to test the weapon in his hands. The spear had been crafted to confront the formidable ram, which had yet to make an appearance. With no intention of seeking trouble with the ram, Fong Cheng chose instead to practice on the fish swimming nearby, along the shore. Yet, after several attempts at spearing fish, Fong Cheng realized the inherent difficulty of the task. He had underestimated the skill required for such an endeavor. Although he could see the fish swimming at his feet, every thrust of the spear resulted in nothing but disappointment. Each failure eroded his confidence, and he retreated from the water to the sand, sitting down with an expression filled with frustration and despair. After much contemplation, he could only console himself with the thought that spearing fish was not a skill everyone could master. Lacking the talent for it, he decided to leave it to the experts and instead try his luck in the mudflats. Upon arriving at the mudflats, he discovered that the stone dam he had previously constructed had vanished, swept away by the relentless waves. The ocean showed no mercy, indifferent to the efforts one had invested. It would destroy without regard. Determined to redeem himself after his setbacks on the beach, Fong Cheng began a meticulous search through the muddy puddles. However, wherever he passed, not a blade of grass remained. It soon became evident that for a novice fisherman like Fong Cheng, the mudflats were a far wiser choice than the beach. Within half an hour, his basket was brimming with several large crabs and an assortment of sea snail shells. Witnessing this bountiful harvest, Fong Cheng finally smiled and decided to return to the cave, eager to indulge in a sumptuous seafood feast. Upon returning to the cave with his basket full of food, he expected to find Li Qingmin and Song Zixi waiting for him, but instead, he was met with an empty cave. The absence of the two women sent a wave of anxiety through him, and he regretted having left Song Zixi alone with Li Qingmin. The thought that Li Qingmin might be in danger due to Song Zixi's actions troubled him deeply. In a moment of frustration, he struck his own head, cursing himself for the oversight that led to such a grave mistake. Just as he was about to leave the cave in search of Li Qingmin, he heard the joyful laughter of two women behind him. Turning around hurriedly, he was taken aback to see Li Qingmin and Song Zixi approaching, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. It dawned on him that Li Qingmin had not gone missing, nor had Song Zixi abducted her. It was merely his own anxiety that had given rise to the misunderstanding. In the blink of an eye, two women approached the entrance of the cave, and upon seeing Fong Cheng standing there, both Li Qingmin and Song Zixi displayed faint expressions of secret delight. "What are you doing standing here?" Li Qingmin asked, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she gazed at the somewhat foolish Fong Cheng. Faced with the two radiant beauties who had just returned from their bath, Fong Cheng found himself momentarily at a loss, unsure where to direct his gaze. To look at Li Qingmin felt inappropriate. To glance at Song Zixi felt even more so. "What has come over me today?" Fong Cheng mused, bewildered by his own lack of composure. Perhaps the two lovely ladies before him had simply become even more resplendent. Summoning his courage, he dared to look openly at them, only to find himself puzzled. There was no change in their appearance. They remained the same individuals. Yet their skin appeared remarkably fairer, as if they had just emerged from a beauty filter. "Hey, if I keep staring, my eyes might fall out," he thought to himself. Li Qingmin felt a surge of triumph. She had not anticipated that a mere bath could so enchant Fong Cheng. It must be said that her allure was simply irresistible. A single flirtatious smile, directed at Fong Cheng, rendered his mind utterly blank. Earlier, at the water source, Li Qingmin had thoroughly cleansed herself with wood ash, and after the bath, she felt a refreshing sensation unlike any she had experienced in the 2 months since arriving on the island. "Did you notice anything?" she teased. "You both took a bath?" Fong Cheng replied, dazed. Li Kingman and Song Zixi exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Yes, we had a bath, Li Kingman said, raising an eyebrow with pride. Fong Chung rubbed his nose, feeling a suffocating sensation wash over him. A bath was one thing, but Li Kingman seemed intent on teasing him, leaving him flushed and embarrassed. What do you think? She inquired. Good, very good. Bathing is great, Fong Chung stammered at a loss for words. Li Kingman's face radiated happiness as she remarked, if only there were always this much water by the cliff, we could bathe every day. Fong Chung, puzzled, asked, can water alone make you this fair and radiant? Of course not. It was actually Zixi's idea, Li Kingman replied. Song Zixi humbly smiled. I was inspired by your method of using charcoal powder to clean your teeth, which led me to think of using wood ash for bathing. You understand this concept, don't you? It's just that previously, we lacked sufficient fresh water, which limited our bathing options. Fong Chung waved his hand dismissively. I want to take any credit for that. The water by the cliff has only increased since you arrived on the island. Upon entering the cave, Fong Chung laid out the bounty from his morning excursion to the shore. Upon seeing the crabs, conchs, and shells in the basket, Li Kingman and Song Zixi could no longer contain their salivation. My goodness, you brought back so much food, Song Zixi exclaimed, astonished. After several days of heavy rain, we couldn't go to the tidal flats, allowing the creatures to recuperate. Now it's time for a bountiful harvest, Fong Chung joked. Li Kingman skillfully placed the tin can atop the fire, pouring in fresh water. Once the water reached a boil, she added the food they had brought back from their expedition. With considerable experience in cooking seafood, Li Kingman knew that small crabs cooked through easily, while larger ones required more time. Shellfish could be consumed once their shells opened, but mollusks needed to be cooked the longest. Although this made the meat tough and chewy, it was the safest method to avoid parasitic infections. It was a rather sumptuous feast, and the three of them enjoyed their meal immensely. For Song Zixi, this was a moment of happiness. Her treatment on the island was far more comfortable than what Fong Chung and Li Kingman had experienced upon their arrival. Up to this point, she had yet to truly experience the pangs of extreme thirst or hunger. After relishing the delicious food, they spent time in the cave. Fong Chung sat at the cave's entrance, gazing vacantly towards the horizon, seemingly lost in thought. Aware of her recent arrival on the island and the abundant care she had received from Fong Chung and Li Kingman, Song Zixi sought to contribute more. Not long after their meal, she approached Li Kingman to learn the art of weaving palm fronds. Given the tropical climate, the midday sun was fierce, making outdoor activities unwise and increasing the likelihood of sunburn. Thus, it was only natural for the trio to take a midday rest. The cave exuded an atmosphere of leisure and languor. Had they not been in a survival scenario, their demeanor would have suggested a vacation on a tropical isle. Before long, Li Kingman had succumbed to sleep, and Fong Chung leaned against a rock at the cave's entrance, resting. Only Song Zixi remained diligently learning to weave palm fronds, occasionally producing the sound of rustling leaves. Noon quickly passed, the sun shifting towards the west as its rays became less harsh. The inhabitants of the cave awakened, and after a brief moment of recuperation, they regained their alertness. Fong Chung remained preoccupied with the day's most crucial task, to excavate a cave on the southern slope. After satisfying their hunger and rest, and with the sun's intensity diminishing, everything would proceed methodically. Excavating a cave was a monumental endeavor, clearly beyond the capabilities of Fong Chung alone. Hence Li Kingman and Song Zixi joined him. Upon reaching the cliff at the southern slope, Fong Chung first introduced the area to Song Zixi, explaining how he envisioned transforming it. Upon hearing his description, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. If they could indeed build, as Fong Chung described, it would be akin to creating an invincible seaside villa. My goodness, what a splendid idea. This was undoubtedly the most picturesque spot on the island. Merely imagining a mountainside villa here was exhilarating. Song Zixi gazed at Fong Chung with admiration, generously offering her praise. Rome was not built in a day, and neither would their seaside villa be. Fong Chung handed a stone shovel to Song Zixi with a grin, encouraging her to get started. Chapter 71. The foolish old man moves the mountain. Under the blazing sun, the three of them began to dig into the earth with their respective tools. Li Kingman and Song Zixi primarily handled the excavation and clearing of smaller rocks and soil, while Fong Chung tackled the larger boulders hidden beneath the ground. Among the two women, Song Zixi's stamina was notably weaker. Before long, She was panting heavily, her complexion flushed, and her chest rising and falling irregularly, appearing quite distressed. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest over there, Li Kingman suggested, concerned for Song Zixie's well-being. It was important to note that Song Zixie had only recently been washed ashore, having endured a harrowing experience, and her body had likely not yet fully recovered in such a short span of time. Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, Song Zixie bit her lip, stubbornly declaring, "I am fine, I can still hold on." She was reluctant to sit idly by while watching Fong Chung and Li Kingman labor, as it filled her with guilt. "Zixie, you really ought to sit down for a bit and drink some water," Fong Chung also urged her. Observing her earnestness in work gradually eased Fong Chang's reservations about her, allowing him to begin viewing her as a genuine member of the team. Faced with both Li Kingman and Fong Chang's insistence, Song Zixie reluctantly retreated to the shade of a nearby tree to rest. In contrast to the frail Song Zixie, Li Kingman's physical strength was considerably superior, likely attributed to her consistent exercise regimen over the years. It was this dedication that endowed her with a physique that other women would envy. Although not as powerful as Fong Chung, Li Kingman was still able to contribute. And while Fong Chung could be considered a full laborer, Li Kingman could at least be deemed half of one. As for Song Zixie, to be frank, Fong Chung had never expected her to contribute much in terms of physical labor, as such tasks were not her forte. As a physician, her primary role was to ensure the health of her team members and treat their ailments. The three continued their endeavors tirelessly, and before they knew it, the sun had dipped below the horizon, signaling that darkness would soon envelop them. Fong Chung, hands on his hips, exhaled deeply, gazing at the small pit carved into the cliffside, feeling an overwhelming sense of futility akin to that of Yugong moving mountains. He pondered that while Yugong sought to relocate the Taihang and Wangyu mountains, he was merely excavating a cave, with each stroke of his shovel. He wondered how long it would take to reach completion. Li Kingman, well acquainted with Fong Chung, immediately sensed his troubled demeanor and correctly surmised the source of his worries. "It's all right, take your time," she reassured him. A simple word of comfort was sufficient to calm Fong Chung's heart, perhaps indicative of the tacit understanding between them. Fong Chung shook his head and smiled, recalling how he had previously told Song Zixie that Rome was not built in a day, and he realized his previous impatience was unwarranted. "So, shall we call it a day? I'll prepare a delicious meal for you back at the cave," Li Kingman said with a captivating smile. "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry home for the meal, cooked by my wife." Fong Chung responded cheerfully. "Who is your wife? Care to fight?" Li Kingman retorted playfully. Initially feeling somewhat dejected, Fong Chung quickly regained his spirits, thanks to Li Kingman's encouragement. A renewed smile of confidence graced his face as he gathered the tools from everyone and slung them over his shoulder, striding briskly back toward the cave. Li Kingman and Song Zixie followed closely behind Fong Chung, basking in the golden hues of the setting sun. The trio descended from the hillside to the beach, traversing the white sands until they reached the rocky shore, returning to that little cave that felt like home. Upon entering the cave, the weary Fong Chung leaned against a stone at the entrance, soon succumbing to a deep slumber, his snores echoing within the confines. "Is it all right for him to be this way?" Song Zixie gestured towards Fong Chung, inquiring how they should proceed. Observing Fong Chang's exhaustion, Li Kingman felt a pang of sympathy. She shook her head at Song Zixie, signaling him not to disturb Fong Chung, allowing him to rest before dinner. Understanding her concern, Song Zixie nodded, offering her a compassionate smile that perhaps reflected the essence of their love, a bond that evoked envy in others. Noticing Li Kingman carving a coconut, Song Zixie volunteered, "Why don't I prepare dinner today?" "Are you sure?" Li Kingman hesitated. "You haven't really rested, and I know you are quite tired. Allow me to take care of this. You should take a proper break," Song Zixie reassured her. A warm current surged through Li Kingman's heart. Song Zixie's thoughtfulness touched her deeply, and she truly needed to rest at that moment. "The stone chisel is here. I will leave the rest to you. Please, take a good nap," she replied. Taking the chisel, Song Zixie mimicked Li Kingman's earlier technique to open the coconuts. He initially thought it would be a daunting task, but with the aid of the sharp chisel, it proved to be far simpler than anticipated. After successfully cracking open 3 coconuts, he was about to boast to Li Kingman when he noticed she had already fallen asleep on the palm mat. Sighing softly, Song Zixie felt a twinge of guilt as he gazed at the exhausted pair. If only he could have been of more assistance. perhaps they would not be so worn out. However, dwelling on such thoughts was futile. The priority was to focus on preparing dinner. About an hour later, the cave was filled with the enticing aroma of coconut meat. Following Lee Kingman's instructions, Song Zixi combined the coconut flesh with crab meat, snail meat, and shellfish, crafting a delectable coconut seafood rice dish. Before awakening Fong Chung and Lee Kingman, he decided to sample his creation, perhaps due to his own hunger. He found the coconut seafood rice to be far more delicious than he had imagined. Once he confirmed that his dish was indeed exquisite, he gently roused the slumbering Fong Chung and Lee Kingman. "Wow, what is that heavenly scent?" Fong Chung murmured, still groggy and barely aware, nearly drooling. With a cheerful smile, Song Zixi handed him a coconut shell filled with the coconut rice, saying, "Please forgive my lack of culinary skills." "What about me?" Lee Kingman, unable to resist the tantalizing aroma that wafted through the air, eagerly anticipated a generous bite. "Don't rush. It's almost ready," Song Zixi replied, offering her another coconut shell with a note of caution. "It may be a bit hot, so be careful." The sight of the pristine white coconut meat mingling with crab and shellfish, accompanied by the enticing fragrance, ignited a craving within her. Unable to resist the temptation, they took a bite, and as soon as it touched their lips, it melted effortlessly. The flavors were remarkably layered, with the fragrant essence of coconut harmoniously mingling with the sweet freshness of crab meat. This exquisite taste instantaneously captivated the palates of Fong Chung and Lee Kingman, causing them to devour the coconut rice with great enthusiasm, leaving the shell completely empty in no time. "Eat slowly. There is plenty left," Lee Kingman cautioned. Witnessing the popularity of her dish, Song Zixi's face lit up with joy, a surge of accomplishment swelling within her. With his mouth full, Fong Chung mumbled, "Zixi, you are simply the modern-day Zhang Jiam." Surprised, Song Zixi laughed. "You know about Zhang Jiam?" Fong Chung replied, "My mother was following that drama, even while I was still in the womb." Chapter 72. Sunburn. Last night, everyone slept soundly, and both Fong Chung and Lee Kingman enjoyed ample rest, which was beneficial for their physical condition. However, when they opened their eyes, they found that Song Zixi was absent from the cave. "Where did she go?" Lee Kingman inquired sleepily. Yawning, Fong Chung shook his head. "She must have woken up early." Just as he finished speaking, they heard someone crawl into the cave, and upon turning their heads, they saw Song Zixi returning from outside with water. "You want to fetch water?" Lee Kingman asked in surprise, astonished that she had risen early to collect fresh water alone. Song Zixi nodded slightly and said, "Seeing you both so exhausted, I wanted you to rest longer. I'll take care of fetching water from now on." Fong Chung scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Fetching water had always been his responsibility, and he hadn't expected Song Zixi to take over today. Fong Chang's reluctance to let women fetch water stemmed from significant concern for their safety in the woods, where dangers such as snakes, scorpions, and wild beasts lurked, including the formidable ram, which could lead to severe consequences. Previously, Lee Kingman had been responsible for boiling water, but now Song Zixi had taken it upon herself. In her own words, she felt the need to contribute more to the team, believing that she hadn't done enough. As a seasoned company president, Lee Kingman understood the importance of allowing each individual to play their part within the team, and she did not compete with Song Zixi for these tasks. Recognizing that Zixi was grappling with guilt and insecurity, needing small responsibilities to bolster her confidence within the group. From the moment they woke until they enjoyed the hot water, it was undoubtedly the most leisurely time on the island for the trio, free from any concerns, simply savoring the delightful boiled water in tranquil silence. Sitting at the entrance of the cave, the briny sea breeze tousled the long hair of the two beautiful women. The sky was dotted with fluffy clouds, and Fong Chang's gaze extended toward the horizon, watching as the sea transitioned from light blue to green, then to deep blue, until the sea and sky merged into an indistinguishable expanse. "If only we had some tea leaves, it would be perfect." Fong Chung sighed as he set down the tin can. "Dream on. Do you think we were here on vacation?" Lee Kingman retorted, picking up on his sentiment. This has almost become a daily routine for the two. Lee Kingman always finds fault in Fong Chang's words, while Fong Chung seems to relish the sensation of being challenged by her. In Song Zixi's view, the youthful couple shares a sweet and intimate bond, appearing to bicker on the surface, yet truly engaging in flirtation beneath. "Zixi, do you Koreans drink tea?" Fong Chung inquired. "Some do, though young people generally do not favor it," The elderly, however, tend to enjoy traditional Korean tea, which differs from the tea in your country, Song Zixi replied. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Kingman gazed at Fong Chung with a victorious smile and remarked, "Did you hear that? The elderly enjoy drinking tea." Fong Chung, unfazed, chuckled. "In the past, when I encountered young children, they called me brother. Later, they referred to me as uncle. Ever since I began working under you, the children now call me granduncle." "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I treat you poorly? How wonderful it is that a lad in his 20s has become a granduncle. Just imagine how terrifying it must be under your command." Lee Kingman crossed her arms, feigning anger. "So, you think I am terrifying, do you?" No, I was mistaken." Before Lee Kingman could finish her sentence, Fong Chung quickly lowered his head in apology, his demeanor earnest. Lee Kingman merely intended to tease him. Upon witnessing his sincere contrition, she swiftly transformed her anger into laughter, satisfied, given your eagerness to apologize. "I shall let you off this time." After a brief respite, the day's busyness was about to commence, beginning with the quest for sustenance to prepare meals for lunch and dinner. As they prepared to exit the cave, a flicker of pain crossed Song Zixi's face, which Lee Kingman astutely noticed. "Zixi, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "It's nothing. Let us go to the seaside to find food," Fong Chung responded. "If you're unwell, you can rest in the cave. The task of gathering food can be entrusted to me and Kingman," he added. "I merely have a sunburn." "It's nothing to worry about," Song Zixi stated. Upon her revelation, Fong Chung and Lee Kingman finally observed that her arms and the back of her neck were sunburned, with some areas even blistering. "My heavens, you are severely sunburned," Lee Kingman exclaimed, her heart aching at the sight of her red skin. Song Zixi's complexion, already fair and delicate, had suffered significantly after working under the sun for an entire afternoon yesterday. Upon waking today, she felt intense, fiery pain at the back of her neck, a discomfort that was quite unpleasant and not easily alleviated. Yet, she still insisted on retrieving fresh water from the woods. In contrast, Lee Kingman and Fong Chung, who had worked alongside her, had fared much better, as neither had suffered sunburn, having been on the island for 2 months. They had gradually acclimatized to the sun's intensity, resulting in noticeably darker skin. Comparatively, Lee Kingman was in a better position, having spent more time in the cave, avoiding excessive sun exposure. Meanwhile, Fong Chung, who had ventured to the beach and woods in search of food and wood, was now entirely sun-kissed, resembling a native of the island from a distance. "It is of no concern. It is merely sunburn. I can join you in the sea." However, Song Zixi insisted on accompanying the two in search of food. Fong Chung suddenly spoke with gravity. "No, you are injured and must remain here. Please remember that we are a team, and teamwork relies on division of labor. At this moment, Kingman and I are responsible for foraging, while your priority should be to recuperate." Fong Chung's words held merit. One ought to heed his counsel, Lee Kingman concurred. "Very well, I shall wait for your return," Song Zixi replied reluctantly, yet acknowledged that Fong Chung was the cornerstone of their trio, and thus she must comply with his decision. Upon departing the cave, Fong Chung chose not the beach today, but instead ventured with Lee Kingman directly towards the mudflat. Having been disheartened by yesterday's misadventure with spear fishing, Fong Chung wholly abandoned that notion. The same effort expended here would yield exponentially greater rewards. It was evident to any fool which choice to make. "What treasures do you think await us today?" Fong Chung inquired with eager anticipation. "Who knows? Perhaps a grand fish awaits," Lee Kingman responded with a smile. Chapter 73. Peril beneath the waters. Shall we explore the beach ahead? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Fong Chung found himself suddenly enthusiastic about venturing further along the coast. "Must we go further?" Lee Kingman glanced at their current location. The rocky mudflat had reached its terminus, and beyond lay a sheer cliff of stone. Typically, one could not traverse from the rocky shore, but today, as low tide unveiled the submerged stones, forming a natural passage, which ignited Fong Chung's adventurous spirit. "I have grown weary of crabs and sea snails. Let us tempt fate and perhaps discover a new flavor today," Fong Chung exclaimed eagerly. "Very well, I shall follow your lead," Lee Kingman replied nonchalantly, content to be anywhere with Fong Chung. Anywhere on this island felt the same. Thus, taking advantage of the receding tide, the two navigated the exposed rocks ahead. The stones were dark and slick from years of immersion in water. Just as Fong Chung intended to turn and caution Lee Kingman to watch her step, He heard her gasp. Her foot had slipped, and she lost her balance, falling backward. In a moment of quick reflex, Fong Chung reached out and caught her, yet in doing so, he too lost his footing, and they both tumbled into the water. Fortunately, it was merely a shallow pool, and they quickly regained their footing. "Are you unharmed?" Fong Chung asked anxiously. "I am fine, thanks to you," Li Qingmin replied gratefully, gazing at him. "And you? Are you injured?" "I am unscathed," Fong Chung answered, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon Li Qingmin's chest. A rush of warmth surged within him. Her shirt, soaked, clung tightly to her skin, revealing the subtle contours beneath the white fabric. The sight of her silhouette was captivating, rendering him momentarily speechless. Though they were now a couple, being so openly scrutinized by Fong Chung still made Li Qingmin feel a twinge of embarrassment. Ahem. To remind Fong Chung, Li Qingmin resorted to a couple of light coughs. Fong Chung, as if jolted by electricity, hurriedly averted his gaze, momentarily at a loss as to where to look. Was it beautiful? Indeed. Oh no, I saw nothing at all. Li Qingmin gently flicked his forehead, her enchanting eyes sparkling with mischief, and playfully admonished, "Next time you dare to look, I shall not spare you." After this brief interlude, the pair continued their journey, traversing the slippery path of rocky outcrops until they finally arrived at a new beach. Before them lay a bay, the shape of the entire island firmly etched in Fong Cheng's memory. It resembled a great turtle, and they had arrived at the vicinity of its left foreleg. This bay was not particularly large, roughly the size of half a football field, with its beaches extending into the sea at both ends, enclosing the central area, resembling a bottle with a wide mouth and a narrow base. It was precisely low tide, the water receding significantly, which affected the water level of the bay, severing the connection between the bay and the open sea, transforming it into an independent lagoon. As the water level fell, numerous rocky formations emerged, and without much effort, one could easily see plenty of fish swimming within the bay. Upon witnessing this scene, Fong Chung could not contain his excitement and let out a loud cheer, startling the seabirds in the mangroves, causing them to take flight in a flurry. This trip was indeed worthwhile. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Fong Chung could hardly restrain himself as he eagerly waded into the water, commencing his search for sustenance. "Do not be so hasty. First, assess the situation," Li Qingmin cautioned, her demeanor far more cautious as she worried about potential hidden dangers lurking in the shallow waters. "It's fine. There's nothing to worry about." Fong Cheng's attention was wholly captured by the fist-sized sea conchs beneath the water, his movements mirroring that of a child ecstatic at the discovery of a treasure trove. Determined not to miss any of those conchs as he gathered them into his basket. Just the sight of those colossal sea conchs made his mouth water, for indulging in such delicacies would surely be an exquisite experience. However, danger often lurks in the shadows, especially when one is distracted. It may strike unexpectedly. While Fong Chung was engrossed in collecting conchs, he suddenly heard Li Qingmin shouting frantically behind him. "Hurry, come up." "What?" "Quickly, there's something in the water. It's coming towards you, hurry." Witnessing the urgency etched on Li Qingmin's face, Fong Chung realized the gravity of the situation. There was no time to discern the direction from which the danger approached. His only course of action was to exit the water as swiftly as possible. He abandoned the conchs he had gathered, tossing the basket aside, and sprinted desperately towards Li Qingmin. The water, only knee-deep, made running challenging. To gain speed, he had to lift his legs higher, splashing water in all directions. Fong Chung fled with all his might, while Li Qingmin stood on the shore, calling out frantically. With less than 2 meters separating them, Fong Chung made a leap, propelling himself from the water onto the shore. At the moment when Fong Chung left the surface of the water, the swift white figure that had been swimming towards him finally ceased its pursuit. With a heavy thud, Fong Chung fell onto the shore, barely registering the pain coursing through his body as he scrambled to his feet and turned to look back. In the shallow waters, a white shark was gliding, and the sight sent an icy chill down his spine. The shark, measuring about 1 meter in length, was likely not an adult, but rather a juvenile trapped in the bay due to the receding tide. Nonetheless, even a juvenile shark instilled a sense of dread. Its predatory form and gaping maw rendered it a creature to be feared. It is only natural for anyone to hesitate before provoking such a formidable beast. Li Qingmin was already in tears, throwing herself against Fong Chung and holding him tightly. Her heart raced in that fleeting moment, as the thought that his legs could have been bitten off haunted her. I told you not to rush. If you'd been bitten, what would I do? Li Qingmin cried, her eyes swollen and red. Even though Fong Cheng had escaped danger, she could not bear to think of what could have transpired. Feeling guilt wash over him, Fong Cheng embraced Li Qingmin, wiping away her tears and soothing her fears. Were it not for her timely warning, the consequences could have been dire. It seemed that the comfort of recent days had dulled his awareness of the perilous nature of this island. It's too dangerous here. We should return. No, let us wait a little longer. Chapter 74. Battling the Shark, huh? Li Qingmin gazed at Fong Cheng in confusion. Given the imminent danger they had just faced, why would they remain? Though he too had been shaken by the encounter, Fong Cheng's thoughts were not of retreat, but rather of vengeance against the shark. How could he let this near-fatal experience go unpunished? Fong Cheng, what are you planning? Li Qingmin sensed a hint of foreboding. They had been on the island long enough without tasting shark meat. Perhaps today would be a day to indulge in a change of flavor. Are you joking? Li Qingmin exclaimed in disbelief. Fong Cheng gripped the spear in his hand, a grin spreading across his face. I'm not jesting. I've had my sights set on these sharks for 2 months. Today, it has swum right into my line of fire. It's merely its misfortune. Seeing Fong Cheng's fervent demeanor, Li Qingmin felt an indescribable anxiety. On one hand, she feared for his safety, yet she understood that he had been provoked to a point of no return. If he did not eliminate the shark, he would not rest easy. Are you truly going to do this? Li Qingmin still wished to dissuade him, knowing that their opponent was a shark. Do not worry. I will be fine, Fong Cheng whispered softly in her ear as he held her close. I have not lost my senses. This shark can provide food for the 3 of us for 3 days. We are currently carving out a cave, and our daily physical exertion is immense. If we do not replenish ourselves with high-protein food soon, our bodies will suffer. All right, I will follow your lead, but you must be cautious. Ultimately, Li Qingmin acquiesced to Fong Cheng's decision, for his words illuminated her understanding that he was not merely swept away by anger. He was considering the welfare of the entire survival team. The shark did not swim away, but lingered in the shallow waters, seemingly reluctant to abandon its fleeing prey. Had it been an adult shark, Fong Cheng might have made his escape, employing the age-old stratagem of retreat as the best option. However, faced with a juvenile shark of approximately 1 meter in length, he felt a surge of confidence. The young shark lacked the strength to breach the surface, rendering him absolutely safe as long as he remained out of the water. Well, not running now. Soon, you won't even have the chance to flee. Fong Cheng approached the water's edge, spear in hand, intent on dispatching the shark through the method of spearfishing. Standing on the shore, he meticulously aimed. Acutely aware of his lackluster spearfishing skills, he refrained from acting impulsively, determined to ensure a precise strike. After a minute of waiting, he believed he had found the opportune moment, and as the shark swam by, he hurled the spear forward. The spear, like a bolt of lightning, plunged into the water, creating a flurry of white bubbles. Yet it failed to pierce the shark and instead frightened it away, causing it to dart into the bay. Observing the bare spear, Fong Cheng shook his head in dismay. It appeared that hunting the shark was far more challenging than anticipated, as the creature's reflexes were swift, making it no simple task to land a strike. This was not the most pressing concern. Now the shark had retreated into the bay and would not resurface for a while. Fong Cheng could not simply stand idly on the shore. He needed to devise a way to lure the shark out. Venturing into the water would undoubtedly pose a grave danger. Fong Cheng, is your leg bleeding? Li Qingmin, who had been watching him intently, spoke up, pointing at a red streak on his calf. Fong Cheng glanced down in surprise to find that indeed. Blood was seeping from a wound on his knee, which had evidently been scraped during their earlier fall. Could it be that I was injured when we fell? It seems so. I didn't notice at the time. Suddenly, it dawned on Fong Cheng that the shark's unexpected aggression might be linked to his blood. The mere scent of blood would incite the shark's frenzy, and it had likely attacked him after detecting the metallic aroma in the water. A bold idea flashed through Fong Cheng's mind. If fresh blood could attract the shark once, it could surely do so again. To lure the creature back, he resolved to use his own blood as bait. However, this plan was met with vehement opposition from Li Qingmin. No, I absolutely cannot allow you to do this. It is far too dangerous. Her disapproval was unwavering, and she shook her head vigorously. Do not worry, I won't into the water. Fong Cheng reassured her with a smile. In truth, He too harbored fears of the shark, should he find himself in the water and encounter it. It would be akin to facing death itself. He would undoubtedly not risk his own safety. All he needed to do was to tear open the wound on his knee, allowing more blood to flow forth, and then sprinkle that blood into the water. The crimson liquid would soon mingle with the sea, and for a creature like the shark, which could scent prey from several kilometers away, this blood would be sufficient to lure it back into view. Indeed, it wasn't long before the same shark reappeared, swiftly making its way towards the shallows. This time, Fang Cheng abandoned his plan to spear the shark. Instead, he sought out a large rock weighing at least 30 or 40 pounds. Hurling such a substantial stone into the water would be akin to detonating a bomb. Even if it did not kill the shark outright, it would surely stun it. Come forth, greedy creature. Fang Cheng focused intently, lifting the heavy rock, whispering fervently for the shark to approach swiftly. Initially, the shark seemed hesitant, lingering at a distance. Fortunately, it eventually succumbed to the allure of the blood and decisively swam into the shallow waters where Fang Cheng had spilled it. At the moment the shark drew near, Fang Cheng hurled the stone into the water with great force. With a resounding splash, the rock missed the shark, but the resulting waves were sufficient to disorient it. The little shark paid the price for its bloodlust and greed. Unlike ordinary fish, sharks lack swim bladders and rely solely on their muscles for buoyancy. A stunned shark would sink directly, but since they were in shallow waters, Fang Cheng could easily drag it out. Once ashore, even the mightiest of sharks would be rendered helpless. Seizing the opportunity while the shark recovered, Fang Cheng thrust his spear towards its head, only to find the shark's skin remarkably slippery, causing his first attempt to slide off. Thus, the notorious skull crusher, feared by island creatures, returned to action. Fang Cheng retrieved the large stone and began to strike the shark's head repeatedly, ensuring it would not awaken before he finally ceased. "My heavens, you actually caught a shark!" Li Qingmin exclaimed, her face awash with disbelief. Not only was Li Qingmin astonished, but even Fang Cheng himself could scarcely fathom the situation. Indeed, this was utterly insane. He had captured a shark. Chapter 75. An odd flavor. The shark measured nearly a meter in length, appearing quite sizable as it lay on the ground. Certainly, Fang Cheng had never before caught such a large fish. Its head lay crushed beyond recognition, undoubtedly lifeless, the ground surrounding it soaked in bright crimson blood, creating a scene that was somewhat macabre. "How are we going to get such a large fish back?" Li Qingmin covered her nose. "I'll carry it," Fang Cheng declared without hesitation, hoisting the shark onto his shoulder. Remarkably, the shark weighed at least several dozen pounds, and, as Fang Cheng bore its weight, he felt a significant strain on his shoulder, prompting him to grimace. "Shall we lift it together?" "No need. It's simpler if I carry it alone." Though it was heavy, it was not beyond his capacity. Taking a deep breath, Fang Cheng quickened his pace, swiftly making his way towards the cave. Li Qingmin held a spear in one hand while supporting the shark resting on Fang Cheng's shoulder with the other, hoping to alleviate some of the burden. The pair cautiously navigated the slippery rocky coastline and successfully returned to the cave. Inside, Song Zixi was diligently weaving palm leaves using the technique taught by Li Qingmin when she suddenly caught sight of Fang Cheng returning with a shark, nearly causing her to fall to the ground in shock. "You brought back something delicious," Fang Cheng exclaimed, his excitement akin to that of a victorious soldier as he tossed the shark onto the ground, a broad smile illuminating his face. Song Zixi's eyes were wide with astonishment, shaking her head in disbelief as she questioned, "Am I seeing things? Is that really a shark?" Li Qingmin affirmed, "Indeed, it is a shark." "Oh my goodness! How on earth did you manage to catch a shark?" Song Zixi clutched her head, utterly unable to fathom how Fang Cheng and Li Qingmin had accomplished such a feat, gazing at the battered head of the shark, blood oozing from its wounds. She felt a chill run down her spine. Sharks are inherently fearsome creatures, and seeing one in such a state was undeniably chilling. "With this hefty catch, we can enjoy several hearty meals," Li Qingmin remarked. However, Song Zixi expressed her concern, "But how are we to cook such a large shark?" The sheer size of the shark overwhelmed her. Their modest tin would clearly be insufficient. Cooking it in pieces would be inefficient, as food in the tropics spoils at an astonishing rate. If they did not cook the shark promptly, it could begin to rot within a few hours. "Let us roast it," Fang Cheng suggested. Since boiling was not an option, they could resort to the primal and simple method of grilling. Roasting would imbue the meat with a delightful charred aroma, and it was a technique that rarely failed. The only challenge lay in how to position the hefty shark over the fire, a task beyond Song's Hixie's capabilities, but one that Fong Chung could manage. The cave was stocked with ample firewood, which served as excellent material. Fong Chung gathered several sturdy logs and constructed 2 tripods beside the fire. He then used his ancestral pocket knife to gut the shark, removing its innards, which significantly reduced its weight. Next, he inserted the spear into the shark's mouth, emerging from the other end, thereby skewering it and positioning it over the fire to commence roasting. With everything in place, they merely needed to turn the shark occasionally to avoid charring. Before long, the outer layer of the meat had cooked through, and the cave was perfumed with the tantalizing aroma of fish, heightening the appetite of the trio, who eagerly anticipated tasting the shark flesh. "Let me be the first to sample it," Fong Chung grinned, tearing away the charred skin to reveal the succulent white flesh beneath. Just the sight of the enticing meat made their mouths water, promising to be the most anticipated feast since their arrival on the island. Without a moment's hesitation, Fong Chung tore off a large piece and stuffed it into his mouth, oblivious to the heat. In that fleeting moment, a long-lost aroma of meat enveloped the entire mouth, and the ability to indulge in such hearty portions of flesh on this desolate island might well be the essence of happiness. Delicious, truly delectable. Fong Chung found himself a loss for words to adequately describe the flavor of the shark meat. Although it seemed somewhat peculiar, it was undeniably delightful. Both his mind and stomach proclaimed that this delicacy was nothing short of heavenly. One could readily envision how someone who had not savored meat for 2 months could relish such a feast without inhibition. What could be more exhilarating than this? Seeing Fong Chung nearly brought to tears with excitement, Li Kingman also tore off a piece of shark meat and placed it in her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, an unusual taste spread throughout her palate, causing her to furrow her brows. Why did it taste so strange, almost reminiscent of urine? Feeling somewhat distressed, she cast a glance at Fong Chung, who seemed oblivious to any issue, nearly devouring his own hand along with the meat. Could it be that the piece she had taken was flawed? To confirm, Li Kingman tore off another piece, only to find the strange flavors still present. "Kingman, that's just how shark meat is," said Song's Heike, seemingly sensing her confusion, and he offered her a slight smile. "Is that true?" Li Kingman asked in astonishment. Song's Heike explained, "Sharks metabolize protein differently from humans. Their urea is not expelled immediately, but remains in their bodies, resulting in blood osmotic pressure that exceeds that of seawater, allowing them to absorb fresh water directly from the sea. Furthermore, they excrete waste through their skin, causing their flesh to be laden with urea, which is essentially the scent of ammonia. Thus, shark meat carries this distinctive odor." Li Kingman displayed a look of consternation as she absorbed Song's Heike's explanation. Finally comprehending why the shark meat she had tasted bore a hint of urine, Song's Heike also took a piece of the shark meat, chuckling as he said, "However, in such an environment, we have no choice, and shark meat is rich in protein and various amino acids, all of which are essential for our bodies." "Very well. You are the doctor. I shall heed your advice." Li Kingman still wore a frown, feeling a psychological aversion to the shark meat, yet she understood that on this island, there was no room for picky eating. After all, it was Fong Chung who had risked much to catch the shark, and she had to eat what was provided. Observing Fong Chung devouring the meat with relish, a moment of doubt crossed her mind, questioning whether they were indeed consuming the same dish. "Fong Chung," she inquired, "have you detected any peculiar flavor?" Fong Chung shook his head vigorously, his mouth full of fish meat. "Not at all. This shark meat is explosively delicious. I simply cannot stop." "Very well, if you find it so delightful, indulge yourself." Chapter 76. The Soul's Inquiry. A small shark weighing dozens of pounds was gutted, its head and tail removed, with the edible flesh amounting to approximately 60 to 70% of its weight, excluding the bones. Although shark meat was not particularly savory, possessing a somewhat fibrous and sour quality, and even a hint of that peculiar odor, it was undeniably the most gratifying meal Fong Chung had experienced since arriving on the island, allowing him to eat as much as he desired without restraint. In the span of a meal, the shark had been reduced to mere remnants, with a majority devoured by Fong Chung. Li Kingman and Song's Hixie, unable to match Fong Chang's voracious appetite, consumed less, particularly as the flavor left much to be desired. "Let us fetch a few more coconuts," Fong Chung remarked. Letting out a contented burp, the scent of shark meat lingering in the air. Li Kingman laughed from the side. What is the matter? Have you developed a taste for it? Fong Chung chuckled. Having feasted on raw flesh and blood, I could hardly be bothered by this slight odor. As long as there is food, I could indulge daily. As they jest, Song Zixi had already cracked open 2 coconuts, handing them to Fong Chung and Li Kingman. Do drink up, she urged. Thank you, Li Kingman replied with a smile of gratitude towards Song Zixi. Fong Chung patted his belly and exclaimed, being well fed and satisfied. This is what one calls living. Li Kingman retorted. Didn't you say it would be perfect with a bit of tea? Fong Chung sighed. If only I knew where to procure tea leaves. The leisurely moments following their meal passed swiftly. They sheltered from the sweltering midday heat in the cave. And soon it was time for the daily excavation of a pit. Enhancing their dwelling was the most pressing concern for the trio. The sooner they could excavate a new cave, the sooner they could settle into a spacious and pleasant new home. Unlike yesterday, Fong Chung, at his own request, decided against having Song Zixi join in the labor, instructing her to remain in the cave to tend to the fire, safeguard their provisions, and prepare dinner for everyone. As they made their way to the southern slope, Li Kingman seized the opportunity to speak of Song Zixi. I can tell Zixi wishes to accompany us. Is it truly wise to leave her behind? Fong Chung replied, it's unavoidable. Someone must remain to oversee the camp, and given her sunburn, it's a perfect chance for her to rest. What do you think of Song Zixi? Li Kingman suddenly inquired, her gaze playfully fixed on Fong Chung. What do you mean by that? Fong Chung's heart skipped a beat. He pondered the implications of her question. Women's hearts are often as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Why did she suddenly pose such a query? If he answered incorrectly, could it lead to dire consequences? Li Kingman, with a charming smile, reassured him. Relax, I merely wish to know your opinion of her character. Fong Chung exhaled in relief. Realizing he had misinterpreted her intent, he readily responded, she is a wonderful person with a positive attitude, quickly integrating into our team. And she takes the initiative to help within her capabilities. And do you find her beautiful? No lying now. Just as Fong Chung thought, he had evaded a perilous inquiry. Li Kingman launched a direct assault with a question of utmost significance. Glancing at her, her expression sweet and innocent, Fong Chung felt a shiver run through him. The more she appeared this way, the more perilous it became. In terms of conventional beauty, Song Zixi was indeed quite lovely. Even at 33, a mother of one, she retained a slender figure and an alluring charm. However, should Fong Chung respond thusly, he feared he might not live to tell the tale. She is beautiful, but not as much as you, and her grace pales in comparison. If she is a rare beauty, then you are an extraordinary gem in 1,000. You certainly know how to flatter. I relish those words. Li Kingman was filled with joy, gently planting a kiss on Fong Chang's cheek. Behind him, a cold sweat trickled down his back. Fortunately, he had been clever enough not to utter any insincere words when acknowledging Song Zixi's beauty. Instead, he had seized the opportunity to lavishly praise Li Kingman, making her heart bloom with happiness. The two shared laughter as they strolled along, passing the white sandy beach and weaving through the trees until they reached a cliff halfway up the mountain. A pit, half a meter deep, had already been excavated at the cliff's edge, with piles of unearthed rocks and soil scattered about, presenting a chaotic scene primarily due to a severe shortage of manpower. The focus had to be on digging the hole, while the handling of the earth was deemed less critical. Fortunately, they now possessed stone hoes, significantly enhancing their efficiency compared to the earlier days when they could only poke with branches. However, even with the stone hoe, all was not well. The primitive tool was prone to breakage, and Fong Chang's hoe split into two upon striking a large rock. Seriously, is this it? Fong Chung rolled his eyes in exasperation. Casting the broken hoe aside and finding a stone to sit on, Li Kingman approached to offer comfort, saying, why don't you take a break and have some water? I can't drink. At this rate, it might take several months to excavate a new cave. Fong Chang's expression was fraught with anxiety. And what if it takes months? Or even a year or two? We cannot leave this island anyway. We might as well spend our days here. Li Kingman took his hand, wishing to provide more solace. As she held his palm, she felt the thick calluses, which moved her deeply. These were the marks of Fong Chang's efforts for their survival. With Li Kingman's thoughtful consolation, Fong Chang's mood indeed improved considerably, and he smiled. I used to be the one comforting you, and now it's you comforting me. Li Kingman replied gently. When you feel downcast, I wish to be by your side. Meanwhile, within the cave, Song Zixi was still weaving a palm mattress, having completed more than half of it using the technique that Li Kingman had taught her. Outside the cave, the sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays across the entire island, with the sea shimmering like gold. Captivated by the beautiful scene outside, Song Zixi could not resist pausing her work to take a look. Although Feng Cheng had advised her to remain in the cave to recuperate and avoid going out, she believed that a brief visit to the beach would pose no issue, especially since it was not midday and the sun was not overly harsh. Thus, she emerged from the cave with a basket, seeking to breathe in the fresh air and perhaps gather something for dinner. As she stepped onto the soft, fine sand, feeling the refreshing sea breeze against her face, Song Zixi felt invigorated. Undoubtedly, the beach was a paradise compared to the confines of the narrow cave. In that moment, she longed to sit on the beach, watching the sky turn crimson with the sunset, observing flocks of seabirds, and gazing at the sun as it slowly dipped below the horizon. Aside from reveling in the breathtaking scenery before her, there was a more pressing matter that required her attention. She was acutely aware that Li Kingman was not particularly fond of the taste of shark meat. Thus, she sought to test her luck along the shoreline in hopes of discovering alternative sustenance. Chapter 77. The crystals on the beach. Anything may seem simple at first glance. Yet when one endeavors to enact it, the inherent difficulties become evident. Searching for food along the beach proved to be just such a challenge. After traversing the sandy expanse multiple times, Song Zixi's basket contained nothing but a few pitiful hermit crabs, devoid of any other finds. "Very well, you may go free," she sighed, shaking her head in resignation as she regarded the meager crabs, which were scarcely enough to satisfy one's hunger. With a sense of futility, she tossed them back into the ocean. Leaving the beach with a heavy heart, Song Zixi's quest for coastal bounty regrettably concluded in failure. Initially believing her day would yield no rewards, fortune seemed to bestow a peculiar favor upon her. Upon departing the beach and arriving at the area between the wet and dry sands, she suddenly noticed glimmering traces in the sand beneath her feet. This discovery filled her with exhilaration, prompting her to kneel and examine the crystals more closely. These tiny clusters, roughly the size of a thumbnail, appeared somewhat moist and exuded a pristine whiteness. Could this possibly be sea salt? The sight of these crystals immediately evoked thoughts of sea salt, and without hesitation, she delicately dipped her finger into the substance and tasted it. In an instant, a briny flavor stimulated every taste bud on her tongue, evoking an indescribable delight, and a soft hum escaped her lips. "This is salt, indeed it is salt." Realizing that this white crystalline substance was sea salt, Song Zixi was overwhelmed with uncontainable joy. The significance of salt to humanity is well established. Historically, it was a resource closely guarded by the authorities, with the illicit trade of salt punishable by death. Composed primarily of sodium chloride, salt also contains trace amounts of potassium, magnesium, iodine, calcium, and other minerals. Prolonged deprivation of salt can inflict considerable harm on the body, and, more importantly, salt bestows a new essence upon food. The most mundane ingredients can transform into culinary delights when harmonized with salt. This revelation nearly drove Song Zixi to frenzy, as she began meticulously searching through every trace of sand in pursuit of more sea salt. However, such clusters of crystallized salt were rare, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, her findings remained scant, leaving her somewhat disheartened as she returned to the cave with only a modest amount of sea salt. Yet, even the slightest quantity of salt can precipitate a qualitative transformation in food. Imagine preparing a meal without any seasoning, merely boiling a piece of meat in water. Most would find the flavor intolerable. However, the introduction of salt alters everything. Song Zixi spread the salt she had collected onto the shark meat and sampled it herself. Under the influence of salt, the originally fishy taste of the shark meat became less offensive, and it even approached deliciousness. Marvelous. Soon, Feng Cheng and Li Kingman will undoubtedly be astonished. A look of eager anticipation graced Song Zixi's face as she anxiously awaited their return. Yearning for the moment they would savor the shark meat seasoned with salt, certain that their astonishment would leave them speechless. At that moment, the cheerful voices of the two echoed from outside the cave as Feng Cheng and Li Kingman returned, laughing and chatting. "You must be hungry. Would you like to eat something first?" Song Zixi joyfully approached them. Fong Chung chuckled. Ah, the treatment today is indeed exceptional. It seems leaving Zixi behind was a wise decision. Li Kingman licked her lips and remarked, I'm so thirsty. Let us have some water first. I have freshly boiled water here. Please drink up, Song Zixi said, bringing forth 2 plastic bottles filled with cool water she had prepared. Gratefully receiving the bottle, Li Kingman, parched to the point of discomfort, drank it all in one go, experiencing an indescribable pleasure from the refreshing sensation. By the way, how is the water source? Is the flow sufficient? Fong Chung inquired. I visited twice during the day, and the water volume is still plentiful, just like yesterday, Song Zixi replied. Upon hearing this, Li Kingman was immediately inclined to make another trip to the water source, smiling at Song Zixi. In that case, can we take a bath again? Ever since indulging in the refreshing bath yesterday, Li Kingman had become utterly captivated by the idea. If conditions permitted, she would bathe daily. After a laborious day, like today, drenched in sweat, the thought of a bath was immensely appealing. Song Zixi's cheeks flushed. She hadn't expected Li Kingman to bring up bathing so openly. Feeling a bit shy as she added, it might be dangerous to go to the woods at night. What is there to fear? We have Fong Chung, don't we? Li Kingman replied with a smile, gazing at Fong Chung. Me? Fong Chung pointed to himself in disbelief. Him? Song Zixi looked at Fong Chung incredulously. Indeed. Who else could it be? Li Kingman tossed a flirtatious glance at Fong Chung and playfully declared, Your task is to protect me and Zixi while we bathe, my knight. The notion of safeguarding 2 lovely ladies during their bath sounded like an enviable task. As Fong Chung hesitated to respond, Li Kingman promptly added, Your silence indicates your agreement. After discussing the bathing matter, Song Zixi could hardly contain her excitement to let the 2 try the shark meat. Upon seeing the shark meat, Li Kingman frowned slightly, recalling the urea content, which made her hesitant. Just try a bit. You might experience something different, Song Zixi urged Li Kingman to give a shot. Li Kingman tore off a piece and placed it in her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, a subtle saltiness transformed the shark meat into a delightful delicacy, diminishing the unpleasant taste she had previously encountered. My goodness, how did you manage this? Li Kingman gazed at Song Zixi in astonishment. Observing her reaction, Fong Chung quickly took a bite as well. This single taste opened the door to a new realm for him. How could the shark meat suddenly be so delectable after just one meal? Song Zixi beamed with delight, proudly proclaiming, Because of the salt. Salt? Where did you find the salt? Fong Chung and Li Kingman inquired in unison. Song Zixi, filled with excitement, replied, I went to the beach in the evening, originally hoping to find some food, but unexpectedly stumbled upon crystallized sea salt. It's marvelous. With the salt, the shark meat is at least 10 times more delectable. We will never have to endure days without salt again. Fong Chung danced with joy. However, Song Zixi shook her head and remarked, But the crystallized salt on the beach is rare and not easily found. Relying on this method to accumulate enough table salt is unrealistic. Fong Chung nonchalantly suggested, What's the big deal? We can just evaporate the salt. Chapter 78. A pleasant task or a bitter chore as for evaporating salt. Fong Chung merely spoke out of bravado. If it were truly that simple, he and Li Kingman would have surely devised a method during their 2 months on the island. Instead of waiting for Song Zixi to discover the sea salt before recalling this idea. Firstly, evaporating salt requires a sufficiently large salt pan, where seawater must be directed into the salt field, and then the seawater in the salt pan must be isolated from the external seawater. Each day, the scorching sun would evaporate the water, leaving coarse salt behind. Not to mention whether there is a suitable location on the island to establish a salt field. The island's unpredictable weather renders salt evaporation a formidable task. Just when one is making progress, a sudden downpour could occur, leaving one in despair. The atmosphere in the cave was somber, and the expressions of the 3 were clouded with concern. Salt is indeed a valuable commodity, yet it is not easily obtained. Recently, I have felt unusually weak and lacking in strength. Could it be related to our salt intake? Li Kingman glanced at Song Zixi, confident that, as the team's doctor, her insights on health matters were reliable. Indeed, Song Zixi affirmed, depending solely on those sea conchs and shells cannot fully replenish the salt lost from our bodies. On this island, we sweat profusely every day. Perspiration depletes our bodily salt. Insufficient salt can affect cellular osmotic pressure and lead to deficiencies in trace elements. causing symptoms like fatigue and dizziness. Fong Chung remarked, "Previously, we were too careless, thinking that consuming seafood would suffice for our salt needs. It seems we must contemplate this matter more thoroughly." Song Zixi was the first to break the heavy atmosphere, smiling, "No worries. We will surely come up with a solution. At worst, I could take a stroll to the beach every day. Perhaps I will collect enough sea salt for us." Li Kingman smiled at Song Zixi, saying, "Next time you visit the beach, invite me along. Besides taking a walk, we can also search for sea salt together." The two women exchanged laughter, while Fong Chung remained furrowed in thought, troubled by the salt predicament. As the leader of the team, he needed to devise a solution for their salt supply as swiftly as possible. However, setting aside the issue of table salt, this evening's meal was truly delightful, nearly overwhelming Fong Chung with satisfaction. This reminded him of his middle school years during his growth spurts, when he had an insatiable appetite due to his physical development and love for sports. He could consume enough food for 3 people, yet would still find himself hungry shortly thereafter, often waking in the middle of the night due to hunger. Originally, it was anticipated that the shark would suffice for 2 to 3 days. However, to his surprise, the second meal was completely devoured by Fong Chung. In a way, this was advantageous, sparing him the worry of how to preserve the shark meat. Given the island's weather, even if it were cooked and smoked, it was unlikely to last until the morrow. As he pondered the matter of salt, Li Kingman observed Fong Cheng's furrowed brow and playfully poked him. "Huh?" Fong Chung snapped back to attention. Li Kingman shot him a teasing glance and reproached, "When do you plan to accompany me and Ji Shi to the woods? Shall we go now?" "Of course. Otherwise, when do you intend to wait?" Fong Chung glanced at Song Ji Shi, who appeared somewhat bashful. After all, her relationship with Fong Chung was not as intimate as that of Li Kingman, and given her status as his elder, she felt a tinge of awkwardness. Song Ji Shi tugged at Li Kingman's hand and whispered, "Do we really have to go?" "Absolutely. We agreed that Fong Chung would accompany us, so there won't be any danger," Li Kingman reassured her. "But Fong Chung, rest assured, he is not that kind of person. Besides, if he dares to peek, just wait and see how I deal with him." Under Li Kingman's insistence, Song Ji Shi reluctantly consented to join the bathing expedition, and Fong Chung found himself conscripted to join as well. Before departing, Li Kingman and Song Ji Shi collected some ashes in a coconut shell, which they would soon use to cleanse themselves of sweat. Fong Chung, on the other hand, fashioned a torch from a piece of wood. Although its light was dim, it provided some illumination in the woods. As Fong Chung led the way, he cleared a path for the two women. Not long after entering the forest, they heard the gentle sound of flowing water, signaling the presence of a water source. "All right, this is far enough," Li Kingman declared. "Ji Shi and I will go bathe now. You must peek." "Oh." Fong Cheng's face flushed, internally protesting. "Am I not a respectable man? Would I be the type to spy on women bathing? Even if I were to look, it would have to be with dignity. Who engages in such underhanded behavior? Perhaps you should take the torch? What are you thinking?" Li Kingman suddenly wore an odd smile. "I am thinking nothing," Fong Chung insisted, patting his chest. "I swear, I merely worry that you might not see without the torch." Li Kingman's eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned closer to him, whispering, "Is that so? With that in mind, wouldn't you see quite clearly?" Fong Cheng's face turned crimson. He had not considered such implications, merely concerned for their safety. He hastily shook his head in denial. "I swear, absolutely not. All right, I was just teasing you." "Look at how flustered you are," Li Kingman said, placing a finger over Fong Cheng's lips, winking playfully. "Ji Shi and I are off to bathe. You wait here and we won't be long. Go ahead. Call me if anything happens." Once Li Kingman and Song Ji Shi had departed, Fong Chung silently reflected. Appearances can be deceiving. The seemingly aloof and proud Li Kingman, when playful, could captivate all in an instant. Such a woman, at times as cold as ice, and at other moments as fierce as fire. How could any man resist? The location where Fong Chung stood was approximately 10 meters away from the water source. Although he could not see the scene on that side, he could distinctly hear the sounds emanating from it. Before long, the playful laughter of Li Kingman and Song Zixi splashing in the water reached his ears. Perhaps it was due to having eaten too much today, for previously, his mind had never entertained such images. However, today his thoughts became disordered, and to his surprise, his mind was inundated with tantalizing visions. What could the bathing figures of Li Kingman and Song Zixi possibly look like? With a sharp slap, Fong Chung chastised himself. cursing his own thoughts for being so inappropriate and attempting to rid his mind of those images. Yet, he underestimated the natural physiological responses of the human body. He was not a eunuch, after all. With two gorgeous women bathing just behind him, how could he possibly be devoid of any thoughts? Consequently, the sound of continuous slapping echoed through the woods. Fang Cheng. Li Qingmin seemed to have heard the persistent noise coming from his direction, expressing concern for his well-being. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm just swatting mosquitoes. The mosquitoes here are particularly vicious. Chapter 79. A fright in the woods. What he had initially thought would be a delightful experience accompanying two beautiful women for a bath turned out to be anything but. It was, in fact, a form of torture, specifically a man-esque torture, to prevent his thoughts from lingering on the two women in the bath. Fang Cheng endeavored to occupy himself with other matters. How much longer do you need? He inquired of Li Qingmin and Song Zixi. Just a few more minutes. Please wait a moment, Li Qingmin replied. I'll take a stroll around the area, not too far. Call me if you need anything. In an effort to clear his thoughts, Fang Cheng resolved to retreat further away, ensuring that he could no longer hear the laughter of Li Qingmin and Song Zixi. However, he did not dare venture too far. He needed to ensure he could return promptly should any danger arise. With a torch in hand, Fang Cheng walked deeper into the woods. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound beneath his feet, startling him. He illuminated the area with his torch and spotted a lizard the size of an arm swiftly darting into the underbrush. Thanks to the torch, he felt somewhat secure against potential attacks from wild beasts and venomous creatures, as most animals fear the light. Nevertheless, Fang Cheng remained cautious. Sustaining an injury in such a place was no trivial matter. After taking a few more steps, he was finally free from the sounds of their playful banter and was able to pause and catch his breath. Was this fruit? He wondered, noticing a large tree nearby adorned with many bright red fruits on a vine. At first glance, these fruits resembled cherry tomatoes, albeit smaller in size. Their surface gleamed with a radiant sheen, and beneath the translucent skin lay semi-transparent flesh, exuding a subtly enticing aroma. Upon seeing these fruits, Fang Cheng found himself salivating. Although he knew well not to consume wild fruits indiscriminately, these little gems were exceedingly tempting, and he could not resist the urge to taste one. Just one should be fine. The equation sought justification for its actions, reasoning that consuming just one fruit, even if it were poisonous, would not pose a significant problem. What if the flavor turned out to be delightful? How splendid it would be to pluck a few to share with others. Clearly succumbing to his own cravings, the equation concocted a myriad of excuses, and thus it plucked a single red fruit, rubbed it between its hands, and placed it in its mouth. Upon first taste, the flavor was surprisingly pleasant, imbued with a refreshing sweetness, accompanied by a hint of tartness. The amalgamation of sweet and sour was exceptionally delightful, and captivated by this taste, the equation eagerly reached for a second fruit. Before long, it found itself unable to stop, after 2 months of isolation on a deserted island, having not tasted sweetness. This delightful flavor was utterly irresistible. The affinity for sweetness and the enjoyment of sweet foods is an instinct ingrained in humanity through evolution, as sweet items typically signify higher sugar content, which provides the most direct source of energy, while sweetness also bestows a sense of happiness. In its haste, the equation consumed dozens of fruits in no time, devouring all the fruits that hung from a vine. Only then did it recall the need to gather some for Li Qingmin and Song Zixi to taste. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquil night, the shrill sound reaching the equation's ears. Attentively straining to discern, it identified the voice as belonging to Li Qingmin, and an immediate sense of dread gripped its heart. Regret flooded in for having left the two behind. Venturing too far away, it hastened towards the source of water with utmost urgency. Qingmin Zixi, are you all right? It shouted while running, hoping for a response. Yet the forest remained eerily silent, devoid of any sound. When the equation finally arrived at the water source, it found the place desolate, with no sign of Li Qingmin or Song Zixi, only the gentle trickle of spring water flowing between the stones. Qingmin Zixi, where have you gone? I'm here, where are you? Panic surged within, a singular thought echoed in the equation's mind. It was over. A moment of negligence had led to the disappearance of the two women. In a fit of self-reproach, the equation struck itself twice. Fully aware of the dangers lurking on the island, yet it had left the two women unattended, oblivious to their current predicament and the dangers they might be facing. Something was amiss. Where are the coconut shells? And there are no footprints? Squatting by the water's edge, the equation sought any clues, but the area was pristine. The water crystal clear, with the mud settled at the bottom, devoid of any signs of disturbance. This was highly unusual, considering that Li Qingmin and Song Zixi had just bathed here, frolicking and playing in the water. How could the pond be so immaculate? It recalled that they had brought a coconut shell with them, yet there was no trace of it, nor any of their clothing. This was even more perplexing. Surely they must have shed their clothes to bathe, and with their sudden disappearance, at least their garments should have been left behind. Was this truly the water source? Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on Fang Cheng's back. Why was there no trace of Li Qingmin and Song Zixi here? Had he perhaps taken a wrong turn and arrived in another realm? Yet, that could not be the case, for there was only one source of water on the island, and this place unmistakably resembled the source. With this thought in mind, Fang Cheng felt as though a pair of eyes was fixated on him from behind. He spun around, and in that fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of a white figure darting through the trees. Goodness! This scene startled Fang Cheng so much that he instinctively uttered a curse. His calves trembled, the hairs on his arms stood on end, and a prickling sensation coursed through his scalp, as if an electric current had surged throughout his body. If he had not been hallucinating, the figure he had just seen was undoubtedly a woman clad in a white robe, her long black hair cascading down, who had vanished in an instant. Although he could not discern her face, her silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Qingmin. This was even more terrifying. The entity he had just glimpsed, neither living nor dead, bore a striking similarity to Li Qingmin. The sensation was akin to being pierced by an ice pick, sending chills from his core to the crown of his head. What did this mean? What was happening? Fang Cheng continuously questioned himself, wondering why that apparition bore such a likeness to Li Qingmin. Was it possible that this island was haunted? Had a ghost captured Li Qingmin and transformed into her likeness? Just as Fang Cheng was engulfed in terror, he suddenly heard a voice calling his name from behind. Zixi. In that instant, he felt a chill run down his spine. Song Zixi stood behind him, clad in white, her hair disheveled, and her face ashen and ghastly, devoid of any color. Chapter 80. Flirting with a female, ghost a ghost. Upon turning around to behold Song Zixi's deathly pale visage, Fang Cheng nearly lost control of his bladder. What was even more horrifying was that Song Zixi grinned at him, and as she did, her mouth stretched unnaturally wide, revealing her menacing fangs. Fang Cheng, where are you going? The abrupt turn of events nearly caused Fang Cheng to lose his sanity. What was wrong with this island? Why had a female ghost appeared? Before he could comprehend the situation, the fleeting shadow reappeared, flanking him with Song Zixi, effectively trapping him in between. This was it. He was utterly doomed. Fang Cheng felt like a prey with no escape, caught between two female specters. As they drew closer, he could clearly see the other ghost's features. Indeed, it was Li Qingmin. Yet this ghostly version of Li Qingmin was devoid of color, her eyes hollow and lifeless, resembling a mere shell of a human being. Qingmin? What has happened to you? Seeing Li Qingmin in such a state filled Fang Cheng with both fear and anguish. He had no understanding of what had transpired or why such a nightmare scenario unfolded. The two female ghosts quickly ensnared him, leaving him with no avenue for escape, just as he seemed destined for demise at their hands. An unexpected surge of strength coursed through him, enabling him to break free from their clutches, darting left and right to evade their grasp. Fang Cheng, where are you going? As Fang Cheng was about to sprint away, he suddenly heard the anxious voice of Li Qingmin behind him. Huh? Fang Cheng was puzzled. How could he still hear Li Qingmin's voice when she had transformed into a female ghost? Turning around, he saw that Li Qingmin and Song Zixi had reverted to their original forms, their expressions tense and their eyes filled with concern. What on earth is happening? Fang Cheng was utterly bewildered. After a moment of hesitation, Li Qingmin and Song Zixi caught up, grasping Fang Cheng's hands and inquiring incessantly about his well-being. Fang Cheng, what is wrong? Have you been possessed or seen a ghost? Fang Cheng thought to himself, seen a ghost? Weren't you both just female ghosts? How have you returned to normal? He cried inwardly, heaven above, what is going on? Life is at stake. Do not toy with me. Gradually, he sensed that something was amiss. Although these two women resembled Li Qingmin and Song Zixi perfectly, their behavior was entirely different. The two women inched closer, even leaning against him, their figures overwhelming, leaving Fang Cheng no choice but to retreat repeatedly. Kingman, Zixi? Sensing their strangeness, Fang Chung looked up at them again, only to gasp in horror. The two had morphed into ghastly pale visages, and even more chillingly, they were smiling seductively at him. Song Zixi even extended her tongue, sensuously licking her lips. The two female ghosts were teasing and tantalizing him, and if this continued, it was certain that Fang Chung would be drained of all vitality that very night. Hey, stop touching me. Let go. That's inappropriate. Something terrible will happen. Fang Chung shouted desperately, yet his cries seemed utterly ineffective against the two female apparitions. In desperation, he resolved to take a bold risk. If they wished to play the seduction game, he would show them who had no shame. With a swift motion, Fang Chung discarded the only remaining piece of clothing on his body. Sure enough, upon seeing Fang Cheng's exposed form, the two female ghosts immediately covered their faces and shrieked. Ha ha! Is this what it means to be shameless? Are you afraid of me? Fang Chung laughed triumphantly, realizing that this audacious maneuver had indeed been effective. Seizing the moment while the female ghosts were too embarrassed to look, he turned and dashed towards the forest. The two female ghosts pursued him relentlessly, yet Fang Chung seemed invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue as he sprinted into the night, disappearing from sight in no time. Emerging from the woods onto the beach, Li Qingmin and Song Zixi continued their chase, but they could not close the distance. They could only watch as he ran further away, seemingly mad with speed. Worry etched in her eyes. Li Qingmin shook her head and sighed. What has happened to him? Song Zixi remarked. Given his earlier demeanor, he likely experienced a hallucination. A hallucination? Li Qingmin frowned, pondering how such an occurrence could arise without reason. Under normal circumstances, excessive mental stress or the ingestion of certain substances that affect the nervous system can lead to hallucinations. We consume the same sustenance. What could have transpired to so abruptly alter the situation between us? Li Qingmin rested her chin pensively, questioning if perhaps his stress had escalated beyond control. However, if hallucinations induced by stress were typically intermittent, such a reaction seemed implausible. Song Zixi postulated that it was likely he had inadvertently ingested a substance with hallucinogenic properties. According to Song Zixi's conjecture, Fang Chung had most probably succumbed to the effects of some hallucinogenic food, which had led him to his current state. Li Qingmin, primarily concerned for Fang Cheng's safety, anxiously inquired, can he revert to his former self? Once the neurotoxin is metabolized by his body, he should return to normal. That is splendid news. Upon hearing that Fang Chung would indeed recover, Li Qingmin finally exhaled in relief, fearing that Fang Chung might encounter dangers while lost. The two did not return to the cave, but rather continued their search along the coastline for his figure. Qingmin, over here. Fang Chung is here. Not far from the direction Fang Chung had fled, Song Zixi discovered him collapsed on the ground. Upon hearing Song Zixi's call, Li Qingmin hurried over, only to find Fang Chung sprawled on the ground, appearing as if he had succumbed to inebriation, completely unconscious. What has happened to him? Do not worry. I have checked his heartbeat and pulse, and everything is normal. He has merely fainted. Song Zixi lifted Fang Chung onto her lap and beckoned Li Qingmin to assist by pinching his nose, then forcefully pried open his mouth to extract remnants of food from his oral cavity. To Li Qingmin, this scene seemed rather grotesque. However, for Song Zixi, a physician, it was a standard procedure. Only by discerning what Fang Chung had consumed could they ascertain the root of his hallucinations. Among the extracted remnants, Song Zixi found a soft, sticky substance resembling fruit pulp, which she brought to her nose for a gentle sniff, detecting a faintly sweet and sour aroma. Did you discover anything? Li Qingmin asked anxiously. I found some suspected fruit pulp in his mouth. It seems he must have ingested this fruit, which likely caused his hallucinations, Song Zixi analyzed. Li Qingmin's gaze inadvertently fell upon a sensitive area of Fang Chung, and she suddenly felt her face flush with embarrassment as she pointed at that prominent region, exclaiming, What is going on there? Song Zixi shook her head, replying, It remains unclear whether it is related to the fruit he consumed. Chapter 81. Seeking the root of the matter, morning sunlight streamed into the cave entrance as Fang Chung stirred from his slumber. What has happened to me? Supporting his forehead, he felt a throbbing pain within his head, as though it might fracture. He could not recall the events of the previous night at all. Why had he suddenly lost consciousness? And how had he ended up in a cave? All of this was utterly bewildering. Are you awake? The voice of Song Zixi resonated in his ears. Fong Chung turned his head to see Song Zixi seated behind him, clad in a white t-shirt and denim jeans. Their eyes met, and Song Zixi's lips curved into a gentle smile. It was precisely that smile that prompted Fong Chung to recall certain images from the previous night. He vaguely remembered being pursued by two female apparitions, who bore a striking resemblance to Li Qingmin and Song Zixi. "Are you feeling better?" Song Zixi inquired, smiling as she reached out to touch Fong Cheng's forehead. "Don't come any closer," Fong Chung exclaimed in fright, leaping up and hastily fleeing towards the cave entrance. The commotion stirred Li Qingmin from her slumber, who rubbed her bleary eyes and scolded, "Fong Chung, what are you shouting about so early in the morning?" "Qingmin, is that really you?" "Of course, if I weren't Li Qingmin, who else could I possibly be?" The reprimand from Li Qingmin jolted Fong Cheng's mind into clarity. Indeed, the familiar sound of her scolding was unmistakably hers. As he calmed down and observed the smiling Song Zixi and the grumpy Li Qingmin, he suddenly found himself bewildered. How could it be that last night they had transformed into female ghosts, yet now they had seemingly returned to their original forms? "Qingmin, Zixi, what is happening?" "What do you mean, what is happening? Are you wondering why we are not ghosts?" Li Qingmin's face turned pale with anger. "Hee hee," Fong Chung chuckled awkwardly. Li Qingmin scolded, "How can you still have the nerve to speak? You were acting crazily last night, pointing at me, and Zixi, calling us ghosts, shouting, 'Don't come near me.' Go away. How could you say such things?" Fong Cheng's face flushed crimson, and he lowered his gaze, too ashamed to meet Li Qingmin's eyes, resembling a student reprimanded by a stern teacher. The most infuriating part was when Li Qingmin abruptly halted her tirade, her mind flashing back to the embarrassing moment when Fong Chung had suddenly removed his trousers the previous night, leaving her utterly mortified and at a loss for words. Fong Chung, with wide eyes, curiously inquired, "What is it?" "Pervert," Li Qingmin spat, turning her head away. "What did I do to deserve that label?" Fong Chung protested, raising his hands in dismay. Song Zixi, blushing, added, "Last night, for some inexplicable reason, you suddenly took off your pants in front of me and Qingmin." All right, I understand," Fong Chung interrupted, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame, raising his hand to prevent Song Zixi from continuing. He could easily guess what had transpired next. "Damn it, I will make him pay for this today," as Fong Chung retrieved a stone from the cave. Preparing to enact righteous retribution against the brother who had caused such a debacle the night before, Song Zixi gasped, covering her mouth in alarm. Li Qingmin crossed her arms, watching Fong Cheng's performance with a cold gaze. The fierce intent in Fong Chung's raised hand suddenly froze mid-air as he hesitated, wondering why Li Qingmin had yet to call a halt to his actions. Did she truly wish to see him castrated? Turning to face her, he inadvertently met her mocking gaze, which filled him with embarrassment. "Why aren't you striking? Is your hand cramping? Then let me do it for you." Li Qingmin stepped forward. No, I'll handle it myself." Upon witnessing Li Qingmin's demeanor, Fong Chung realized she was not inclined to let him off easily, leaving him in a predicament from which he could not escape. Fortunately, Song Zixi was present to mediate the situation. She grasped Li Qingmin's hand and advised, "Let it be." Fong Chung acted in a state of unconsciousness. It would be best not to dwell on it this time. Li Qingmin shot Fong Chung a fierce glare, stating, "Considering Zixi's mercy on your behalf, I shall spare you this time, but rest assured, you will face retribution next time." "Thank you, my dear, for your leniency," Fong Chung replied with a cheeky grin. As soon as Li Qingmin showed any sign of relaxation, Fong Chung immediately adopted a playful demeanor. "How shameless! Who do you think your dear is?" Li Qingmin's cheeks flushed, and she stole a glance at Song Zixi, relieved that she did not understand Chinese. Otherwise, Fong Cheng's earlier comments would have surely led to her mockery. With the retelling of the events by Song Zixi and Li Qingmin, the scene from the previous night was largely reconstructed. At that time, the two were bathing at the water source when they suddenly heard Fong Cheng's loud shouts from a distance. Concerned, they hastily dressed and approached to investigate, only to find Fong Chung frantically running through the woods, shouting the names of Li Qingmin and Song Zixi. Initially, the sight evoked both laughter and exasperation. They thought Fong Chung was merely joking. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss, as Fong Chung seemed to be in a frenzy, completely unable to communicate, while he pointed at Li Qingmin and Song Zixi, exclaiming that a female ghost had appeared. "What did you see at that time?" Li Qingmin inquired earnestly. "In nothing," Fong Chung stammered, shaking his head vigorously. He dared not reveal the frightening image of Li Qingmin and Song Zixi, with disheveled hair and ghostly visages. That would be courting disaster. Once again, Song Zixi came to his rescue, smiling gently. Perhaps you could share what you consumed last night. I was waiting for you too while you bathed, and, feeling bored, I ventured a few steps forward. I discovered some vines on a large tree, adorned with numerous red fruits that appeared quite enticing. Fong Chung recounted, striving to recall the events of the previous evening. So you ate them? Li Qingmin exclaimed, her frustration palpable. How could someone so foolish as to consume unknown wild fruits, fully aware of the dangers? Yet, Fong Chung had done just that. Well, I ate a few, he admitted, nodding sheepishly. How many exactly? Song Zixi pressed. Perhaps dozens, he replied. My heavens, you consumed so many? Song Zixi gasped in astonishment. Fong Chung explained. They were exceedingly sweet, with a hint of tartness, almost magical in their allure, rendering them impossible to resist. Before I realized it, I had ingested quite a bit, and, I must admit, the taste was rather delightful. Li Qingmin facepalmed, rolling her eyes upwards. Even in such a predicament, he was still concerned about the delectable flavor, truly a one-of-a-kind foodie. From your reaction, it seems you ingested a considerable quantity of those red fruits, leading to the hallucinations. Song Zixi deduced, postulating that the fruit likely contained a substance stimulating the brain. Chapter 82. The hallucinogenic fruit, the cause of Fong Chung's hallucinations, was identified as the consumption of those red fruits. The next step was to locate the very fruits that Fong Chung had eaten the previous day to uncover the nature of this fruit capable of inducing such illusions. After a brief morning grooming, the trio decided to venture into the woods while the sun was still gentle, in search of the fruit that Fong Chung had consumed the previous day. According to his description, he had discovered this fruit not far from the water source. Thus, the three of them dispersed from the water source, searching outward in a circular pattern. Come quickly. Suddenly, the excited voice of Song Zixi echoed through the woods. The other two hurried over from different directions, eagerly anticipating a glimpse of this intriguing fruit. Look at that tree. It bears numerous red fruits. Song Zixi exclaimed, pointing at a towering tree entwined with vines, adorned with vibrant red fruits, which were likely the same ones Fong Chung had eaten the night before. Li Qingmin gazed at Fong Chung with anticipation and inquired, is it really this kind of fruit? Fong Chung scratched his head, his expression slightly awkward as he replied. I can't recall the details from yesterday too clearly, but it seems to be this. As they spoke, Song Zixi approached the tree, tugging at the vines and plucking a red fruit to taste. Wait, don't eat that. Li Qingmin and Fong Chung were startled by Song Zixi's action, exclaiming in unison. It's all right. I'm just going to try a small piece. Song Zixi reassured them with a smile. What if it's poisonous? Li Qingmin questioned. It shouldn't be toxic. Since Fong Chung consumed it without any adverse effects, we can reasonably conclude that this fruit is likely safe, Song Zixi explained. Fong Chung grinned. If that's the case, I suppose my role as the test subject has proven quite valuable. Li Qingmin shot him a disapproving glance and curiously asked Song Zixi, so what does it taste like? It's quite sweet, with a hint of tartness. Very delightful. Would you like to try one? Song Zixi replied, smiling as she handed a fruit to Li Qingmin, gazing at the alluring red fruit, its semi-transparent skin encasing glistening flesh. Even before tasting it, the sweet and sour flavors seemed to explode in her mouth. Unable to resist, Li Qingmin popped the fruit into her mouth, and as she bit down, the luscious juice burst forth, the sweetness nearly bringing her to tears of joy. Wow, this is truly delicious, Li Qingmin exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. One was not enough. She immediately sought to pluck another. Song Zixi grasped Li Qingmin's hand, shaking her head. Wait a moment. Let us see how your body reacts first. But I really can't help but want another one. Li Qingmin pouted, playfully shaking Song Zixi's hand like a child seeking a treat. Just one more, please. All right, then just one more. Song Zixi relented, unable to withstand Li Qingmin's coaxing. However, one was hardly sufficient. The fruit's exquisite flavor captivated Li Qingmin, and while Song Zixi was momentarily distracted, she stealthily plucked several more. Qingmin, do you know why humans are so fond of sweets? Song Zixi's voice whispered in Li Qingmin's ear. Because sweets bring a sense of happiness. Li Qingmin thought to herself that this was dreadful. She must have been caught stealing the fruit. However, she maintained a facade of nonchalance. Indeed, this is a trait ingrained in humanity through evolution. Sweetness brings forth a sense of happiness, and sweet substances typically contain a wealth of nutrients that provide humans with significant energy. Thus, an irresistible instinct towards sugary delights is innate to mankind. Lee Kingman chuckled shyly and said, "All right, I understand." Song Zixi smiled and replied, "We can't indulge too much now. Otherwise, we'll end up like Fong Chung did yesterday, and that would not be ideal." In truth, Song Zixi had formed a rough assessment of the fruit. It was largely devoid of toxins. If it were poisonous, their bodies would exhibit signs of poisoning, yet all three had consumed the fruit without any adverse reactions. The only matter left to ascertain was the strength of the fruit's hallucinogenic properties. Last night, Fong Chung had ingested dozens of the fruits, which had induced such intense hallucinations. Now, Song Zixi had eaten one, while Li Kingman had consumed approximately 10. It remained to be seen how the two would react now. Observing Fong Chung drooling beside them, Song Zixi remarked, "I know you want some too, but you'll have to endure a bit today. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on both of you to prevent any mischief." Fong Chung pounded his chest, thinking to himself that they were merely two women. He had single-handedly faced sharks before. If he could not keep an eye on them, then what sort of situation would that be? The trio made their way back to the cave after fetching water from the source, settling in to await the fruit's effects. As time passed, about an hour ticked by, and everything appeared unchanged. Fong Chung glanced at Song Zixi, noting her normal complexion, and inquired, "How do you feel?" "Not bad. Nothing particularly unusual," replied Song Zixi, appearing as she always did. Suddenly, Li Kingman interjected, "Why do I feel like I'm floating?" The two turned to look at her, startled to see her face adorned with a rosy glow, reminiscent of clouds at sunset. "Kingman, do you feel unwell?" Song Zixi asked with concern. "Not at all. I feel like I'm floating in the sky, and I've never felt this comfortable before," Li Kingman replied, her eyes glazed over, a broad smile on her face. Fong Chung thought this did not bode well, as Li Kingman's condition seemed off. He immediately turned to Song Zixi, seeking her opinion, and asked, "Is she in any danger like this?" Song Zixi shook her head and said, "She is likely just trapped in a hallucination. As long as we keep her here in the cave, there should be no danger." Currently, Li Kingman resembled someone who had imbibed too much. Her face was flushed, her gaze dreamy, and she spoke in a whimsical manner. It appeared this was the hallucinogenic effect brought on by the fruit, as around 10 of them could induce mild hallucinations. Song Zixi touched her nose and remarked, "It seems my deductions were not incorrect. This fruit contains some hallucinogenic component. If consumed in excess, it can lead to hallucinations." Fong Chung was astounded, never expecting such a marvelous fruit to exist on this island. It was akin to a potent spirit. Regrettably, this delectable fruit induces hallucinations. If consumed in moderation, the issue is negligible, allowing one to savor its sweetness. Song Zixi smiled at Fong Chung and remarked, "This fruit is your discovery. Why not bestow it with a name?" Fong Chung scratched the back of his head, pondering his own lack of knowledge, and whimsically declared, "Let it be called the hallucination fruit." Chapter 83. Rescue arrives. Li Kingman was currently in a state reminiscent of inebriation, likely floating amidst the clouds. Observing her condition, Fong Chung felt a pang of concern and inquired of Song Zixi, "How long until she regains consciousness?" Song Zixi shook her head, stating, "It is difficult to determine the exact duration. We must first observe. Moreover, it varies with individual constitution. Some may awaken more swiftly than others with the same intake." In light of this, Fong Chung decided it best for her to rest in the cave while he undertook the task of digging. The daily routine on the island was unwaveringly dedicated to excavation. He would not rest until a new cave was unearthed. However, today he intended to leave Li Kingman behind, as her current state rendered her unable to work, and it would be wiser for her to remain in the cave. "Perhaps we should postpone it for today," he suggested. Song Zixi's expression revealed a hint of sympathy. She understood the exhaustion that accompanied the labor of excavation. If Fong Chung were to tackle alone, he would undoubtedly be worn down. Fong Chung chuckled, assuring her, "It is of no concern. I am quite resilient. After consuming that shark yesterday, I feel invigorated." Song Zixi expressed her concern. "Why not wait until the sun is less harsh?" "No worries. I can withstand the sun," he replied. With a stone pickaxe and a bottle of water in hand. He departed the cave, reminding Song's Heike to keep a close watch on Li Kingman. As Fang Chung walked towards the cave entrance, his silhouette receding beyond the white sandy beach and into the woods, Song's Heike was unexpectedly filled with a peculiar emotion, reminiscent of her late husband. This was unlikely to be a pleasant memory. A single surgery had ensnared her in a vortex of power, rendering her a victim of the elite. Tragically, her family, her husband and daughter, had been kidnapped, and she had not seen them since her ill-fated voyage at sea. She wondered if they were safe at that moment. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down Song's Heike's face, and as they fell, they did so uncontrollably. She crouched down, covering her face as she wept bitterly. Heike, what is wrong? Li Kingman wobbled towards her, troubled by the sight of Song's Heike's heart-wrenching tears. It's nothing, Song's Heike replied, hastily wiping her tears and attempting to appear nonchalant, though her reddened eyes betrayed her. Li Kingman exclaimed, Did that scoundrel Fang Chung bully you? I shall teach him a lesson. Song's Heike grasped Li Kingman's arm and shook her head. Kingman, it is not because of Fang Chung. Upon witnessing the profound sorrow in Song's Heike's eyes, Li Kingman felt as though a knife had pierced her heart. Her drunken stupor abruptly ceased, and the illusions brought on by the fruits seemed to gradually dissipate, allowing her mind to regain some clarity. She comprehended the reason for Song's Heike's sorrow. Kingman, I often find myself envious of you and Fangchenj. Your love for each other is profound, characterized by mutual tolerance and support, and, most importantly, you are together. Indeed, in response to Song's Heike's heartfelt words, Li Kingman felt somewhat at a loss for words. In truth, my relationship with Fangchenj is a result of serendipity. Had it not been for that tragic accident, and had I not washed ashore on this desolate island, I suspect that we would have remained two parallel lines that never intersect in this lifetime. You only fell in love after arriving on the island? Song's Heike expressed her astonishment. Yes, I had always believed you were already a couple before coming to the island. Li Kingman replied with a smile. Before our arrival, I was his superior. However, now I am his girlfriend. Fate can be remarkably whimsical, just as you have arrived on this island and become one of us. When our yacht sank, I thought I would perish, yet when I awoke, I found myself here. I experienced something similar. There were several occasions when I believed I was doomed, yet Fangchenj always saved me. Has your hallucination improved? Much better, although I still hear a deafening roar of wind, as if I am floating in the sky. Song's Heike gently touched Li Kingman's forehead. Her normal temperature indicated good health, which offered considerable reassurance. Heike, thank you. In terms of our roles, you are the patient and I am the doctor. In age, you are younger than I, so it is only right for me to take care of you. With that, Song's Heike brought a bottle of cool water, urging her to drink more to expedite her metabolism. All right. Li Kingman gratefully accepted Song's Heike's care, gradually opening her heart to her. The rumbling continued, and Li Kingman chuckled weakly, saying, Perhaps the hallucinations have not yet faded. The noise of the wind remains deafening in my ears. Song's Heike's expression shifted, her demeanor suddenly tense, as she exclaimed, No, it is not a hallucination. That is the sound of an airplane. Initially, Li Kingman assumed it was merely her lingering illusion. But to her astonishment, Song's Heike had also heard the same sound. As they focused intently, it became evident that it was the unmistakable noise of a helicopter's rotor blades. A helicopter has arrived near the island. This revelation sent the two women in the cave into a frenzy of excitement, embracing one another and weeping tears of joy. It is wonderful. We can be rescued. They will take us away from here. Now is not the time to cry. We must hurry outside to signal for help, to let them know there are people on the island. Yes, we must go outside the cave. At this moment, Li Kingman did not allow her elation to cloud her judgment. She understood that such opportunities are fleeting. It is highly probable that the aircraft would merely pass overhead, and if they did not seize the moment, it would all become a mere illusion. The two elated women rushed outside the cave, looking up to locate the helicopter, and indeed, above the southern shore of the island, they spotted a white helicopter circling. Hey, over here. We are here. Two women traverse the mudflats and arrive at the white sandy beach, each shouting and waving in their respective languages towards the direction of the helicopter. However, the deafening noise of the rotor blades rendered their voices inaudible. Even if they screamed until their throats were raw, those aboard the aircraft were unlikely to hear them. Observing that the helicopter continued to hover in the sky without any indication of approaching their location, Li Kingman and Song Zixi grew anxious, resolute not to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for rescue slip away. Smoke! Smoke will help them locate us, Li Kingman exclaimed, struck by inspiration. I'll fetch the fire starter and wood from the cave. Song Zixi immediately turned and sprinted towards the cave. Li Kingman persisted in calling for help on the beach, her heart racing as she silently urged, hurry, you must be quick. If you don't return in time and the helicopter departs, all hope will be lost. Chapter 84. The descending assassin, as usual, Fang Chung arrived at the precipice halfway up the mountain to commence today's drilling task. Not long after he began, a rumbling sound echoed from the horizon, growing louder as it approached. Positioned well, Fang Chung spotted a small white in the azure sky, which drew nearer, hovering above the island. Watching this, his heart surged with excitement as he discerned it was indeed a helicopter. Hey, over here. There are people here. Like all the other desperate souls, Fang Chung frantically waved his arms, hoping to catch the attention of those aboard. Yet, his efforts proved futile. The occupants of the aircraft failed to recognize his presence. From his vantage point on the mountainside, he could see the activity on the white sandy beach and noticed that Li Kingman and Song Zixi had also arrived and were signaling to the helicopter. Just as he was. They must see us. This thought consumed Fang Cheng's mind. Whether it was he or Li Kingman, as long as someone was spotted by the helicopter, there remained a glimmer of hope for their escape from the island. Fortunately, fate seemed to smile upon him this time. After hovering for a while, the helicopter appeared to have detected Li Kingman on the beach and turned towards her direction. This was a magnificent moment, one Fang Chung had longed for through countless days and nights. His dream was finally materializing. He and Li Kingman, along with Song Zixi, could leave the island. However, as the helicopter approached the beach, Fang Chung noticed Korean characters emblazoned on the fuselage. This revelation stirred his instincts. Had it been English, it might not have seemed so peculiar, but the presence of Korean raised suspicions. Given that the island was situated in the tropics, thousands of miles from Korea, this was indeed unusual. Could these individuals be connected to Song Zixi? As this thought coursed through him, the elation of imminent rescue dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of apprehension. If these people were indeed searching for Song Zixi, then these cold-hearted assassins would not only eliminate her, but would also ensure the deaths of both himself and Li Kingman on the island. This was dire. As the helicopter approached the beach, preparing for a swift descent, Li Kingman and Song Zixi felt a chill of apprehension wash over them. Without a moment's hesitation, they sprinted toward the sandy shore. Hurry, hurry, time is of the essence. Li Kingman's gaze darted between the helicopter and Song Zixi, fervently praying that they could ignite the signal before the helicopter departed. Suddenly, it appeared that the helicopter had spotted Li Kingman on the beach, altering its course toward her. Elation surged within her. They must have seen me. The closer the helicopter drew to the shore, the more her heart raced. In her mind, she envisioned the words she would exchange upon encountering these individuals, overwhelmed with excitement and anticipation. However, in the next instant, her smile froze. By the helicopter's door stood a man clad in a black suit, wearing sunglasses, and to her horror, he brandished a firearm. The man's East Asian features bore a striking resemblance to the two assassins who had previously been incinerated, igniting a grim realization within Li Kingman. These individuals might indeed be connected to Song Zixi. Panic washed over her. These were not saviors, but merciless killers. It seemed she was truly cornered, having evaded various calamities along her journey, only to succumb to the threats posed by humanity at last. A gunshot shattered the tense silence, with a bullet striking the sand at her feet, sending debris flying. The reality struck her. These cold-blooded assassins had come to the island with the sole intent to eliminate Song Zixi and anyone associated with him. As the helicopter drew nearer, the armed man brazenly took aim at Li Kingman, his intentions unmasked. This was a sensation she had never before experienced. It was the first time in her life that a gun had been pointed at her. Her existence dangled precariously at the mercy of another. At that moment, her composure nearly shattered, yet she understood that succumbing to despair would only lead to her demise. To survive, she must regain her calm. Determined, Li Kingman fought to keep her legs from giving way as she turned and bolted toward the nearby woods. To evade the gunfire, she zigzagged, her heart pounding as bullets kicked up sand around her. A single hit would spell the end of this deadly game, far more exhilarating than any virtual simulation, as this was a life-or-death struggle. Fortunately, the distance from the beach to the woods was short, and she quickly found refuge among the trees, seeking a concealed spot. Once sheltered within the forest, Li Qingmin remained cautious. The sprint had drained her of nearly all her energy, and she leaned against a coconut tree, gasping for breath, striving to regain her strength for the fight ahead. In a moment of distress, Li Qingmin thought of Song Zixi, who had just returned to the cave to fetch a spark. If she were to return at this time, it would undoubtedly pose a perilous risk. In an effort to intercept Song Zixi before her return, Li Qingmin took a brief respite and promptly navigated through the woods, circumventing the cave. Despite the path being rugged and circuitous, it was currently the safest route. The grove of coconut trees served as the perfect concealment. The helicopter could not fly overhead, providing Li Qingmin with a temporary sense of security. However, this safety was not guaranteed, as the helicopter soon descended onto the beach, and two suited assassins emerged, brandishing firearms and pursuing into the woods. After a frantic dash, Li Qingmin finally reached the rocky shore, just in time to encounter Song Zixi, who was emerging from the cave with a coconut shell in hand. "They are here," Li Qingmin shouted in desperation. "What?" Song Zixi inquired. "The ones who intend to kill you." The coconut shell clattered to the ground, scattering its contents. The glimmer of hope for rescue shattered in an instant. The anticipated salvation had turned out to be assassins, akin to a swift descent from paradise to hell. "There's no time. Run." Li Qingmin grasped Song Zixi's hand, pulling her toward the rocky coastline. The assassins would soon be in pursuit. They were racing against time, needing to find refuge before being overtaken. Chapter 85. A fiery escape. The white sandy beach was no longer an option. They could only flee toward the opposite rocky shore. Fortunately, Li Qingmin and Fang Cheng had explored the other end of the rocky beach the previous day and were somewhat familiar with the route. However, today, as circumstances were markedly different. Upon reaching the end of the tidal flats, they discovered that the rocks, which had been exposed during low tide yesterday, were now submerged beneath the water, rendering the previously navigable path impassable. "What do we do now?" Panic filled Song Zixi's eyes. She understood the ruthlessness of these assassins. If they were caught, both she and Li Qingmin would be gunned down. "There's no choice. We must wade through," cornered without a moment to hesitate. Any delay could be fatal, and they were compelled to take the risk of traversing the water. Before them lay murky waters of indeterminate depth, and truthfully, Li Qingmin felt uncertain, unsure of what would happen with her next step. Yet time was of the essence, and she had to take the plunge. Recalling her memory of traversing the rocky area the previous day, Li Qingmin endeavored to choose a spot where the water might be shallower. The first step was crucial. She needed to feel for the rocks beneath. If she failed to find solid footing, the situation could become perilous. In a tense moment, Li Qingmin's foot touched the rocky bottom, allowing her to exhale with relief. The next step was to assist Song Zixi in descending. Hand in hand, they cautiously navigated the stones to cross the water. The waves surged fiercely, crashing in relentless succession. At times, the crests towered higher than a person. A colossal wave struck, nearly sweeping one off their feet and into the depths. As they trudged forward, the water grew progressively deeper. Initially, it lapped at their waists, but soon it rose to their chests. This sensation was profoundly unsettling, as the murky water obscured the ground beneath, rendering each step a laborious endeavor. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. It was Song Zixi losing her footing and plunging into the water. Fortunately, Li Qingmin, with remarkable quickness, seized her just as she fell, preventing her from being carried away by the tumultuous waves. Emerging from the water, Song Zixi's expression was one of sheer terror, having likely inhaled salt water, and she erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Yet there was no time for respite. Panic could not be afforded, as securing a safe haven was paramount to evading peril. "I'm fine. Let us keep moving," she managed to say, under duress. Even expressions of concern were reduced to mere 3 words. To avert any further mishaps, Li Qingmin tightened her grip on Song Zixi's hand and cautiously tested each step ahead with her foot. Soon, they stood before the steep cliffs of the island's western shore. The island's topography was starkly defined. The southern side boasted a gentle slope, the northern side was a rocky foreshore, while the west was characterized by sheer cliffs, with jagged stones jutting out like a multitude of daggers along the coastline. This was the most treacherous shore on the island, where the waves roared with the greatest ferocity. The scene before them was one of chaotic rocks and crashing waves, creating a spectacle of foam and fury. They believed that reaching the perilous western coast would lead them to a secure refuge, one where their pursuers would not dare venture. However, upon confronting the western shore, they faced their greatest challenge yet. The path ahead had vanished, and crossing required swimming rather than merely stepping on the rocks. "Stay close to me." Li Kingman turned to Song's Heike, offering her an encouraging glance. "All right," Song's Heike nodded. Having come this far, she understood well that there was no alternative but to press onward. Thus, the two began to wade through the waters, with Li Kingman opting for the route closest to the bay. In the event of calamity, being swept into the bay was their best chance, as it at least spared them from being pulled into the open sea. Meanwhile, two assassins clad in black suits descended from a helicopter, sunglasses shielding their eyes and firearms in hand, engaged in conversation in Korean. The woman fled into the woods. "Is she the one we seek, Mujin?" one queried. "I couldn't see clearly, but the GPS indicates this island. Mujin is likely hiding here," the other responded. "Regardless of whether she is Mujin, we must locate her." The apparent leader among them made a slashing motion across his throat, indicating their lethal intent. Undoubtedly, these men were there to kill, and Li Kingman, now discovered, had become prey on their hit list. They followed the trail of her escape into the woods. Tracking is not a formidable challenge for these assassins. They can effortlessly deduce the direction in which their prey has fled by examining the footprints on the ground. She is headed north towards the island. As long as she remains on this isle, escape from our grasp is an impossibility. Exercise caution, for this is an unfamiliar land, and the woods may conceal myriad dangers. The leader of the black-clad assassins removed his sunglasses, revealing a distinctly Korean visage characterized by a square face, prominent cheekbones, and narrow, piercing eyes that radiated menace. "We are armed. There is no cause for concern." The other man gestured proudly with his firearm, a self-satisfied expression adorning his face. Just as the two were conversing, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from above. Upon glancing upward, they were startled to find a vibrant green viper poised on a branch, flicking its tongue at them. In a flash, the serpent lunged from its perch, aiming to strike the arrogant assassin. The suddenness of the event left him frozen, devoid of any immediate response. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed. Bang, bang, bang. The serpentine threat was severed in two, its head exploding upon impact. In that perilous moment, the leader of the assassins had acted swiftly, eliminating the viper and saving his subordinate's life. "Be more cautious. Next time, fortune may not favor you," he admonished, his glare piercing. The assassin who had narrowly escaped was drenched in perspiration, fear evident on his face. Meanwhile, on the southern side of the island, Fong Chung was hastening towards the beach with fervor, wishing fervently for wings to hasten his pace. Just as his anxiety peaked, a series of gunshots erupted from the forest. This cacophony not only revealed the assassin's position, but also served as a stark reminder to Fong Chung that these men were not to be trifled with, armed and dangerous. A single misstep could lead to his demise. Chapter 86. The first aid package. The current predicament was one of clarity for the enemies while he remained hidden. Fong Chung had a rough idea of the assassin's whereabouts, yet they were oblivious to his presence. Nonetheless, confronting the armed assassins head-on was an insurmountable task. Armed only with a stone pickaxe and devoid of even a single garment, he faced adversaries equipped with firearms who could support one another. It was folly for a man of primitive means to attempt to vanquish two gun-wielding foes. The gunfire had sharpened Fong Cheng's mind, leading him to realize that direct confrontation was the most foolish course of action. He needed to devise a more astute strategy to neutralize these threats. The helicopter. Soon, Fong Cheng's attention was drawn to the aircraft stationed on the beach, the essential mode of transportation for the assassins. They were relying on it to escape the island, thus. His immediate objective was to secure their helicopter. Judging from the gunfire moments ago, the two individuals have ventured into the woods and are progressing towards the northern part of the island, making it certain that they will not return to the southern beach. This presents an opportunity for Fong Cheng. He must act swiftly to sever their escape route before the two assassins return. Without hesitation, Fong Cheng stealthily approached the edge of the woods. Concealing himself behind a coconut tree, to observe the situation. The helicopter's rotor blades had ceased their rotation, and the cabin door stood ajar. Peering inside, he noticed another pilot seated within, seemingly reclined in his chair and dozing off, presenting Fangcheng with the perfect chance. Taking advantage of the pilot's oblivion, Fangcheng crept to the side of the helicopter, inching closer from the blind spot, and discerned the pilot humming a tune. With dexterity, Fangcheng leapt into the aircraft through the cabin door. The pilot, startled by the commotion, turned his head to investigate, only to find a bare-chested man standing behind him. The pilot was momentarily stupefied, exclaiming in Korean, utterly astonished that a native, unclad, had clambered aboard the helicopter. In a life-or-death situation, Fangcheng wasted no time. Wielding his stone pickaxe, he struck the pilot squarely in the face. There was no alternative. The pilot's helmet left only his face exposed, making it the only target. With a resounding crack, the sound of the nasal bone fracturing echoed, and blood gushed forth, splattering everywhere as the pilot clutched his nose and cried out in pain. "Get down!" Fangcheng commanded vehemently. Great Comrade Lay once proclaimed that one must treat enemies with the ruthlessness of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. A notion that Fangcheng had etched deeply in his mind and executed with fervor, despite the pilot merely suffering a broken nose and profuse bleeding. There remained the possibility that he could draw a weapon from somewhere, delivering a lethal shot to Fangcheng. Mercy towards an enemy is a trope found only in mindless dramas and novels. To thoroughly neutralize this threat, Fangcheng swung his pickaxe relentlessly, soon shattering the pilot's helmet and kicking him from the cockpit onto the beach, where he pounced upon him for another barrage of strikes. The title of Skull Terminator was not a mere boast. Without the protection of a helmet, the pilot's fate would likely mirror that of the previous serpents, eels, and sharks. With each blow, Fangcheng hammered the pilot until he was bloodied and barely conscious. Only when he noticed the pilot's resistance had utterly waned did Fangcheng relent. Sparing his life. "Who are you?" he demanded, using the pickaxe to pry off the pilot's helmet, revealing a visage now unrecognizable, resembling a mangled visage. "Do you speak English?" he inquired, but receiving no response, he grew frustrated, shaking the man by the collar. The inability to communicate in English rendered any pursuit of useful information from him futile. The origins of these assassins remain shrouded in mystery, as does the identity of their mysterious benefactor, along with their relentless pursuit of Song's Hixie. Such crucial information eludes understanding. Meanwhile, the man continued to wail. And although Fangcheng had no intention of ending his life, he also could not simply release him. To evade the two assassins, he dragged the man into the woods. There, Fangcheng stripped the driver of his clothes, leaving him only a modest pair of undergarments, and using vines, he bound him securely before casting him into a pit. To further conceal him, he gathered a heap of palm leaves to cover the pit, thus ensuring that the man would remain undiscovered. Having dealt with the driver, Fangcheng donned the clothes he had just removed. It had been over 2 months since he last wore garments, and now, the sensation felt somewhat alien to him. Nevertheless, this was a necessary precaution. At least upon encountering the assassins, they might mistake him for one of their own, granting him precious time. Clad in the new attire, Fangcheng returned to the helicopter, and the sight of it seemed to present a glimmer of hope for survival. If he could pilot this helicopter, he could escape the island with Li Qingmin and Song Zixi. In an instant, an audacious thought struck him. He must locate Li Qingmin and Song Zixi before the assassins did, and then, right under their noses, fly away in the helicopter, leaving those unfortunate souls behind. The immediate question that loomed before Fangcheng was the whereabouts of Li Qingmin and Song Zixi. Had they already fallen into the clutches of the two killers? Until he witnessed the truth with his own eyes, everything remained mere speculation. Thus, his pressing task was to find them. Before embarking on this quest, Fangcheng rummaged through the cabin, leaving no potential hiding place for weapons unchecked. Dealing with armed assassins was no trivial matter. Acquiring usable weapons would be ideal. As he searched, the cabin echoed with the clatter of metal. Fangcheng resembling a raging bull as he nearly dismantled the interior. Yet regrettably, he found no weapons. Just as despair began to set in, he inadvertently discovered a tin box beneath a seat, emblazoned with a red cross. His heart raced at the sight, for it was highly probable that the box contained medical supplies, and if true, this discovery would not be in vain. While medical supplies may not directly aid in confronting foes, they held immense significance for a survival team. With a surge of excitement, Fong Chung opened the tin box. And indeed, within lay adrenaline syringes, antiseptic, gauze, tweezers, and sutures, all essential items for first aid. Chapter 87. Surviving the crevices. The sudden acquisition of such a first aid kit brought Fong Chung immense joy. Had he not been preoccupied with concerns for Li Kingman and Song Zixie's safety, he would have surely erupted in laughter. For their survival team, the contents of the box were invaluable, especially with the presence of Song Zixie, a top-tier surgeon among them. There could be no better boon than this. In a moment of exhilaration, Fong Chung descended from the aircraft with the iron box, excavating a pit on the beach to securely bury it before hastening off in search of Li Kingman and Song Zixie. The two assassins had been tracking the footprints of Li Kingman along the way, yet the contrasting terrains of the forest and beach soon led them to lose her trail. Regrettably, the island itself was not vast, and the woods could not ensnare them for long. Moreover, the sun on the island perpetually ascended and descended directly. Even within the forest, as long as one could glimpse the sun, discerning direction became effortless, despite losing the direction of Li Kingman. The two assassins continued their advance toward the northern part of the island. After approximately 10 minutes, they stumbled upon a water source at the edge of a cliff. "Hey, there's water!" the subordinate exclaimed, filled with delight. Thirsty from their pursuit, they were overjoyed to discover this fresh water. "Hurry and drink. We must find that woman swiftly," the leader stated, his face devoid of humor, as he was not in a jovial mood until the mission was accomplished. "Boss, look at this." The subordinate pointed out a circle of wooden fencing surrounding the water source, clearly a human-made structure. The leader furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is not surprising. Perhaps the woman we saw earlier constructed it. Would a woman truly create such a fence? Look at how deeply these logs are embedded in the ground." "It would require considerable strength," the subordinate countered. "Are you suggesting that there are others on this island besides that woman?" "It is quite possible. We only encountered her. There may very well be others lurking in the shadows. Regardless of their hiding places, should they dare to show themselves, we shall not let a single one escape." The assassin leader gestured with his firearm, an air of lethal intent glimmering in his eyes, sending a shiver through his subordinate. Having located the water source, they soon found a cave where Fong Chung and his companions usually resided, and the two assassins were astonished to discover such a place existed on this small island. Their fingers rested on the triggers as they entered the cave one after the other. "Boss, there's no one here, but the fire is still smoldering. The inhabitants must have taken refuge." The subordinate meticulously examined the cave, seeing no signs of life, yet the remnants of habitation suggested otherwise. The assassin leader maintained a tense expression, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he stated, 3 mattresses. This means a total of 3 individuals reside in this cave. The woman we encountered is not Mu Jin. She must be another individual stranded on the island. Including the earlier woman and Mu Jin, that accounts for 2 women. The remaining individual is likely a male. Look at the piles of wood and coconuts. Along with these spears and stone axes, these are weapons typically wielded by men. No matter who he is, we must eliminate them all before we can report back to the boss. Thus far, this man has not shown himself. We cannot afford to be complacent. The assassin leader shot a glare at his subordinate, making it clear that he would not tolerate any missteps in this pursuit. As they spoke, the sky outside darkened abruptly, the sunlight vanishing without a trace. The weather on the island is notorious for its capriciousness, and this was hardly a novel occurrence. Just moments ago, the heavens were a brilliant blue. Now, ominous clouds gathered, fierce winds howled, and the sea roiled with white-capped waves, heralding the imminent arrival of a torrential downpour. "Boss, what shall we do now?" "We stay here." The leader of the assassins furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the tumultuous waters beyond the cave. Although the island appeared modest in size, stepping onto its terrain revealed a stark contrast to their previous expectations. Unfamiliar with the island's geography, locating the 3 individuals who had taken refuge proved to be a formidable challenge. With the impending storm, searching for them would become exponentially more difficult. Thus, the most prudent course of action for them was to remain sheltered in the cave, lying in wait, prepared to seize any opportunity. This cave evidently served as a hideout for the fugitives, offering fresh water, food, a source of fire, and protection from the elements, a sanctuary unparalleled on this island. By remaining here, they harbored confidence that the trio would eventually reveal themselves. "Boss, would you care for a coconut?" One of the henchmen retrieved 2 coconuts from a corner, using a sharp rock to crack them open with a few swift strikes, a sardonic grin playing on his lips as he remarked, "These primitive tools are quite effective." On the western coast, the most perilous stretch of the island, sheer cliffs loomed ominously. Behind a towering spire of stone, 2 women struggled to ascend. To evade the relentless pursuers, Li Kingman and Song Zixi had no choice but to flee the cave, seeking refuge on this treacherous shoreline. As the women navigated the chaotic rocky coast, the skies suddenly darkened, clouds amassed, the sea surged rapidly, and the waves grew ferocious, signaling the onset of an unexpected storm. To avoid being engulfed by the rising tide, Li Kingman and Song Zixi had to scale the steep cliff, each step fraught with peril. A single misstep could send them plummeting into the abyss below. Li Kingman, possessing superior stamina and agility, found a protruding rock and climbed to a larger stone that provided a secure foothold. Zixi, give me your hand. With Li Kingman's assistance, Song Zixi was safely pulled onto the boulder. The stone surface was relatively flat, measuring about a meter on each side, leaving the 2 women pressed closely together. Before them, the waves crashed violently, the wind roared, and the relentless sea lapped at their feet, leaving them little time to rest before they had to continue their ascent, lest they be mercilessly claimed by the ocean's fury. "Are you ready to continue?" Li Kingman grasped Song Zixi's hand, offering her unwavering support. Despite the dire circumstances, Li Kingman's resolve remained unyielding. She harbored no thoughts of surrender, fully aware of her necessity to survive. A faint yet determined smile emerged on Song Zixi's pale face. In less than a minute, the 2 individuals merely caught their breath before resuming their perilous ascent. Chapter 88. What else are you concealing? Suddenly, rain poured down, enveloping the entire island in a shroud of mist. Fong Chung departed from the beach, stealthily venturing into the woods, seeking refuge among the trees and the downpour to evade the gaze of the 2 assassins. The foremost task at hand was to locate Li Kingman and Song Zixi. Under such circumstances, where could they possibly be? As Fong Chung navigated through the forest, he strived to contemplate the situation. And one thing was certain. Li Kingman and Song Zixi had not yet fallen into the clutches of the 2 killers. If they had, they would either have been executed on the spot or taken back to the aircraft. Thus far, he had not observed the assassins returning to the plane. Unbeknownst to him, Fong Chung arrived at the water source and spotted a damaged fence, undoubtedly the handiwork of the 2 killers. The destruction of the fence indicated their proximity, prompting Fong Chung to exercise even greater caution. Departing from the water source, his next destination was naturally the cave. Realizing the necessity of investigating the cave, he began to move towards it under the cover of the rain. Each step in the torrential downpour became increasingly deliberate as he approached the rocky tidal flats, quietly inching closer to the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, before he could even strain his ears to listen for any sounds within, a coconut shell was abruptly hurled from inside. This noise almost seemed to announce to Fong Chung that the 2 assassins were indeed inside the cave. If it were Li Kingman and Song Zixi, they would have collected the coconut shells rather than carelessly discarded them. He listened intently from his concealed position, discerning 2 men conversing in Korean, though regrettably, Fong Chung did not understand the language, rendering his efforts futile. Despite the certainty of the assassin's presence within the cave, Fong Chung felt compelled to ascertain the specific circumstances, for it was highly probable that Li Kingman and Song Zixi were also in their custody, a matter that required confirmation. Moreover, what troubled him the most was the stash of items in the corner of the cave, which included a gun and a mobile phone he had previously retrieved. These belongings belonged to the assassin's accomplices, and it was imperative that they remain undiscovered. Thus, Fong Chung crouched down and cautiously peered into the cave from the least conspicuous corner of the entrance. As his gaze shifted, he beheld a roaring fire within the cave. The 2 scoundrels had thrown in a pile of what accumulated over several days. Furthermore, the coconuts in the corner had also been utterly ravaged by these despicable men, leaving even the water storage plastic bottles in tatters. In addition to this, the deranged duo had destroyed mattresses, baskets, tin cans, and stone tools, leaving the cave in utter disarray, akin to the aftermath of an invasion. Witnessing this chaos ignited a fierce rage within Fong Chung, compelling him to charge in and confront the 2 miscreants. However, the firearms in their possession tempered his fury, A true gentleman knows when to endure. He vowed to remember this affront, promising that one day, these two would face the consequences of their actions. The only piece of good news was that these two individuals had not discovered the concealed firearms, which provided Fang Cheng with a moment of relief. The storm raged fiercely, leaving him anxious about the situation with the aircraft. "Boss, should I go take a look?" he suggested. "Go ahead, but be careful," came the reply. As Fang Cheng lay prone on the ground, he observed a killer emerging from within, uncertain of the individual's intentions. To avoid detection, he swiftly concealed himself behind a nearby rock. He watched as the man leapt from the cave entrance and headed alone towards the beach, likely aiming for the helicopter. What to do? Fang Cheng feared that if this person discovered the pilot was missing, it would undoubtedly alert the two killers, making any attempt to seize the aircraft significantly more complicated. Should he rush forward to stop this individual? Fang Cheng shook his head. He was unarmed and lacked the confidence to confront a well-trained assassin, especially one wielding a firearm. The disparity in combat capability was stark. He could easily fall victim to a single shot. His own demise was one concern, but more pressing was the fate of Li Qingmin and Song Zixi. He shuddered to think what these scoundrels might do to the two women. In his mind, Fang Cheng weighed his options. If the situation at the helicopter was discovered, there was little he could do. This was not the time for reckless heroics. The immediate priority was to locate Li Qingmin and Song Zixi, ensuring their safety before formulating a subsequent plan. In such torrential rain, where could they possibly be? Not in a cave, nor on the beach. Based on his understanding of Li Qingmin, during times like these, she would likely head westward towards the island, remembering that the two had visited that bay just yesterday. The likelihood increased. He would have to take a gamble. The relentless downpour continued, and he needed to find Li Qingmin and Song Zixi without delay. In this critical moment, Fang Cheng could only rely on the unspoken bond he shared with Li Qingmin. Initially, he intended to follow the coastline to the west. However, much of the shoreline was now submerged, making it impossible to navigate that way. The only feasible route was to traverse through the island's interior and emerge onto the western coast. Concerned for the safety of Li Qingmin and Song Zixi, Fang Cheng hesitated not a moment longer. He plunged back into the woods, hastening towards the western coast. At the western coast, in a recess between rocks, Li Qingmin and Song Zixi huddled closely together, their faces nearly touching. They had no other option, as this narrow crevice barely accommodated the two of them. In a mere half hour, the tide had risen several meters, and after exerting every ounce of strength to climb, they finally found a temporary refuge just before being overwhelmed by the encroaching water. Outside, the tumultuous waves crashed against the shore, each surge shaking the entire coastline, instilling a profound sense of insignificance in the face of nature's might. At this moment, Li Qingmin and Song Zixi were closer than they had ever been since their acquaintance began. The proximity between them has transcended the psychological comfort zone of both individuals, rendering all facades and deceptions easily discernible within such an environment. What are the true origins of those individuals? Li Qingmin's tone was resolute, as she sensed that Song Zixi was concealing something from her. Even if a surgical procedure had been performed on that significant figure, warranting elimination to silence any loose ends, it was perplexing that Song Zixi had vanished amidst the chaos. Logically, her disappearance should signify the desired outcome for the adversaries. Yet, those assassins had still managed to trace them here, which was utterly astonishing. Without some underlying circumstances, such an occurrence defies explanation. What else do you conceal from me and Fang Cheng? I apologize.